As a team, we're super excited to play.
So we can finally compete again and have some fun in this game.
We've been playing super well recently, and I'm only looking forward to it. We're gonna win it all, I'm sure of it.
The toughest opponent, I would say, is Beavers, Alliance, and Gambit. Those three teams are really scary.
Maybe Alliance or Team Phantom.
I'm looking out for the unknown Russian teams. They are usually insanely good mechanically and spend a lot of time on Kovacs, so I'm afraid of the unknown Russian teams.
I would say SCARZ and Aqualix.
We really bring sort of a very level-headed, engaging, and quite funny at times communication to the Apex scene.
I think our team synergy in general is one of the best in the world.
Competitives have to fear us because we have a clutch king Herdeki, and no one can beat him in clutch moments.
We are a really confident team, and we always respect our calls. We're always ready for anything.
Other competitors should fear us because Yuki and Del are the best fighters in the game, undoubtedly, period. And I'm the best idea in the world, for sure.
We are ready to crush the competition.
Keep your eyes on NAVI. We'll see you on the finish line.
Let's bring this home. SCARZ up.
Team Endeavour's gonna bring it. We're gonna win.
We're here at Blast Islands. We are ready to win. Let's go.
From 40 teams come this Elite 8. And where weekend one was Battle Royale, This weekend, we're all about arenas mode, baby, and that means that chaos will reign supreme, where the map choice may be just as important as the legends you field. And of course, all of this under the banner of an elite tournament where these players face the toughest, hardest, most talented Apex Legends players across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. No pressure, I say. At any rate, welcome to Blast Titans. I'm Kate, and here to welcome my other two desk mates here for the pre-show. Please welcome Launders and Scrawny. Boys, welcome once again to the Finals Sunday.
Thank you, Kate. I'm excited. Listen, we've got arenas, and most importantly, I think that even compared to last weekend, we've only got the top 8 left, and that was a beautiful introduction. I have to add, you give us credit. I wanna shine the light on you. That was fantastic.
Well, thank you very much. I'll tell you this, Launders, this entire thing, I mean, there's so much hype and there's such good reasons. Scrawny, thank you so much for saying that. But I got to say, there's so much hype, and something that I got to do at the very top is put that icing on the cake, put that cherry on the sundae. And quite frankly, you two have been bringing the casting this entire series. So a huge thank you to that. Launders, let's start with you. What are we looking forward to highlight-wise here? I mean, it's Final Sunday. It's Champion Sunday. Need I say more?
No, every team has shown that. Well, first of all, it doesn't seem like there are any real upsets in a sense. Like every team that won was, I feel like, clearly the better team. There's only 1 or 2 very close games yesterday, but still, either team going through would have been, I think, a super strong match to bet on for who would win this event. And I was struggling, honestly. I was like, honestly, I picked Fire Beavers to win the event, but everyone looks super good. So now that it's tight, I'm expecting a ton of overtimes today.
Well, Scrawny, let's talk a little bit about what we've got coming up, because I know you have certainly brought the hype, and it sounds like, I think, Launders, you might need to unmute in Discord. But I will say this, Scrawny, the reality is that we have no weak links in this chain. We've got no teams that haven't punched their card multiple times to get here to this moment. I mean, just from the math perspective alone, as I said at the top, 40 teams that were already scary have now been whittled down to 8, and now we're just seeing the elite of the elite of the elite.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this, right? It's as creme de la creme as you could possibly get. With some of these teams as well, I feel like we do still have a couple of the guys that represent the middle of the pack, or the middle of the pack that can always punch upwards, right? That's the beauty of Apex. Is I think that you've got your chance to cause upsets. It's one of those games where the status quo seems to be in question, and I look at the likes of MajorPushers. I look at the likes of Myztro. I think those are 2 teams that arguably you could have seen being replaced by others. And Aqualix, even they took down Endeavour on the first day. That's not a team that we're going to get to highlight in our top 8 Endeavour, but you'd arguably could have put them here. So it's just I'd say like an argument and a testament to the level of competition that remains, but also the level of competition that we've already gotten through. So many teams fell in the Battle Royale phase. This was the top 20 from that first weekend, and now it's whittled down to just 8. So I'm hoping that after yesterday, where we had a few blowout matches, a few clear displays of gaps in the skill ceiling, now today should be really, really good, and hopefully, with fingers crossed, really, really close.
I love it. And you know what, Scrawny, I think that's a great way to put it, sort of that dare to be great scenario. And we've seen some teams meet that head on, and some teams, unfortunately, move on to, not making it through to the next part of the competition. Launders, I know today is, we talked about a battle, Royale being the bread and butter. It's Apex, of course. But this weekend, we've really been testing these teams, especially those that may not have had a lot of experience on arenas mode.
And it shows. I think that some of the teams that were good last week are not good this week. I think a team like Aqualix, it feels like the strongest team coming out of yesterday by how impressive their win was over such a strong opponent. But at the same time, we can't tell if Endeavors were particularly ready for the arenas event that made Aqualix look so good. And now we'll see some of these teams that were so good yesterday play against each other, and we'll really find out who was actually good and who had an opponent that was slacking.
It's a great. I love that. You're absolutely right. There's layers on layers on layers on this narrative, and I cannot wait to see this story unfold. Well, let's take a look at what the players are playing for. Besides Guts and Glory, of course, it's some money. Obviously, just some money. A little 8,000 euros for that first ride up there, Scrawny.
Hell yeah, fat stacks. And what better timing, right? We're bringing in Seer. We got to see who looks good, who's running into the next season hot, and what better way to get us into Season 10 of Apex Legends with ranked arenas than with an arena's payday.
Oh, yeah. Prove yourself on this proving ground, and you will find it not as hard, I'm sure, under the bright lights of this tournament versus going through your ranked modes, certainly. Okay, well, let's take a look at what we've got going on today. As we mentioned, I'm going to keep talking about it. 8 teams from that round of 16, really from that round of 40 earlier in the month here. We got single elimination bracket. That's right, single elimination. It's do or die. It's knockout time. Quarterfinals, of course, starting with a best of 5 throughout our play. And one thing I do want to mention there, Launders, it says player voted bans are Bloodhound and L-Star. That's still happening here on this weekend day 2. Excuse me, weekend 2 of day 2. Wait, day 2 of weekend 2?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Yes, exactly. So that is where we are here in our voter player bans.
Yeah, so the L-Star, I think the one criticism of the L-Star is that, you know, like the discharge or whatever it is, like the volt, like the electric, the volt, the fuzzy little, you know what I mean, the Furbies that come out of it, they're obnoxiously big, so they can be hard, they can be like distort your vision a little bit, but besides that, it just like beams everybody. And we saw we saw some energy weapons yesterday going crazy. But yeah, the L-Star can be such a nice budget option. So I like that there's a ban for both both a legend and a weapon that people think could be pretty strong. There are still plenty of options because in Apex Legends there's tons of parity between what's a good agent and what's a good weapon to use. So that's great. But yeah, Bloodhound does have literal wall hacks, so maybe it is good to take them out in the smaller maps. Smart strategically.
I love it. I love it. Well, let's talk about one of the first teams we'll obviously been mentioning earlier. They're known as Nasky. They're known as Serdell. And of course, Yuki, they're also known as Aqualix. And they have been on the minds and the lips of our casters and, of course, our analysts here all weekends long, I should say. Scrawny, talk to me a little bit more. We've already talked about them, but let's sing them a love song. And of course, I'm saying that as a predictor that really came to fruition for me yesterday.
Yeah, you called this one. I'll give you that credit. You called this one, Kate. And it was a tough one to call at that. You know, we came into that game saying that the winner of this matchup could very well find themselves in the finals, if not the champions of this weekend. And so they had a huge scalp to try and take down straight out the gate. And this is one of the games that we had to wait kind of half of the day to finally get our sink our teeth into. We barely got a bite. We barely got a wiggle out of Endeavour before Aqualix absolutely shredded them across both Phase Runner and then the Gardens. I want to say there was like maybe not even a single round won by Endeavour. If it was, it definitely maybe just one across the 2 maps. It was a bit of a blowout, and for that reason, I think Aqualix have kind of painted a target on their head today as arguably a team to watch.
And I think you're absolutely right. Endeavour was listen, let's be clear. Endeavour was not and they made it look easy, but their Endeavour was anything but that, Launders, and it certainly proved that in our weekend 1 of Battle Royale play. And then perhaps they may be one of those teams where arenas was a bridge too far.
I really wonder, you know, if Endeavors played against anyone else, would they have gone through? Like I can't tell exactly how good Aqualix were, because after just watching that one matchup in isolation yesterday, it looked like Aqualix are the best team in the whole planet. Like they're the arena's golden standard, you know. So that's what's, I think, super interesting about that. They're the measuring stick for today.
They are indeed. Well, let's talk about another measuring stick, perhaps. Kungarna, one of those teams that some people here have been looking at as well for that championship crown. Scrawny, I mean, they did great things and they have been remarkably consistent. Graceful has been MVP, I don't know, a couple of times if memory serves.
Yeah, I think the thing with Kungarna is Launders just touched on it ever so slightly, right? At the start of the show, he mentioned that some teams had kind of gone up against others that were maybe slacking. And unfortunately, no offense, but Morning Stars got into the round of 16 by beating out in the knockout round to begin the day, and then they got completely squashed by Kungarna. 3-0, 3-0, you know, a score line that is just as lopsided as the Aqualix versus Endeavour game, but a match that didn't seem anywhere as close, if that makes sense. They went into this server versus SMS, and they showed that they are of a cut above. So we haven't seen Kungarna challenged. We haven't seen them contested, and that's why today is extra exciting, because I think that you know, they're this close to victory, but can they stand that test if it does come their way?
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about our first matchup of the day, and anticipation certainly for those who are on the side of Navi, a huge storied franchise, as well as the Fire Beavers, who came out swinging during our EMEA ALGS championship, you know, fielding that Loba, that first legend change that we had seen for quite some time. Certainly, I should say, the first time we had seen Loba in tournament play for quite a while. So they made their name there, did some incredible things with the championship, and here they are once again in our Elite 8. Launders, let's talk a little bit about Navi versus Fire Beavers.
Yeah, we'd love to talk about Loba because we have a legend that is just, it's becoming quintessential in arenas, and more like the frequency of use is really high, and the ability to just like on certain spawns, like drop it instantly and just take everything you can if you're in a great spot is just so strong for a game mode that is limited on resources, where you just spawn in and the fighting can start right away. So you have situations where people are going Loba versus Loba to try to steal from the black market as soon as possible. You have situations where your Pathfinder or your Octane is trying to beat a Loba to a utility crate to like loot, a loot crate to loot, and then just because they know there's a Loba on the other team. So I think Loba's having a huge influence on the meta. And as for specifically the matchup with Fire Beavers and Navi, Navi are obviously always a threat, BR, anything like that. I think they're a revered team, but they have struggled in the clutch to like pull out, you know, the first place finishes and everything like that. Fire Beavers, on the other hand, were really great yesterday, but then also, you know, they probably were the strongest team yesterday, but we saw them go from like pretty strong team to really, really strong team at the end of BR last week, so I'm not sure exactly what to make of them. But I feel like there is a mutual respect across the board between Fire Beavers and Navi, where, first of all, they know each other, and secondly, I think they're, you know, primary competition in the bracket.
Now, Scrawny, even just looking at the graphics, they seem pretty even in terms of just math. But of course, you know, and I think it's interesting because Navi has traditionally been the team that, you know, gets sort of that always a bridesmaid's, never a bride scenario, where they continue to get towards the end of those late games. They continue to be a team to contend with throughout a game, and then they can't turn over there in that final circle. And Fire Beavers kind of, I wouldn't say came out of nowhere, but certainly had the element of surprise during the ALGS championship. Talk to me a little bit about that connection and seeing how both these teams seem to be pretty evenly matched going into arenas, including Navi, who has been doing great on arenas.
Yeah, so the thing with Navi in this case, right, is I think that a lot of the narrative surrounding Navi has to do with their Battle Royale inabilities to maybe close games and win games. I think that one thing that is kind of maybe going under the radar is the fact that Navi are a great 3v3 team. I think Navi have one of the most concentrated damage outputs when it comes to the multiple wingmen play. Their shots absolutely land, and I think most importantly, their shots land on the same target. It feels like Navi are on the same page when they enter these gunfights because they just melt one champion after another. They take down each legend at a time. And I think that is, you know, adamant or a testament rather to their communication and to their like hive-mindedness, if that makes sense. You know, like you're not fighting one piece of Navi, you are fighting Navi as a whole. And even yesterday when we were, you know, hyping up Kuya from the Battle Royale weekend, we suddenly jump into the server to find out that Claus has made a return to the starting roster for you know, this weekend at the very least. He absolutely shredded their opposition. 3,300 damage, 7 kills. I mean, they made quick mincemeat of the Magicians. And the Navi versus Magicians game was very similar to Endeavour versus Aqualix, where we were thinking to ourselves like, oh, it's tough to call. Both these teams have promise. Both these teams could go on. Navi didn't get the blowout. Navi didn't get, you know, the spectacular stomp that some of the other teams did. But I think that that is just, you know, more evidence that that's not what Navi do. Navi squeak by. Navi get dirty. Navi make mistakes. But Navi also win games, at least here in arenas. That's what they showed us yesterday.
100%. The Navi monster has 3 heads, and they all have a wingman. And
Yeah.
scary, scary, scary. Someone put that in. So we have creative people, incredibly creative people in our Apex community. Please, somebody make that into something beautiful, because that is something to put over the mantle. At any rate, let's talk about what we have been saying here with our predictions, brought to you by Amazon. Let's see. This is actually the first time I've seen everybody. Oh, looks like we are all on board. Okay, Launders, let's talk about your picks first, because looks like you and I are on the same page.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even notice that. We just have different champion picks. I think, obviously, Aqualix were like the really, really strong team yesterday, but there's still some... I feel like Fire Beavers, they get better by the day. I feel like Fire Beavers almost weren't trying that hard yesterday. Is that weird to say? Like, they actually looked like they were so confident that they were just like almost just running it down, and then they lost a couple of rounds, but they just looked so confident. Outside of that, has anyone made a bad move? The only thing that's different here really is the Navi pick from Scrawny. And I think Scrawny is to Navi like I am to Fire Beavers for like last week. Like, it is a team that didn't necessarily prove anything yet, but were really, really scary.
Scrawny, is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Navi convinced me last weekend during the Battle Royales. I saw something on the first day that I don't think everybody had their finger on, and it actually scored me a lot of points on the second day. So, you know, it's like when you think you believe in somebody for a certain reason, and then they prove that belief to be true, it felt good, and that's when you make that emotional connection. So I'm tied to the Navi hype train. I think what's the big takeaway in this one, Kate, is the fact that not a single person on this broadcast predicts SCARZ to beat MajorPushers.
That is fat. Man, just bombshell, but absolutely true. You know what? We're going to talk more about that and about our upcoming matches right after this.
The door, man! Nice, dude. Well played. You're insane, Taskmaster.
I can hear you. Yep.
Push me, bro.
I'm trying. Good job. Ball crunch.
Let's go, bro. Oh. This is Russian wingman, guys, just saying. You're just insane, man. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Help me, mama. Real close. Nice, GG cracked. The door, man! Nice, dude. Well played. You're insane, Taskmaster. You're cracked, bro. I don't want to meet you in finals.
Well, as Scrawny mentioned before we hit the break, there is one narrative that has been on the minds and lips of casters, crew, analysts, and I'm sure the fans alike, and that is the name of SCARZ and how they have made their way into our tournament, and certainly how they haven't made the way into our predictions. Launders, let's start with you. Let's weave me the SCARZ tale and talk to me a little bit about what we think they're going to go and do today.
Yeah, I don't know. They were not as good, I think, as I guess people expected them to be. I think they had some aggressive pushes yesterday with RPR in particular that ended up falling a bit short. Of course, they recovered, but yeah, I mean, Scrawny brought it up that no one's taken over MajorPushers because they were so exciting. With the way that they won yesterday and the team that they played, 789, who were really great. And I'm not sure if it's any hard feelings towards SCARZ, but they didn't look as good as MajorPushers. I mean, just straight up and down.
Well, and I gotta say, Scrawny, like I feel like heavy wears, heavy sits the head that wears the crown. What's that phrase? Because SCARZ came into this, EMEA champions. They came in with such pressure on them to begin with that there was really nowhere for them to go but down.
Yeah, sure. I guess we could see it that way. And I think after last weekend, like that was kind of like that was them punching that ticket, that downward spiral. Sadly, we saw flashes of the pan, flashes in the pan of success last week. On the second day of competition, when they were trying to get into the finals day, they kind of scraped by the skin of their teeth. They had a couple of wins, but they also had a couple of like almost near last place finishes. So SCARZ have just been the tale of scorching hot and freezing cold, sadly. And after yesterday with their game versus Forg Gang, they got 3-0'd in the first map by Forg Gang, a team that, again, props, Kate, you predicted and nobody else did, because it felt like SCARZ were just going to come in, and now that they had a chance to just sink their teeth into a 3v3 versus Forg, they were going to get that revenge for taking away the first weekend of competition. But then SCARZ stumbled. Getting 3-0'd is I think, a big deal and a big chip into the armor of SCARZ. Then we had this unfortunate situation where one of Forg's players had internet issues. They had to call in this last-minute stand-in, tried valiantly to kind of keep things going, but SCARZ brought it back. And even within that, I feel like there were some pretty close rounds for SCARZ. So while MajorPushers dealt with their opponent and kind of punched upwards a little bit, I think that after last weekend and after last weekend's inconsistencies, all of that is caught up with SCARZ. We continued to predict them, whether it was for our own benefit or not, just because they have that crown. We continued to believe in them, but it just feels like this is maybe the end of the road for SCARZ. And as we go forward with Apex competition, I don't think SCARZ are going anywhere. I think they are still one of the top dogs, but it just feels like things aren't connecting at the moment. And maybe Blast Titans is a bad omen for the what once was heavy favorite.
There it is. That's the way. Well, let's talk about MajorPushers. As you mentioned, they have momentum on their side, certainly today. And they also have all of our predictions. Launders, I mean, that's a double-digit kill points up in there together queue. And there's a reason that he was a match MVP.
Yeah, because he had laser beams in both hands. He was basically everybody who was on his screen was dead within a second and a half. He was so nuts. So this is my favorite team to watch from yesterday. They were so fun. This matchup in general, 789 versus them, was just beautiful, especially ending on Party Crashers with the pushes that came through. It was very exciting. This is my favorite team comp. As we see, it was mirrored. This is the final play of the series, and it obviously was one of the closest ones too. So I'm huge on MajorPushers. I'm hogging all the MajorPusher stock. I think that, I didn't pick him to win the event, but I just want to see more teams that use comps that have 3 individual kind of duelist movement options, Wraith Octane, Pathfinder, and just have insane amounts of mobility between the 3, but not a team that I don't want to see any more jibbies. That's it. I want to see I want to see agile, players with ropes jumping across the screen, rushing their opponents, because that was super fun arenas. I loved that.
We want the circus.
Everyone
want the
loved that.
circus. Here we go. Well, let's take a look at our picks for maps here coming into our match number 1. Find out who it is, which maps I should say now again. Yesterday was best of 3. Today is best of 4, or best of 5, excuse me, best of 5, which means all of the maps are going to be played at some point or another. And Scrawny, our first pick is Party Crasher. So we're starting the party on Party Crasher.
Yeah, seems apt. Party Crasher was the map that went the entire distance with MajorPushers match yesterday. It went into the sudden death, and I would argue that even within that sudden death, like, we may have not seen MajorPushers here today. If Orgless in Hungary and Matafei in specific, when he jumped across in that final round, had cleared his close left to who I believe was Together, I think they had a chance at taking it, because we saw that they were using that like sheer aggression to really slap MajorPushers around. If there was one thing that MajorPushers got bullied with yesterday, it was some of the hyper-aggressive plays that were going down on Party Crasher specifically. It feels like, MajorPushers are a team where if you give them a little bit of space, if you give them their setup, if they can get into their bunkers and their spots and hold the angles that they choose to straight out the gate, they're good to go. They tether off of one another very nicely. They stick grouped very cleanly. But if you can just kind of slap them across the face with a surprise straight in the first 10-15 seconds of the round, I do feel like MajorPushers struggle to maintain, right? They can't hang on when everything starts shaking all around them. So if I'm SCARZ, that's my game plan today. I'm thinking, if we're playing across 5 maps, I'm just going to play it quick, I'm going to play it fast, and I'm going to reassert myself as this dominant player in the European region. That should be SCARZ game plan versus MajorPushers, because ironically, despite being named MajorPushers, they lost to the MajorPushes.
God. Scrawny, one of the many things I love about you are some of these one-liners that come out of nowhere to zing us. You know what? We're going to go ahead and call it on our desk pre-show here today, because, of course, we got to get into that match number 1, find out if SCARZ is going to take it, if MajorPushers will indeed push them, and if not, what the outcome will be. And for that, we will throw to a break, but right back afterwards, you're going to find out with Mark and Dan, Onset and Gaskin. We'll be right back.
He looks like an Xbox guy, doesn't he?
Look like an Xbox guy, he said? Okay, bro.
What's the first game I ever played? Counter-Strike Source, RuneScape, or Half-Life 2?
But I'm pretty sure you played RuneScape first, because I hear you talking about RuneScape all the time.
It has to be RuneScape.
One should go RuneScape, the other one should go Half-Life.
Which one you go?
I'm gonna go for Half-Life.
Okay, bro, I go B then. Yeah, RuneScape.
Both are wrong.
What the f?
Bro, what?
Man. When did you start playing video games? When you were 15?
I was like 11. My favorite legend is Wraith, Gibby, or Pathfinder.
I'm gonna say Pathfinder, but his brain turns to GB probably. I said, oh no, I like GB.
Yeah, we're gonna say Pathfinder. He's gonna be like, what? Oh, it's Wraith, guys. That's what I played from the start.
Bro, stop, please. It has to be. It has to be Path.
Pathfinder, I'm done.
It has to be Path. He always plays Path.
How the fuck both of you got both wrong?
Monday, you pissed me off. You started my day with me off, dude.
A legend I think need nerfing. Wraith, Valkyrie, Bloodhound.
Bloodhound. C.
C.
Yeah, it has to be C. It has to be.
Bloodhound is the only OP out of this 3.
And the answer is C, Bloodhound. First game consoles I owned was PS2, Xbox, Game Boy.
He looks like an Xbox guy, doesn't he?
Look like an Xbox guy, he said? Okay, bro.
And I'm like 4 years older than you, so I don't think you got PS2. I think PS2 was already out by the time you started gaming. I would probably say it's Xbox.
C.
B.
It's A.
No, shut up, dude.
No.
It's A.
How the fuck is PS2 the first one?
It was, man. I was so happy with my brother, bro. That was the first one we had at home, bro. That was crazy.
My favorite arenas map. Phase Runner, Overflow, or Party Crashes?
So B, don't do it.
It's B.
C.
Yeah, the answer is B.
I knew it. Dude, I can see it. I can see it on Bron's face. Dude, when I said B, he was like,
What is my favorite hop-up? Choke, Hammer Point, on Disruptors.
I'm going with C, Disruptor. He was. I think I remember him saying, Alternator Disruptor will be really cool now and shit. Like
maybe it's just choke because he liked PK back then. B.
C.
It's correct. Disruptor is correct. Patient.
Yeah. Dude, let's go.
Dude, no shot.
Well, the warmest of welcomes to everybody, and game one is just around the corner. And what a game we've got to start today. Onset and Gaskin going to be talking you through the action, and SCARZ versus MajorPushers. Dan, I can't think of many better ways to start off a wonderful day of Apex Arenas.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because I think SCARZ were disappointing yesterday. They kind of scraped through with the skin of their teeth against a Forg gang who had to find a replacement due to a disconnect or a PC issue. And I think they want to kind of show why they're in this tournament and why they are one of the best 3v3 teams in Battle Royale usually. But MajorPushers on the other side have just been extremely impressive. They looked very solid in Arena and seem to have more of a game plan than SCARZ do. And that worries me a little bit because it seems like those who have put time in, those who have practiced, have come up on top for the most part during this tournament.
I think one interesting thing to take away is the little bit of the pipe bomb that was dropped on the desk, right? Which is, predictions-wise, we're all going pretty much the same way, which when you've got 8 talented teams in our bracket like we do, and we were saying, you know, every game is going to be extremely close, there seems to be something which is separating the teams at the moment. And MajorPushers, everybody has chosen MajorPushers as the win. What do you think the reason for that is? Do you think it's just because of SCARZ didn't quite look at their best yesterday, whereas MajorPushers just looked pretty much flawless?
I think because there's not much research to go off when it comes to arenas and performance, we can only base it on what we've seen on that particular day. And SCARZ didn't look good. SCARZ were very close to being eliminated from the competition to a team that had to use a substitute in the end. MajorPushers, however, looked a lot more comfortable. The team that they took down seemed to be more of a competition than Forg Gang were with their substitute as well. So I think when you put all of those things together, you just kind of assume that MajorPushers should carry on that form into today. But as we say, we haven't seen that much arenas. We haven't had the chance where all these top teams have been competing against one another. So there's only so much you can go off. We don't have the analytical data to say, oh, well, you know, if it's on party crashes, it means X team's going to win. So I think this could go either way. I think all of us are just kind of basing our predictions on, you know, what we've seen yesterday and the performances that were there.
Now, one thing I will throw into the mix here, because you know me, I love to throw a little bit of a spanner into the works, is when SCARZ are put up against the team and they're put on the back foot. This is when we see them perform at their best. Now, I'm sure that, you know, Mandy's probably in the chat, RPR is definitely probably in the chat, and I'm sure that Tashin is doing his thing as well. And I'm sure they're listening to what's being said on the desk right now, and they're thinking, hey, hold on a minute, just a little reminder to everyone. And I saw a little response from RPR to Sweet Dreams on Twitter as well, saying, hey, it's 10th place Andy coming in and having an opinion, which is the kind of thing that kind of gets them fired up, right? So I think we might see a little bit of a different SCARZ today, just because of the fact that, you know, it seems like we're putting them falling out of the tournament here in this single elimination bracket.
Well, I think it's because we look at SCARZ and we know what insane players they are. We know what the shots that they can hit. We know the damage output. But we've realized, I think, if not this weekend, that there is a bit more of a strategic background to arenas that maybe we hadn't seen at the first surface. Loba being introduced and stealing away the meds, the kind of like economy management that you need to try and go for, especially with Black Market and Loba. The fact you can't really buy a weapon, maybe an EVA 8 alongside the Black Market in round 1. And the strategy has been different across this tournament as well. We've had some teams who have been playing very slow, very methodical, who seem to know where they want to position themselves, going for flanks every now and then, don't want to get caught out. And then you've got those who have just kind of rushing at the other team using the launch pad from Octane and whatnot. And I think SCARZ are in a place where they don't really know which playstyle they want to go for. They want to be aggressive because they know what a fantastic 3v3 team they are, but at the same time, they're playing against slow teams that they're like, okay, well, maybe we should play slow as well. And I feel like SCARZ just need to play their own game, play what they're comfortable with, and that is just fighting. So maybe we do need to see a little bit more aggression, but that's all three of them pushing together, not trying to flank. RPR got caught out a few times yesterday, so I'd like to see them all at least on the same page.
We'll have to see how they do perform. One team that did perform extremely well yesterday, and you can see it from our predictions on the desk, every single person is backing them to go through today, and that is MajorPushers. And always one of those teams, like I mentioned yesterday, whenever you speak to pros, whenever you do a little bit of an interview, you get a bit of background information before tournaments, I usually ask what teams do you not want to face in a straight 3v3? And MajorPushers pops up so often because of their mechanical ability. And I think yesterday we saw that. When it was something that I've taken away from arenas, I also mentioned yesterday, it's the first time sometimes we get to see these teams throughout consistent 3v3 battles, and you can start to appreciate just how good mechanically these three players are.
And mechanical individual skill is everything. Like, how many times have we seen it come down to kind of a 1v1 where there's just a slither of health, or maybe it's just one jump or one crouch that can make the difference, and the snapping ability to be able to switch from one target to another in a 1 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3. For the majority, we don't see 1v1s cropping up every single time. Usually one team just stomps on the other one once they've managed to down and they all push in. But there is that just, kind of occasion where you'll have someone go clutch and they will turn around a 2v3 or turn around a 1 versus 2. And those can be the differences from being knocked out of the tournament to actually progressing, because you may be on match point, or your opponent may be on match point, and you have to clutch up.
Well, here we go then. It looks like we're ready for our first game of the day. I'm excited about this one, Dan. We're going on to Party Crasher. It's going to be SCARZ taking on MajorPushers. Every single game is going to be a banger today, but we're going to find out who is the best in the world. And Dan Gaskin, my friend, it's clobbering time.
And I've got bad news for SCARZ fans. There's only 2 members of SCARZ in the lobby at the moment. Taishin, as far as I'm aware, isn't here yet. And there was a hard cut-off time of 2 p.m. CEST. Otherwise, they would have to find a substitute or players of 2. It looks like SCARZ are going to wait players of 2 and hope that Taishin will be back for the next one. So MajorPushers have the advantage already here in match number 1, but who knows? Maybe SCARZ can still pull something out here.
Well, Together's going to have to be very careful here, and he is going to use that grapple to get away. And you've got to give some credit here for SCARZ for elongating this and making it as difficult as possible for their opponents here, MajorPushers. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe it gives Taishin a few more moments to get into the game. The longer that SCARZ can take, as RPR is finally taken down, maybe they will have an opportunity to find their way back into this game. Kind of a little bit of a turn of the tables as MajorPushers do take that first round. Obviously, they went up against Forg yesterday, who had similar problems, so maybe just a little bit of karma here for SCARZ.
And overnight and this morning, I've been kind of thinking a lot about the economy in Apex and how important it is to utilize the ultimate abilities in early rounds, especially Loba, especially Octane and Pathfinder, depending on the map. For example, on Gardens, Pathfinder Zip's very important, the Launchpad is very important as well. On most maps, Loba's Black Market is extremely important. Loba's Black Market costs 200 credits. In round 1, you start with 550. So if you're going to buy the Black Market, that leaves you with 350 credits. The only guns you can buy outside of the Mozambique and the P2020 is the RE45 and the EVA 8. So we're seeing a lot of people run meds alongside the Black Market and then just going Mozambique and P2020. Then in the next round, when you start with 800 credits, that's when you can start to have a gun. But I did see a discussion on Twitter as, do we think Loba is important? And it was, I think it was Nasty from Aqualix who said, I think it is not important. It puts you out of position. It means you don't have the advantage when it comes to map control. And all it is for a few meds that you have in the early game, when actually, if you have map control, you can just dominate and hold out a team.
Oh my. Look at this from RPR. They managed to get one knock here, SCARZ, and I'm telling you what, this wouldn't be outside of the realms of possibility for Mandy to clutch up. He gets one. Now it's a straight 1v1. Mozambique inside the bubble, slides out for a moment, reloads that wingman. One more shot here, and it will be SCARZ, but no. I tell you what, even though it's a 2v3, SCARZ, they really put up a good fight.
Yeah, and I know I'm waffling about economy, and it's because I think this particular map is well, I think this map's over. I think 3v2 in Arena is next to impossible. Credit to SCARZ there. I mean, they've brought it very close, but you have to imagine MajorPushers are probably thinking, look, let's just run through this one. Let's get it finished as quick as possible. Let's push them, because the likelihood is the quicker this game's over, the less likely it is that Taishin's going to be back, or we're going to force them to get a substitute. Either way, that's an advantage for them. It is a shame. I don't know where Taishin is. I don't know if there is issues and whatnot, but SCARZ are just going to have to play with what they've got in front of them. And I imagine it means going one map down. It is a best of 5 as a reminder today, so at least that does give them a bit more time.
It certainly does, and now we're going to see the Devos coming out, and I just wonder if we're going to see this more. We saw this from Orgless and Hungary yesterday. The Devo with the turbocharger on is certainly one of the nastiest weapons in Apex Legends, and when you've got 3 players running against you as a 2, well, that's how quickly it will end, as MajorPushers will take home map number 1 here in an unfortunate 2v3 scenario for SCARZ Europe. Hopefully Taishin is on his way, and we can get back to some proper competition in our next map. But they did the job, Dan. That's really all you can say about that one. There's not too much to analyze. MajorPushers did the job. They get the win on the board.
So 3 versus 2. You have a player advantage. You're going to win that game 9 times out of 10. That's all there is to say. But with the Devotion talk you were mentioning, wasn't it Orgless and Hungary versus MajorPushers yesterday, where Devotion was just being brought out? And to be fair, Orgless and Hungary were very close to winning that game as well because of those Devotion pushes. But MajorPushers were able to hold off a sheer amount of aggression. And it seems like they've learned something here. They said, hey, well, maybe let's just throw it into our own game. It's a 3 versus 2. Let's finish it off quickly. What's the best way? Oh, yeah, that Devotion that almost caused us to fall out of the tournament yesterday. But a shame for SCARZ. I do hope that Taishin will be back, because even though we've all predicted MajorPushers, right, I think there is a lot of that in the back of our heads where we kind of want SCARZ to turn up and do well because they are one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see the most competitive match. This is, by the way, some of the replays from yesterday, Orgless and Hungary versus MajorPushers that you were talking about, where the Devos did come into play, and all of a sudden we were like, hey, the economy is allowing this, if you get a couple of rounds on the board, to get multiple Devotions with the turbocharger, which is kind of the kicker, right? To do so much damage. It was very different if the turbocharger wasn't the hop-up, which was on the Devo. I don't think we'd be seeing it at all, just because you can't do any poke damage, and, you know, it's going to have that wind-up where, you know, you're going to take 2 or 3 shots, but especially when a player is peeking behind cover like we have seen so much today. So I think it's one of those things in Apex arenas at the moment. Everyone's finding out which is I would say the biggest DPS loadout that you can put together with the amount of credits that you do have in the back pocket. I do think it needs a little bit of tweaking. I've said this before. I feel like getting the flatline right off the bat, for example, is pretty strong, considering it's probably the best and most versatile weapon that we have at the moment in Apex Legends. But I mean, we are seeing variation as well in weaponry. That's something that, you know, you alluded to there with Loba picks. It kind of restricts you on what you can have in your hands as a player for that first round. But then we're seeing people play around the care package because of that, trying to develop that strategy and recognizing that, you know, even if I only have to survive and do a little bit of damage with the Mozam, or, you know, a few bullets with the P20, it's going to burn away meds. It's going to allow us to push up onto a care package. And then all of a sudden, not only have we got a med advantage, but if we secure the care package, we've probably got a weaponry advantage in the first round as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Mozambique, even though it is pretty trash at times, it can, even from distance, do some damage to at least force a shield cell out of your opponent. And you only start with 2 shield cells. It costs, what, 75 to buy 2 more. And you're probably not going to be spending 75 to buy 2 shield cells when, for example, you want a flatline in the first round, which is 550. And that is the entirety of all the credits you've been given. So you have literally nothing aside from the free syringe and free cells that you're given. Maybe you'll be able to buy something if you go for a wingman, which is only 500. That gives you an extra 50 credits. But even then, you can buy one extra med kit. So Mozambique can do some damage. It really can kind of deplete those resources and elongate around so that you can go for care packages, as you say. So there is a lot of things that come into the equation with it. When you talk about balance and weapon changes and costs, we are going to have ranked arena. And I think that means we've got the chance now for a lot of data to be had.
Very, very true. Well, this is some of the short but sweet replays that we're going to see from our first map here, and it is going to be all MajorPushers highlights, almost all MajorPushers highlights, just to say, because SCARZ were very, very close to pulling off a really crazy 2v3. Unfortunately, just didn't get that last shot off that we did see a little bit earlier, but this is just Devos running at you, and that's the last thing you want to see as a player. Jump pads and fully stocked Devotions, especially when you're only 2 and you've got 3 players flying at you. But now we're going to move over to our next map, which is going to be Phase Runner. This was SCAR's pick, I believe, and this is where they won a game yesterday. Although it should be said, you know, a little bit of controversy. We had the disconnection, all of that. We have to throw that in there. But their pick, so they obviously feel more confident on this map than they did Party Crasher. Hopefully we can get Taishin back into this one. Otherwise, it's difficult to talk about, right? You know, what do you want us to say that hasn't been said at the moment because of the fact that it's going to be a 2v3 otherwise, unless they can find a sub. Here's a question for you: who would you bring in that's not in the tournament right now to substitute into SCARS?
Hardeki? Easy.
Oh, that wasn't that hard, was it? I was hoping you might say me.
No, I mean, it would definitely be... Gambit aren't in the tournament because they didn't get this far. So we saw what Hardeki did. So that's where I'd go.
Heartbroken. While we get the next game set up, we're going to jump into a quick break. But as I say, when we get back, map number 2 is coming your way. And we're going to be heading over to Fates Runner.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. I'm not playing this game, man.
I'm in the lead.
Please give him a death slide.
Look at this wall jump.
Ah, wait! Yeah! No!
I blocked it all.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. Yeah, keep hitting like that. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh no, you actually griefed me right there.
Oh!
No!
Keeping the wall jump.
I'm nervous.
Oh, no, don't block me!
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
No! Nice, dude. You're faster. Even though you were 30. You're a rotation king.
I just took all the jump towers.
Okay, face. Okay. Smart, bro. Holy moly.
I did some calculations, dude.
I was like, where you used the first grapple, I thought like you will not have it after here.
Yeah, I had to crouch in area. I had 41 seconds. There was 1 second when I got to the wall.
you calculated that grapple, bro.
Welcome back to Blast Titans, everyone, and breaking news here. Unfortunately, it does seem like we've got not the start we would have wanted, to put it into the simplest words I can think of. Unfortunately, it looks like SCARZ.EU will be forfeiting this game because Taishin, who you just saw in the VT, is not live in the game. So they've decided to step away from this game, which will mean that MajorPushers is going through. Dan, good thing is, my prediction is right, and so is yours as well. So we can take that away. I mean, we look smarter maybe than we thought we did.
Yeah, it seems like this side of the bracket is cursed. Forg gang have a disconnect, SCARZ go through, SCARZ, Taishin doesn't turn up. Rumor has it, Forg gang actually have kidnapped Taishin in just an attempt to try and make up for the fact that they got knocked out because of the disconnect. So credit to Forg gang, congrats on them to make sure that SCARZ are out. But it means MajorPushers are through, and they will play the winners of Kungarna and 789. I mean, this bracket looks so tasty. I mean, it is a shame.
Spicy, innit?
It is a shame that SCARZ have gone, because I do think they could have caused a bit of a ruckus in this bracket. But then when you look at potentially Kungarna versus MajorPushers, or even 789 could cause an upset there. Myztro versus Aqualix. I mean, that game is getting me licking my lips already.
Yeah, that's going to be a battle of the IQs, I feel, that game. It's going to be a very tactical battle. A little chat with Naski yesterday in the DMs, winding him up, obviously, to start with. But then when we went into something a little bit more serious, he was saying, we've got some secret strats we're going to bring out. Please don't tell anyone what they are. So I've got him in the palm of my hand at the moment where I could reveal all of these strategies. But I'm not going to do that, Dan, because I'm a nice guy, unless something happens where I change my mind. But that's going to do us for now. We're going to take a little bit of an elongated break just before we get into our next game. So please stay with us. But when we do get back, we'll have our next game coming up. And it's going to be Kungarna versus 789. So bear with us. We'll be back in just a few.
As a team, we're super excited to play.
So we can finally compete again and have some fun in this game.
We've been playing super well recently, and I'm only looking forward to it. We're going to win it all, I'm sure of it.
The toughest opponent, I would say, is Beavers, Alliance, and Gambit. Those three teams are really scary.
Maybe Alliance or Team Phantom.
I'm looking out for the unknown Russian teams. They are usually insanely good mechanically and spend a lot of time on Kovacs, so I'm afraid of the unknown Russian teams.
I would say SCARZ and Aqualix.
We really bring sort of a very level-headed, engaging, and quite funny at times communication to the Apex scene.
I think our team synergy in general is one of the best in the world.
Competitives have to fear us because we have a clutch king Herdeki, and no one can beat him in clutch moments.
We are a really confident team, and we always respect our calls. We're always ready for anything.
Other competitors should fear us because Yuki and Del are the best fighters in the game, undoubtedly, period. And I'm the best idea in the world, for sure.
We are ready to crush the competition.
Keep your eyes on NAVI. We'll see you on the finish line.
Let's bring this home. SCARZ up.
Team Endeavour's gonna bring it. We're gonna win.
We're here at Blast Islands. We are ready to win. Let's go.
Oh, I keep falling down. Ah, I can't.
The enemy, dude.
Oh.
Don't pull me down, dude.
Oh. Oh. I kind of fell, I'm gonna lie.
Oh no, Shiv!
No, not like this.
Shiv.
No.
I'm far ahead of you right now, you know that, right?
Oh man. Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
You see me?
Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
Shiv, come on, don't be nervous.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no, here comes a climb! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you put me down! Oh no! Oh no, I'm falling down!
Dude,
oh,
Shiv.
Oh!
I'm far ahead of you right now.
No! I keep falling down! Ah! I can't! Ah! I keep falling!
No shot, dude, come on.
Man, listen, okay, it was over from the beginning, you know, when the first fall, that one ended it for me, No! Oh man. Alright, that's it. That's it, I guess. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I almost hit up, dude.
Oh my gosh. Bunker.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh, at 19 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, Shiv.
No.
We're hungrier than ever. We are gonna get that trophy. Hello, my name is Jon Håkansson, also known as Hackis in game.
Hello, my name is Simon Bellini, known as Wives, and I play for Team Alliance.
Hey, what is up? Is Kagwin, also known as IPN.
Our team got formed about a year and a half ago.
I was one of the core members back then, and then we had to do some changes to the roster, and we took in Hakis because he was a great in-game leader. Later, we discovered that we needed a third.
We were basically going through the trials and found the perfect fit.
I got scouted out and I picked me up from the trash can.
So we have the perfect mix of a team, and we've been playing together for a while.
We got 3 roles in our team, and that's in-game leader, support, and flex.
I'm the IGL captain and entry fragger.
He's a great leader, and he got a great voice for it.
He's also the playmaker. He can play any character, but he's mostly on Wraith.
I'm playing the support role. I give as much information to the team as possible.
He protects our back by shooting people away. He basically just deals a lot of damage and makes sure that people are afraid of us.
I play Flex, which basically means I can play absolutely any character, mostly the character that our captain, Hakis, wants us to play.
He does everything, both aggressive plays and defensive plays.
He's been top 10 on 4 different characters in every final of the major tournament so far, which is insane.
We're good listeners, we listen to each other. We want to, of course, be the best together.
We've always focused on ourselves, and as long as we do good, we don't care who's in front of us. We literally just focus on our game. As far as weaknesses, I don't think we have any.
The team that I'm thinking about has to be SCARZ, because they showed in the championship that they can really play the game.
What are the weaknesses? I would say the worst part about them is that they don't have any weakness.
So I'm kind of scared of them.
Our team is joining up in the Blast Titans to win. We are here to win. Anything else is a huge loss.
When it comes to managing the economy, I'm kind of at the approach that you need to win every round in arenas. So I pretty much spend all my economy every round. My role within my team is the IGL.
I'm the one getting info a lot and tell it to my teammates, so I'm the first guy.
I'm a very methodical player, but once we get the entry damage, I'm a very aggressive player. So we probably prefer close range mostly. Like, we don't really go for snipers at all. We mostly play like assault rifles or shotguns, and we force the close range fights where we feel like we're better than most teams.
My favorite category of weapons are like close range shotguns and SMGs and pistols. I'm usually the first guy in the fight and getting openers and stuff like that, so close range is best for me.
I definitely prefer assault rifles, even in arenas as well. I prefer the flatline mostly, and I usually only go for like level 1 to 2 flatline and then having an evade by the side. It's my preferred choice for sure. In the opening round, I would purchase the flatline since I feel like it's very strong for the first round and it suits my playstyle more than, say, the wingman, for example.
I usually just go for a wingman and upgrade the Mozambique ones, so that's usually my round 1.
Personally, I don't feel like you can really get anything out of the last 50, so I usually just save them. I don't feel like buying a syringe is worth it, for instance.
I mean, it's just like extra 50 I have left, so why not?
The main reason I wouldn't go for something cheaper is because you only have such a low amount of economy in the first round. So I feel like focusing on your primary weapon is more important, since you start with a Mozambique or a P2020 anyways. And then you can always go for the materials like the shield batteries that are already in the match, instead of focusing on buying that in the first round.
I will say wingman is like one of the best weapons, so I usually use wingman every time. If I would have infinite money in arenas, I will buy a purple wingman and a purple bolt Eva, and then all the heals I can get.
I would have a fully kitted flatline and a fully kitted evade, and then maybe a couple shield batteries, frag grenades, arc stars.
I will buy all the batteries and shield cells and 3 arc stars and everything.
I'd probably buy all of them if money was no object. I'd probably have zipline and grapple or like 5 jump pads, I guess, if it was no object.
It's just too many good guns. People gonna flame me if they see Hemlock on F.
Hi, I'm Hackis from Alliance.
My name is Taishin.
And we're doing a tier list. The Peacekeeper is a pretty heavy shotgun. It is a little bit slow, but it packs a heavy punch.
This gun is pretty OP if you hit your shots. But if you don't, of course you die fast. I would rate this Peacekeeper gun to S tier.
I'll probably put the Peacekeeper in A tier.
I usually don't use Hemlock because I'm not used to 3 burst guns.
The Hemlock is a burst curve weapon. It deals a lot of damage. I would put the gun in the B tier.
But I would rate this gun as a B tier.
Sentinel is basically like a mini Kraber.
Sentinel, that's my baby. I would rate that on S tier.
Using cells in competitive gameplay is not very good. C.
Literally, if I see that gun, I'm picking that gun up.
L-Star is a pretty obnoxious gun. It can blur a lot of vision.
That's a pretty good gun, but the recoil of the gun is pretty hard to control.
I think I'm gonna put L-Star at C.
I would rank that gun to C.
The Mozambique did get a recent buff, but you still would never use it in competitive setting.
F. Mozambique is an F tier. I don't like that gun.
I'll put this at the lowest tier.
Alternator is a pretty good gun.
The Alternator also got a recent buff. It deals a decent amount of damage, but the gun in general is just way too slow.
It has a slow fire rate, but if you can control it, it really beams.
I'll put this right above the B.
I actually want to put that gun on B.
High risk, high reward gun.
Wingman. That's the gun I always use, and if I see it, I always pick it up.
Can do a lot of damage. It is pretty versatile. Put the Wingman in B tier.
Sentinel is my absolute bae, but the Wingman just hits different.
Deals a lot of damage. It's very consistent.
G7 Scout. It's a pretty good poke gun in competitive, especially in early fights.
Yeah, I think I want to put the Scout on A tier.
That gun should deserve a B tier.
It's kind of hard to hit long range.
I like Bojek. It fits my gameplay. It's a really good gun. I'm hitting all the shots with it, almost. I'm really confident with that gun.
Close range, you're probably not gonna get a lot of shots in before the enemy kills you.
That goes on A tier.
I don't think it makes the list. So the Flatline is by far the best gun in the game at the moment.
Flatline is a hard gun to control, but if you do, you're just beaming that guy.
I am 100% putting this on F tier.
I'm gonna rank that gun on A tier.
Team Endeavour is hoping to beat every team in the BLAST tournament.
My name is Jamie, also known as BLAST, and I play for the team known as Endeavour.
So Endeavour originally formed in like 2020.
We've made history from there.
There are currently 4 roles within our team. There is our coach, which is MF, our IGL, which is Noises.
Then we have Bryn, who's kind of our fragger. He's our Wraith main. His mechanics are just absolutely insane.
We have Blast, who's playing support.
We're a really fast rotate team. We prioritize zones and rotations and get in the best position possible.
I'd say one of our biggest strengths is our mentality. Even when we're doing really badly, we can always bring it back.
If I was to describe my teammates, I would say that Bryn is very much a calm, collective, methodical player.
Blast's biggest strength is his incredible aim, and then he brings an incredible amount of energy to the team.
Noises is one of the most confident and determined people I've ever met.
When we're playing our playstyle correctly, I think we all 3 synergize very well together to produce the best results.
So our biggest rivals in the tournament is probably Aqualix.
Their playstyle is the most similar to ours, so the chances of us running into them is extremely high.
If we want Godspot, they'll want Godspot as well, so it kind of makes it hard to just get what we want.
Nice job, Bryn.
I think we have a really good chance of winning Blast Titans.
That #1 spot's all ours.
To anyone who supports us and my team,
just thank you guys so much.
You guys really do mean the world to us.
I hope we make you proud in this tournament.
It's getting hard now.
Oh man, professional player doesn't know.
What? Dude, come on! No way!
Where we're going, we don't need seatbelts.
What?
I think that's Mirage.
That sounds pretty troll. I would say that is Mirage.
Octane? Oh, I never played Valk, so that's why.
I'm here to watch your back, brother.
I think that sounds like Gibraltar.
Because Gibraltar's all about watching your back and stuff like that.
That is obviously Gibraltar, brother. Oh, good.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Bangalore.
That sounds like Bangalore.
That sounds a lot like Bangalore.
It is, okay.
This experiment will sort out the capable from the incompetent.
There's no one else talking like that. It's Caustic.
Caustic.
The experiment and the desire to kill everyone, that's how I knew it's Caustic.
The place between life and death is where I feel most alive.
That sounds like Octane.
That's Caustic.
That's a hard one, I don't know. I say Wraith.
Wait, what? Okay, I thought Caustic was the guy about like life and death and stuff like that.
They call this place secure? We'll see about that.
I guess that's Loba.
I'm not sure. Fuse, maybe?
Sounds like Crypto. Wants to hack everything.
I'm a crypto player. How did I not know?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
I think that was Lifeline. I'm not sure though.
Pathfinder.
Oh, that's Lifeline. We have a job to do. Yep, that's Lifeline.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. Yeah.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
Okay, that's Mirage.
Wait. This is not my final answer, but that must be Pathfinder because of how goofy he is, right?
That is Fuse. That's not?
That's Mirage? Okay, I gotta step it up. I don't even know.
Being human is overrated.
Yeah, that's Pathfinder.
I have no clue.
Pathfinder. He's the only non-human, right? What? Dude, come on! No way!
Oh man, professional player doesn't know. What? Can we just cut all of this?
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
It's getting hard now.
I've said Pathfinder so many times, this has to be Pathfinder, statistically.
Maybe Rampart?
That is right.
We're trying to beat all the teams. We're really coming into this to win this. Hi, I'm Jordan. I go by Legiloli in game. I'm from the UK. I play for Team Forg. The team was formed when me and Faye were looking for a new third. We saw that Ro was available, so we tried him out and liked him as a fit for the team. So ever since then, we've been playing under the team as a Forg. My teammates are both mechanically gifted players and also very smart. Fairness is our lead IGL, and that helps a lot having that final decision making. So I would say we all give input into our decisions, and it's quite a strength for the team. Although this is a strength, it also leads to our weakness, and it's being too slow to sometimes make decisions due to overloading with ideas. However, we're always improving on this, and come the tournament finals, I don't think this will be an issue for our team. Being a lesser known team, I would say we don't have many rivals, but when we're in game, we definitely notice quite a few teams vying for the spots that they know we like to play. It really depends on the zone, which teams will be our rivals. I'm definitely confident in our team to be able to win the Blast Titans tournament. We just got to bring our A game when it matters. We want to obviously win the Blast Titans tournament, but I wouldn't be overly upset with a top 5 finish.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bam boop. Fool 'em. You got bamboozled. Look at you.
And welcome back to Blast Titans. Thanks so much for sticking with us through that break. Scrawny, give us sort of the latest on what we can say about SCARZ Gaming.
Yeah, like I think it's time, we just got to put a nail in the coffin. Sadly, unfortunately, Tai Sheen, a mishap that obviously he's not going to be happy with himself about, but it just, it kind of screws everything over, right? We didn't want to be sitting here for a break, an extended break. We wanted to rather be in our first quarterfinals, but that's not the reality of the situation. The reason that, of course, SCARZ can't field a substitution is because it's not technically a technical issue. Yesterday, Forg Gang brought in a new kid, but that was because they had internet problems. It's an actual tech problem. This isn't a tech problem. It's a Tai Sheen problem. Navi as well, switching out a player was done like weeks in advance, so it's not fair to, I'd say, the rest of the competitors to change the SCARZ timing it's not fair to their competition. So we just, we had to put an end to it, and SCARZ had the chance to play it 2v3. I completely respect their decision not to. I feel like that would be just a further waste of people's time. So we've advanced the schedule, guys. All right. First quarterfinals done. Let's just put a nail in it, move along, get into what's going to be a very good day of arenas, Kate.
Boy, and that's a great way to segue into our next round. Of course, Kungarna versus 789. Now, Launders, when we were offline just moments ago in the green room virtually, I said I really, really wanted to vote for my prediction for 789, but I had to go with Kungarna, and it sounds like the rest of our talent also picked Kungarna. Talk to me a little bit about what they bring to this match.
It's what they don't. It'd be a short segment if we talk about what they don't bring, because they've just been really consistent in all categories of the game, and then they're also bringing that over into not just from BR, but into the into arenas as well. They're just super strong, talented players across the board. Probably overall, most consistent team that has played so far BLAST Apex, and they just cannot be slept on. And they absolutely destroyed Morningstars, who destroyed Phoenix Legacy. So Morningstar is the first team we're like, whoa, how good are they going to be? And then Kungarna just showed them a whole new level, which showed us that there are levels to this game. So we can't sleep on Kungarna, even though 789 had a fantastic match yesterday versus Underrated. That was very, very fun to watch.
They did. I always thought of Underrated and Endeavour as two relatively consistent, relatively similar teams in terms of balance, and both were out there in that time. But let's talk Scrawny 789. They have obviously been on the scene for a while. Two of their members, and the name itself, they came into the preseason invitational in 2019, I think it was. Maybe it's 2018. Gosh, what is time to take it all there? And since then, they've been, relatively inconsistent, but came out swinging during this tournament.
Yeah, the last couple of years, Kate, I think are a little wishy-washy, so don't fret about it. What is time? It goes by. It's not that important. What is important is the gameplay we saw from 789 yesterday. I like this moment. I was actually going to highlight this, so production, dead on. This was a really fun 1v1 between Jazaz and Esdesu. I think one thing we saw from 789 yesterday was like a good amount of team communication. Their swarming ability was definitely on point. In that 1v1 particularly as well, I'd say like they just had control of the game. And when they switched onto Thermal Station, which was the third and decider map of that BO3, they started to shred heads. So we can't forget that 789 did get smoked 0-3 in the first map yesterday on Party Crasher. It felt like maybe they were going to get, taken down by Underrated until they turned things around on the second and third map. So again, I would say like, points to resiliency and points to the like team-centric swarm-focused attacks that we saw from them.
I love it. And as we take a look at the map picks, I do want to bring up the fact that 789 has been fielding Loba, as Desu's been on Loba for, for a long time now. They fielded a Loba back in the ALGS championships. I mean, so they know that legend through and through for sure. Whereas a lot of these players, a lot of these teams come at arenas new, and they come at bringing that Loba legend into arenas as sort of a new thing as well. So I thought I'd throw that in there. Launders, as we know, this is a best of 5, so every map could potentially be played. But we've got our first pick, our first map, Artillery.
Yes, this is it feels like Artillery is where the best separate themselves from the rest. It feels like some of the most stompy games we've seen so far have been on Artillery, and some of the best teams at the event have just kind of used it as their playground to show off how good they are with a number of moves. I mean, their attacks, their long-range duels. I think it's one map where for sure there is a case for picking up a scout, picking up a sentinel, picking up a repeater if you want to. You know, you have lots of space, lots of time, and you can get a lot of shots off. And honestly, it really showed how little cover there was when it came to sitting on the rooftops and stuff like that, when there was a scope on you at all times. So I really think this map's about keeping its distance, and the long-range aimers have a big advantage.
Well, Artillery may have a lot of distance and time, but we don't. We're hopping into our next game featuring 789 and Kungarna. I had to look at my notes there for a second. So many teams, so many games, so little time. So let's throw it over to Onset and Gaskin. Let's go, boys.
Let's go indeed. I'm excited for this one, Dan. I've just had a series taken away from me. What am I meant to do with that energy? Well, I transfer it over to now. So I'm sorry for everyone who's going to be watching. I'm sorry for you, but I'm kind of hyped up. I've been sat in my chair. I want to cast some Apex, Dan. I want to get this series going.
As you should. This is exactly what we wanted, right? We wanted just some good games of Apex, and I think that's what we're going to get right here, right now. Potentially one of the toughest games to call as well, because Kungarna have been absolutely phenomenal all tournament round, but 789 showed something that made me think, you know what, they could be the underdogs to win this entire thing if they were able to do what they were doing yesterday. So I'm excited to see who's able to win this Battle of the Brains, but looking at the compositions, do I see a fuse?
Yes, there's the cluster. That's going to give you the information you need. Is it a misclick, or is it a little bit of a investment in something new? We'll have to see how the rounds progress. As you can see, that it's actually going to be Sanya who is on Octane. It's going to be Estesu who's changed over from Loba to Fuse, and I wonder if that is, like you say, a little bit of a surprise pick, a little bit of roll of the dice, or maybe there's something more behind it. 789, though, are going to have a pretty good split across the map, as are Kungarna to start this one off. 2 players up top and 1 left behind here by 789. Sanya's kind of realized maybe they might have a 2v1 situation, so he was trying to push over to take control of that high ground. JMW is going to be forced, and now 789 have complete control of this side of the map, down. And as we know, high ground, it's always a good place to start your game.
So the only reasoning I can think to Fuse is the fact you can carry 6 grenades rather than 3, if I remember correctly, here in Arena. So you've got double the amount of grenades, which can be, well, it could be an absolute terror to the other team.
Explosive, Dan.
Yeah, I mean,
it could be explosive.
It could be various different ways of exploding your opponent. When we think about the whole package meta game of just trying to play around it and how difficult it would be if there was just grenades coming from every direction, you know what? Maybe it'll work. I think we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out here, especially in Artillery.
I'm going to give a shout out to someone I play arenas with, Swigs. He's a big Fuse fan for arenas because of the fact that he doesn't have to buy a gun. He doesn't have to shoot his gun because he just uses a knuckle cluster and 6 grenades, which might be, like you're saying, one of the smartest things all of a sudden that we've seen in Apex. But for now, it's going to be Kungarna who are on the back foot. They've been pushed inside of this building, but look at the flank up top that believe... Actually, excuse me, that's not a flank. That is a member of 789. And now Kungarna are going to have to make a little bit of a take-back strategy here, Dan. Something we saw them do very effectively yesterday.
Yeah, you've got to see that there's a lot of different strategies to play in Arena. And if you have a team that's above you, you need to have some sort of idea about how you want to either engage in that fight or find your way to a position where they can't exactly take advantage of the high ground that they do manage to have. And at the moment, 789 are just playing on the fact that they can rain down hell from above. And their oppositions, well, it's about just trying to edge their way in. And Graceful, unfortunately, has been caught out here, and you've really just got to hope that you can't be beamed from several directions.
Yeah, Graceful is on Wraith, and I wonder if he can jump into the Void again. That'll be a question so he can cover that ground. But for now, it's all about survival for Kungarna. Playing down on this low ground, you can see that Medilol's got no meds to work with. He's actually been dropped a couple of shield cells, so it takes the words right out of my mouth and recorrects them. And now the move is going to be coming in from Graceful, and you can see he doesn't have the ability to go into the Void, and that's what's going to cost them on that cross. Great shots coming in from Believer, and that's going to be the first knock going down to 789. Now, the question is, do they try and get aggressive? Do they try and move in before that res comes off? The answer is right in front of your very eyes. 789 looking dominant in this first round. They'll clean up the final pieces and go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, and there's the advantage of high ground and why artillery can be very difficult if you are caught just in no man's land. There wasn't an Into the Void available. You can purchase extra Into the Voids. I think you can have a maximum of 3. You start with 1 that is free, but in round 1, when you only have 550 credits, you're very unlikely to be purchasing another Into the Void. Instead, you focus on weapons and a little bit of medication as well. But 789 will be delighted to go 1-0 up here. The Fuse pick maybe could be the new meta. No, I can't even say it seriously. I can't say it seriously.
I think it is. I think there's more to it. I think you're completely right. I think grenades is absolutely massive, especially when you're getting into those zones and those areas where, you know, what do you do in arenas when you get to, excuse me, what do you do in Battle Royales when you get into those final circles? Everyone's searching for grenades, right? And it's because of how effective they are. So if you could double the capacity you have as a team, then I think it's a pretty good pick to have Fuse. It's very rare we're actually seeing ultimates used by some of the legends that are picked. You very rarely see a defensive bombardment, for example, from Gibraltar. It's very rare that you're going to see a zipline maybe once or twice. But, you know, I like the idea of having that utility available and being able to not only have one push with grenades, but invest into them because they're pretty cheap as well, economy-wise grenades, and be able to force out more than one player. I think it's quite a smart pick.
You also get 2 free knuckle dusters with him. You can purchase a maximum of 5, but I don't think you need any more. And we also have to look at the Motherload. The ultimate, we see the Gibraltar defensive bombardment being used sometimes in the later rounds, but that costs 600 credits. Motherload's only 400, and they can do similar things, and they can just zone your opponent, right? Yes, okay, it's not going to do as much damage, but you can certainly restrict a team from pushing out or pushing into the final circle. So I can understand the reasoning for it. And the grenades are definitely going to be the major part, but there are other things that can also play a part in the pick as well. And at the moment, 789 do have a lead. Longbow is going to be purchased in round number 2. Means you can at least get the 1 extra upgrade, which allows you to get the 6 times, which, well, it's my preference on a sniper. Is definitely going to be the 6 times in these early rounds.
Well, narrowly missing that shot. As you can see, Maydilo just peeking, just seeing what's up, as Graceful is trying to be as stealthy as a snake in slippers moving up these stairs. And he's just waiting for any kind of damage to be done before he tries to initiate that push. If he pushes right now and gives away his position, he'll be left in a position where he has to fight 2v1 and has to escape. And he wants to be the offensive player, not the one retreating, but that shot from Sanya is going to slow things down for just a moment. And as that zone closes, you have to wonder when the trigger is going to be pulled here for Graceful, or if he's just waiting to see if the move across comes and he will be able to shoot players in the back. So Graceful in a very, very influential position here for Kungarna, and how this round might actually turn out.
Again, we're going to see high ground versus low ground. And Kungarna on the low ground. This is exactly the same position they were in before, except, of course, Maydilo is not going to be caught. Graceful, excuse me, is not going to be caught out, and he's going to try and go for a little bit of a flank here. This could be huge.
Oh my word, it is going to be huge. If he can get one knock, that's massive from Graceful. Now he needs to stay alive, and he's got somewhere he can retreat. Now the rest of his team are going to try and push up. There is a knuckle cluster coming in, which is going to slow things down from Estesu. Gets the crack with the wingman as well, but it's going to be Mady who comes in on the flank, and you have to say the round was in the hands of Graceful from moment 1 there, and he made it. The round going to Kungarna with his play.
Sometimes you've just got to be brave with your pushes, right? Flanks are very risky, but when you've got sound cues, you've got audio cues where you know there is going to be backs turned, that's when you need to seize the moment, take advantage of it, and you have to hit your shots. That's the final kicker, and we know that most of these players now at this point, if not all of these players, should be hitting their shots regardless of what scope they have, regardless of what gun they have, because they play this game day in, day out now, and the mechanical ability that we've been seeing across this tournament has been fantastic.
So round 3 then, tied up at 1-1. And it's been a methodical game so far, and Kungarna have used that flank a couple of times in the first 2 rounds. There it was effective in the first one, it wasn't. And I wonder how things are going to progress, as Graceful's going to jump into the void to make sure that he doesn't take any damage on his way across to the high ground. Zanya's going to get those meds away for 789. However, he's going to have to get away as well, and hopefully won't have to pop any of those meds he's collected for his team to make sure that that economy is stacking up in their favor. But a little bit of a standoff here. You can see 789 playing a lot of a slower game here. They do have the zone to play with, so Kungarna are going to have to make that push.
So 1,150 credits to start this round. Of course, you get extra credits for kills, 75 to be specific, and then the canisters that are on the map as well, 200 to carry on over to the next round. No weapons carry on over to the next round or anything you buy. So it does mean you have to kind of spend everything when you have the ability to do so. We're seeing that the default wingman seems to be the go-to as your core weapon. And then if you can upgrade it, like Myztro has, it suddenly becomes a bit of a tank. Hits very hard, and that 2 times is, for me anyway, a lot more preferable than the standard iron sight.
Well, at the moment, no real damage being exchanged between the two teams. It is a standoff, and you can see why 789 are happy to play in this way, as Pathfinder will take to the skies. However, that's flesh damage coming in from JMW, so it looks like Kungarna have the HP advantage for now. 789 are kind of trapped here, and Graceful once again might be in an influential position to get damage down and create that opening that they're looking for. The question is, does he dare to take that zipline? Does he want to try and assert some dominance here? The issue for Kungarna, as he does go across and actually slows things down, is teammates are a little bit far away, so if he does get focus fired, they could find themselves in some problems. But then again, so could Sanya, as Graceful has taken this high ground position, and if he slides around this corner, might be able to get the first knock. But look at that damage exchange. That's going to force him back into the void.
That's the advantage of having Wraith into the void, but now it does mean 789, they get their call to actually push up, try and take advantage of any empty gap that was left by the Wraith. Believer Rock actually hitting shots as well. Very important just to be able to zone your enemy out with a few damage shots here or there, a little bit of poke damage. But you can see the respect that both these teams have for one another.
These shots aren't as clean as Graceful has produced in some of the recent times we've seen him with the flatline in his hands. JMW is going to have that longbow, and 789 are kind of stuck in a corner here. This is a little bit of an issue, and maybe if you're Kungarna right now, you're wishing you had Fuse to stack up those grenades, because it would be big damage coming in. And now it's for Kungarna down. It's all about just holding angles. You can see that Graceful's trying to capitalize on any damage that goes down. He moves in once again, but 3 players in front of him. It's going to be difficult to escape. Doesn't have the ability to go into the void this time. And now the push is going to come in. Graceful needs to bait for his team here. Needs to stay alive and get as much damage off as he can.
Did get a lot of damage though, even just those little hits for 36. Sanya can't unfortunately finish off with the wingman. In comes JMW to clean things up. Wow, that is a fantastic push, and it really just started off with the amount of damage that Myztro was able to do initially on the Wraith. Just being able to jump up, and the poke damage with the flatline hitting for 38, hitting for 34 can really make a difference.
It certainly did. I mean, Graceful is a great player to watch, and I think he's one of those players as well. You can see by the way that Kungarna are playing, that he has so much trust in his 2 teammates as well, because it's one thing to play on Wraith, right? Do damage and then know that you're baiting, you're staying alive. You have to trust that your teammates are going to convert the damage and your ability to escape by covering your back, putting some shots down, and making sure they're always looking over your shoulder. So you're seeing a real cohesive unit here from Kungarna, which is something we all took away from the way that they played in the Battle Royale last weekend.
Yeah, Graceful, excuse me, on the Wraith. Myztro still playing an aggressive character, though, in Octane. And when you have 3 aggressive legends, you have to play with an aggressive playstyle. You can only back off for so much. You don't really have the ability to defend yourselves and lock down a position without a Gibraltar or without a Fuse in the case of 789 here. So it does mean when it's time to go, it's time to go. You need to all work together, choose who you're going to be taking down, make sure you're communicating as to which legends you've done enough damage to. And then the focus really has been on point for Kungarna, and they are now 1 point away from taking map number 1 here.
And now we're going to see the circle pulse to a slightly different area of artillery. As you say, match point here for Kungarna. So 789 have got to play this one very carefully, and we're not seeing hyper-aggression from either team at the moment. It's waiting for that opening, and Graceful has been the player who's kind of had the keys to unlock 789 in the first couple of rounds. Knuckle Cluster's going to be coming in, not doing too much damage, but certainly going to zone off Graceful here, so he's going to have to be careful. And you can see immediately retreating, recognizing the situation. His game awareness has been really impressive so far.
So as of this round, you get 1 free battery, which really helps for meds, and it means that you can at least not have to focus all of your credits on buying resources. Weapons should be pretty upgraded by this point. Sanya will be healing up, and now 789 are on this side of the care package. Neither team brave enough to go for it, and I guess this is what happens when there is a lack of Loba. Instead, you just get a care package standoff. I'd say Wraith is probably the most likely character to be able to dip in and out and grab that one with Into the Void. But do you want to waste Into the Void? SCARZ.EU hits her shots with the longbow. Is that going to be enough to initiate a fight, though?
You can see some footsteps, and that means that 789 think the damage has been done, and they can convert this maybe into some kills. JMW going to hit the grapple just to back himself up a little bit, and a bit of damage is going to be exchanged. And now, Lerock on the top of this building is going to be in problems because Graceful once again sniffs out the danger. However, it's going to be traded out here as SCARZ.EU with the longbow is going to take Graceful out of the game. So we find ourselves in a 2v2, Sanya and SCARZ.EU. This is the two remaining members here of Kungarna.
What's the secondary weapon, though? Do you have an Eva 8? Yes, you do. Are you going to hit the shots with the longbow? Now Sanya has to do a job with the Eva 8. Wingman in the back pocket does have at least the knockdown shield, and now it's all down to SCARZ.EU. Does have the Eva 8, will finish things off to tie it up 2-2. Made sure she kept her distance, did the damage with the longbow, and then when she needed to, suddenly she dives into action. Eva 8 in the back pocket. The perfect loadout, really. You need to ensure that you have something to go into a fight after being at a long distance. Sometimes I do see in your more casual arena people playing a sniper, but then not having the ability to close the gap. But she was very quick, hot on her heels, and ensured that she was there to finish the fight.
Not the first time we've seen SCARZ.EU being clutch in a 1v1 situation. Did have the HP advantage, but still has to hit those Eva shots and has to, like you said, quite perfectly close that gap to make sure that no meds can be popped, and the advantage is taken care of. But for Kungarna, now from match point, they're going to have to win a couple of rounds in a row as 789 have managed to tie things up and put us in a position where one of the teams has to get a 2-round advantage. So JMW are going to get the first damage done in this round with a few shots coming in from the flat line, but similar side of the map here to what we just saw a few moments ago for the circle. 789 starting to build a little bit of momentum here, Dan.
So win by 2 unless it gets to 4-4 and then it's sudden death, then next round wins. That's when red Evo shields come into the equation. Of course, we are getting closer now to a potential supply drop with a red item in as well. We could see a Kraber if things keep going. That's now shots absolutely blazing across artillery here.
Graceful.
Flatlight just hits hard.
Graceful is once again the damage dealer here, and the damage being done means those two players are going to be out of commission. They're going to have to pop meds, which means that Kungarna are going to have more lines of sight than 789 for a few moments. It's going to force them back, as Graceful now has taken control of the high ground, the opposite bunker building, as you can see through the eyes of Madylol here. So, split on the map for now. And now the single fire on the flat line, showing it's just as effective as the spray. 743 going to be done. Add that one up. That's 86 in total. And he's just burning through the meds. Graceful really is he's the impact player for Kungarna here.
Need to have someone who's going to be able to just do all that poke damage as well. And it makes sense for it to be the Wraith because you have the ability to get in and out. Madylol taking a considerable amount of damage, having to back off and bat as well. Kungarna just biding their time here. They haven't initiated a fight just yet, but they have done a lot of damage, so they're certainly thinking about it. You can see by their positioning that they're trying to get into a place where they can all push from several directions at the same time. You just got to be careful you don't get caught out.
Oh, you can see that Graceful was so close to having almost a guaranteed knockdown. Damage done once again by Kungarna. And the signal is there to push as well. Everybody is flesh, and Graceful is having a field day here. He's going to get all 3, although the Barry does come in. So maybe it's not going to be that easy. Last player alive should be taken down comfortably. But once again, Graceful has been the star player and puts Kungarna into a lead here. Now they're back onto match point.
Back on match point into round 6. So this is the first chance that we would see a supply drop being on the map, a potential Kraber. That's what we all hope for. Or maybe we don't hope for. Maybe a Kraber isn't what we hope for.
I mean, as a fan, maybe a Kraber is fun. However, competitive Kraber, you know my feelings on it, Dan. We're not going to go into it too much more than that, but it certainly could change the tide in this round.
Well, that's either of them can get it, though, right? Like, I mean, we've seen the care package standoff happen round after round. No one really has been picking it up. Instead, it's just been utility and resource management, and then just initiating a fight once you've done the damage.
Well, there's going to be a Skynade coming in early here from Sanya, as Graceful is going to have to back up and does so. It's almost like Graceful has this sixth sense at the moment of where people are going to be moving and what lines of sight he should be watching, and Again, he's going to be doing damage with that flatline, forcing meds to be burned and forcing positions back here for 789. And in turn, that allows Kungarna to move up on the map and just get a little bit of control of some of those lines of sight that we mentioned.
Here's the grenades then. And this is what can happen, a bombardment of damage if you can manage to place them in the right position. But it does zone and allow Sanya to push in and try and do damage, but through the rails, no shots are hit. Graceful will also spray back. And in the end, that battle, that little 1v1 comes to nothing. Both players will retreat back off. Kungarna have gained a positional advantage here, but I think that 789 have given up that by playing the sniper. SDSU really has to be hitting some shots to try and make up for the fact that they've given up some of this center zone.
Well, the zone's going to be forcing everyone into battle now. You can see the Believe Rock is going to have to drop down to SDSU. He's going to be popping meds, and once again, it's just a graceful show as more shots are going to be ringing through the fences here. Well, first knock is going to come in from JMW. He converts the damage, and now it's a 3v2 in favor of Kungarna. However, Graceful has fallen. Now it's a 2v2 situation. JMW going to try and fly in to finish off Estesu. Last player alive here is going to be taken down, and Kungarna will close out match point here and go up by 1 in the series.
Yeah, a deserved match point, a deserved map 1 for Kungarna. I like the attempt to go for something a little bit different from 789. I like the fuse pick, but ultimately Kungarna just seemed to have their number. It was a great ability for bait and switching. They were also making sure that they were zoning the other team successfully, and I do feel like 789 consistently playing the sniper held them back a little bit. They gave up map positioning in several different scenarios, and even though Estesu did hit some good shots, and there was that one round where she went clutch as well, Sanya was on his own quite often and was caught out by the likes of Graceful. And that's always an engagement I'm happy to see, Graceful versus Sanya, because they're both incredibly mechanically gifted players, but it was Graceful who was coming out on top for the majority.
Yeah, did so well to create openings for his team, whether it was damage, whether it was that first knock, or whether it was just being the bait. I think we saw everything that you wanted to see, every single facet you could want from a Wraith player, from Graceful there. And when we casted an event a few weeks ago in Arenas, we were kind of thinking about, how viable is Wraith? Into the Void, is the portal going to be, something that's going to be used a lot? Well, Wraith is Wraith. Wraith is always going to be able to get out of dodge. And like you mentioned yesterday, the ability to be essentially invulnerable on any map in any game is one of the most valuable things you can have as a player, just to extend your life for that few seconds where your teammates can come in, you can survive. All of these different factors show why Wraith is still a popular pick.
Yeah, Wraith is still the queen, I feel, when it comes to Legends. And despite the nerfs and whatnot that have gone through, the hitbox changes, she still reigns supreme in the majority of Apex Legends players' heart. The Into the Void is just the strongest ability, without a doubt. I know Bloodhound scan, the scan is just very questionable when it comes to how successful that should be and whether there should be a nerf, but Bloodhound is banned in this tournament. But on the side of Wraith, I mean, we've seen the impact that she has. And when you've got a successful pilot, someone who knows when to jump into the Void, someone who knows how to engage and re-engage, that's when really you get just a beautiful symphony of someone who knows how to play the Legend correctly.
Well, this was the 1v1 clutch as we take a look back on our replays of our first map today. Estesu coming in just to make sure that round did go to 789. And they did pull it back here, 789, but this was the round I was talking about. Look at the aggression from Graceful. He finds this angle, and he was so close. I think if he had a few more bullets in the flatline there, he would have got all 3 players, but certainly got the first 2 and did enough damage for his teammates to clean up here. And then it was Graceful again. Got that opening pick. He did go down, but the opening pick is so important because it forces all the attention away from the other 2 players. It allows map movement, Dan, which is something that maybe players who play a little bit of arenas, looking forward to getting into ranked arenas, don't realize, if you get the first knock, if you get attention drawn away by for the other players that you're fighting against, then it allows you to be proactive as a player and move across the map.
Yeah, and it's not just about that first knock as well. It's about how much damage you do after you've managed to achieve that first knock. And that was something that he consistently was able to do, whether it was when he was on a slither of health and he was just doing poke damage, jump peek shots, crouching around corners, just surprise shots where maybe people were expecting him to be healing. He didn't opt to heal, and instead he just held his ground, trusted in his teammates. And I think that's very important sometimes, that people can be very quick to just pop a bat or try and pop a shield cell here or there. But actually, rather than you healing up that extra damage, you can output that extra damage, which could result in you winning the game.
Well, the next map is going to be Thermal Station, so a little bit of a change up here. I wouldn't expect to see 789 running a sniper. We're going to see much more of a traditional engagement. And once again, I feel like the secret to success for Kungarna is allowing Graceful to get that opening pick. And for 789, it's keeping tabs on him. I think communication is going to be massive for them here. You have to be aware of the off angles that Graceful is trying to take. And you know that he's going to be covered. You know the way that Kungarna are trying to work as a unit here. So communication is so vital. You've got to know where he is to call him out and make sure you're not getting caught out yourself. But also, even if you do damage to Graceful, you've got to know if you're going to be able to cover that ground safely to close in and try and convert that damage into a knock. So it's a very difficult situation for 789 here to try and convert damage into kills, and also to know what lines of sight are going to be free for them to move across the map.
You've almost got to have someone man-marking him, haven't you? You've got to have someone who's constantly on the watch, maybe looking to flank themselves just to try and match
the Makalele role in Apex.
Exactly.
I think it's in. Your Kantes.
Hoping to have a 1v1 scenario, but at the same time, do you really want to be taking a 1v1 with Graceful? I mean, Sanya is a player who certainly can win those 1v1 engagements, and we know also if he gets in a position where he's flanking, then maybe he could do exactly the same damage that we've seen on the other side. But yeah, you've got to have your eyes peeled here, and you can't allow Graceful to kind of get out of your vision at any point, because otherwise you never really know which angle he's going to be taking.
Eyes peeled, ears open, nose to the ground. That's all I've got for the senses. Oh, there's two more, isn't there? Yeah. If you can smell him out, or if you can touch him. I mean, one of those things. If you can do that, you're going to have some success.
As long as you aren't tasting him, then I think you're all right. Just make sure that he's not that close, right?
Yeah, that'd be too close, to be honest with you. But we'll leave that one for now. But as you can see, we're heading over to Thermal Station now, where we are seeing a lot more of those close quarter engagements. And high ground on that dome is so vital to try and control. Even if you're there first, can't give up that roof, because there's only so many ways that you can move away from it. So we're heading into our second map now. You can see we're live. Kungarna, 1 up in the series. And I think it's only right that we start on the point of view of Graceful.
So flatline for Graceful. All 550 of his credits has been spent just on the weapon.
Immediately.
And the wingman.
Graceful just running around the back, Danny. He doesn't care. He's already across the map, and he's already behind them.
Well, we've seen throughout this tournament how important it is to have map positioning to gain some sort of advantage in the early stages. There's Graceful yet again, being a nuisance with an off angle, and that's going to be the first knock.
Most creative angles I'm seeing so far in arenas. He just finds a way to go undetected. It's almost as if it's a stealth Graceful we're seeing flying through the skies or scarpering along as JMW gets the second. As Desu, I feel for you here, because this situation is not good, as it will be Kungarna taking that first round. And I talked about communication being vital for 789, and they just didn't spot Graceful. They couldn't pick him out. And that was where the damage was done.
And this was the main discussion that I saw on social media this morning, where someone asked, how important do you think Loba is when it comes to arenas? And I think it was Nasky who replied and said, actually, I think Loba's quite bad, because you waste time and credits on just kind of putting yourself out of position. And this is exactly what's happened here. We had 789 who were in the black market, who were trying to steal away resources, and meanwhile, Kungarna said, you know what, full send. Let's just take every single map position that we can that has a little bit of high ground, so we can watch angles and we can just decimate the opposition when they start to run into our crosshairs.
You see that Graceful has been called out here by 789, and JMW was the player who went in to get those meds with the Pathfinder, so a little bit more of a standoff. However, you can see Graceful once again slightly separated from his teammates and looking to maybe get this knock onto Tsanya, who's going to be moving away towards the other side of the map. So we're moving away from Dome, and the longer this round goes on, you feel like the less impactful Graceful is going to be, Dan, because he's going to be forced to move alongside that zone as well. But Mady just reminding us it's not just the Graceful show here. However, as Desu comes to the party, she'll get the first knock of this, and now it's a 2v3 in the favor of 789.
And Mady did pretty well to hold the door there and do damage, but unfortunately had to try and go for the finish at the very least onto Believe Rock. But Desu just timed it to perfection, waited for the door to be released, and then she popped out, got the initial knock, and now we see 789 with the player advantage, and Kungarna going to have to work a 2 versus 3 here, but I somehow feel that this is still winnable. All 3 members of 789 trapped in the middle at the moment, all watching the angles. I wonder whether any of them are going to push out to try and reposition here, or they're just going to accept that they're going to have to take a straight 3v2 fight at some point.
Well, the zone could be impactful as well around 15 seconds because all of the players are going to have to move, including 789, and they've only got 2 exits. So Kungarna could decide to try and stack up maybe on one of them, but that might give away the information to 789 that they will be able to escape through the other door. However, escaping isn't something that's going to be happening right now. As you can see, they're going to get the res. So after the initial knock came in, now you can see they're being held out. So a little bit of a change and a flip in the map now. You have to say positionally the advantage is to Kungarna. However, player advantage is still with 789. Graceful does manage to get one though. It's going to be now a 1v2 and 789 will be able to close out. But the initial knock once again was the game changer here for 789. But Kungarna made them work very, very hard to get that point on the board.
Well, that was a massive res. The fact you were able to get back in the door, SDSU, there was just a round-winning positioning whilst you're crawling on your knees. If you're not able to get back in the door, you've probably put yourself in a 2v2, which you are likely to lose because you are trapped in an area where you can only exit really out of one direction, and you are going to be focused so heavily, just kind of funneled into the bullets of Kungarna. But Kungarna will probably take that as a little bit of a wake-up call. Got to be careful not to get caught out on their own, even though they probably feel like they have the advantage when it comes to technical ability here. You've still got to make sure that you've got support from your teammates.
So all eyes on Graceful once more. The meds are going to be opened, and that's what's going to be left over as the black market looks like it might be in effect for Sanya. Don't know if there was a little change to Loba or if I might have seen something that didn't actually exist. We'll have to get checked on that one when we look through the compositions, but there certainly were a few meds missing. 71 on the headshot, though, from JMW, and now they have complete control of Dome and the high ground. So 789, you have to say, not in the great positions, but look at Graceful again. He knows that the attention's going to be over to Dome. So where is he? Behind enemy lines once more. If he can get a knock here, it'd be massive. However, 789 has sniffed him out, and that's going to be now the issue with the flank, Dan. You can see it in effect. If you don't get the down, you don't get the damage, you leave your team down a player. And then a 2v3 to try and recover.
BLAST just gone massive there with the wingman. Should have been dead to rights. Graceful should have had that kill. A rare moment where we see Graceful not being able to finish the engagement that he started. It didn't help, I think, that he was also being shot from another direction, so you're already thinking about that second player. He wasn't able to get that final little bit of damage, and Ghana again find themselves in a 2 versus 3 now. And this is where the Loba really matters, I feel. When you have the player advantage, it means that these resources are going to be extremely important because you can afford for one player to get aggressive, take some damage, back off, heal. The other 2 players can then cover that third. And it makes it very difficult in a 2 versus 3, especially when you don't have the same amount of resources.
And they've given up the height here on the Dome, and they're trying to take a few off angles to see if they can catch 789, maybe looking towards the skies. A little bit of a shoulder peek there from SDSU, but no damage going to be exchanged. So again, you can see now 789 actually getting aggressive. They know they've got the man advantage. And a 71 from Low on the headshot on the cross with the 2 times, maybe might swing things in their favor. Look at this flank coming in from JMW though. It was a 2v3, but now it's a 2v2. As the 301 is going to start singing on top of the Dome.
Fantastic shots from JMW, making this a 2v2, and now this is entirely winnable. Low also swoops in with the wingman. And Kungarna, with no right to win that round whatsoever, managed to take a 2v3 in their favor. I think Believe Rock will be a little bit frustrated that he got caught clambering there. Maybe a poor decision on 789's end, but it means Kungarna, match point, and with a chance to go 2-0 up in the series.
We have seen 789 in this position before, though. They managed to claw it back and take the match point away and reset the scoreboard ever so slightly. And they'll have to do that again now. But for Kungarna, it's going to be an opportunity to close things out and go up 2 in the series. Remember, it's a best of 5 today, so we will have another map to bring you at a minimum, where we'll be heading over to Golden Gardens, which was Kungarna's pick. A reminder here, Thermal Station was 789's pick.
From what we saw yesterday, you'd imagine that the Loba would have made more of an impact here than it potentially has. But I think it says, well, it screams volumes just how impressive Kungarna's aggressive comp has actually been for them. How they ensure they work a playstyle around the composition that they're going with. And they've already trapped 789 inside this building down here, or at least one member anyway. So I would say 789 at a slight disadvantage already. Grenades tried to just take some damage off of Sanya, but Sanya now will push out because he got the call, and JMW will fall. Believe Rock and the rest of 789 really timing things to perfection.
Chance to tie things up again. They're going to go for the res. JMW will be brought back to his feet as teammates do a good job of holding. 789 looking for blood though, looking to move in, and Graceful is behind enemy lines once more. If he can hit a few shots here, then things might turn in their favor, as Desu does get a knock onto Mady though, so it's 2v3 once more in the favor of 789. Graceful going to have to pop that battery. You can see that JMW is in a position where he's trying to think about maybe popping a medkit or a couple of syringes, but now that Mady Low has been finished, 789 should convert on this round. But, like we saw in the previous round, Dan, sometimes it isn't that simple.
JMW just wants to get away. He didn't want to pop a med, didn't want to give too much information with sound cues, but Sanya will swoop in to pick up those resources, and they want to get involved in this. Graceful, though, with a big 76 with the flatline. JMW goes down. I think now this will be the end of the road, despite managing to get one knock to go along with it. But that'll be 2-2. So we move on to winning by 2 and getting to 4 at least before sudden death. But Kungarna, time and time again, they're going for this flank. But they are awfully close each time on set. I'm going to be completely honest, to just getting that initial knock. And if it does happen, then maybe, you never know, they might be able to actually just push on. But I'm impressed with how 789 have answered back to the aggression of Kungarna.
Yeah, good resilience from 789, as I mentioned in the previous round. Not the first time they've been on match point and managed to wrestle it back. And now it's a case of having to win by 2 clear rounds for either of these squads. And 789 showing that they aren't here just to be a part of this game. They want to get through to those semi-finals. Black Market will go down here for Desu, and it's going to be the dome building and control given over in the meantime with the jump pad to Kungarna. So positionally, once again, Kungarna with the advantage. And look at this, Graceful once again. A sneaky Beaver in the middle of Thermal Station.
Just has to win this engagement, though. Has to be hitting the shots.
Let's point out.
Otherwise, 789 will have a 3 versus 2 for the 3rd round running, and I don't think Kungarna can keep afford to try and play the 2v3 each time and trying to clutch up. So they have to keep an eye on Graceful to at least do a little bit of supporting damage. It's also about communicating where he's going to be pushed from here, Graceful. But Circle at least is going to be in favor of Kungarna right now. They have that high ground, but we don't need to see 789 pushing out too quickly here.
Well, Graceful's the key again. The rest of his team are going to be watching over his shoulders, and Estesi's going to throw this Skynade up and try and clear the player off of height. But if one player tries to peek and he gets his timing right, I feel like he's got to let that player move out a little bit more. Maybe a little bit of damage being done to Mady Low might actually give an advantage to Kungarna, because it will take the attention away for Graceful to move in and then get that first knock. So very interesting setup around the map at the moment. Like I mentioned, comms for these players is going to be vital to call out these positions.
It's whether Desu spots out Graceful from the off angle she's taking. She's being a little bit of a sneaky Beaver as well on the other side of the map. Look at this. Definitely has a position to maybe cause a little bit of disruption to this plan from Kungarna. Can she see Graceful though?
I think she knows.
Yep, Graceful's been spotted. It's getting the indication. Wraith saying there's a shooter in the distance.
Well, Graceful now might feel a little bit more uncomfortable than it did a few moments ago, and that's why Desu with the play to get the information, and that has turned this match on its head. Sanji's going to get another knock as well. And now it's going to be Wingman and Mozambique. Excuse me, it wasn't another knock, it was the completion of that kill. JMW now going to be in a difficult situation to close out. You would feel like 789 should close this, and they do. They swarm on the last player. And 789 from the brink of being down 2-0 in the series, now 1 round away from tying the series up at 1-1.
Excellent play by Desu just to maneuver her way around the map, silently sneaking. And rather than when she spotted out Graceful, she didn't just try and like fire on him. She didn't just like lay down suppressing fire and try and do damage. Instead, she communicated with the team, said, look, there's a guy here. He's probably got the knowledge now that I've seen him, because it is going to be a Wraith. They'll know I'm looking at him. But then they all just converged on him. The grenades came out from Desu. I admit, Kungarna did well to then react and jump on Desu and make it a 2 versus 2, but Desu did enough damage in that 1 versus 2 engagement that it still meant 789 were on top. So a really interesting round, a very slow round, but maybe Kungarna don't want slow rounds because now they're getting involved.
No, they don't. They're going in, and they're going to get that first knock as well. Mady is going to be involved, finishing off on the damage that was done by Graceful. JMW taking some damage himself as they try and just eliminate BLAST on the ground to make sure that this is a permanent 2v3. Advantage heavily to Kungarna here, and I like the way that they've changed the pace here down. They have seized the initiative, and now they're getting loads more damage done as well. JMW will get one. Estesu will be the last player alive, and even though she gets the shield crack, it's not going to be enough because 3 members of Kungarna are going to fall in front of her to eliminate her and send us to yet another round. This has been back and forth, this one, and I like I mentioned, changing that pace, Dan. So vital.
Yeah, now means it's going to be first to 5 instead of first to 4, and then it will go to sudden death once it does reach 4-4. But that is the aggression that you need to show. I think when you've got to a point where 789 have been working out your strategy, right? Your flanker strategy, your one player who is just holding off and being a real nuisance. You then need to speed things up. You need to have that plan B, and that's exactly what Kungarna have done here. And this is going to be another sign of aggression. Bounce pad purchased, launch pad purchased, excuse me, and instantly taking the top of Dome.
Well, Kungarna with Dome control, like you mentioned, and it's going to be very similar round to what we saw previously. Graceful's position is going to be interesting because Estesu was able to sniff him out when they did get that successful round going their way previously. So Graceful looks like he's actually playing up with his teammates a little bit more here, and that's smart. Again, just showing adaptation, knowing that what didn't work last time, trying to adapt, and this time maybe Graceful is going to be keeping an eye on the play from Estesu.
Again, just trying to... Well, she thought about it, didn't she? But at the same time, you don't want to risk anything, especially considering it's happened once. Someone's going to be wise to it. You can see Medilog keeps having a little glance around to ensure that there is no flank happening. Instead, Kungarna will want to wait for this circle to close and see where it's going to be pulling. The crate will drop. There is a red item in it. Now we've got past round 6. So we could have a Kraber in the fray if anyone is brave enough to go for it. But I think it's probably only Estesu realistically who can be able to push in and get back out on the side of 789 successfully with the bracelet.
We could check out here.
But do you want to even go for it at this point? It's a bit of a risk.
Yeah, in this situation, I feel like the only way you're going to get that is if you're forced in by the zone. Both players, or both teams, I should say, playing very, very slowly, very, very passively. And this position here from Graceful as well, I feel like it's a little bit of a battle between Estesu and Graceful at the moment. You know, both of them trying to work out what each other are doing, both of them trying to be the entry fraggers for their team, while the rest of their respective teammates kind of just hold down those standard lines of sight. As Graceful now is going to be stepping away a little bit more towards his teammates as the zone comes in. And as the zone comes in as well, Estesu might be caught out here because she's going to have to move forward, and that grenade is going to be massive. And it is Graceful and Kungarna that win the battle of the flank, and this time Estesu's the one who's caught off guard.
Caught off guard, and now it means that Kungarna can take full advantage of this. We haven't seen Kungarna throw away a 3 versus 2 lead yet, so you'd imagine this is going to go to 4-3 in their favor. However, 789 also do have the potential to upset us when we expect things to happen. BLAST has been hitting some disgusting shots throughout this game already. They're playing back-to-back at the moment, as Kungarna ensure they're getting all the resources possible before next round. And now with the round closing, this is when you need to all just group up together and push the 2.
This is where you go for the Kraber, Dan. If you're 789, they can get it. There's a Kraber in that package. Things might change. However, there's also lines of sight you got to be worried about. And Graceful, let's take a second to remember where he was just a few moments ago. He was completely over the other side of the map. He transitioned to get that damage down, and now once again, for the second time in our second game of the series, Kungarna find themselves on match point and 1 round away from 2-0 in the series.
So we saw how much resources they were gathering here. They're going to have a very much an economical advantage, but if I'm completely honest, when you get to this point, you've got enough credits to get what you want for the majority anyway. If I'm even more honest, when you get to round 4, because of the balance of the weapons and the fact that some of the base weapons are very strong anyway, you can usually buy what you want. So even though, yes, these extra credits can be great, the likelihood is these extra credits are only going to really buy you grenades for the most part. You can see Graceful teed up with 3 frag grenades being the cheapest of the grenades on the market, only 75 credits each. And these grenades are going to be launched up into the sky to see if you can get some initial damage.
Gets a little bit of damage done. Didn't quite see the numbers, and I say a little bit of damage, it was 100 damage. That is a lot of damage being done. So now you can see Kungarna have managed to get control of height, and over this side of the map, it is absolutely vital that you do so. You can get those off angles through the grates, like you're seeing here from Graceful. SCARZ.EU once again involved in what seems to be an ongoing tail, and oh, Graceful is going to be forced to jump back into the void because he was forced and launched off of that platform.
Really see how important it is to have grenades in your back pocket. Hence why the fuse pick in map number 1 might have just been enough to make the difference. Nice initial damage coming out, and now 789, they want to jump on this, it would seem. Sanya is going to be leading the pack, and BelieveRock following closely thereafter. But no knocks just yet.
No knocks just yet, but they've taken complete control of height now, 789, and it would take something pretty special here from Kungarna to turn this one around. They have some grenades. They might be able to get some damage done.
Okay, Graceful.
SCARZ.EU having a little peek over the top. Graceful, once again, like you mentioned, on that flank, trying to take a little bit of an off angle, and a lot of pressure on his shoulders now, you feel, for Kungarna to close this one out. He has to find the damage for his teammates to then move in on, but it looks like they're more than aware. A couple of shots going to be exchanged, but JMW taking a lot of damage in the meantime.
Kungarna trying to take the initiative here, trying to push up on 789, not allowing them to hold the high ground and just lord supremacy over them with poke damage. Instead, they keep going from side to side, poking them back and saying, look, if we do enough damage, we are going to jump on you, so you need to be prepared. 789 have held well, but Graceful is still being a nuisance here with this Eva 8.
So no advantage apart from positional one for the teams at the moment. Graceful going to try and make that move once more. Going to be forced to drop once again. 789 holding firm on this high ground, not overcommitting to any of this damage that's being done because they know that Kungarna are going to have to move to them at some point. So it's just a waiting game for them, making sure they've got all those angles covered and making sure they don't leave one door open for a Kungarna member to sneak through.
Doesn't seem like there's any grenades left anywhere as we go through the POVs, so there's not going to be any sort of initial damage created by any utility. Instead, it is all going to be gun damage, and that Eva 8 hasn't hit hard yet, but then it does now. Surely this is go time.
You would think so. However, they're backed off for just a moment, but Graceful once again steps forward with the Eva 8 and gets a couple of shield cracks. However, one way to deal with Graceful, fly at him, and that's exactly what 789 are going to do. The knock is going to be exchanged, and now Myztro finds himself as the last player alive. Can he clutch up here for Kungarna to win the game? It's a 2v1. However, he's got one knock. He's done some damage as well, and Myztro might be able to clutch this one up for Kungarna.
What a flank that was, just being able to push through the zone. It was unexpected from 789. SCARZ.EU, the last remaining player. And now you're going to get the engagement. Can you clutch up? And yes, you can. Kungarna should not have won that round. But Myztro with the flank around. Absolutely fantastic positioning. Great use of Octane. And that's going to be match point achieved. And that's going to be 2-0 on maps in this best of 5.
So now they not only move through to that 2-0 advantage, they move on to a series point now if they can take home this next map and win the best of 5. But what a play that was towards the end there from Myztro, staying alive. And the one difference was he popped that battery ever so slightly quicker than SCARZ.EU did. SCARZ.EU was probably looking to find out where he'd gone, you know, looking up, and that little difference in shields, that's all that makes the difference, because he gave him the ability to drop down and get that initial damage in the 1v1. But I mean, if you run that round back, I think that's one the 789 will be a little bit disappointed that they haven't managed to convert into, you know, a position where they could maybe once again take that map away.
Well, that's just because Kungarna kept forcing their hand. They didn't allow 789 to be the dominant force at any point, and this play was just insane, by the way. Myztro was probably dead for rights, at least that's what 789 thought, because they thought he had to come back from the same place he'd originally retreated from, but he was able to wall jump around the corner, make sure he didn't take too much damage from the ring, and then it was a surprise backstab. He got the shots for free on the initial player in the 1 versus 2, turned it into a 1v1, and then in that 1v1 engagement in the end clutched up. SCARZ.EU did come very close to being able to win that fight, but there's only so many times you can clutch up for your team.
And that was 789's map pick as well. So now we go over to a Kungarna map pick, and we're going over to Golden Gardens. And I get the feeling that we're going to see something a little bit interesting from Graceful again. Usually you see we see the 3-man stacks, right? Or the 3-player stacks, I should say, with this SCARZ.EU here. And you see every team playing up on top of each other, playing the same side of the map. But with the way that Graceful has approached these previous games, I just feel like that he's going to do something that's going to surprise us. He's going to somehow find an off angle here and mix things up a little bit. It's a little bit more difficult to do on Golden Gardens, I would say, because it's quite a, you know, it's a very wide map, but it's not particularly deep as far as where the engagements are kind of play out on the map. So it'll be interesting to see how he does play. But for 789, this is going to be do or die now, because if they lose this map with single elimination, that will be the end of the road for them.
Yeah, I think that when you say he's going to surprise us, I don't think you're wrong. I think he's just a very confident player. And that means that he may hide inside one of these little pods. We're going to call them pods. What are they? Future homes? I don't know what they're meant to be. Anyway, they...
Living station.
Somewhere where there is residents of sleepers. Resident sleepers. Oh my God. It's a resident sleeper map. It's all coming full circle. Yeah, we might see Graceful just hold in one of these buildings whilst the other two either, if they don't have height advantage, they try and lure the other team out, and then suddenly he's going to climb up behind, get the initial damage, and then go into the void. That's something that could very much be happening. But we found out yesterday and in previous tournaments as well, it does seem like there is an advantage on one side of the map to the other, because you can get to the highest point of the map quicker than the other team via by a bounce pad or whether it's by a Pathfinder zip. So I'm expecting to see both Octane and Pathfinder used here.
Yeah, I remember, just to kind of wind back a little bit and talk about those pods or the living stations, whatever you want to call them. I describe them as, if anyone's watched Grand Designs, right? It's a good TV program where you see, people build their dream houses, and they always have a project manager who comes in, or they don't, and they decide to do it themselves. I feel like these were designed by people who didn't use a project manager. You know what I mean? Because it's like, there's no doors, and then they have a sink right next to the bed, which has a garden over the top of it. Like, as far as functionality is concerned, awful design, but they look really cool. I think that, if you were going to live in one of these, what happens if it rains?
This is somewhere that Jeffrey Bezos would live.
Yeah, it's like a next level, like, it would have its own atmosphere, and you wouldn't have to worry about rain.
This is actually in space, remember, right? And this is
true, actually. I'm overthinking things.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not thinking enough.
Yeah.
I'm not going deep enough with it. There are bananas though on this map, which is
careful. Launders.
I don't know if you were listening. I don't know if you were listening yesterday, but it did get mentioned that bananas and wine is the preferred diet of those who find themselves in Golden Gardens. But what 789 got to do a little bit differently, Dan, in this map as we bring ourselves back to Apex Legends, which is probably the best place for us to talk, because it just seems like Graceful is having such an impact at the moment. How do you adjust? How do you stop him?
A bit more potassium, maybe get some bananas on it. No, I'm joking. I think that you said something very interesting earlier. You said that there was a battle between Graceful and Estesu to be the entry fraggers. And I think that surprised me, because Estesu has never been the entry fragger for this team. Even when you transition all the way back to Poland when she was playing on Watson, she is a fantastic clutcher and can really destroy in the final moment, but has very rarely been the initial poke damage or that entry fragger. She, however, has done an amazing job at being able to scout out where other players are and give that information, and then they all converge on that one player. But when she does get caught in a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, my question is she able to do enough damage? Is she used to being in those situations? I'd say half of the time, yes, she has done enough damage, but I feel like Graceful has done it a little bit better. And I wonder whether 789 should acknowledge this and say, okay, well, who is our actual entry fragger, which is Sanya? Do we send Sanya out instead on the kind of flank? But Gardens is a little bit of a different map. It's hard to be going for flank, so it's all well and good talking about it now. It may come into play during maps 4 and 5 if we get there.
Yeah, I feel like Gardens is just one of those maps which, tactically and, methodically, metagame, whatever you want to call it, I just feel like it's just a straight 3v3. There's not really much to talk about. It's who hits their shots, Dan. It really is that simple here on Golden Garden. So let's get the action underway. Kungarna versus 789. Reminder that Kungarna are 2-0 up in this best of 5. If they take this one home, they'll take the series with them.
So we are going to see the initial dash towards the high ground here on Gardens. And as expected, we see the legends that require, well, less skill to get to high ground. Is that right? Yeah. Either way, you've got abilities that can get you to the high ground. You've got ultimates that can get you to the high ground. And it's Kungarna who have the advantage at the moment. On the side of 789, they've taken the slightly different approach. They've gone for the low ground here. So we may see a battle right on the bottom floor like we saw a little bit earlier on yesterday when there was the door between the two teams in the final circle.
Well, Medi's taking a little bit of damage. I'd actually like to see that opening from Graceful again, because I'm pretty sure my eyes might have deceived me here. So bear with me and don't roast me here, Twitch chat, if I'm completely wrong. But I think he went for that lower pill on the low side and then immediately transitioned back towards his two teammates who had taken that high ground. So ability to split resources as Tanya's going to be extremely weak, but so is Matey as the damage is exchanged. And again, just a little bit of something a little bit different coming in from Graceful and Kungarna, but for now, Meds is an issue. Two players, as you can see on Kungarna, don't have any shield cells to work with, or at least haven't had the opportunity to pop them, so the HP advantage is 2-7-8-9, playing this slower game. But once again, you can see Graceful just playing away from his teammates.
And the slower game is always going to favor 7-8-9 because they should have the resource advantage because of Loba. Graceful is playing away from the team at the moment, and if he does get caught out, then Kungarna might find themselves in a 2v3 again. Here comes the Graceful flank, though. This is the plan. This is what he exactly wanted. He's above 7-8-9. And Sanya also in a little bit of a spot of bother. Majorpushers pushes in, and that's going to be the initial knock then to Kungarna.
Yeah, that one stung for sure. That one's going to have to be put in the memory banks if you're a 7-8-9 fan, as the wingman shot pierces through. Graceful going to try and pop this Phoenix kit. However, I believe Rock is going to be taken down now. It's all up to Estesu in a 3v1. It's really looking like a strong performance, and I think you're seeing the downside of Loba, like you were mentioning. Positioning was just completely given up to Kungarna by taking the time to get those meds on board, and now you can have all the meds in the world that you want, but if you've got 3 guns pointing at you and no positional advantage, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and even though Estesu will do damage to the oncoming players, you're not going to be able to hold off 3 of the best in not just the region, but the world, I feel. I think this is a team that we very much are expecting to have, to just go through the moon when it comes to how far they can go in Apex Legends. I think that in the next ALGS, we are going to be seeing them feature very often. And hopefully, you know, next Blast Titans, if that one day comes around. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Would love to see more of this because it's been very enjoyable over the last 2 weekends, it has to be said. Production has been on point as well, so a huge thank you to everyone who's been involved. And a huge thank you to the players as well. They've put on a real show both weekends, not just Battle Royale, but arenas here. As we've seen multiple strategies employed, but this has been one of the strategies that everyone goes for. We have the zip race to the high ground.
Skydive's going to be coming in as well, and even though Kungarna might not be able to get to that high ground first, a grenade might allow them to push up. Sandy's going to be in a 1v1 here, and oh, what a surprise! That's going to be damage done by Graceful, but converted by JMW. Those two players are working so well together. It's almost as if one of them starts the sentence and the other one comes in and finishes it without being asked. Now, Kungarna trying to make this one into a round to win as quickly as physically possible, and that aggression from Kungarna, Dan, you really can't say enough about it.
Match point, series point, and Kungarna have the
exclamation point after that round.
They have every point to be considered as the potential champions, I think, with the way they've been playing. They seem to have an answer for everything. The strategy is there, and the 3v3 engagements and the individual skill that they've been showing as well. It really has been fantastic to watch. They do have the advantage on this map. They do have the better side. I will point that out again and again. I do think that that is a problem with this map and the reason why I dislike it. But, you know, you can only play what's in front of you, and 7-8-9 at the moment do have that struggle of being on the unfavorable side. Here comes the bounce pad, and here's going to be high ground taken once again by Kungarna.
Estesu just lagging behind a little bit because of the fact that the black market would have been used to get those meds, and I do feel like it is very interesting to see, and I'd like to see how Myztro play against a team like Kungarna if those two match up. Myztro really were strong yesterday on that Loba. But Kungarna, I don't care how many meds you got. They know they only have to break you once, and they're going to push from there, and you're not going to have the opportunity to pop those batteries. So 7-8-9 on the low ground. Trying to stabilize for just a few moments, but you can see from the angles that Estesu is trying to take, it's so difficult even to get any damage down onto Kungarna, because all you can see is the top of their heads.
I would be surprised if 7-8-9 are able to turn this one around. The height advantage is just such a big factor when it comes to Gardens. You can try and hope to play circle and hope that the circle pulls the team away from the high ground, but it's very unlikely that Kungarna would ever let it get to that point. What you need is poke damage, and almost you need to be saving back a bounce pad. So if you realize that you're on the side of the map where you're not going to be able to take the high ground, maybe you buy a bounce pad and you use it to initiate a fight later on when you've done enough poke damage to those on high ground, and then you just all 3 of you jump at the same time. Maybe you need devotions. We've seen how devotions can change things with aggression.
Bounce pad, 3-person Devo rush. I'm calling that strat. You know I'd be calling that strat if we were playing right now. 7-8-9, maybe not quite so much at the moment. But Kungarna, this pattern's going to continue until players are going to be forced to move. We've seen games where the team down on the low ground has decided to play that room down at the bottom and just wait for that last-minute skirmish because they know they're at such a disadvantaged positionally. This one's going to be a long one here. However, it looks like first knock might actually be coming in, and it's going to be Kungarna who do get it. It's a 3v1, and at the moment, it's just a victory lap at this point for Kungarna, who have been pretty much the dominant force. 7-8-9, they've put up a hell of a fight in this series, but it looks like in this single elimination format, they will be the ones going home. Last player alive on the Pathfinder should be taken down. Mozam, wingman. That's what's going to finish it. Kungarna will be the champions. And it will be a clean sweep for them as well in the series. 3-0. Kungarna move through to our semi-finals.
Semi-final matchup then against MajorPushers is their reward, and that is also going to be a pretty spicy semi-final indeed. Two teams who are very aggressive at the right times and fantastically mechanically gifted. But it does mean we still have two more quarterfinals, of course. We need to find out where our other semi-finalists are going to come from. And, you know, it's been a really weird day in terms of how we've seen the meta transition. Loba was everything yesterday, and we've just seen Loba being completely questioned about her actual use and whether she is any good. And you are completely right. Myztro using Loba fantastically. They're going to be going up against Aqualix, who said on social media, we don't think Loba's that good. So it's their chance to prove it a little bit later on.
We've got some of those wonderful battles to come. As you say, a little bit later on, we've got more quarterfinal action to bring you after the break, though. Don't go anywhere. Blast Titans, it's popping off.
In arenas, there is kind of pointless to pick up snipers or some rifles like G7 Scout.
My playstyle is, I would say, it's between like slow to like medium pace.
I try to play for end game basically. We're not rushing at the first seconds. We're trying to play with zone. We're trying to poke enemy because we knew that we have more batteries than they have, and we're trying to exhaust them before a real last fight. So we're gonna be healthy, as much healthy, and they're gonna be like low HP.
Some of the weapons I use would probably be snipers or like scouts, like marksman weapons. Also wingman.
I prefer to play with wingman and SMGs, and of course EVA shotgun. I think this is like the best loadout for arenas.
Going into round one, I would buy the Havoc.
My default and my whole team default is for first round is by wingman.
The reason why I buy Havoc is it's a very, very strong weapon up close.
The best pick is a wingman for us because it requires only aim, right? And it's good enough to make a damage to poke enemy, and whoever hits most, those guys will win the first round as a rule.
I'd also buy 2 shield cells to go with this in case my team also needs shield cells, because you also get a limited amount. It allows my team to obviously choose like other weapons and like other choices of abilities and stuff. And I'd also buy an extra grapple for Pathfinder so I can like work around the map and play based on how my teammates are playing.
My dream loadout for arenas is purple wingman, purple EVA as a second gun.
For the weapons I would use Carbine and EVA. I would both max them out to purple and choose 2x on the Carbine and 1x on the EVA.
Then 3 frag grenades, as many bars as I can buy.
The max meds that you can, obviously, to keep your like team, but not only yourself, like stable throughout the whole like match. I would also buy Pathfinder's ultimate and the max grapples.
And abilities with my ultimate zipline. So yeah, this is my best loadout in my mind.
So also depending on the map, I would choose either Arcstar or frag grenades as my main choice of grenade.
Usually I never use more than 2 or 3 grapples, but I will definitely buy more if I could. If I have like a lot of spare money, I will buy more just in case. But usually 2 is more than enough for me.
Crack almost as well.
57 on him.
Are you?
Both pushing now. One healing underneath the stairs. No, there's... Yeah, they're coming. One holding. Both here. Up the stairs. Nice! Nice! Yeah, reload inside on him.
No, I got a bot.
Underneath. Oh yeah,
I'm
you
in
can
here.
bat. You can heal for free. He's up top. He's batting now as well. You're dropping him. Dropping him. Let's go, mate!
Well, that match saw some of those sneaky plays like the one we just witnessed. It also saw a brand new legend. Scrawny, let's start with you. What are our big takeaways here from Kungarna versus 789 to see Kungarna go on?
Yeah, a couple of takeaways. I think first and foremost, right? Like, I mean, Gardens is just a total blowout. I don't think it's worth talking too much about because it was the final piece and it was just that dominance from Kungarna we saw. But there is a similarity between how we saw Gardens start and also how Thermal Station started. And that was the countering of the Loba round 1 black market. Both those maps, second and third, we saw this straight up aggression coming out from KNG, the disrespect to the black market, the taking of position, and just the focus fire on a team that was opting for, you know, stolen batteries over top of early positioning. And I think that Dan and Onset kind of beat it up really nicely. It definitely takes one of the most powerful things that Loba brought yesterday out of the equation in the start of this match.
For sure. Now, Launders, one thing that I alluded to at the top here, which, you know, didn't seem to come out on top ultimately, but was a really bold move coming right out of the gate, and that was 789 fielding a fuse.
Yeah, they tried to. It was an interesting move. It didn't really feel like the impact was completely there, but they did get some zoning off, which I think was kind of the idea behind some of the grenades. So I feel like it made sense in a world where, especially where the zone can guarantee to get close enough, because that's when the zoning cannot be ignored and like the extra grenades. But I think that in practice here, where some of the rounds ended a little bit earlier than that, it did some work, especially in this specific situation, to again zone. But ultimately, it's still a question as to whether or not you would prefer to have Fuse over someone else, right? It's not about how much value Fuse adds. It's really about how much value Fuse adds versus how much you lose by, you know, it's the opportunity cost, basically, of not having another legend.
For sure. Well, let's talk about the match MVP today, brought to you by Razer, because Meidilo, we saw at the very tip top of this open as we came out from break, just how sneaky that guy can be. And Scrawny, that is a 16 kill, 6,000 damage. Holy interruptus.
Yeah, we haven't seen numbers like this since we were back in the Battle Royale weekend, when I think we were like accumulating all kills and all damage over all 3 days of competition. This was a 3-map match. We had a 3-0 in the to end it, but you know, the 4-2, the 5-3, I think a lot of those numbers were coming up in Thermal Station. Matey was tearing them apart, and I think that even though he didn't get the MVP, this was the play here from Matey that really sealed the deal. There was a moment here from Graceful. Okay, Graceful is the one that didn't get MVP, but I think had just substantial impact. Graceful was a lot of the time the initiator, a lot of the time the flank key, and he really set up Matey for a successful run here versus 789. You could see it, right? Graceful and Matey a step ahead. Kills from JMW, sure enough, but that damage on Graceful, I think, is like, it needs to be emphasized. He was not getting his kills because he was tending to be the first player down, and a lot of the times we actually saw Kungarna lose the first down, especially on Thermal Station. And even though they did happen to go through that, they were still able to claw that back off of the performance of the other two players. So all in all, I think KNG have given us like a top tier showing.
Absolutely, and certainly punched their ticket to the next round. Speaking of the next round, let's take a look at those brackets here for our quarterfinals, which of course we've already seen through disqualification, I should say, or through forfeiture. We've seen MajorPushers move on, and they will in fact face Kungarna. Launders, how do we feel about this semi? It feels like the clash of the Titans.
That's going to be a very explosive match. I actually, you know, I just don't know exactly which way it'll go because there's still stuff to prove, I think, for both squads. Like, if anything, 789 could be looked at as a, you know, a dark horse or an underdog, but I think, as Dan set up perfectly, they would be an underdog to win the tournament if they won this match, like if they were to beat Kungarna, because there's still other threats, but they didn't prove that, and then they also, got kind of like beaten down in the final map. So I think that adds to Kungarna's story, but it also takes away a little bit from what we can expect for that next matchup. That's going to be the proving ground.
Absolutely, and a huge GG to 789. Of course, they really made Kungarna work for it, specifically on thermal. I mean, that was the back and forth was epic. But you know what? We're gonna go back and forth, and that means it's time to hit a break. But when we get back, it's pre-game before we hit our next match. We'll be right back.
What is a dandy?
He's very ancient, so it's probably C.
I'm older than him.
First game I ever played was Sonic, back then when I came out on Sega, Super Mario or Age of Empires.
When he was kid, he got the whole walls at Sonic wallpapers at his room. So I will go with Sonic.
Yeah, I will say Age of Empires.
He told about console, he told about Sega. He gave us a little bit tips. There was no Age of Empires.
True. Okay, you go Sonic, I go Super Mario, okay?
You were actually on the very right track. It was Super Mario on the Sega, not Sonic. So, my favorite legend is Wraith, Revenant, or Watson.
I will say like recently it's Revenant, like 100%.
Navi Nash, I knew that he wants old skillful meta based back with Watson, so I will go with Watson. My answer is C.
I'm gonna go against Max and I'm gonna call B.
It is C, you're right. Even though I actually like to play on all three characters, but Watson is probably the one that I would love to compete again.
A legend that I think needs nerfing is Revenant, Crypto, or Bloodhound.
It's A.
It has to be B. What?
No, it's A.
No.
It's A.
I'm gonna trust on B.
Right answer is A.
Oh no.
The first console I owned was Game Boy, Nintendo DS, or Dandy.
What is a dandy?
He's very ancient, so it's probably C.
I'm older than him.
It's a console, what can I say?
I've never heard of a dandy. But it's like dandy, so let's go with C, I think.
It is actually Dandy, guys.
Oh! What is my favorite arena map? A, Party Crasher, B, Artillery, C, Schooltown.
Everyone loves Skulltown. It doesn't matter if it's arena or pub or ranked, it doesn't matter. It has to be Skulltown.
I will call A, Party Crasher.
Max is right, Party Crasher is my favorite. Best place to drop on world sets is A, Fragment East, B, Lava Fisher, C, Sorting Factory.
I will go for Lava Fisher, but how is it not Fragment East?
Yeah, I don't know either. So, but knowing him, it has to be Lava Fisher. No, just knowing him, it has to be Lava Fisher.
I'm going for B as well.
You're both wrong, it's actually Fragment East.
You ain't changed, man. You ain't changed, man.
And welcome back to Blast Titans. I am once again joined by the casting duo themselves, Onset and Gaskin. Onset, how you doing? How you feeling as we go into this Myztro versus Aqualix?
I'm feeling great. I really enjoyed the last series. I think that Kungarna have certainly put a bit of a flag in the sand, so to speak, as a team to watch going forward. But this series that we've got coming up is going to be just as exciting, and I think it's going to be another indication. I think Dan set it up perfectly, and I don't want to take the words out of your mouth, but this is how effective is Loba going to be? Because I feel like Aqualix are in a position where they feel, having spoken to Daski yesterday, they can counteract how good Loba can be. They've also got some secret strats that they wouldn't reveal to me, and I said I wouldn't reveal as well. So they didn't trust me enough to actually give me the strats that I wouldn't reveal them on the show. So I'm excited to see this one. I think it's going to be a real battle of the brains.
For sure. Okay, so let's talk about this then, Dan. We've heard the potential secret strat from Aqualix. Let's talk Myztro. What are your thoughts?
I think Myztro, seeing that Aqualix are going to be a team who's going to try and counteract Loba, do you then just not pick Loba? Do you go for something a little bit more aggressive to try and throw a spanner in the works and surprise Aqualix? That's entirely a valuable decision you could make. But at the same time, Myztro have had so much success playing very methodical and very slow and around the Loba black market, and then just waiting for care packages, having the ability to bracelet onto said care package with a little bit of cover. I really don't know which way this one is gonna go, because Aqualix have had more practice, it would seem, throughout the European teams, but from the EMEA regions, we've also seen Myztro dominate other tournaments. So this could be a grand final, but instead it's a quarterfinal. And I think that's a shame, but at the same time, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yes, it is. And what a delicious cookie it will be. Well, let's take a look at some of the stats behind Aqualix. Of course, they were a decisive pick for some of our predictions earlier on, but certainly have punched their ticket. A little bit interesting in comparison to the maps here on set between Myztro and Aqualix.
Yeah, I mean, very well balanced damage, very well balanced kills, to be honest with you, from all of the players. The Youth in Gibraltar are usually going to be the player who's going to be dealing damage from a distance, using that gun shield to do the poke damage, and, you know, the rest of his teammates are going to move up and probably get the little bit of extra as they get those finishes. But I was so impressed with them yesterday, especially against Endeavour. I was expecting Endeavour to challenge a lot more than they did. I actually picked Endeavour to come out on top of this one, but you know, having spoken to the Aqualix guys a little bit, they've been saying, you know, we've put some time into this. We've put some strategies together, and we really do feel like it's not just a case of getting into a 3v3. There's more to that in Arena, and I think that's been shown over the last day or so of action, that it's not just about running at your opponents, unless you're Fire Beavers. And it's about, you know, a little bit more than that, a little bit of brain work going on and trying to work out not only how you want to play as a team, but also how to counteract the composition and how the opposition you're going up against is going to play. So I'm fascinated about this one. I think it's going to be a really interesting series.
Absolutely. Speaking of fascination, let's take a look at those picks. And a reminder, we don't have any bans for maps because we are a best of 5 today. So as those maps become obvious on our screen, we're just going to start on Party Crasher here. And I got to say, Gaskin, one of the things, and I think Mark, you mentioned it earlier, one of the things that Aqualix, that narrative that we continue to say, casters and analysts alike, is that they look comfortable on arenas, much more comfortable than a lot of the teams who haven't made it to this point. I mean, the reality is maybe they have, like Onset said, Gaskin, just a little bit more experience and a little bit more time really grinding through arenas.
Yeah, they put the time in. They've seen this as an opportunity to win some extra prize money. Also, with the potential future tournaments, they could be including arenas as well. Why not put that extra time in? So it has benefited them, and we'll see if it can carry on to do so in further games. We can see the picks. Of course, every map is going to be played. I would say the main things we have to focus on with maps here is where are we going to see the more close engagements? We imagine there's going to be a Gibraltar on the side of Aqualix and probably not a Gibraltar on the side of Myztro, although you never know, they might change things. And the bubble fights are going to be extremely important. So when we look at the likes of Thermal Station, for example, which is what Aqualix have picked, this is going to be a difficult map, I would say, for the likes of Myztro to really take advantage of that Loba. But when you look at Party Crasher, Phase Runner, maps that are a little bit more elongated, the Loba should be able to benefit them on those maps.
Well, we are going to find out all of that right about now as we throw it to Scrawny and Launders for our next match. This is going to be Aqualix versus Myztro. Guys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kate. That's right. We were now one step closer. Party Crashers up first. And, you know, this is an interesting map to begin on because Party Crashers is the one map that we saw Myztro lose yesterday versus New in order to get this far, Launders. So it's got an asterisk next to it already before we even jump in. And that's prior to Thermal Station where maybe Loba, you know, can't get her black markets off. I'm curious. This to me is like the real test of the Loba play.
I agree. And also, you know, it was Myztro who picked it yesterday, which makes it even more interesting. So we'll see what happens. Again, in this matchup, as was brought up, it could be what, you know, one would expect to end up potentially as a grand final happening already. So we'll see. Sometimes that's the way it goes. But honestly, yeah, I expect every matchup from here on out to be incredibly strong. So we'll see what happens. For me, yesterday, most impressive team were definitely Aqualix. Overall, just talent was there. They looked specifically prepared for arenas. They brought it. Kind of an unquestionable performance. And I love that they have the doubts on the Loba, and we see Loba coming in for Myztro. Let's see how that works out.
A little bit of Mozambique play from the top of the Voyage. They've got high ground, that's for damn certain. Aqualix strong position.
That's crazy. He's actually just shooting for 15 damage.
Yeah, you know, just
to get as many cells off as possible. Yeah. I think Dan brought this up.
You save up your nickels and dimes, Launders. Eventually, you're going to be able to buy something.
Be Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, yeah, save them all. So, Loba store down, of course, out the gate. We've got that resource advantage offered over to Myztro. It didn't get completely rushed down like we saw in the prior, but because the store has been used, it's not going to be maximized versus this care package entirely. We get the repeater taken away by Aqualix, but Myztro still got their hands on that, man. They were able to hold their map control, try to make the use of it. We'll see if your favorite gun in the repeater has anything to say.
Let's go, Repeater Nation. On full display. He's got a great angle. We're seeing a lot of the map from this position. Crack here, you know, spot there. He can't even be challenged that easily. And already, you know, 150 damage already. Strong. Looking good.
Nade?
Peter.
I thought the nade was going to come in, but nice Pathfinder movement in order to get out away from that one. Ye old Mozambiques. Hell of a distance to be fighting with, but only time will tell. Only time will tell. For now, they've still got the cover. They've still got the high ground. And at the very least, while we do have 2 players from Aqualix over on the right side of your screens, it's that repeater on the opposite rooftop. So, you know, you got to pick your poison. Do you rush down 1 repeater, or do you get close to 2 Mozambiques? I'm no mathematician, but it feels like 2 is better than 1, and that repeater could get pushed upon. Sir Del does dive back. Nasky's trying to keep his eyes down as if like they're just beneath him, and sure enough, I feel like Myztro have done a very good job of rotating around the opposite side of the ship. They did push that repeater back. They gained a little bit of control, but now it's time to use those shield bats. You got to make sure you get your heals in, but they're not going to give them that chance. Yuki moves in with the Mozambique, gets the opening down. A slight man advantage over for Aqualix, but a nice angle out in the water catches them off guard, keeps them pinned in this staircase, and offers the first round win to Aqualix.
Yo, you know, that says a lot. Aqualix, they win that with so much composure. They're standing upright the entire time. They're not getting scared. And as you mentioned, the rotation from Myztro was nice. They showed that yesterday too, that these 2 teams were 2 of the teams who looked the most confident and comfortable in the rotations when they had to make one. They didn't make too many. They figured out the perfect timings to do it. And this is the first time between today and yesterday that I've seen Myztro kind of make a rotation after calculating and then just lose. So I think that says a lot here in favor of Aqualix.
It's a good start. It's a good showing. Loba store straight out the gate. You know, one thing about this Loba conversation, right, and whether or not she's powerful or negligible when it comes to the arenas is I'm curious if there's going to be a rebalancing now that people are seeing the store being bought every single round. You know, some of the cooldowns on ultimate abilities, obviously not apparent when it comes to Loba. And I'm curious, right? I think if it starts to really dampen some of the economy play and some of the resource management, then maybe there's a conversation to be had there. But I feel like we need to be proven that it truly is that OP. It's an attempt from Myztro here yet again, and they'll take a low ground. Now, the favor in this round, of course, is the fact that the circle plays a little bit closer towards them. They're not stuck behind that awkward column. They don't need to wrap all the way around the ship to try and vie for some sort of search roll. They've got that out the gate. And then Haran trying to jump down towards the care package, and you see the Gibby Dome going down on top of it. So Aqualix, easy pickup. Easy pickup for them.
I really love how they've been using the dome so far. Not necessarily to, you know, at points which the dome can get taken over. That was a great opportunity to just simply loot. And they've got some onlookers here with the nade and the approach from the left side. But it's still not a bad position to be on these stairs. You can explode upwards. You have the whole top of the roof to fight on. Pretty 50-50 right now.
Yuki's going to try to make the most, but has to jump down. That takes him out of the fight, and he fumbles his movement. As Rugby gets the first down onto Del, we still have that shotgun removed from the equation, but the Mozambique, oh no, it betrays Rugby. Luckily for him, he's got the teammates to swoop in for the kill, but a little bit awkward there, Launders. Fighting up the staircase, sliding down the stairs. It looked a bit like a water slide for our boy, who wasn't able to keep his footing and wasn't able to keep that 1-round lead. We're all tied up at 1 apiece.
Happy to see Myztro alive and well, and they come through with a confident rotate to pick when they want to fight. They found a great timing to do so. And again, I don't think it was like a bad spot for Aqualix to be on the stairs, because actually, you know, the stairs themselves, you got a nice headshot angle there. Plus, you can go downstairs or just explode onto the roof, and it's not too cramped. So it's kind of a good position to be in, but at the same time, it was just well played in the engagement from Myztro when it was about, you know, a 50-50 scenario. Both teams knew that the attack was about to happen, and Myztro kind of spread the roof really, really well when approaching.
Nasky not waiting any time, just clambers up as quick as possible. I feel like this does take something away from Myztro, even to climb on top right here. Look at this, face full of Yuki and Nasky. 2v1 versus Rugby, but the Mozambique can't get the down. I am shocked that Aqualix isn't able to establish man advantage off the back of that. Nice play from Sanya and Hran to keep them away, keep their teammate up. And then now this fight, I feel like it's forced to unfold. Both teams sort of weakened, both teams need some shields up, and both teams in a position where they can't really get away. We've got this push down the right side, and Rugby's one shot, but still he downs another. Rugby goes big, and we've got Myztro with a round advantage.
That was an insane round for Myztro because they get up on the roof and then they nearly get down. Or sorry, before that, they nearly get a player down, as you mentioned, and it looked like he was dead for sure. But after he got away, Myztro know that, of course, the Aqualix are going to try to rush him down, right? And what they do instead is they take two guys up to the roof to delay so that their third guy doesn't get knocked, and then they reapproach. And I think they, with their aggressiveness, you know, caught Aqualix off guard, who thought that they had kind of already won the engagement or at least slowed the attack down completely by almost knocking the first guy. So mad respect to Myztro for making such a brave call in an important moment.
Myztro straight out the gate of this round, gonna use that zip line, take to the top of Voyage, but here comes the launch pad. And Rugby has to give up his high ground. Slides off at the side. Sanya getting peeked by multiple targets, also just dives back ever so slightly. They saw the launch pad, they've got the Gibby shield, clearly some sort of an initiation that arguably gets canceled out on the side of Aqualix. But they've got to be cautious. One more round loss, and suddenly it is a very quick first map on Party Crasher. Everybody gonna top off here on the top side of the ship. And then it's Rugby to look to initiate. Nice headshot, gets the damage in, and then has to drop shield because his shields are down.
Domes are being used well, out of reach to their opponents. Great opportunity just to heal. And I think tactful use of the domes have just been the best as opposed to ultra aggressive, really up close ones, but sometimes those emergencies come in. Nasky gets eliminated. 3-on-2, chance for Myztro to close now.
Serdell's gonna try to reposition quickly. It looks like they're trying to jump on someone while they still have a chance. Oh, but Rugby in with the Eva. That's massive damage, and he goes down alongside his hit, and there it is. Myztro have managed the 3-1 sweep.
Insane. Full credit, Myztro. What a game by them. And that was with Aqualix, such a strong opening round, and then Myztro brought it all the way back and looked better in each aspect in all 3 rounds. And honestly, they had a disadvantage in a couple of the situations, or they at least came into engagements where it looked a bit too scary for them, and then they still were able to convert. So a couple of spots where Aqualix had a nice spot, you know, on the roof, on the stairs. That last round, they nearly got the down, and still Myztro were able to maintain their confidence and make the right calls.
Here it is, Sanya getting the first down. Nasky gets hit by the frag grenade, tries to escape from the top, can't get out of dodge. Rugby winning duels because of that arm shield helping to keep him up. And then the swarm here, just total swarm from Myztro. Really nice team focus, really nice focus fire. And I would say as well, like a good use of the Loba ultimate that we really didn't see shut down whatsoever. Unlike what's coming up with Thermal Station, I feel like the spacing and the size of Party Crasher played into Maestro's hand. And Aqualix didn't look that, you know, overly aggressive. They didn't look like they had that killer instinct that we saw from KNG in some of these rounds. This is the first one that obviously we saw Myztro lose, and the reason they lose it, I would say, 30-30 repeater supremacy, just nipped and tucked on everybody's a push as they tried to come over towards the ship, and I think the zone kind of screwed Myztro out of that first round as well. But from that point on, Launders, it's a straight 3-0 reverse sweep.
And it's Nasky who made his doubts public about, you know, using a Loba. And that's not to say that, you know, Loba is the only reason that Myztro won or anything. But it is to say that it is a zero-sum game with the legends that you choose. So, you know, if Nasky believes that Loba isn't contributing a lot, well, he has a team that should be doing a lot more. So in a sense, he does have something to prove by winning this match specifically versus Myztro, who uses Loba quite well. And of course, you know, you don't have to peg any one opinion to any player and say this is who they, you know, what they believe forever. But Myztro maybe will be able to sway them into picking a Loba in the future, because it definitely does feel like a lot of people think Loba is good right now. And from my position, way on the outside, where I'm just observing completely, don't know what it's like to go up against, you know, this level of play. It looks like the Loba is having a good impact.
I think that the value of the Loba still is going to be, you know, I think emphasized with care package control. I was thinking back when we saw KNG really rush down the opening Loba stores, it feels like, you know, maybe that strategy of dropping it ASAP on top of resources and stealing things away is definitely one way to go about it. And if you're on a bigger map like Party Crasher, then I think there's still some viable play there. But when I see Lobas getting crunched at the hands of KNG, I think to myself that maybe that ability still has its value just in mid-round moments. You know, it doesn't always have to be out the gate. Maybe that's what we're just seeing this weekend. And as you've alluded to, bro, early on with competitive arenas, it's not like anything we see now is going to be this, you know, super cemented decision or super cemented formula moving forward. I think her Loba ultimate is still pretty nice, especially if you can get downs, right? Think about the fact, like, let's say care package drops and you get a kill on a player. The down turns into a pile of loot, but you can't get your hands on it. Loba stores, black markets. It's a key piece of, I think, a multitude of decisions. And whether or not we start seeing teams play the black market a little bit later in rounds, I think that really kind of takes back some of the value that's lost when KNG is countering it out the gate.
And I think the bracelet also is another part of Loba that we don't talk about that much, but it's a nice piece of escape. I think Dan brought it up. You know, that Into the Void is the most powerful skill in the game, because of you can escape, you have an invulnerability, and you can reposition. And disengaging is just such an enormous part about Apex Legends. But Loba has a little bit of that, at least in the bracelet as well. So it's not that this is the one thing that they're using her for. She has a bit more dimension to her that makes her a bit more versatile in the grand scheme of things.
Hands down, dude. And I think sometimes we see that contrasted to the escape artists that don't have some kind of like, some kind of invincible mode. The Pathfinder grapples, sometimes they get shot out of the sky. The Octane sprints, sometimes tracked well enough. But that's the beauty of the Loba, right? It's like the safest of repositions outside of the Wraith move. So low-key Loba. Stocks on the rise, Launders. Stocks on the rise. But Thermal Station up next, and this is literally one of the maps alongside Gardens that KNG countered out the early Loba store. So I'm really curious if Myztro are even going to throw it in the mix, whether or not they're going to take the risk, or whether they just straight up change comps, because we've already had some different compositions today. I don't think Fuse is going to make a reappearance, but maybe a Bangalore. We've seen Bangalore's on Thermal Station just because the looting process on Thermal Station can be so difficult. This is one of those maps that's so small, you can find yourself into 3 enemies' angles all at the same time. It's super easy to focus fire if somebody's trying to play any kind of a rotation, barring the rotates on the most extreme parts of the map on the other side of the catwalks. So maybe, just maybe, we see her come back in. I'm just excited for a little bit more Thermal Station, because I think it's one of the maps, even though it doesn't play the best, and sometimes it can feel very quick, over very fast. It's one of those maps where you at least get, I'd say, like more team-centric moments. You can get the dog piles. They can happen quickly. They can happen slowly. We've got the donut base on one side and the platform on the opposite end. We saw a great round in our last quarterfinals that ended over on that platform. Props to 789 for putting on a show, despite them being eliminated.
I think one of the first things about this map that defines it is getting to the first roof above you or getting to the middle of the map as quickly as possible. And then from there, trying to get your chip damage. It feels like that's what people are agreeing to do most often. So we'll see how this matchup gets played out. Already a little bit of the chip damage coming through. And I don't know if... Yeah, true. Loba in play.
With the 6-inch shields. Woo! Damn, dude. Yo, Rugby's wingman is probably the slickest in the server at the moment. Coming off of Party Crashers, he's had some nice clips with it. And straight out the gate here with the damage versus Nasky.
He was so good yesterday, too. I feel like we kept saying his name. He was going crazy. They'll making a move to the inner ring. And we'll find Sanctuary inside. This is a bit unique as to, like, compared to the way that the other teams have been playing it so far. But right now, we've got a big, armor advantage towards Myztro. They've done really good chip damage already. As things get closer together, the Mozambique gets stronger.
Yeah, as if it needs to be any stronger, man.
Nerf the Mozambique.
Right? I love how slowly, over time, like, the Mozambique has become less and less of a meme. You've genuinely got to take this thing seriously, and it actually has its little niche in arenas, which is cool.
The P2020 is the new Dan Gaskin, that we make fun of.
Oh, man. Poor Dan. One more day, Dan. One more day of this, and then unless they bring us back.
Yeah. Also do another Legends and watch your back.
So
Harry back.
Donut House in the hands of Aqualix. Circle control for the majority. Definitely here towards Myztro. The shots zing by. And Haran's just going to go ahead, play a bit more passively. You don't want to be losing damage when you have such little resource to work with. Obviously, these headshot angles are just nasty. Surdell with the repeater. Repeater, damage eater. Ooh. Myztro getting shredded by both the rifle and the Mozambique.
Oh my god, nerf it for real.
Nasky doesn't want to be the first down, so he falls away, allowing his teammate to take up the mantle, try and continue in with that successful initiation. But it's still an even situation. Sonya on the opposite end. We're looking to see what angles he can find as Nasky yet once more has to retreat for the shields. Are there enough resources to pass around for Aqualix? That's the big question. And at what point do they have to hurdle over top of this railing? Luckily for them, they're playing the Gibraltar. And it's on the side of the dome that we're going to get this fight. It's crunch time. Surdell's waiting for the peaks, but he gets beat by the feet. The kicks are real. And we've got Myztro with their opening round win.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff by Myztro. Yeah, they had the perfect situation in the center ring. They knew the rotation was coming towards them. They were nice and comfortable the whole time, and they were leading on the chip damage before the fight even began. So that's already 3 of the things that will grant you arena wins most of the time. And they nailed it in every single category. How much more do Myztro have to offer? Honestly, I can't say because who expected Myztro to be standing this far above Aqualix already?
Dude, Sonya, I don't even think he needed a weapon last round, man. He's making the most of those boxing gloves. Man's playing fisticuffs. Downs 2 players by way of melee.
That was great too, because it's knocking him out into the
into the zone, right?
Into the zone.
Yeah. Left-right combo. Environmental threats. Gibby tries to come back into the shield, and Yuki's going to be the first down of this one. Wingman to the chest. Yuki removed. And are they able to get him back? You can see Surdell trying to size up the situation, but it feels like Nasky's been removed yet once more because of that damage. So they dogpile Surdell. He's out of this one. Sonya, will that be the 1 down? Not even. 3 players standing uncontested. Myztro looking to go even better than the Party Crashers score with the potential 3-0 thermal.
Name one team better than Myztro.
In this moment, I can't.
This is the team. Aqualix have 2 picks to win the whole event for good reason, because they were very, very impressive yesterday. And Myztro, like in the last game that we saw, it wasn't super clear how good Kungarna are. Like if Kungarna go up against Aqualix, or go up against Myztro, would they be able to pull off the same level of play? It's unclear, kind of, because we don't know exactly how good 789 are. Again, there's so little data when it comes to arenas. We're trying to learn from all these different head-to-heads. But in this game, I mean, Myztro versus Aqualix, we know Aqualix were banging yesterday. They didn't scrape by at all, and Myztro are just body bagging them.
Can't play the L-Star, but the Havoc's fair game. And it, alongside the Devotion, has definitely had some highlight moments across the last 2 days. Yuki trying to add one to the tally with his name stamped upon it. But this is huge mid-control offered from Myztro to Aqualix. We'll see if they can get anything at all. Black Market makes its appearance, starts robbing away some pieces. This would be so big, man. For them to go up 2 maps and only drop 1 round in the middle of it all. The unthinkable, Launders, may be upon us.
No kidding. A huge, I mean, okay, an upset. You know, we all respect Myztro, of course, but definitely, I think it feels like a clear upset. That is a good trade of damage. That slows down the push on both sides. It looks like Serdell, oh, he's getting a bit frisky, but the push is disjointed, separated from his teammates, and will end up going down.
Can they recover? Naski's got a good chance versus the Pathfinder, but he does get turned away. It is still the 2vx. They push in together, and they find Sonya, sure enough. We don't have a dud. We've got a round on the board and a chance for more. Aqualix going to have to follow this with a consecutive round win to push us away from a Myztro 2-0 start.
Well, it's nice to see that we've got a heartbeat here from Aqualix, but at the same time, it was a bit of a ropey push, wasn't it, when we came in? Slightly disjointed, didn't really look like Aqualix were clearly in a favorable position. I felt like Naski had potentially almost died, and Serdell looked a bit uncomfortable as well, on top of actually getting knocked. So I want to call that barely scraping by, and they'll have to do a bit more. The 2 rounds that we've seen Myztro win, they just looked very, very in shape, very comfortable, very confident.
Yeah, last round seemed a bit passive out of the start, right? Myztro were still back by their spawn in like the 15-20 second mark. They tried to rotate over towards the platforms, and they got jumped in the process, man. Felt like Aqualix saw a moment that they could maximize their damage, and they did. Myztro yet once more, kind of playing it a little bit more back than anything else, not going for the center circle. Feel like relying on Huron to drop the Black Market when the time comes. But they've got the info. Sonya definitely sees what's up. Maski's not going to be able to get away with any kind of sneaky flank frag grenades upon him. He'll continue to go for his peaks and try to connect a little bit of energy weapon damage. But I keep my mind on this launch pad, right? If his teammates attacking from the opposite end can keep Myztro so pinned in, like look at the map control that's now playing against Myztro. Sure, okay, they can drop that Loba store and take away the loot, getting their hands on some powerful weapons. But it feels to me like Naski's so ready to just use this launch pad and look to smother Myztro in the depths of their spawn.
I think you put it so well. He has the prime optimal position, and he can stay up here and fight just to let him know that he's alive, and Myztro has to look for another rotation. I like this. Myztro going up on the right this time, just avoiding this person, and it's a zero-sum game again. You know that if one person's over here in a great spot, go push his 2 teammates, 3v2.
Yeah, but they opened a door. With that reposition from Rugby, they opened a door on the opposite end, and that's where Myztro tried to exit out of. Sure enough, making a ditch from their spawn and trying to take a little bit of control here towards the middle. Look how much, in fact, Sonya thinks he can take away the wraparound through middle with a couple of wingman shots, but here's Serdell trying to get in on this, trying to jump the initiative, and it works until Rugby arrives. The wingman trade frag right back at it. Huron gets ripped by Naski. The Havoc, nasty. And as he repositions yet again, it could be him and Yuki with the edge. We see that crawl away back into the middle room, an attempt at a disengage to just manage to survive. Wide peek from Naski, now trying to rush up close and personal. The Havoc takes down Huron, and the clutch is on. It's gotta be Rugby, but he has so little to work with. A single tick of damage takes him out, and we are tied at 2 apiece.
Well, okay, we are very much back then. Awake we are for Aqualix. Very nicely done. That was such a nice opening position, of course, with Nasky on the Octane. Jump pad in his back pocket, as you pointed out, ready to make a big rotation if he needed to. But from that position, that outpost, the Warden in the Watchtower is able to make sure that Myztro could not shoot back and fight his two teammates unless they moved. Once they made that hasty rotation, they got center ring. A couple of these duels were just so nice from Aqualix, and it did come down to aim there between the Eva and the two players pushing, but Aqualix were the better team, so looking a lot sharper now.
In the mood for some shopping?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Feels like SCARZ.EU jumping on the first initiative last round was also pretty key. Saw that Octane had made a move, or excuse me, Pathfinder. He's going to lose some of his shields, but dodges back into the cover. Safe as can be, SCARZ.EU.
Tied up here 2-2. And we'll see how many ideas are left after 4 rounds have played out.
Oh,
whoa. He found a
that shield up.
small gap. Wow. I think I need glasses.
That's the Gibraltar.
Barely see him with X-ray on.
You gotta lean real close, man. Gamer stance. Sonya's gonna get pressured by the frag grenade. Doesn't seem like it really hit the mark, but SCARZ.EU's wingman sure will. Couple of bullets connect, and Myztro kind of stuck back at bay. That frag is fantastic.
Oh.
Rugby ripped halfway apart, then the reload in from Yuki. Oh, no. The hip fire. Havoc is shredding shields, but it's still a down V Yuki. SCARZ.EU and Nasky gonna have to come in big with a clutch, but in this 2v2, can they find them? We've got Sanya a little bit further back away from Hran. The Eva connecting, but the wingman's out. And that close-up shot, oh, it's good. And back to the 1v1 we go. Nasky, easy. Havoc just ripping them with the hip fire, dude. It's not the first, nor the second, nor the third down we've seen. These Havocs are coming to play.
Yes, I love that. The emergence of the energy weapons. And that was such a nice round from Nasky. 2 rounds back-to-back where he's just taking things into his own hands. Incredible accuracy there. Great movement as well on the final kill with the little wall jump. And now it's Aqualix in the driver's seat. 3 rounds in a row. Do I have that mistaken? They actually
sir, you're dead on.
Came back, yeah, in a big way.
Starting to feel it,
like
man.
It was going to be a blowout for a second.
I think the Havocs have actually been a key piece, man. These up close and personal Havoc hip fires have been essential for Aqualix in at least the last 2 rounds. I think, you know, getting the comeback started was maybe a matter of smothering enemies in spawn. But there's no doubt to me that the weapons are now playing a factor. We'll see if Myztro can respond, see if Myztro have a backup plan, see if they've got the solution. See whether they can wreak havoc after all. The Arc Stars and the frag grenades make a little bit of discomfort here, and they dive on Hran in the meantime. I love that. Throw grenades towards one player so that he has to get away, and then everybody physically dive another to try and get your opening down. But it is an escape artist in Rugby. With the Gibraltar Dome between him and his enemies, he's going to be given a little bit of a chance, but Hran isn't. Not so much, in fact, as he's now taken down to less than half. Sanya trying to give that cover, but a shield bat is needed on more than one player of Myztro. So nobody's comfortable for Myztro at the moment, and especially knowing that a round win here from Aqualix would be the map win too. The wingman shoots through shields into the flesh of the first, but the cover's still there for Aqualix.
It's been a big resource dump in these first few seconds. But everyone's got the bats to get back to full HP.
Oh, the dive.
Now. Oh, dive. Get in there. Right into the dome. Headshot to the head.
But good damage back. And then Rugby goes down. SCARZ.EU, the savior of this situation. And it's just about Hran. Down he goes. Aqualix, champions on Thermal Station. They got 3 rounds straight done against them on the Party Crasher. Now they go one better. 4 round wins straight in order to steal away the Thermal Station And that dive onto the care package, man, that's got to be the game-changing moment, because I thought to myself that, you know, Aqualix trying to hit Myztro in that moment when their hands were busy didn't work out the way they thought, dude. I love it. They saw the initiative. They didn't want to offer it over, and they absolutely maximized on it.
Yeah, I thought they were like asleep, or I don't know. I thought Myztro were just that much better than them up until those first 2 rounds, and then they just showed a whole new level. That was some beautiful stuff. I mean, this play was so insane. I actually said headshot to the head when he swung in to the Gibby dome. And thank God it wasn't a headshot to the butt. That wouldn't have done nearly as much damage.
Not nearly.
No.
But just, I think decisiveness, man. That's, you know, we praise competitive players in Apex for their decision making and for their commitments to those decisions. And I think that last round's a real good highlight of just everybody diving when they need to. This was the opening from Sonya when he was just whooping ass, punching and kicking his way to a round 1 victory. And then this one as well, right? Sonya, key piece to it, using that wingman very well. But this was the turning point, okay? 2 rounds in a row from Myztro, and then nothing but a handful of lint after the fact, because the Havocs, well, they shredded everybody.
Yeah, agreed. And then this was the sketchy one. It was like the first point that they got, but the engagement wasn't that clean. Like, they still managed it, but then after that, they looked so much more clean when it came to how they took their first fight. They didn't drop their first player, no jeopardy there. They had a 2-on-1 or a 3v2 situation all the time, and it really felt like they were at odds even before the fight began, which is obviously a great position to be in. But of course, these are just such high-intensity moments. You don't want to overanalyze what's going on, because people are taking not the best decisions possible, but the best given the info that they have. And also, you can't guarantee, like, you know, that your decision is going to make sense in 2 seconds, because you know, it's such a fast-paced moment, especially in these big 3v3 team fights. But you can see players like Nasky, for example, they're able to slow it down, see through the interference, really take their time with their decisions, and just like it feels like we're always in the right spot. Like, Nasky was very nice for, I think, the first 2 rounds in a row that they were able to win.
Agreed, man. And I think that, you know, as much as Nasky was able to kind of sit back and make sure that they had that structure they needed, I would also give SCARZ.EU props, because in, I believe, the 2nd round win and then that final round win for the side of Aqualix, we saw the Pathfinder grapple off of the ground, right? The straight launch definitely coming into the play. That's how they got into the Gibraltar Dome. That's how they jumped the the Pathfinder that pushed through mid in their 2nd round win. Very good at closing the distance, right? So as much as Nasky was making sure that the dial wasn't cranked to the max too much, we did have SCARZ.EU playing with the buttons and pushing that tempo when the time came. But in between this map and our next map, I believe we're going to go ahead, throw this away to a content piece. We're going to get the pros' thoughts on artillery.
There's like 2 bunkers on one side of the map.
And on the other side of the map, we have the garages.
It's super important, as with Battle Royale, to control the height.
It's a sniper stream. There's a lot of long range and high ground.
Artillery fights are super strategical.
You have the zip lines.
You can usually just take the zipline cross on the right side and have the full advantage.
When both teams are desperately trying to win sort of the so-called God spot or the high ground, then it definitely makes for some really interesting starts to the rounds.
If you manage to take the zipline first, you can beam them out so they can take it, and you have a really good advantage.
Your ability to reach the high ground early on and also gather resources surrounding them and sort of establish a foothold to make executes from the high ground is the most important thing.
The big building, staying on top, having a sniper or a wingman would give you a really good advantage, and you could maybe crack 1 or 2 and just rush them.
So those buildings are really useful if you're controlling the roofs, but the bottom floors are really bad, and if there's a team above you or any sort of enemy player above you, you can really get punished from so many angles.
I would say artillery, like long range, are best weapons there.
You need to make sure you're not too far away from your teammates if you're gathering resources, etc., because then you're in a position where your teammates are vulnerable, and then it's a 3v2, and then you've basically lost the round before it even started.
So artillery is the one map that I think has created a couple of curveball moments here, Londers. Earlier today, we had a fuse pick on this map in particular. And now this is a big ask of production, okay? This is to see if you guys are S tier. If we could somehow go back and watch the round where the circle closes and forces Fuse off of the rooftop. Oscar, I know you clipped it. I know you've got your fingers on the keyboard frantically finding it, man. This is an example of, I think, playing high ground advantage in artillery specifically. And this is something that a lot of the pros like to touch upon, right? It's the high ground and the vertical lines that artillery offers in comparison to any of the other arenas maps. I think playing Fuse, particularly with this emphasis on grenades, that was the key piece. You know, that was the strategy, that you'd use high ground advantage with the trajectory and the speed of his utility usage to try and blow enemies out of the open or into the open if you do find yourself with high ground advantage. And I like the fact that we saw something new out the gate. Did it work, Launders? No. But it was different. It was an attempt. And here it is. You can see as Desu with the Arc Stars just playing this high ground, lobbing these bad boys forward onto Graceful. Look how pinned into position Graceful is as Zanya tries to go for the hit. Now, ultimately, this comes back to backfire because they emphasized high ground too much and too late. You see right there that the zone closes onto Desu, forces him down into this awkward corner position, and that then at that point, KNG jumped on them to finish the round, finish the game, and take their win. But I do see what Fuse was trying to be used for. I think the only other option, if you're not going to go for Fuse, but if you want to play a similar play style, I think Valkyrie on artillery is an interesting pick as well.
Yeah, you've been lobbying for the Valkyrie pick to come into arenas, and I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm ready to see it. I think it makes sense to me what you were saying about Valkyrie on artillery. The only thing is that whenever, I mean, okay, in my games on Arena,
yeah,
huge asterisk on this. People use Valkyrie. I see a really easy target with sometimes, but in the case of, you know, players of this caliber, being able to get back up on high ground, I think would be insane, especially when we don't know where the circle will end sometimes. So I think it makes so much sense. Of course, they're not just going to be taken off in the middle of the map and show themselves as the easiest targets of all time. So I really feel like that, yeah, there is potential there.
Although at the same time, earlier today, Launders, I think you put it best when you said, like, it's not so much about what Fuse or Valkyrie adds, but rather what you lose in not having one of the more arguably essential characters. So, you know, I'm just trying to put it out there. You know, you got to share the energy and see what gets picked up, see what sticks. So for now, we're just keeping essentially more of the same, right? Octane, Pathfinder, Gibraltar on the side of Aqualix. We've got the Loba in yet again, single movement character with Path. And that's okay. We're par for the course.
Hashtag forgo Gibraltar.
Forgo
Gibraltar. Yes.
You're not about those things, huh?
Hashtag buff rev. Hashtag add Wraith. Wraith was actually, I mean, Kungarna made a case for Wraith on artillery. Of course, you have to have a good Wraith player, but they all do.
For the most part, they've just got a lot of good players overall. The best players can surpass their legend players. And right now, Navi's questions upon him, man. This is just a dog pile on top of the bunker. It is Myztro currently cracked. Nobody's got shields, and one of them is already down. But Aqualix is in the exact same situation. It's a flesh fight. It's a flesh fight. And now Yuki takes the time to get a little bit of shields into the equation. So this really starts to favor back the way of Aqualix. We get this peek up from Rugby, and then he escapes. But how does he pull off the unthinkable? Maybe a Phoenix kit for the heal. He tries to start it, doesn't take any damage, and actually outputs a little bit more. But then when he swings those doors, Gibby Dome with the revive to really spell disaster. And disaster is spelt Mastiff in this situation, because the moment Surdell sees him, he's going to get shredded. A shotgun shot to the face and then to the arm shield. That's going to put poor Rugby back on nearly half health. He's cowering in the corner, and he's killed.
Unfortunately, there was not much counterplay there to be had. In the 1v2, you could have tried to push there while you had some HP, but it's super unclear whether or not you can win those duels. And then the revive comes in, the shield tilts come up, the dome comes down, and your hopes go down and out the window as well. So it comes down to the duel right here in the 3v3 on top of the roof.
And it's Aqualix holding strong. Okay, another confident move here from Myztro in towards them. But Nasky makes a very cute reposition around this top generator, AC, whatever it is, on top of the roof, from the right side to the left side. And Myztro tried to follow him. And as soon as they followed him and he changed directions, they had no target, and Nasky joined back up with his teammates.
Yet again, a circle that's going to play us towards bunkers. I do like this side of the map. It's symmetrical. You know, that's satisfying.
Curious or OCD?
Yeah, yeah. Look how symmetrical it is. Look at the other side. Yes,
Yeah.
there's symmetry over there as well, but it's not as
What about
clean
the
and tidy.
wear and tear on the roof?
The wear and tear.
How do you
on the
feel about camo pattern clothing?
I don't know. I don't have a big opinion because I can't really see it. You know, I gotta.
Okay, all right. I'd mute you. I would get fired.
Don't worry, I'll end up muting myself at some point, dude.
Yeah, same.
The tail of the tape. Care package hits the dirt, and Aqualix are going to be on the opposite side of the bunker. Sonya trying to play on the bulbous cover. Gibby Dome goes down within itself. Nasky is literally 1 HP as he escapes, and SCARZ.EU just lost all his shields because we've got Sonya on the top rope trying to lay down the damage. That Gibraltar arm shield, though, gives him just the protection he needs. Dangerous peek down into a potential 3 on the side of Aqualix. They all stay shoulder to shoulder. Dude, it's a mashup. Sonya sees bodies, but he doesn't know whose limbs are whose. And despite that first bit of damage, he doesn't get us down. He's right back at it, and he loses out to the Flying Pathfinder. We've got rope-a-dopes upon rope-a-dopes, and only one hope now for Myztro, and that is not to get 3-0 swept.
Damn, man, Aqualix are cooking all of a sudden. It has totally changed the storyline, and it's just across these last 2 maps, you know, looking worse and then insane within the same map. And now, not looking like they have any flaws whatsoever. Aqualix, they're here. They have clear skin, long flowing hair, perfect cuticles. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, man.
Flawless.
Nail care is of the utmost importance.
Very underrated.
Woo! SCARZ.EU!
Let's go.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Oh, what? You think you can take the ropes? Nope. My hopes.
Crack.
But you've got to go into the corner to shield, into the dome, where they look to hold and find a home.
I mean, looking at this, it's just such an insane longbow spot. This hard angle onto the other high ground, plus all the vision of the roof, and they have, of course, an extra player just a bit farther out. And they've just established this kind of map control. It feels like this is the best way to play in arenas that you can apply to, that's almost map agnostic advice, is not to have a full-on lurk or a huge flank, but to have someone a little bit farther out just to create a cone towards your enemies so that their attention is split between, you know, 70 or so degrees.
Yeah. Far out, man. Get real out there, man.
All right.
Like Nasky.
Yeah.
His opponents.
Nasty ass Nasky.
Yeah, weren't even sure where he was at until he starts to lay down that flatline damage. But that's a
See
flat
this?
line with no
they're
attachment.
looking at Nasky, and now Dell gets shots. And then they look at Dell, and then Nasky gets shots.
SCARZ.EU just poking him in the eyes, man.
Wow.
Visceral.
Yeah.
Violent. And right
Look
now...
at her being.
Oh! What a down! You can run, but you can't hide. Rugby with the wingman hit. He tried to dive back into the cover, but this is like, I think, one of those moments where we go back to Thermal Station. We saw similar moments where Myztro just kept trying to play towards their spawn. I mean, they're still in the artillery house. And as Nasky's now attacking from the opposite end, he gets dogpiled, but it's going to be Hran in the 1v3. Master to the head of one, but Aqualix are your champions on artillery. The 3-0 perfection to take the 2-1 map advantage in this best-of-5 quarterfinal. Woo!
Wrap it up like a shawarma. That's it for Aqualix. They are...
That garlic sauce.
They're awake.
Yeah, so are we after that, man. I mean, look, I saw it on Thermal Station, and I think it was on full display in that last round as well. It's about initiative, it's about map control, it's about the ability to pounce, and even in a situation like that where you've got Nasky so far removed, yeah, he could technically get dogpiled, but the 3 other enemies in Myztro are so far away, they're so reserved that Aqualix have all the control they need. They have all of the angles. You hit it on its head, man. It's all about that, like, that angle work, you know? Keep their head on a swivel. Don't let them feel as though they have any clear exit route. And what are they left to do? Drop a black market inside their spawn house, cross their fingers, and hope it works? Dude, Aqualix are playing rounds like they want to win, and Myztro are playing rounds like they're just trying to find their footing. And I think for that reason, this 3-0 sweep is very well deserved. You saw Serdell come out of spawn with these lickety-split rope grapple swings. It's perfect, man.
The first few seconds means a ton on artillery and just in general in arenas with what kind of map control you can go and get. You don't need to necessarily do it. But one thing that Nasky said about Loba was that if you have a Loba, then you lose out on being able to take a good position early. So, or just a good position, you just lose positional advantage in general. And so that wouldn't mean anything if he was on a team that didn't abuse that as much as possible. So the fact that you're seeing him be a part of that and taking advantage of the fact that they know they're going up against a Loba just shows that is the perfect counterplay to prove his own point. So I think what he says makes a lot of sense.
I think on Party Crashers, we saw it work for Myztro a little bit better. I feel like here on Artillery, dude, it's all, you're dead on. It's just about the spawn control. It's about taking control out the gate, and I feel like Aqualix just cranked the dial to a whole set of numbers, a whole new set of numbers, dude. Beyond the 10s, beyond the 20s, you know, big ones.
Yeah, huge. You have to take off your shoes to count that high.
Here we've got the repeater in action. You'll be a happy man. This was obviously the opening round, and the repeater bleeding was big. Not to mention the Mastiff cleanup, right? Care package dominance for this first round win. And then in the third round, we just had Aqualix just take 2 players to the top of the wall. Serdell opening with a nice grapple, closing with a nice grapple.
He's awesome. Kind of the entry man. It's like Nasky's out there in front in some ways where he sometimes is like taking attention, but he's also not just the guy who just dives in and commits to the duels. It's usually Dell's coming in first and then Nasky will join up after, but they are always feigning that presence, like threatening that he might poke in. And this is happening not just on Artillery, but it seems to be their kind of ethos. But now, are we moving on to Gardens by any chance? I can't remember.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the 4th map because I thought this would be the 3-0.
We got Phase Runner. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So
wow, yeah.
Let's poise this situation. Phase Runner, very comparable to Party Crasher, in my opinion, in terms of size, in terms of scale, and in terms of having like a more comfortable Loba black market. I'm curious to see if they're able to play as quickly now out of the gate on the side of Aqualix. But I do like your point here about Nasky, man, being that one guy on the offside, right? The thing with playing lurks in arenas, and the reason I'm happy that we don't have Bloodhound to ruin all of these lurks, and the reason that, you know, we've got to have to consider Seer, maybe he's on the ban list too, bro. Heartbeat sensor in arenas, I don't know about that. But point being, if you're gonna be the guy who's gonna walk the tightrope, right? If you're the ballet dancer on the tightrope, that's what I envision Nasky as in his off time. You're gonna look either incredibly impressive when you pull off your impact, when you draw the attention away, and then when your team can get in on their fight and close rounds, or you're gonna look like the baboon that falls to his death because you're out of position and you're not able to pull off what is a very daunting task, right? To be that one player on your own in arenas, you're really opening up your team to really get pummeled and punished if you're not careful. So I do want to give credit in Artillery, and in that last round in specific, I think he's giving us a play style that is difficult to replicate but very valuable, and as we saw, can be key to those easy sweeps.
I might be a bit out of my depth here with this one, but I feel like this is where we've seen Wraiths do really well. If you do have someone who's going on some kind of clandestine operation out to the middle to get a little bit of info because they can quickly escape, but then there's also just agreeing to portal over.
which is the other option. So here's Myztro, of course, going for the black market, and Aqualix, you know, just kind of far out waiting on the other side of the map. I don't think there's any particular advantage for them necessarily in this spot. So this is where, you know, Loba might have more of an effect, but it's not like Aqualix are in a bad spot or uncomfortable at all.
Yeah, no, by no means. But I think it is worth noting that we've had a hell of a turnaround within this best of 5. Coming off of the 3-0 in artillery, that is now 7 round wins in a row across thermal station and artillery to take the 2-1 lead. Impressive stuff, I'd say. And a chance to close with said consistency. They've gone ahead and done it. They've played around the rules, Mohan. Rules are meant to be broken, and that's what the L-Star does on its own. It's fallen from the care package, so it is fair play, and we have seen this a couple of times. I feel like I have yet to see the team with the L-Star lose. So we'll see if Nasky can make the most of it, as we do have Myztro taking a little bit of control towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, because the team with the L-Star is not holding the L. It's the one dishing it out.
Yeah.
Right? You're eating the Ls.
What did you call these balls of energy earlier? Furbies? you said that and you got away with it and nobody called you out, but I'm backpedaling, man. That was like 4 hours ago. You don't get that one for free.
Whatever you would call them.
Those
Fuzzy
furry balls
balls
of energy. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I think we call those Dan Gaskin.
For now.
Huron's going to take a bit of damage here. Needs to make the use of that bat. Luckily for them, Myztro with the Loba store out the gate robbed away the resources they wanted. But we do have a clumping of players here towards the stairs, and that's where the L-Star is going to rip your limbs off, pick them up, and beat you over the head with them. Because Nasky is going to go absolutely ham for all of the kills he can alongside Sir Del. It's a sweep of the 3. No answer at all from Myztro.
Imagine picking a Loba and then just getting L-starred. Like, so nuts. That's it. So, I mean, it's not like you just gotta forfeit the round, but it's really hard if you, especially in an early round where the L-Star can close the gap, because that's of course where it's much stronger. And I'm just overall loving the presence of the energy weapons because of how strong they appear to be in particularly arenas. You know, no third parties involved, prolonged engagements where people don't have to disengage quite as much. And you're seeing like how nuts people are, especially with the legal energy weapons. But then you also have the L-Star coming in.
Yeah, contraband, man. L-Star contraband.
What do you think is over here? Enemy real close.
W-Star.
No loot robbery this time around. Middle circle. I do find this the definite strongest position when you get these center circles, man. This cliff, this snowy cliffside in the middle of the map that oversees the trucks, the parking lot, and the under construction side of the map. Sonya goes soaring all the way back, trying to reposition to his teams, right? I was trying to make that point earlier about Nasky being the one-off. Well, this was a moment where Sonya could have gotten caught hard, but instead looks to take a dive back to his 2 teammates, where we do see Aqualix trying to focus their fire because they did have Nasky almost down for the count. They're going to go ahead and grab a boat check. I'm all for this. Boat check wingman on Yuki. Let's see if this poke damage will manage if we see Myztro extend into the open. Zone is closing. 10 seconds to spare before despair takes effect, perhaps. Frag grenades to the sky as Huron looks for some kind of an angle, but we do have Aqualix giving up a chance for their enemies to close that gap and run through the open. I feel like anytime somebody's shields are going to get busted here, it's a chance for the other team to use that as a doorway to close the gap and get up and close and personal on these cliffs, man. It is not an easy job to close this distance, especially as Yuki lays down a little bit of bow check damage, but he's taken out of the fight because of his need to shields, and all of the attention is now turned away from Sonya.
I feel like it's kind of intimidating staring up this little, cliffside, and I feel like a lot of teams have gravitated towards this point. It honestly
it makes you wonder if it's actually better for Myztro to try to rotate around as opposed to attack it dead on. And now with the emergence of the bow check, as long as they don't just instantly close the distance, you got to give the chip damage edge to Aqualix, who are definitely winning a lot of control here. Look at them making Myztro run around.
Just ready for that dome to pop, but you got to make sure you yourself are not caught in the open. Inside of the Gibby Dome they go. SCARZ.EU down to a single shot, so he's out of this fight, and it's going to fall onto Yuki, that late arrival, because of the attempted bow damage. But what lies ahead? The heads-up 1v1.
Oh!
And his first hit to Gibby. He's got Rugby taken out of it, and the arrows are certainly connecting, but he's out of the resources in terms of shields, so still a chance at a small heal until he swaps to the shield bat, and that could definitely make the difference. They're crawling inwards on him, trying to make the use of the knockdown shields. Hran clambering over the rock. It's a dog pile of bodies, and he's not sure who to shoot. Half health for Yuki, half health for Hran. The zone getting it on, and it's Loven down. As we've got Aqualix with another round win and a near flawless streak from this comeback across 3 maps.
Was that literally Robin Hood on the bow check? Did you see that headshot? With that tack and the 1v2, and man, he looks so comfy with that wingman in the 1v1. We saw it all from his perspective. He's told the story of that clutch, but we did see the winner's POV as well. And man, was this such a nice move by him. And you can see how powerful this is. I mean, it's not like you have to really load up for that long, show yourself for that long. It's a bow, but it's definitely a bow from the future.
Yeah, where they're more accurate, faster, and potentially.
Yeah. Like they never
explosive arrows.
They didn't do so much for bow technology in real life, but in Apex Legends, you know, the bows are on par with the Wingman-y and the L stars and everything else. The W stars.
Dub stars.
Dub stars.
World star.
Oh, that's a throwback. Oh my god.
Right? Yeah. World star. Oh, actually, hold on. Until they sponsor us, I'm not going to say that again.
Okay, no free brand deals.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Get in them DMs. We'll talk. Fire in the hole. Unfortunately, uneventful.
So why do they call it fire? I mean, because they're firing something, or?
Yeah. Fire is dangerous. Water is wet.
But like, it's usually it's like an explosive. There, you know.
Yeah.
Why isn't it explosive in the hole?
I don't know, man.
So
I don't know.
What I had. That's my question of the day. I thought you'd be able to answer it, but some of us aren't that much knowledgeable about things, I guess.
Oh, you can run, but you cannot escape. See, that's what I'm talking about, being the one-off, right? How many times have we seen Nasky go and do his thing and not get punished? Well, this is one of the times where he does get punished. He does get caught, and Yuki looked like he just flubbed the revive for a second.
I think
Animation
the fight was
restarted.
too soon.
And now with SCARZ.EU also being down, this is Myztro with the easy pickup. That is the ballerina tightrope walk that I was talking about. And in this case, Portanaski just fell to his untimely death. I'm talking 40 stories, Launders. I'm talking sidewalk splattered.
Oh my god. Wow, 40 stories. I think you die before you hit the ground.
You hope.
Mentally, that's where he was when he's running through that open field, right? He was in the firing range. And hey, hear me out. Wraith would have made that rotation possible.
Yeah, you've got a good point.
Let's go.
All right, Wraith over Octane. That's what you're telling me?
Oh. What would the jump pad do for him this round?
I've only got more questions and still no answers. Frag grenades out
the most honest duel.
Trying to rush the resources. That's big. Frag onto Yuki's feet and bullets to Nasky's head. No, he's able to get away. Sonya's going to get those shields in, as will Rugby. A little bit of posturing out the gate here. This is the beauty of this side of Phase Runner. When your two teams come out of the portal and just instantly clash, it's like you don't have that breathing period that you would elsewhere on the map. When you're posturing in mid, when you're over towards construction, you get a little time to set up, a little time to pirouette, and in this case, it's straight to the dance of death. Myztro Gonna try to get a little bit more rock control, and SCARZ.EU, sure enough, over here, that was such a sick grapple hook all the way over to try and maximize the damage they did. And in the meantime, we get this push out from Nasky. He's able to down Rugby, and SCARZ.EU, having wrapped back around those rocks, is right back into the equation. He's the fully shielded player here for Aqualix. They're still poised to take this third map. They're still poised to take this whole match. We've got Aqualix in the semifinals.
Yeah, they closed it out. It really didn't feel like they were going to make it through after that kind of first half of this run. But, man, halfway through the second map, they turned it up. And now they're just undoubtable. You know what I mean? Like, that looked so good. Super clean all the way through. I was waiting for now Myztro to try to revise the story. But overall, the plans for Aqualix went so well. Nasky played super well in his roles. Everyone contributed, and you could definitely see the thought that went into their approach to the game.
Yep. I think that in this last couple of rounds, we get a good display of what Nasky's play style is. Yes, we find him caught in the open when the circle was playing towards the center of Phase Runner, but then one round later, when SCARZ.EU tries to extend and, gets broken, and we see Myztro magnetized towards that chance at downing him, who gets the opening down, who pushes through mid for it, it's Nasky on full display. So both sides of the coin, and it looks great for Aqualix. They will take that semifinal spot, and we'll take a chance to catch our breath as we pass this to the break. Analysts up next.
I have no idea.
I don't even know what Party Crashers.
It's like fresh and fun to play.
Which was the first game I played? Call of Duty, Warcraft 3 on PlayStation, or FIFA 2000 to 2002 on PlayStation?
I think it's C. Like FIFA came out so early, and like he could have played it back then.
Warcraft 3 stands out to me, you know, like one that it's kind of a weird one, but
I'm going for C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, FIFA.
Yeah, let's go.
Which is my favorite legend? Octane, it's A, B Wraith, and C Pathfinder.
I mean, right now Octane, right? You play, but like Wraith is what I mean. You play all three of them quite a lot.
I think that your favorite legend is Pathfinder.
He's OG.
Like he used to be your favorite legend, but now I think it's Octane, so I'm gonna go with A.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with A too now.
You're both right in a way. It did used to be Pathfinder, but it is Octane at the moment.
A legend I think needs nerfing. A Horizon, B Bloodhound, or C Revenant.
I'll go with B Bloodhound because Revenant is not a character without Octane, and Horizon sucks.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with B as well.
That one was C Revenant. You had to get Jabate in there, you know. I had to Jabate them for that one. The first game console I owned was a Nintendo 64, B a GameCube, or C an Xbox 360.
Probably A Nintendo 64. I'm not sure here though.
It could be anything, but I'm gonna go with Xbox 360.
Oh. You're both wrong on that one. Is a GameCube actually, the first console I owned. Yeah.
No. My favorite arena map is A Overflow, B Party Crasher, C Phase Runner.
I don't even know what Party Crashers. I'll go with C Phase Runner.
I have no idea. I'm just going with Party Crash on this one.
The answer is A, because I recently played the map. I really enjoyed it though. Like it's like fresh and fun to play. Best place to drop on the World's Edge is A Skyhook, B Thermal Station, C Countdown.
B Thermal.
I'm gonna go with Countdown on this.
So the correct answer is A Skyhook, because usually when you take Skyhook West, you get the trails as well, and the loot is just like insane.
Come back, Yuki. You're
I'm
alone.
healing.
Just don't let
Trying
them
to
get
get
the
angles on
drop. If they get the drop, we W key. I have a jump pad with me.
Low
Okay?
again.
I'm playing on my jump pad.
Can I bubble the drop now? This one? Yeah, I'm gonna bubble it.
Okay, go for it.
Play the backside if they push you.
because I'm staying back here.
I'm healing Yuki. Wait,
pushing
they're pushing
you.
you.
Wait,
I'm with you.
150 on the path. Dippy cracked.
DB one, I'm pushing DB.
Lobo, last one Lobo on me.
Pushing over.
Cracked her.
50.
Dude, right when I got a
Good
Kraber.
no scope.
Well, boys, that qualifier definitely made it seem like Myztro came out swinging, but the hiccups happened, and then it was 3 in a row, straight to the dance of death, as, of course, Scrawny said. And what a great line that is, and certainly a description of the last match we just saw on set. Woo, it's hot.
I mean, it was pure momentum, wasn't it, from Aqualix? You know, they started off a little bit slow. We were thinking, all right, Myztro have got this. They're going to play into their play style, fall into their hands a little bit, and then I mean, it was the Aqualix show from then on, and every single member stepped up, but I was really impressed with the individual display of Naski, actually. A lot of praise goes to Dell and to Yuki for their individual slaying ability, but I thought that he was playing the bait really, really well throughout the series, especially on the final 2 maps. His teammates got into great positions as well to obviously enable him to do that, but I'm almost surprised that didn't go the full distance, that series, and I'm surprised that Aqualix did actually manage to, you know, hammer it home in the way that they did, because I thought that was going to be the tightest matchup we were going to see between the teams in our semifinals.
Well, we just like to throw wrenches into all of our tournament plans for sure. Gaskin, as we take a look at our MVP presented by Razor, it's actually Yuki. Of course, love goes to Naski and to Serdell, but Yuki's the one, Gaskin, that takes 13 kills and they scorching 5,000 damage.
Yuki is just personally trying to attack Launders at all times by continuing to play Gibraltar and continuing to find success, because it's important to have a defensive character when you are going up against teams who are playing somewhat aggressive or are going to be just going for resource management and being able to outpoke you. The bubble shield being able to initiate fights but also be able to kind of protect you from being jumped on by a full 3. It was a package protecting dome at times. There's all these different things that a Gibraltar can do, and Yuki has really just kind of changed the game, I think, when it comes to Gibraltar play during Arena. So I've been very impressed with what he's had to offer, and Aqualix definitely deserve their place in the semi-finals, and sure as hell, they are contenders to win this entire thing.
They are indeed. I want to go back real quick. Onset, Naski, he mentioned some secret strats. Did we see many of those?
I mean, we saw some bow check. I mean, that's surprising.
That's true.
We haven't seen the bow check very much. I feel like they've got a really good understanding of the economy of arenas, because you're seeing things like a turbocharged Havoc being used. You're seeing things like a purple Mozambique coming out quite early as well. And you also see one thing that they do really, really well is get poke damage in the early rounds with the Mozambique. You know, even if it's only hitting for 12 or 15, that's so frustrating as a player to go up against, because it means you have to expend one of your 2 shield cells that you get in that first round. So little things like that show understanding, knowledge, and a little bit of application. This was the best play, though, in my opinion. The beautiful shot there with the bow check, and then both players a little bit of a standoff, a 1v1, so to speak, and it was who was going to misstep first, and Yuki just slides out of zone here and just manages to hit that final shot. It really was a big play from Yuki, but it was a really interesting series, and as I say, I really feel momentum played a big part into it. The run that Aqualix went on was difficult to stop, and as soon as you find a team that starts to get those rounds on the board, starts to click and starts to move as a unit, and everything sort of falls into place, it's very difficult to stop as their opposition.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely saw that on display. But let's not talk about past qualifiers anymore. Let's head to our future, which would be our final of our qualifying matches for the semis, for the grand finals. And that, of course, will be Fire Beavers versus NAVI. Gaskin, top of mind, we've already talked about it in the pre-show a bit, but, you know, NAVI coming in hot during BR, but not maybe being able to transition at the very last moment of those final circles, but really seeing some help and some great success, I would say, on arenas. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think NAVI have looked great in arenas. The wingman play, Claws coming in as well as a replacement. It's going to be an interesting game, this one, because NAVI have looked good. We've been able to see them play at what I would say is close to their most serious approach to arenas, whereas their opposition, Fire Beavers, I don't think we've seen Fire Beavers try yet. And I know that sounds weird, but they just kind of ran at the other team, had no respect whatsoever. They knew they were better players, and they just got involved in fights. So NAVI don't really know what they're going up against. They know that they could be playing a Fire Beavers who just disregard everything, jump at them with the Octane launch pad, and say, we'll take a 3v3 every single game. Or they have to think, wait, maybe Fire Beaver's suddenly going to switch things up. They're going to play a little bit more slow, go for the poke damage, go for the more methodical approach like other teams have, and we might struggle a little bit. It's so difficult when you're just going into the unknown against a squad who just turned up and did whatever they wanted in day one.
Absolutely. And while we take a look at the map picks here, and of course, best of 5 means we are playing all 5 of the maps that we're showcasing today. I do have to ask the Loba question, because we, Fire Beavers, a team known for their Loba play on BR, and certainly have fielded some Lobas here on arenas, on set. Are you expecting a Loba? Are you expecting, or is it possible that they could not?
I have no idea what to expect from this series. I think Dan's hit the nail on the head. Like, Navi have looked really good. They look really balanced. But I also think that this is just going to be a battle of mechanical skill. There's going to be some levels of, obviously, teams trying to think about what they're going to do. But the way that Fire Beavers play, they like to be aggressive. They like to take fights, and they like to get involved in doing damage as quickly as possible. You look at some of those highlights. I mean, just wingman flicks. Just the amount of bullets being missed is minimal. So you can do everything in the world if you're Navi, and you can think, we're playing this really well, we're working our angles, but then all of a sudden you could have Taskmaster just hit every single shot from an off angle, falling down from a building, and it doesn't matter. So it's gonna be a really interesting one to watch for me. I want to see Fire Beavers almost playing the same style that they did against Fenerbahce, because I think that's going to throw Navi off. And I think if you get a couple of rounds on the board and you play with that aggression, that style, how do you combat that? I don't know if you can.
Well, we're going to find out in just a moment, because it's now time to throw over to Launders and to Scrawny. Guys, take it away.
Yes, ma'am. Will do, Kate. Thank you very much. It is Launders and I back in action for another matchup, and this is where my heart faces Launders. If we can't settle this in the server, Mohan, I might have to take a trip to Toronto and settle this on the streets.
Well, we're here in person, right? I mean, how else do you explain the similar backdrops?
Oh, right. Of course. If I were to actually lean over here to my left, I could technically go into your box. But, sorry, did you just try to push me?
No, it was the other. It was Dan. He's
okay. Yeah. Better have been. Mohan, we're jumping into Thermal Station to start a series. How does that make you feel?
Hot.
Hot.
I took off my pants for this one. That's one of the bonuses of an online broadcast. No pants required. Fire Beavers. Why are Navi going to win this game, Ron?
Navi are going to win this game because they have the best concentrated wingman damage out of all the teams that we have seen so far in arenas.
I feel like I should have picked Navi because I love wingmans.
Wing my, Mohan.
Oh, wingmanathons.
Wing me's. Wingman. What do you think is over? I was confident in Navi until Taskmaster showed up. And
name one better player than Taskmaster.
It's funny. We had all these little content pieces done with the different teams, right? And everybody's just like making jokes.
And Taishin didn't show up.
Dude, he beat him so hard. Taishin didn't show up. Imagine. But Taskmaster, joke aside, man, he didn't take that content as any kind of, frolicky moment to have some fun, to laugh. He was so hyper-focused on his screen, he could smell the pixels. And he was wearing a mask. But now we're back into the action, and this is where it really matters, okay? 1v1s on Thermal Station, that's one thing. 3v3s with Navi on the other end? Well, we'll see what can happen. But I do like what I'm seeing out of Taskmaster so far, dude. This guy's just got an individual level that is nuts. He downs Max as he tries to escape Strafey on his rope. And now I feel like if I'm Navi, I'm starting to lose hope, because it's a 3v2 and they have nothing but the building to hide within. Gibraltar and an Octane. And they're going to fight on the doorway. But Sunset slides right through, and Fire Beavers with absolute ease eat up Navi.
That was nuts. That was I think it was good to keep eyes on Taskmaster there, because he was the center point of the attention with the opening kill as they tried to get away with the Pathfinder. Pathfinder goes down, and then it's pretty much only a matter of time after you get the first kill. Most situations, like, it's so important in these arenas. There's just not much space. It's really hard to get revive off, so 3v2 is almost guaranteed, especially if the other team can heal. because that's the big thing, right? If 2 players go down to like less than 10 health, one knocks, and then the other one has 10 HP, the 10 HP guy can still get away, heal, everything like that. But the guy who's down is completely out of the game.
So far, so
There's
good.
pretty much
for
no way to get him back up.
You seeing this?
Yeah.
You seeing this wingman damage?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't doubt him, Scrawn. I didn't doubt him.
Who would? Impulse is going to get lit up. Down to a measly amount of flesh. Taskmaster also busted. He dives onto the inside, and we get this pushback from Sunset, trying to play on the side of the door. Max's nade coming in big, and Impulse looking for another shield bat as the frantic fight unfolds inside, and we get the escape artist through the smoke. He goes, but where? And where to could you go to get away from the threat of Navi? Navi pouncing on their chance. I feel like the damage versus Taskmaster, when he dives into the interior of the building, is when we saw blood in the water for Navi, and they did not let that escape happen.
Now, are we going to have only wingmans for all... does anyone have not a wingman? But I said that really strangely. Does anybody not have a wingman?
There you go. I haven't seen much variation yet. Does wingman everybody have one?
I've never even seen Star Wars. Here I am doing Yoda impressions.
We've got the launch pad straight out the gate. Taskmaster looking to be the front runner, and he slides through the lava. Deals a little bit of damage to Max Strafey, who has to go and hide, but Sunset's been hit up.
What the hell?
And it's Impulse with the first down. Nesh is taken out of this. We're talking either 8 launch pads, frantic fights, fury, and fire to the favor of Fire Beavers, unless... Oh, it's so close. But Taskmaster finishes the job. Talk about octane throttling. They absolutely hit Navi before they even knew what day of the damn week it was.
Oh my god, am I crazy? I thought that Navi won. What happened to that? We're re-spectating?
We had a last-second spectate.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
Server keeping us on our toes.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, this is insane because, first of all, Taskmaster gets hit, like gets his shields ripped off, and just continues hard as hell with that push. Yep. That's probably the scariest part about him. He played like he had 150. He'd play like there was no shield crack at all. You know what I mean?
Those are the kinds of players that scare the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir, you're one shot.
Go heal,
I don't know
heal.
if you've noticed. You know, that's it though. It's when you throw out the textbook. You know? An equation is an equation. All the scientists can figure it out. It's when you've got them street smarts, Mohan.
Okay, Confucius.
Confusing. That's the key. Keep them on their toes. Keep them questioning.
This guy's waxing poetic right now. I don't know what to do with myself.
Keep up. That's what Navi are shooting to do, man. I don't know how you can manage to maintain a similar pace. Taskmaster, again, just running at them with the wingman like it's a golden gun. Strafey's gonna try to get into this fight, but he is pretty far removed because everybody's grouping up from the Fire Beavers, dude. Their tenacity, their commitment, and their shots are crisp. Two downs from Taskmaster, a 2-2 tie, because Navi survive.
Damn, they are keeping up, man. That got so insane. But the shots that were getting hit by Navi were beautiful. I think back-to-back wingman headshots on 2 different players in that very small radius. Super cool moves from Navi. And this is Fire Beavers yesterday were playing with a similar tempo, like really just running full speed at their opponents. And it obviously looked insane when they were able to win. But they just decided like they don't want to go through with like playing the zone, waiting around. They want to try to create as much chaos as possible. And if you spend any time at all in the server, you know, trying to figure out what the best option would be to take to establish map control on certain arena maps or whatever, well, you have to change that strategy for Fire Beavers because they're not going to respect it, and sometimes it doesn't work here. But it feels like it's either it hits really hard or it doesn't. It just fails completely. But in all cases, the strategy, you know, whatever strategy you had has to be altered completely.
Sure. Dead on, man. Talking about change up in strategy, we do have a carbine on the field for Navi. Maybe feeling like you gotta give up on the wingman v wingman fight, because honestly, Fire Beavers are hitting hard, and maybe Max Strafey just needs more bullets. You know, honestly, it's a matter of mathematics. More bullets, more success. Right?
True. I just posted a video of someone saying, I just want to tell you guys how I don't think math is real. And I feel like that is so applicable to this moment.
I agree. Don't believe it.
With math isn't real? Oh, okay.
Question everything. Who says 2 + 2 is 4? You know what I'm saying? We got Sunset Onomatopoeia trying to play on top of the tower, but denied a little bit of map control. Why? Because we've got Max Strafey absolutely tearing him up, bro. Bullets downrange. That's what I was talking about. It's not quality, it's quantity he's shooting for. And with just like consistent applied pressure, I think it's really pinning down the Fire Beavers in a way that they don't like. We do have the launch pad for the other 2 members of Navi to potentially use if they want to try to give chase over towards the Fire Beavers, but we do get an ejection from Fire Beavers. They dodge out of the platform, try to get a little closer towards Max's old position, and yet again, Sunset to the top side. He does confirm the other 2 players' position, but he doesn't get any damage off, and that's while he's being suppressed by this pesky carbine.
No shots back. He's actually in an interesting spot because he can be seen from one side or the other, but they don't have the back side of it. So it's actually pretty strong for him to be up there. But as you mentioned, he's not actually getting any output. No damage being done from that spot. And now they'll finally move around. Share up some shield cells. Maintain the high ground. And this is the slowest that it's been with now, you know, all of the Fire Beavers players in good spots, but they're taking chip damage.
Yep. I feel like chip damage. This pace is a result of Max being able to just keep them back with carbines, but then they decide to pop, and when that happens, it works perfectly. Fire Beavers slaughter Navi on the doorsteps of the platform. Dude, I mean, I feel like Fire Beavers were not allowed to play the game they wanted to. They were stuck in multiple different positions.
You mean Navi?
Because of... no, Fire Beavers. They weren't allowed to play the game they were allowed to because they were pinned in certain spots. They weren't able to go for a dog pile. You saw them, Mohan, changing resources. They were trading resources because things were so thin. And yet this is what we talk about, right? It doesn't matter how much resource control you have when all you need is one crack and commitment. And that's then what we got from Fire Beavers. It looked like Navi were coming in, creeping like they wanted to play, and Fire Beavers put an end to it in a moment.
Yeah, that's true. And like all of that, yeah, it's just surprising. I thought Navi were going to get away with it because all that chip damage was coming through, but you know, getting up the stairs, I guess, was just a little bit too difficult. And of course, Fire Beavers is just really good at team fighting, so those 3v3s are not always guaranteed. Max Strafey popping a bat as he's taking a crack himself, but not in a position where the push can come out just yet. Ooh, got to get out of that dome, actually. As that gets dropped, Nate sneaks his way in. Like a mouse under a cup.
No door for you, sir. I'm gonna take that off the hinges. Nesh cringes in fear that somebody could just come flying through that doorway. He's gonna decide to throw out some grenades of his own, but Taskmaster is an absolute nuisance, a pest, and a problem, but not as big a problem as this. Impulse on the Kraber. We have seen very limited amounts of Kraber in the arena's action over the last 2 days, and this could be the time when it actually comes back to change things, but no. It's the first down versus Impulse, and this wingman is tearing shields apart. Sunset trying to reapply that pressure as he and Task push in for the win. Thermal Station with the Fire Beavers name stamped across it.
You know, Sunset has an ode to Giannis in his name by putting his last name in his name. And I can say that he was the Sis Freak, we'll call him. Not the Greek Freak, the Sis Freak. That was some beautiful stuff from Sunset, laying down the damage. Just, it kind of felt like an energy rifle. Like, he just had this beautiful line. He was just spamming the wingman shot because he just got into the perfect spot possible. And there was no stopping him in this position, especially with Taskmaster to take attention away from him off to the side. But they've got a lot of places to go when it comes to damage output. Fire Beavers are one of the teams who have the most consistently high damage output across all three players in the entire EMEA region, so they're obviously really scary from that aspect. No bottom fraggers here.
No, sir. None at all. I do feel like that last moment from Sunset is so killer, dude. He has the angle into the side of two players of Navi, and I do think that that's sometimes the detriment of playing on the interior of this center building. It's such a choked up spot to have to exit one of two doorways, and if your enemies are able to get both door control, then they can peek in and split every piece of cover. You know, you think like, oh, I'm safe inside, but if you lose control of too much of the map, while you're holding the interior, I feel like it really comes back to haunt you. And in that one instance, dude, Sunset, with heads turned against him, just popping them. He got so much shield damage right here on these two players that you see Taskmaster immediately go from like a hesitating, wait, do we hold? To sliding in fully juiced on the Octane with the Eva, and that's that decisiveness, right? That's Fire Beavers smelling the blood in the water, and I repeat that with them because they are truly a team that, like, once they have you wounded, bro, you're not getting away.
Yeah, because even if you're like unwounded, like if nobody's taking damage, they're already starting off aggressive, so they're so prepared to just jump as soon as any damage is dealt, and I guess that's the real scary part. But the way Navi were able to get back in is when they committed, because they would always commit so predictably right away that Navi could instantly know that, gear themselves up to fight, and know that they can't just spread out and like go for some kind of lurk play or whatever, because they will get pushed, and that gives you the edge, at least from a predictability standpoint, you know. But it's that Mike Tyson quote, everyone's got a plan until they get hit, and I think that Fire Beavers are just a tough team to train for because they obviously bring a particular style that no one else is doing.
I think there was a moment within these rounds where we did get an example of Navi being able to control Fire Beavers a little bit, and that's the one round where Max Strafey has a carbine. That's the one time where they're able to make sure that Pathfinder stays off top of the towers. They had Fire Beavers in a place where I felt like Fire Beavers, you know, they didn't get their initial damage because of that extra bit of distance that Navi put between them. It's like the one round where Navi were able to find their punching range and just kind of play on the outside of the cage. Unfortunately, it's when it came down to getting into that nitty gritty, when the zone forced them beneath Fire Beavers, that what do we see? That same formula from Fire Beavers: jump, pummel, and just destroy as a three-man unit. And they did exactly that. You know, up until that point though, right? Up until that one moment of crunch time, I do feel like Navi, like, they had the solution, or I feel like they know what they need to do to solve this problem of Fire Beavers' straight up tenacity. But what you can't solve is Fire Beavers' aim. The wingman advantage 100% falls the way of Fire Beavers in this game. You know, I think a couple of times we saw Claws try to compete, but like off of the spawn, there was at least 2 rounds where Max gets his shields ripped before he even shoots a bullet at the hands of Taskmaster. I don't know if Navi are going to be able to keep up today.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they obviously have insane players, but I like how you put it. I mean, they try to strip everything away from the game and make it about aim, and then they make it about the fact that they've got Taskmaster on their team and just like obviously insane damage output. And sometimes that can breed inconsistency because it comes down to how you're feeling that day. But today they're feeling pretty good, it seems. So
yeah, it's a good day to feel good, right? I feel like this is one of the things with our like 3-day event last weekend. It's like we kind of got hot and cold from time to time, you know. It's a little bit is like your form on any given day. If there's any day to hit that 6th gear, it's got to be Championship Sunday. So considering that we're going to play out both the semifinals and the grand finals today, Fire Beavers are definitely a name that I think have just rose to the top of the list in terms of championship contenders.
I really would love to see either of these two teams versus a team like MajorPushers, or just to see, you know, will Fire Beavers use a different comp? Do we have Party Crashers coming up by any chance? Because I felt like after yesterday's game, well, here we've got another kind of open map, right? I think Lava Fissure or this map as well are two maps that it's so open and kind of so flat that it really encourages people to make crazy plays as quickly as possible. So this could be very exciting, actually.
But we move to Gardens, and Gardens, a hot topic. Spawn-based. Spawn-based, spawn-based. This is not one of those beautifully symmetrical maps. It's not one of the maps that doesn't have a little bit of contention around it. I think it's actually a map some people utterly hate. I'm pretty sure Dan Gaskin said, if you enjoy Gardens, you're a fool. So take it up with him, not me. I didn't say it. You know, that's vitriol from Dan Gaskin's mouth. I'm not lying. I promise.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised that Dan Gaston's in a bad mood. He's gone through a lot over the course of the weekend. Failed to make some promises. That can also make you a sour person. So the resentment for himself is building up, I'm sure.
It's being internalized in this moment. But so is the damage. Internally, they are bleeding. We've got Navi wounded and dead to rights. Easy first round pickup from the Fire Beavers. Wingmen in abundance, wrapping around Navi, smothering them on the top of the rooftops here inside the Gardens.
It's literally a speed run with Fire Beavers, which makes it so exciting. They actually just run it down. I love watching this team. I'm feeling very good about my pick now. This run.
Are you?
A tournament pick. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not. Because it's not Fire Beavers, man.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's like the one thing with Fire Beavers, it's like their success.
But I mean, even because like no matter what happens, these guys are awesome.
Sure.
Yeah.
And they've got the aim, and I think like it's
and they're like they're shooting hot today. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, will it get solved?
Yeah.
Is there somebody who has a team comp or a strategy that can cool them off enough to find a weakness, to find some sort of an opening? But already we find this one down to the 2v1. I don't know what's happening. I feel like I am in. What are they growing in these gardens? You know what I'm saying? There's smoke everywhere, and nobody sees a thing. But apparently, Fire Beavers just won another round.
We've got some low clouds in the forecast, Ollie.
Oh man.
How do you win this? How do you how do you know you're gonna win this duel? You know what I mean? Like, what?
I would really specifically ask that Onset and Dan Gaskin have to analyze that round specifically when this match is over. We got to go to the experts to figure out what the hell just happened.
Played at 2.25% and handed over to the desk. How did Taskmaster already take damage? Oh, it's right, Octane. wait. I was like, is that how fast these rounds are starting?
Gunfights out of spawn. More smokes. This is the first time I believe we've seen Bangalore here on Gardens. Very curious, though. I do feel like, you know, one of the things is like when we're playing so fast out of spawn, when it's basically a race to the top of the base, either on the top of the hill or down here, the smokes make sense. I mean, if you can come out on top of this chaos consistently, the smokes make sense. But over the top of the roofs, they fall. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the fastest 3-0 arena win you will ever witness.
No
Fire
way.
Beavers out for blood, and Navi dismembered.
God damn, dude, that's so scary. What have we just witnessed? Man, imagine how fun it is to play this game if you're that good.
I don't know what it's like to play Apex like this, dude. I can't fathom being able to do what these guys do.
That's so cool.
Why are we back at the desk? What am I supposed to say, dude? We unpacked our first map for 5 minutes. We have what an accumulated 42 seconds of gameplay, and now you have to look at our faces again. What are we supposed to say, bro? Bangalore smokes, Navi up in smoke, because Fire Beavers have cranked the dial to an unknown. Dude. They're playing in a different galaxy. They're playing on a different timeline than the rest of us.
Look at that. They actually got high ground and then just said, nice, now let's go get low ground again. They just shoved them off the building and then jumped off the balcony after them.
It's like that scene in 300. They kick them down the well, but then they skydive down after them, bro.
Yeah.
They just
to
want
grab onto their ankles and throw them even harder. You know?
Smash them against the wall or whatever, bro.
That's so sick, man.
I'm dumbfounded after that one. That is hands down the fastest game of Apex arenas I have ever seen.
Maybe on record, right? I mean, even if your future ranked games are like like your regular arena games that you play, that's pretty much the max speed. They both agreed to go to the same spot, and then the kills came down so quickly. That's just that's nasty. I mean, they didn't miss, and they're feeling it right now. And yesterday, I honestly thought that this playstyle that they had was because they were so overconfident that they were like just almost throwing, like where they knew they would win, so they just kept just like rushing it. But now they're playing against a team who are objectively really like much better. So I thought they would slow down a little bit, but they just have not. They just haven't at all.
Not one.
They just
bro.
are themselves. They're just being themselves.
Listen, we're on a 4-minute delay, and I'm looking at stream. Round 1 has just started at this moment, and we've been in the post game for how long now?
Map,
enjoy the flash in the pan that was Gardens. I guess that is the thing, man. When you're playing spawn-based play, when you're playing like Fire Beavers, and you're going for the kill, dude, Beavers' teeth ripping out the jugular. Let's throw this away to the Phase Runner explainer and see if there's answers there, because there are none here on the desk.
Phase Runner is like one of my favorite maps, one of the best arenas maps.
You have a portal going from one side, and then the other side is kind of like a construction area where you can fight.
It's really big, and there's a lot of room to fight.
The teleportation device that basically transports you to the center of the map on one of the flanks.
You jump out, you land on the enemy team, and it's all out doing you.
Or go on the left side on the bin, take the heals, and then start your fight.
There is a lot of loot, there's a bin, there's resources to collect there, and there's also a lot of playable cover.
The middle of the map is very open, so you kind of want to avoid that.
There's this kind of no man's land effect where if you go down there and you try and push the enemy from that part, you're basically in like a firing pit and people can shoot from you from every angle.
It allows for a lot of long-range weapons to be used compared to the other maps, but it also allows for different playstyles, such as pushing in close.
Winning on Phase Runner is all about taking angles the fastest.
Playing Pathfinder, taking the portal and grappling over it is a pretty aggressive play, but you might get 1 or 2 and make the round count for you.
Move as a unit and really execute together on arenas. It's really important, and especially on Phase Runner because it's such a wide map.
My big takeaways here are that because Phase Runner have an extra 5 seconds out of spawn, that this game should be a little longer than the last one, Launders. Unless we just agree to a straight up portal teleport every single round, Octane pads to the face. I don't know. I'm still so dumbfounded, but it's hard to focus forward on Phase Runner when I just feel like Navi, unfortunately, are already a corpse.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, there's just no need for a desk for a match like that. Literally spawns, then aim. Like the aggression. There was a couple of small details, but I mean, the details are all in their ethos. It's if you go aggressive and you fail, go aggressive again. If you go aggressive and it works, then keep going aggressive. And if you go aggressive and they hold you back for a bit, then just go aggressive again after that. Then eventually, and then I guess take what you can get, or maybe just do all the work, you know, in Kovacs before the game starts. I guess that's how they look at Apex. But the strategy seems to be working so far. But even here, there are options to go quickly. Like Octane makes sense to just jump right into the battle early on. But it does come down to where they think Navi want to fight if they want to go quickly.
And so, folks, we are right back into it. And she's made a reappearance. We've got Bangalore here on Phase Runner as well. So it's not just about those quick fights straight out of spawn. Maybe there's a little more layer to it. Time to find out, folks, what could be the final map here between Navi and Fire Beavers. What could be the final map of all of our quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. So we'll get a competitive performance here out of Navi. You wouldn't want to end on a note like we just did. over on Golden Gardens. And as you mentioned, it is a touch slower, which is kind of nice.
A little bit. At least now I'm trying to process what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm just too slow to understand Fire Beavers, bro, but it's something to watch, right? Like
It was insane.
It's like a car crash. You can't really look away. Don't try to find the meaning. Just enjoy the show. Sunset able to pinch onto Nesh. What? Dude.
No way!
Taskmaster, Trackmaster. Nobody can escape that wingman.
Are you serious?
My freaking eyebrows are gonna fall off for being too high up off my face. I feel like I'm gonna get ripped from my skin. That's insane. I. Oh my god. Oh, the third. Oh my. He missed the first 2 shots and then did that. Oh my god, man.
Oh, that's good.
All the training in the world, Go in the hyperbolic time chamber, read as many books as you want. You're not beating Taskmaster today.
Nope. Science cannot explain Taskmaster.
Yeah. That's crazy. That is crazy.
And he just wants to get right back into the fight. We got a Volt here for Max Strafey. I think this is like a similar play to what we had with the Carbine on Thermal Station, which is somehow 2 maps ago at this point. Just trying to maybe lay down some bullets, trying to pressure, trying to control lanes, right? Trying to control angles. And he attempted to keep them stuck on that care package. But you know what I think is just coupling so incredibly nicely with Taskmaster's wingman? It's the fact that Sunset is also laying down those heavy pistol shots. But Taskmaster is not a part of the equation here in the second round of Phase Runner because he's been killed and Sunset's been down. So we've got the 3v1 now against 9 Impulse, who's pinned and popped and dropped. Okay. We've got Navi locking it at least at the 1-1 score.
That was insane. That Taskmaster, I think they double headshotted him right there. That was a really nasty kill. Was that Max who did that? Whoever it was, I'm not full credit. That was some insane aim. We saw that from his perspective, I think. But yeah, it's a double crack. Nesh finished him off too. Oh, beautiful tracking there on that as well. Max Strafey finally showing what he's about. And again, no sleepers on Navi, of course. But yeah, the last round is still probably the highlight of the match from Taskmaster, but of course, you've still got lots to show here on the Navi players. I'm gonna catch myself from getting too caught up in this performance that we're witnessing.
Right, they can just cool off Fire Beavers ever so slightly. Hell, take 1 map win away from them. Maybe we have a full-fledged BO5, but I think at this point, with the sheer impact, the impact crater that Fire Beavers' second map win is gonna leave on Navi's confidence, we'll see if they can recover. Right now, Max Strafey able to bust some shields, but he himself gets popped, so we've got a healing phase from both these teams. And Impulse retreats ever so slightly, giving some space to Navi as each team sets up on their own platform.
Yeah, Task getting cracked actually. Navi full shield, but now they're taking it. Oh, as they're trying to cross the bridge, so much damage dealt and dished out.
Impulse adding his name to the Wingman legendaries. Taskmaster and Sunset poised for the sweep. Sunset flies over, good grapple hook, gets the back of Gibraltar, takes some shots against him. He actually drops the ball ever so slightly, but could prime Impulse to come in big. That's lots of shields still left for Impulse. Taskmaster dropped. All he needs to hit is this 1 shot, but the punch nearly sends him soaring. And oh, he would have been sorry. But Fire Beavers equalize, stabilize, and tenderize Navi in round 3.
Yes, and a new star emerges in Impulse with just the amount of DPS. As a Navi were pushing because Fire Beavers had a couple of shields down, Taskmaster was actually taking a bunch of damage and getting focused. And then Navi were saying, okay, here's time to cross the bridge. The only thing in their way was 9 Impulse with his lone wingman, and he just put together like 6 shots in a row. And then this is later on as the aggressor to wrap around and do even more damage. Now these players aren't even looking at him, so it's just really positional advantage that scored it for his team, but also the final kill of the round and all that early damage amounted in the round 1. Couldn't have been done without him.
Had to be that one shot as well, right? He drops like 4 bullets in a row from the wingman versus the one-shot opponent. It's starting to look like he's choking. We're gonna have Navi with the lead, and then it gets taken away. But this is such a crazy launch pad. I mean, how mad are you? How insane do you need to be? Let's see if Sunset can come in with the clutch. Oh, the wingman down for E-Claws. He gets shredded, absolutely smothered. And now it's got just the 1v1 written all upon it. He's gonna tap that revive. Max to the top of this. It's Sunset up close. Oh, they've got it. Fire Beavers, your champions. Fire Beavers, your semi-finalists.
What a performance. I don't know, across the team. And Sunset taking the spotlight. Impulse in the last round, Taskmaster before that. That is so nuts, man. And it's the style of play that makes it so much more entertaining just at face value. The fact that the Octane pad off that right side push, so a couple rounds ago, they knocked down Taskmaster in that same spot, and then they had 2 players pushing. It was like, oh, Fire Beavers are coming up with 2 so that they can 2v2 the situation if it comes again. They didn't see anybody, and then I was thinking, oh, they're kind of stuck here because they see Navi, they shot a couple times, and then Navi hide, and they just immediately drop the Octane pad and get over there. Like, I don't know what to say. It's just gotta be so uncomfortable. They basically force your communication to just be as sharp as possible at all times.
Yep.
And then they just trust themselves, and they've got such great players. That's disgusting.
To play against Fire Beavers, I think you have to have like the most in-depth emergency procedures you could ever possibly think of. I mean, the speed and the absolute insanity to go for that jump pad onto 3 players who are clearly looking at you in full open. Dude, like, they're obviously afraid of nothing. And that's the kind of energy that I would love to see Fire Beavers use to make a deep run here in what's left of our event. Absolutely astonishing aggression and just very much their own play style, right? You could say Fire Beavers and you now know exactly how they play. It is stamped across our foreheads, stamped across our memories, and something that won't be forgotten anytime soon because there's still more of it to come. Our semifinals begin after the break. We'll hear from our analyst desk. I'm very excited to see what Dan, Mark, and Kate make of that.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't!
You're the enemy, dude.
Oh.
Don't pull me down, dude.
Oh. Oh. I kind of fell, I'm gonna lie.
Oh no,
Shiv! Oh, no, not like this.
Shiv.
No.
I'm far ahead of you right now, you know that, right?
Oh man. Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
You see me?
Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
Shiv, come on, don't be nervous.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no, here comes a climb! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you put me down! Oh no! Oh no, we're falling down!
Dude,
oh,
Shiv.
Oh!
I'm far ahead of you right now.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't! Ah! I keep falling!
No shot, dude, come on.
Man, listen, okay, it was over from the beginning, you know, when the first fall, that one ended it for me, No! Oh, man. Alright, that's it, that's it, I guess. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I almost hit up, dude.
Oh my gosh. Bunker.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
I have you.
Oh, at 90 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, shit.
No.
Who knew we'd be able to see what speedrunning was like? Well, Fire Beavers did, apparently, and they did so with gusto. Gaskin, what was the silver bullet? What was the thing that brought Fire Beavers so quickly into the lead and stayed there?
Taskmaster. I mean, the man is nuts. Like, the shots that he's hitting is absolutely insane. I mean, of course, the full squad is pretty nuts, but look at that. I mean, the amount of damage he's putting out is unreal. And when you've got someone like that running at you throughout the entirety of the game, you don't have a chance to breathe. You don't have a chance to think about any sort of micro decisions that might win you the game. You just have to focus on trying to stay alive, and Taskmaster doesn't allow that. He does not allow any rest for the wicked, and the shots he's hitting, I mean, I can only dream of being able to hit shots like that once in a blue moon, let alone game after game.
Well, there's the pro for it. I guess he's in the right place, I think is the right call there. On set, let's real quick chat about Bangalore. She was on this map. In fact, she was on, if I'm remembering correctly, I think she was on all 3 of these maps. Was that something that, her smoke seemed to be there as well?
I just feel like Navi could have run 6 different legends at the same time, and they wouldn't have had a chance in this. It comes down to just not missing, and it was wild to watch, like genuinely wild to watch. This level of accuracy and this level of aggression combined together, there's nothing you can do against it. It really is that simple. Like, even here they get a knock, and then it falls down, they get 2, it falls into a 1v1, and then Sunset jumps up and just a wingman the hell out of the last player. It was insane to watch, like genuinely insane to watch, and a lot of fun as well. And we've had to make our predictions, and I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous. I'm starting to feel a little bit shaky. Do you know what I mean? Because I've got Aqualix going up against Fire Beavers in the semi-final, and I don't know what way to go. I don't know what to do anymore. Like I don't know how you fight against that. I don't. Bangalore gives them that cover as well, so they deny lines of sight, and then they have the GG threats to work through it. So it's like you can't see them, they can see you, and they don't miss. And it's like, okay, it's been a good run so far, I guess you say after that. Like, I don't know what you do.
Well, let's find out what they're going to do, and that would mean our brackets. As you saw, that was our final of the quarterfinals, which means, gang, it's start for the semis here, and that is MajorPushers versus Kungarna. And as Onset alluded, Aqualix, versus Fire Beavers. I think Gaskin, it's hard for me to talk right now because, quite frankly, I'm sitting there going, I'm with you, Onset. I'm like, well, I mean, I made my prediction, but blah, blah.
Everything that Fire Beavers have done has made everyone speechless. It's okay. But Aqualix need to come back in and just reignite the voice inside of us all, because we've all said throughout this entire tournament, Aqualix are one of the favorites, if not the favorites. And I know that some of us will probably be expecting Fire Beavers to still win because they just look nutty. If the form book is something to be considered, then Aqualix should be able to have a real chance, because strategically they have been very sound, they know what they're doing, and maybe they've got an answer to Aqualix, maybe to Fire Beavers. It just see what I mean? Like, Fire Beavers, honestly, they've just made us all so delusional in the head because the wingman shots that we've seen have just made everything go to mush.
I fully understand that. Well, let's take a look at those predictions brought to you by Amazon and see where it is. I know I had Aqualix, and look at this, gang. Oh, scrawny. It's the one thing. There you go. But, of course, we do have more predictions coming up here. And as you mentioned, Onset, you still got, as you mentioned, you were with me. You have Aqualix taking it all.
I do. If they get through the semi-final, I think they'll win the whole thing. That's the craziest thing to to keep in mind. That's the biggest game, I think, of the tournament. I feel like Kungarna versus MajorPushers is one that we're kind of overlooking just because, like we've all said, we've been kind of mind-blown what we just saw from Fire Beavers. But MajorPushers have also been really nutty today. Kungarna, it's at that point now where it's one wingman shot that gets missed that's going to turn an entire round, an entire match. That's how close it is now between these teams. Mechanically, you're in for a treat, everyone watching right now. You know, tweet the stream out, get your friends in here, because it's going to be some of the most crazy mechanical players going up against some of the most crazy mechanical players. It's going to be a real feast for the eyes.
Steel versus Steel. I love it. Let's take a look at that matchup, Kungarna versus MajorPushers. And as a reminder, all of these teams have made their way from our 40 teams that started in BR last weekend with three days of group play, upper lower brackets. And now here we are in that second weekend down to 20, which of course started today off at the Elite 8. And here we are down to our final 4 up until our grand finals here today. So let's take a look. MajorPushers starting us off. And Onset, I think you nailed it. The reality is that MajorPushers and Kungarna both been incredibly consistent. And certainly this will be interesting to see the math side by side.
Yeah, I mean, I am now genuinely at a point where I kind of am, my predictions are based off of like a gut feeling. I don't think there's much you can really put like any kind of, you know, real like mechanical thought behind it, or real, you know, reasoning that could be backed up from why a team will beat another one at this point. It's just going to come down to those crazy fights inside a bubble, maybe with a wingman one-on-one, and those clutch moments, I think, is also going to be a factor. But MajorPushers have looked crazy today. And again, like I mentioned at the very start of this bracket, MajorPushers always a team that's mentioned when you ask other teams who you don't want to fight. So there's a reason that they're here. They're insane playing together, and they could quite happily take this series. But I am expecting long series now. I reckon we're going to go 5 games for our 2 semifinals.
Yeah, no more speed running, Fire Beavers. Good grief. Gaskin, of course, we talk about MajorPushers. You have to, as we mentioned, go to Kungarna. Kungarna has been, it's synonymous with premier Apex play, to be sure. And those numbers and the double digits from Medilo and from JMW, they do not lie.
Yeah, whilst Kungarna did play more maps than their opponents in the previous round, we have to talk about Graceful. And I think MajorPushers need to be aware of what Graceful has been doing, the flanks he's been providing, and the damage that he's outputting when he's on those flanks. Not only has he been doing enough damage to get an initial knock, it's also the damage he puts onto the second and then the third player, so that the rest of the team can push in when he inevitably does go down. Because that's one thing when you do flank, you've got to just accept that the likelihood is you get one knock and you probably fall at the same time as everyone focuses you. There were instances where Graceful was caught out by SDesu when they played 7-8-9, and then suddenly it wasn't as easy for Kungarna, but they seemed to still have an answer when they had to resort to going for a slightly different strategy, which wasn't going for the flank. So as long as MajorPushers are aware of what Graceful's doing, then maybe they'll have an answer to that. But this certainly is going to be a really, really good matchup. I agree with Onset that we could go all the way to a best of 5.
We could indeed. Well, let's take a look at what we have been saying. We've got some predictions coming up here as we showcase exactly what MajorPushers, what Kungarna can do. Ah, there it is. That's the nice one. Okay. A little bit different here today. I'm seeing, and I will say this, looks like Onset, you and I are tied. Gaskin, well done, my friend. You have pulled in front of everyone to lead the pack.
I mean, again, Onset has already taken any sort of pride away from me by telling me predictions don't count this weekend. So I'm not going to get ahead of myself.
You can have that moment. You can have the moment, because just a reminder that on day 1, I decided that I wasn't going to spoil it for everyone. You remember? And then I had to do a few more predictions. I brought it back just to remind everyone that I am the absolute powerhouse of predictions when it comes to Apex. But that's why you're in the lead. It must feel nice for you to be in that kind of position. You know, if you win, are you going to make any promises? Are you gonna,
The thing is, it can change very quickly, because you get, 5 points if you predict the champion, right? That's all it's going to come down to here, is to who actually gets the correct prediction on that final team.
Avoiding the question. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Very smart, very smart.
Is he still talking, Kate? I can't hear him.
muted, I think.
Just gonna, I'm moving this along because it's too much fun for me. At any rate, let's take a look at the map picks. Of course, like I said, we're going 5, or best of 5, I should say, which means all maps could be picked at one point, will be picked, potentially, who knows. Artillery starting us off on set. We've seen Artillery start us off, I believe, at least once here today, if memory serves. Yep, they started us off Kungarna versus 789. That saw Kungarna win.
Yeah, I mean, this was the Graceful show on Artillery, if you remember. This is the one where we really started to recognize what he was doing, playing away from his team on Wraith and doing a lot of entry damage for his teammates to then convert, and the statistics back that up. MajorPushers taking Phase Runner as their second map, I think is a very smart thing for them. It's where they feel very comfortable. And then Thermal Station, again, it doesn't allow Graceful to be quite as impactful, I think, as Artillery, because there's not enough, as much comparable room for him to play and enough angles for him to take. But when you get to Party Crashers and, you know, towards the end, it's going to be, I don't know. I think we're going to Golden Gardens. That's all I can. I think we're going to end up in Gardens. We're going to be talking about the layout of those houses, and we're going to be naming a winner. But I don't know. I know who I've picked, and it's on the predictions, but this could go all the way. I hope it goes all the way as well. I think it deserves to this series.
I think it will, in fact, be bananas. Let's go ahead and throw it then to Scrawny and to Launders. They're coming at you. This, of course, will be our next round, our first round in our semifinals. Enjoy.
Yes, that's right, everybody. We are down to the nitty-gritty. 3 best-of-5s left, separating us from crowning a victor here for the second weekend, the Arenas event of the Blast Titans. It's been an absolute pleasure to have the chance to talk about a little bit of Apex, and I am very stoked for what will be the Kungarna Fire Beavers Grand Finals. That's what I'm seeing coming here, Launders. I think that MajorPushers made a nice little run. You know, they got a bye when it came to SCARZ, and despite me believing that they would have beaten SCARZ anyways, I think Kungarna is actually going to make this one a little bit more lopsided than maybe our analyst desk was alluding to. I think that Graceful's positioning and Graceful's ability to play like this entry/flank is very impactful. It's not nearly as flashy as what we got out of the Fire Beavers crazy madman octane pounding pushes, but it is still impressive, and it's a very different style of Arena's gameplay. I hope they get to show that, and I hope they get to impress us as much as Fire Beavers just did, so that the hype is real as we get ever closer to that coveted Grand Finals. But this BO5 begins on Artillery, where we've seen the impact Graceful can have. And sure enough, look at it, baby. We've got nothing but movement legends. It is Octane, Pathfinder, and Wraith across the board.
Yeah, I love that about MajorPushers, just because it's just so much fun to watch. I think this is also becoming, I don't know why, but well, it's definitely my favorite map to play besides Party Crashers in Arenas, and it's becoming one of my favorite maps to watch because some of these kind of long-range shots are just so insane sometimes. But I'm with you with the sentiment that Kungarna, there's no doubts about Kungarna. So as you know, as well as MajorPushers have been playing, it doesn't feel like there's enough holes in Kungarna's game that they'll give anything up. And if they play well at all, then they'll probably slowly crush MajorPushers. But that might be a map-specific thing. We saw that MajorPushers specifically were insanely good on Party Crashers.
Yep, that's fair enough. I also think that maybe we'll see we'll maybe see Graceful get a little bit more limited with his Wraith abilities if there is an opposing Wraith as well. I feel like his repositions can be countered a little bit easier. They are wary of a potential position within the blown out bunker over towards those rocks. There's nobody over there. Graceful's going to go ahead and make his move in that direction. So playing the low ground first is KNG, but playing the care package is Together. He's going to go ahead and find himself a Havoc, and we know what that thing can do. Sure, he takes some damage on the fadeaway, almost getting fully cracked. Shield cell, only one offered. So the question now is, was it worth it? Is the Havoc going to be able to still rip people apart if he himself is so weakened? Time will tell.
Yeah, that'll matter. So I guess a second one in the pocket, which helped even things out, but clearly the chip damage has taken a permanent toll. Wow, the most interesting zone, actually, where they're encouraging this kind of doorway duel between both sides. It's incredibly claustrophobic. Could be a bit of luck involved in who hits their shots. But if you ask Ranch's opponents, they would argue otherwise. They hit almost everything.
Just completely shredded.
80's down.
And Graceful, he's going to be able to climb up over this and then just pounce on top of them, dude. Flatline up close and personal. Easy first down versus together. So that is the havoc taken out of this one. Then a second, and Graceful, baby. It's beautiful. It's elegant. It is oh so slick. He climbs up the wall and just sweeps them away.
Damn, he's making plays today. So sick to watch. Beautiful movements. Never hesitating, like knows when he has an opportunity and was so ready to just lay down the damage. Tracking was beautiful here. As soon as he crossed to the right side with the flat 9, pretty much did not miss a single shot, and that's all. The rest of the work was done by his teammates, who were able to put together so much damage that there was just no healing potential, and they had to enter into that engagement with barely a shield left between the two of them.
I want to talk about Graceful's positioning, though, dude. He's the only player other than...
He's done that before.
Yeah, the only guy. Think about all 5 of the other players all on top, right? 3-man dog pile out of MajorPushers. Graceful had the forward-thinking ability to play for that interior, set himself up for the game or round-winning play. And that's what Graceful does. That's why our eyes always have to be on him in these opening moments, in these opening posturing positions, because we need to know where Graceful's at all times. We have that luxury because his opponents never do, but he gets fixated on by the MajorPushers, found out to be trying to pressure together. That was a 1v1 for Graceful until we see Ranches come in from the back, hit him in the head with the wingman, and get that opening down. So we'll see if KNG can recover from this. They are kind of sent reeling into their opponents, trying to push down and trying to equalize as quick as they can, and it's not working. Graceful's been completely finished off, so it's a straight up 3v2 for this second round win. They've got a little bit of high ground.
We've seen so many situations with only 2 players left. There's almost no hope whatsoever, and that is another player down. Just Mady left over. He gets thrown in the bin, and that is a round 1 back here. After a beautiful round from Graceful, there is an answer.
They find him, they isolate him, they focus on him, and they take him out in order to win that round. So we've seen Graceful win a round, we've seen Graceful go down, and then ultimately lose off of the back of it. So, that's the price you pay if you're trying to make those sorts of plays. Moving forward, I wonder if Graceful's going to be a bit more reserved with his decision-making, whether he'll be a bit more timid. You're probably feeling like $1 million coming off of that first triple flatline hit, and now all of that wind has been taken from your sails.
Yeah, I was thinking that, his trademark play on the map previously was doing something similar to what he did in round 1. But going out that aggressively that early, I don't know if that's always what he does, but he's going to try to find some kind of position. And now, of course, because he is Wraith again, he has the benefit of being able to get away with this safely by being able to fall out. But in this position now, we've got JMW to cover from above, which I think helps out a lot so that you can actually get third party. I know it is just arenas, but it's kind of felt like what happened was, he went to take an individual duel and got third party from a person he didn't expect.
Oof. Shrapnel falls from the sky. Vito screams, "Oh no," and has to run back into the bunker. He sends a nade up on his own. Oh, and that hits. Graceful nearly ripped to shreds by the fragmentation. That's going to offer over a nice bit of map control to Vito. He's just trying to keep this high ground, but he's got to be cautious because that longbow is still a part of this JMW playing on the back end. They do have eyes towards care package. That could be a very powerful play if the boys on MajorPushers feel like they can make it happen. JMW able to dive back. Then we get the shields cracked of Graceful down beneath. So he's never really recovered from that frag grenade, but a very nice trade in from Mady. They certainly needed that one. Keep things equal. Wingman v Mozambique forces the fight aback. JMW. Now that longbow kind of becomes his demise. You see him fighting with a Mozambique v Wingman instead. And that is all you need to know, that he is not in the prime position. We have a revive happening on the other side of the bunker as Ranches tries to keep players at bay, and that EVA 8 makes the difference. Totally locked down on the front line as we've got MajorPushers a single round away from a 3-0 sweep.
Hey, we have Graceful, you know, a huge play to kick things off in round 1, but been kind of a liability since. So maybe that's something that they need to worry about. Not sure if he, you know, lost a duel on his own terms and just was unlucky in that spot, but, you know, the fact that he's down without all that late round damage, I think it leaves a hole that, unfortunately, Kungarna can't fill. So we'll see. At this point, MajorPushers in the power position on artillery, looking very, very strong. And they even got the revive off there in those final moments, so had a lot of control. It was not messy at all for them.
Felt like the longbow also came to haunt KNG at the end, because we saw that attempt from JMS, or excuse me, JMW, to try and use his Mozambique on top of bunker. So because they were forced into the close proximity, I don't feel like his impact was necessarily felt. That on top of Graceful going down first and foremost. Decent damage though at the start of this one. Some nice chip damage connecting, but Matey right up close on this door versus Ranches. It's an ordnance fight with a teleport to exit if needed. Together, he's gonna use his grapple, get back on top, get back inside, and tried to hide.
Loving the longbow presence on this map. It's so powerful, and it interrupts any situation where you're trying to rotate, especially rooftop control here. There's just no other organic duels that can take place without somebody just shooting off from another side of the map.
Positioning for the MajorPushers on the wall. All three players where they need to be. Graceful's going to be looking for his chance to come in here. He has popped a shield. And now gets a battery off of his own. Frag grenade comes over, not a problem. You can see how close Vito was to possibly going down, but he also heals up, and a lost wingman fight. That was straight up Graceful wrecking face on this side of the wall. And now we've got this two-pronged assault. The peppering and the pinch coming in the 3v2. Graceful's going to make sure he takes to the interior, and that is a slaughterhouse in terms of the MajorPushers. Artillery goes on.
Okay, we are back, and the same fundamentals apply. You get that jackknife kill, then you crack the can open. You jump on that opportunity, and you eat the tuna, Connor.
Canned tuna, bro. Come on, step it up.
Why? Do you catch it yourself, or?
Yeah, tend to. I like to raise my fish.
I think that makes you a worse person than me. You know, I don't like to look at the fish that I end up eating. So.
Canned tuna, man. God. I don't think there's a worse smell on Earth.
Worse or better?
Worst.
Oh, okay. It's an acquired smell.
If you were that kid who brought tuna sandwiches to school, well...
Yeah, who would do that?
Yeah. I can't suggest you should be bullied, but I'll imply it.
Let's bring bullying back for that.
Nice little zipline play here, trying to make a bunch of map control, but at what cost? I mean, a near down. Ranches is the epitome of 1 HP.
Mr. Sliver.
Keeping it slim. And he's pinned in this corner. Longbow damage doing wonders. It was a bit of a struggle in the first one, but I feel like ever since we've had a decent recovery. Ranches is trying to use that ordnance to keep these players away from the top stairs, right? What we saw in attempt from MajorPushers was, of course, for the map control. But this is a huge play. Graceful's on the other side of the map, and he gets pushed off at the zip line. Now, I feel like he would have tried to land on that ledge, could have committed to the fight. Ranch's position could go unchecked. This is one of those sneaky, ratty little angles. And even if he gets found out in an unfavorable spot, easy TP. Just Wraith run away. But Graceful doesn't see him because of the problem that is this rubble in between him and Ranches. But they have an inkling that something's going on up here. Yeah, okay, they definitely know in this case. That's all we need in terms of confirmation. And because of the grenade trajectory, Graceful gets peeked from above. That activates Ranches. He falls back, tries to win the Wraith fight, but now it's Graceful who has a single tick of health, just like Ranches once had. He gets dogpiled by Fido, and in the meantime, Matey and JMW haven't been able to bring this one back, so they're going to decide to try and get together and kill together.
However, he leaves. And I feel like this is a great chance for the MajorPushers to get some shields in and get themselves in good standing. Ooh. JMW. He's got his shields broken yet again, but they're trying to find this vertical angle down onto their 3 enemies. Man advantage for MajorPushers at a score equal. Together's going to use that grapple, try and go towards the upper door, but now they realize that their route may not be ideal. It's still an option, but he'd have to run outside of the zone for a moment to try and get his teeth sunk into Mady, who is still just looking down and trying to find damage, trying to find impact, trying to find an opening, and also close. He's got completely busted, as is JMW. Both of them have to fall off for the moment and get their bats in, which opens up the possibility for their opponents to do the exact same thing. And this is the 2v2.
Together still up. Of course, we still got problems. This man was lighting it up yesterday. Ooh, and the shots go out. That's from Mady, connecting 3 or 4 in a row.
We get the jump in from JMW. Eva 8 stunned on the landing, not ideal. Then Mady falling from the skies, but outside the zone. And MajorPushers close to the 3-2.
Wow, what a hectic ending. And it was a bit of organized chaos. Like, everybody knew what was coming. They knew exactly when they needed to dive in. And it's kind of funny how these arenas end up in kind of like, I guess, less chaotic final circles than you'd even have in VR, in the sense that, like, people know exactly what's about to happen. There aren't so many people in these final circles, and it really does come down to who takes the better position faster. In this case, it was MajorPushers.
Yep.
They got nice and comfortable. They're waiting, and seriously, sometimes you want to be sitting there, you know, catching the baseballs as they come flying out towards you, as opposed to, you know, jumping off late and trying to dive people with shotguns in the air. It feels like sometimes the team that's on that end of things ends up just getting blasted out of the sky, like doesn't hit their shots, doesn't do as much damage.
I feel like there was a turning point in that last round where we had Mady trying to pop ranches, right? The Wraith got caught out. He had maybe 5 chances of wingman shots at his target, but he only hit 2 of them. And then because of that, they weren't able to get the 2v1. And then everything you say becomes super valid, Mohan, with like the high ground advantage coming back to haunt them. But they did catch ranches in the open for a moment. And because they weren't able to kill him then and there, I feel like they lost any chance they had at really maximizing high ground. Because high ground's great until the circle forces you off of it. And that's what ultimately ends up happening.
And that was 2v3 because Fido was down?
Yep, exactly.
Wow, yeah, true.
Or 2v2 at that point. We had lost Graceful so early on.
Oh, true. Okay. All right. Well, both teams, the rounds are going on for longer, but they're both being very active about the way they play. No one's just camping this out at all. Graceful has been way out in his opponent's territory. And honestly, he's like a bit far, I feel like, to be comfortable, where it's like this, you know, Nasty had this nice balance where he was out, but he wasn't in a position where he could just die untraded. Graceful seems to be taking a few more risks than him, but it's also not like Fire Reapers who just push all 3 together super aggressively. So I'm not actually a huge fan of this so far, but they are up 1 round now. So overall, it seems like the strategy is paying out. They're just putting a lot of trust in him is all.
I saw someone. I don't think they're selling cookies. So right here.
It's the beauty of this situation, right? When Graceful's play work out, he gets a ton of credit. When they fall flat, the criticism is there on him as well. But he's found a 1v1. Graceful versus Ranches up close. Got to make sure you don't get stuck. Runs from the Art Star. Pushes in, grabs the Kraber. Oh, baby. Graceful, can you get away? Or was that not worth it? Oh, he gets wrecked by the wingman of Together. And this could be MajorPushers pushing themselves to a 4-2 win on our opening map. Graceful, the first knock, 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds in a row at this point, as MajorPushers are on the cusp of a map win. Mady, yeah, he's in good standing, but now his shields have been popped because Together's taking the initiative. That's some long-range Eva 8 damage. Shooting pellets at that point.
Buff the Eva 8.
But they've got nowhere to run, man, nowhere to hide. I would not want to be KNG in this moment.
Yeah, similar situation. They're just tucked in this cone. They've got to drop off out into the zone, and it's just Matey, 1 HP, dead. Major Pushers, your champs. 4-2 in rounds. A beautiful map by them. Kungarna, maybe a bit disappointing overall. They looked really strong right away, but Graceful, he wasn't all that this game.
Nope.
He had one really, really, really good round.
Yes. One of the rounds I feel like he definitely hands up one straight up was the reason they win. And if we're going to sit here and congratulate him for being the reason they won that round, then I think that, like as I said, some of the criticism falls on him as to why they're losing as well. Was that Kraber worth it? In this replay, it doesn't look like it at all, because together he's in an uncontestable position. His teammates, Graceful's teammates, cannot shoot back at together, and because Graceful is just playing for the Kraber and not even, being able to teleport away from it, just running in and trying to escape in time, what he was banking on was that his opponent wasn't going to hit shots. Sure enough, what's Together do? Puts 4 or 5 wingman bullets down range, lands 80% of them, gets the knock, gets the 3v2, and gets that 4th round win for a map 1 advantage.
And Together was so sick yesterday. He's definitely, got our attention on this team, and he'll be the reason that they're able to pull off an upset, I think, primarily if they are going to. And yeah, sometimes, in Apex, you're not going to be fully aware of where everyone's position are and what you're exposed to, and you've got to take some quick risks. And also, you got to give Together credit. I mean, he put together just like three wingman shots in a row. If he had missed one of those bullets, I think Graceful could have got some heals off. So a really, beautiful punish in that regard. But as they're pointing out, that wasn't an isolated incident with Graceful. He's always in a position where if he dies, there's no way to get any compensation for it. And it happened 3 or so times. And honestly, you just can't give up. That's why even Fire Beavers, in my opinion, look like tactically look smarter, because even though they were pushing, they never just pushed one at a time. They literally always pushed with all 3 players ready to trade. And I think one of the core principles of arenas right now is that you lose one play. That opening kill is the round. It feels like 90% of the time. Yeah. Well, so you're putting a lot of stock in anybody who's in an untradeable spot.
I think that is the epitome of this first map. The two round wins that KNG walk away with, Graceful gets both the opening kills. 3 of the 4 rounds they lose, Graceful is himself the opening kill. So it's the entire play is centered around Graceful, for better or for worse. And I like what you're saying, where it's like MajorPushers, they do these same kinds of crazy engagements. It's almost like they're 3 Gracefuls, but that's the thing, is they're dogpiling, they're going in together. And then at that point, I think it's way easier to share the blame for it too. Your unit, your strategy, your entire team's identity becomes that play, as opposed to putting all of that pressure and all of that problem at sometimes onto one guy. It's got to be a tough spot to be Graceful, because it feels like the win comes from him, and if it doesn't work, the loss falls on him, sadly. Maybe that's going to change as we move forward onto a different map, right? Maybe Artillery isn't the one that they're looking for, but the thing that worries me for KNG is that the last time they played on Artillery, Graceful was able to pull off that Wraith repositioning so consistently, and it was the difference maker. But in that game, Mohan, he was the only Wraith. So I feel like he had this freedom of movement that his opponents weren't afforded. And now that it's straight up mobility versus mobility, 3 agile characters versus 3 agile characters, it seems like Graceful doesn't quite have that same oomph.
I'm definitely very concerned for Kungarna, because I feel like Artillery has been a map where like the better team has just been able to control space and win easily, and the teams that are going for the more just straight up aggro plays can get punished a little bit more easily maybe, but not in this circumstance in particular. MajorPushers standing up very tall, so I love what we see there, and I think now we're going to go on to our second map, and I think there's a lot of room here for MajorPushers to make some of their Octane plays happen. I think that this is one where 3 individual movement characters can come into play very easily, and that we see that happen. So we'll see what Kungarna can do with it, but they've got to write that off. I hope that they also can just be a bit more versatile. Like everybody doesn't have to have one style throughout an entire series, especially if it's not working.
and especially in a game mode that's really new when it comes to how much competitive data we have about it. So, I think it is a great idea to stick to your guns, but at the same time, it's not that hard to be a little versatile in a game like this, which is very free-flowing.
We also can't take anything away, right? Kungarna is the most consistent team that we had in our Battle Royale weekend a week ago. And so I know that those different looks are in there. I know that they can play this, proper 3vx, actual BR style type stuff that still works on some of these more open maps. Graceful being this flank, being this flex, it's a strategy for arenas and it can work, but you've now been kind of given a taste of your own medicine. You've been denied access off of the bat. Let's see if things change too much, or let's see if Graceful sticks to his character, plays his role. The characters and legends themselves have not changed, but maybe the playstyles shall. Either way, we've got an opening kill the way of Kungarna. That's Matey getting the best of Ranches. And Graceful, well, sure enough, that round one flatline, yet again, with some nice damage.
Yeah, and we talk about Graceful, but of course the whole team goes crazy, especially Matey in arenas. And I remember a lot of games from JMW in BR, which is arguably slightly more important to be good at, but at least for the time being. But this is a knock and a down, and a Wraith out of the round in Ranchies. And already, we'll see. The scales have been tipped heavily, but a good tag is a Phoenix kit is out here for Graceful. You can get those shields back online, and there's enough space that he can do it safely.
Ooh, nice alternator damage. Alternator's not something we see too often in the arenas. It does occasionally.
It's cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap, baby. It's also, an early care package gun. So they show up. They show up. And so does Matey. Gets it down against together. And JMW up close. Just going to serve as a distraction, man. He was the daunting task, sitting on this pillar, holding his statued pose, looking good as his teammates took down the enemies all around him. Kungarna opening up yet again with the first round win.
Yeah, that was nice from Kungarna to get that round. That looked really, they didn't really, we're not seeing like an ultra aggressive major pushers like I expected in this situation. It was a bit slow, a bit disjointed. They let that opening kill go, and they themselves, I guess, can be a victim of, pushing without having tradable spots. And once you get to the 2v3 again, it's such a tough spot to be able to recover from. So no surprises there after that opening kill. Let's see if Kungarna can show us a different face, put together another round in a row. Graceful already opting to go for kind of a lurk. We'll see how far he goes for, but this kind of mountain in the middle of the map is super strong. I don't want to call it overpowered, but it presents a lot of angles and a lot of different types of high ground, ability to disengage and re-engage, and it's so easy to wrap around as well. It's kind of important to control it, honestly. I feel like a lot of teams have been using it a lot.
I think this, emphasis on being able to wrap around it, like when you have a bit of a slower team comp, that route can actually take a bit of time. But with all three mobility characters, you're dead on, man. You can get these fast flanks around that rock, and it's such a compromise to any backline being held if you suddenly have somebody attacking you from a 90-degree different angle. Matey's going to top off the shields, and they do have, I would say, MajorPushers in a bit of an awkward spot, but they are trying to dogpile. They're trying to get over here, trying to play around, and check out Ranches. Soon to join his teammates, just hanging around at the bottom side of the cliff. It's really Graceful who's going to have to play that first point of contact. And will he go checked? He's kind of stuck in the open here. Together gets flushed out. Nice damage at a distance. Doesn't activate Graceful just yet. He's still sticking around these rocks, trying to be up close and personal, but also not wanting to be that first down. Nice wingman damage coming out of Ranches. That's a good shield pop.
Force the heals, they get the ping tag and push Kungarna back a touch. But they do so safely, and the healings will go both ways, excuse me. Another crack on Matey, and I think this is the point in the round where you're looking for that big shot.
and then you move up because we're already behind enemy lines.
Graceful gets the angle he needs. Good automatic damage. Keeping his own shields up as well, just kind of playing with his food here. Giving him the shoulder peek, making sure he's keeping tabs on all of his enemies, but not giving them a chance to down him until his shields do get wrecked. He retreats. Ranches is going to try to go on to this, and it works out wonderfully. Graceful gets stuck behind the rock. Nice killer instinct there from Ranches. And now it's just a matter of taking down the other 2 players from Kungarna as his teammates in Fito shield up. 20 seconds until the next zone closes, and JMW is going to try to keep this damage up. We've got 2 sets of busted shields here to the side of MajorPushers. Can Kungarna pull off the unthinkable 2v3? That's more damage done, but he can't keep his head down. Matey gets downed, and now JMW with no shields is going to have to pull out the clutch. He's got a chance at the shield cell, but he could get rushed. Fito's down beneath him. Wingman, a bit of a miss. And if that feat comes over the stairs, it's a one-shot down. Now he's got a knockdown shield to work with, but so close. And a clutch, a single shot to Together could have primed him for the 1v3. It's not meant to be. And MajorPushers tie at 1.
Really, really nice attempt in the clutch there, and that was another really cool round. You know, with how they forced MajorPushers to scale towards them, but this push I think was everything. Like Ranches understanding, like, yeah, I've got to go a bit out there at this moment, but I've already cracked the shield. I know the heal's coming through, and they're expecting a little space. And here, JMW, I mean, identifying where people are and like predicting where they're going to go in Apex is so hard because the things move so quickly. And he did such a good job of not only taking that first duel, but like faking the shield cell, and then just really committing to this idea that someone's going to come up the stairs to the side, gets that critical shot off, and then makes it a possible 1v1. But we all, again, know how important it is to make sure that you stay in 3v3 for as long as possible and pretty much, you know, die together, because those 2v3s are just so hard to win.
We've still only had a single 1 versus 3 happen this weekend. We're now in the first semifinals, looking for the repeat. My fingers are crossed.
I crossed my toes, so.
Freak.
Got some long toes, yeah.
Rumor has it Launders has fingers for toes.
Yep.
Frag grenades falling over top. Graceful wants to go clear this close corner, and that's going to pay off, assuming he can get the damage out, but he actually takes about as much as he dishes, and Together falls away. They've got confirmation on all 3 players being towards the loot capsule and beyond. Shield back in from KNG. They try to give chase to Matey. He almost got caught around the back end of the construction, but now he's got a little bit of cover to work with, and if they really want to chase, then they could be putting themselves on a pedestal for Graceful to come in big. Matey can't escape. Together has to be cautious. A no optic flatline spray that kind of misses the mark. Graceful very far removed. Technically inside the next circle, but I feel like I'd still rather be MajorPushers.
Yeah, especially with like Together getting his shields back up, Ranches in a key spot with lots of information. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen now. Could come down to this. Shots go back and forth, but that's like a headshot on a Graceful.
Oh, Ranches, 1 shot.
1 billion damage off of this.
Oh, he's got him. Together gets the down to JMW. Ranches, he's just got to try and teleport away. The only reason Ranches is still standing is because Graceful didn't get that last bullet on him. And now he's got him pinned behind the rock, but the shields are off, and there's the down. Graceful dives back behind the truck, gets a single shield cell in. Now he's about even with Together, who's just trying to close this distance. It's going to be the up close and personal CQC, baby. Graceful trying to find it, but over the top goes Together, and he's sent packing. We've got the KNG in with a 2nd round win.
That 1v2, that's why we say his name. Oh my God. That's why you got to stay alive a little longer, Graceful, because the clutch is there. That was no small feat. Together Q was all over him like spider monkey, jumping up on that truck. I thought for sure he was going to lose that low ground, and once he jumped off the truck, no way around the other side, but the tracking was just beautiful. Fantastic clutch from Graceful. Half HP too. Disadvantage here for sure.
Yep, we see that jumping Pathfinder not land a shot. Graceful able to just minimize his hitbox, stay low, stay small, and stay hyper-focused. This could be the chance for Kungarna to tie up our series at 1 map each. They don't want MajorPushers to get this game into the further rounds. End it now. 3-1, easy sweep. You can forget about artillery and just take back momentum. We've seen it happen in series already today. Total reverse sweeps. I'm looking at you, Aqualix.
Same setup here as
so
we saw
mirrored.
just a couple of rounds ago. And it's just the jock for position while we wait for the circles, basically. In what they kind of both view is just like the optimal positions, like making sure that you can't get wrapped upon without staying too far away from your teammates. But now that setup is going to get broken in half. Graceful is getting drilled, but with the Wraith able to escape and won't get knocked. In fact, Together Q is the one who goes down. K&G players dropping left, right, and center. Together Q's out of the round. Ranch is low, but there is a chance for MajorPushers to turn this into a win. They have the option to kind of take this up a notch.
Get that revive.
Yeah,
First
revive.
and foremost. Establish the man advantage. Back to the 3-2. Graceful's going to stay out of this one. Ranches is just down beneath Matey, but as Matey peeks over, he gets shredded by that devotion. And the flat line of JMW just can't compete. It looks like MajorPushers have this second round win in their back pocket already. They've just got to wrap it up. JMW, impossible revives. Impossible push. Man can't even move, dude. He's got a single box to hide behind, and Fito letting him know exactly what's coming. They stick him with the Arc Star, insult to injury, rub dirt in his face, slap him across the head, and send him packing. Round 5 up next.
Yeah, I don't even know where this game. Can you predict this map, or who's the better team right now, in your opinion?
It's tied 2-2, so I'd say dead even.
Yeah, but you know, you can't be outcome oriented, Scrawn. You gotta have like some analysis. What do you think, based on your eyes? What do you think about who's playing better in the rounds that they win?
Based on my eyes, I'm saying MajorPushers look like a better unit. Their individual levels, their individual mechanics are pretty damn even across the board. But I feel like MajorPushers haven't been punished for their plays, and Kungarna have.
Another exact mirrored situation, except Branches is just gonna move with haste. This is kind of nuts. I mean, he was obviously going to get spotted on his way out, but he drops the portal, gets all the way back, and opens up options for the future. The risk pays off. That is so annoying to have on your side of the map, sitting there.
Whoop. Graceful tried to push around the rock, suddenly makes contact v Fito. You got to be careful here, Graceful. He's on full display for anybody else to come peeking over top. He tries to bounce that frag grenade, and it works wonderful.
Man.
Completely obliterated is Fito. And now his other two teammates are going to try to recover by pushing to the opposite end, get as far away from Graceful as you can, and try to get an equalizing kill elsewhere. But just as they push in, Matey pushes out. He gets away from it, able to disengage thanks to his Octane mobility. Let's see if Graceful can come in with some more impact frags, because that first one was fantastic, and he does it again. Busted shields. This is why Graceful needs to be alive, because when he is, his opponents aren't. Another collection of deaths going the way of Kungarna.
What a beautiful round, man. Slam that grenade off the floor like it was a basketball. The perfect trajectory. To combine with the push too, it was zoning. He made it feel like there were two people attacking him. His opponent with the first grenade and the delayed bounce explosion, and then the push off to the right side. It was picturesque. That's sick stuff. But I mean, really, the longer he lives in the round, I feel like the more impact he has.
What you doing,
Which
Marvin?
that's almost get the puck in the back of the net type advice, but
yeah. You just need to kill your opponents and not die.
yeah.
If you use your shields, you'll survive longer.
I like the in-game helper tips.
Yeah, you bro. All you are is Mohan.
game
I'm sorry
helper.
to break this to you. You're essentially a loading screen.
I'd be like Marvin if I was in the game.
I just polished my grapple. Oh. This is like one of the farthest out positions we've seen when the circles try to tend towards this giant rock. You know, playing towards like the snow-covered part is generally as far out as you go, but JMW is going to hyperextend. Now, we know what happens here, right? When you play on your own, you could be the guy that gets caught. You could be the reason that the 3 enemies dogpile your other 2 teammates. And so once JMW has done some good early damage, some economic damage in terms of shields, he disengages. But what does Matey do? He cranks that dial. He knows that he just popped Fito into that death zone, and yet he can't chase him to the kill. Matey, in fact, is now a single point of damage away, and there he goes. The Havoc gonna get him as he tries to escape. Low HP on Ranches, but we do still have Graceful trying to get this impact. He's on top of Matey. Difficult revive, especially as JMW can no longer cover because his shields are popped, so he's gonna have to go for the heal. This means Graceful's in the playmaker position. Does he get a chance at the push? They've got them surrounded. He climbs up top. Graceful doing a great job of the dodge. And he clambers onto the shelf. So now we've got KNG with a little high ground advantage. But maybe, just maybe, MajorPushers prioritize revive. And as they do that, Graceful smells the blood in the water. He extends around the side. He crouches, and he just can't make himself small enough. But we're into the 1v1. It's going to be JMW versus Together. He's got 2 knockdown shields to keep him safe as he gets the purple shields popped and just rips them to pieces.
What a clutch. Not bad. Together. I can't believe he was able to just drill Graceful, who tried to completely disengage. For a bit, he was shooting a couple extra bullets. He was thinking, if I get these 2 extra bullets in, I'm going to be able to win the round and like just kill Together. But he doesn't finish Together. Then he tries to duck, and then Together, just with basically a couple of strands of hair showing, takes out Graceful and then turns it into the 1v2 victory after getting the shield bat off as well. Insanely clutch stuff from Together to bring it all to the final round.
I love that he emphasized getting in his shield battery in that moment, right? He didn't try to change his position.
Yeah.
He basically just played with what he had. And, you know, I was saying how I like what I see from MajorPushers team play. Dude, he's got 2 guys on top of him using his knockdown shields. It doesn't get more team-centric than that. They keep him alive. They keep him safe. Make sure he can get that full shield. And then suddenly, boom, Havoc to the mouth. We've got MajorPushers tying this at 3. Round 7 upon us. Can Kungarna keep their opponents off of the 2-0 map advantage?
We've seen how powerful the devotion can be. Who better to use it than the man who's clutched 2 rounds now?
We got trouble. Really close.
Jump pad in the mix this round. Graceful already busted. Graceful wants to try and get us down. They're giving a good chase to Together. But Ranches is coming in to help. They can't land that little bit of damage. And now it's Graceful on the run. Easy shield bat situation, but Ranches just getting his damage on everybody. And that's given enough time for Together to get his battery off as well. So we've got MajorPushers in full strength. And sure enough, using the most of that devotion to just rip Matey out of the equation. Shotgun to the head of Graceful. And it is all on the last man from KNG. Poor guy stuck behind a box with nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and a 4th round win for MP.
Oh my god. They actually pulled that off with the opening kills. They had basically Kungarna had no chance. That was the most dominant round by far.
And that domination is coming in at the very end of this game. You can try and rope things together for as long as possible, but dude, Fido goes huge. Flies in with the EVA 8 Killer Instinct in full effect. Kungarna on the back foot. Gonna have to force this one to a 9-round sudden death. Or else they could be looking death in the eyes in terms of Blast Titans.
I actually can't believe it. I thought this was gonna be Kungarna's map after the first, few rounds going back and forth. Looked like they were finding their feet, but now we look back on the fact that MajorPushers opened it up on artillery and are now like in the lead here on the second map. Like, is this really possible?
Dude, Killer Instinct. Oh my god, Fido just ignoring the people that are closest to him to make sure he gets that damage output elsewhere. 3 sets of cracked shields, but it down the way of MP. Let's see if Kungarna can maximize on the moment. Fido not able to get his heal off, but Ranches sure enough did. So Ranches is going to come in big. It's the 1v1, and Matey's down. MajorPushers in victory lane here on FaZe Runner.
God damn. And they cranked the oven on that one for the last round. It was the fastest, I feel like, of all of them. And I feel like that's more the MajorPushers that we're used to seeing.
They wrecked.
Maybe there are layers and levels to MajorPushers as well as Kungarna. That's nuts that, the first map could be an anomaly, but then we've seen the better team get better as the game goes on. But now with two maps down, I mean, what can you say? They have such an enormous advantage to just win this whole thing and knock Kungarna out. This would be the most disappointing result for Kungarna across the 2 weekends, of course.
I gotta say, I think Fito actually takes the cake in terms of this one map. His last 2 rounds, in order to get MajorPushers the victory there, I think were massively impactful. We rewind 1 round prior to that last one, and it was him that just threw himself around the side of the rocks, got up close, used his EVA after hitting damage with the Devotion. What's he do in the follow-up? Just winds up that Devotion, does the damage across the map while his teammates swarm the player down beneath him. He then ignores the distanced crack that he got to finish the player that was up close and personal. And honestly, I'd say MajorPusher is making the most of the energy weapons. We've seen some really good things from the Devotion and the Havoc, and not once did we see the weapons really change in the hands of Kungarna. So,
yeah, I agree.
Milk what
energy
works,
weapons
baby.
Agreed, 100%. Right, so you've got to play the game, and that's what's working. Adapting is super important, and I honestly, there's just so much. You're just seeing so many decisive kills that you don't see with any other kinds of weapons, with the energy weapons, that I think we just need to see more of. It's so strong, especially in their hands. Like, they're so damn good. The tracking is unbelievable. But for me, Together is still the MVP across, just because of the clutch rounds. I mean, literally 2 1v2 and another clutch. This one, like, for example, with, of course, the help of his zombie teammates with the shields up and everything, but he was just putting together just so much damage. I feel like he just terrifying. I mean, Together is just terrifying. Like, you have that where you're like, watch 2 players in a 1v1, and then you've seen the history of these players. You're like, you kind of feel like who's going to win until that changes. And I think it was Matey or Graceful coming over to try to kill Together, I was thinking Together's not going to win this. And then he won that, and then he won the next one. And now when I see Together in a 1v1 or 1v2, I'm really going to feel like he has the odds. And I'm kind of like in reverence of how nuts he's been at this event, even last week.
Yeah, man, he's kind of rewrote the book, and I think that there was definitely a couple rounds in FaZe Runner to highlight that. So no, you're dead on, Mohan. 100% worth noting as well. I think he too was putting his hands on the energy weapons and making them work. So just overall, MajorPushers playing as if they want to win, and if they do want to win this series and move on to our grand finals in unthinkable fashion, they would have to do so on Thermal Station. So before we jump into our next map, let's go ahead and jump into a content piece where we get the pros' thoughts on this map of Thermal Station.
Thermal Station from World Judge is Alliance home. There's where we drop, so we are very used to the area.
It doesn't have the mega height, which is what we call basically on top of the tower, so it's out of bound. So now the map's played completely different in arenas as it is in Battle Royale.
The most important thing is to make sure that you get as much crafting as possible, because there is so much crafting available
the donut, which is kind of the circular building, is going to be really important in arenas because it offers some height control across the whole map.
There's like a lot of lava that kind of blocks your vision.
Bloodhound might actually be somewhat useful because he offers the ability to basically get a direct information on where the enemy is.
Gibraltar and a longbow works really well in this map because there is a lot of open field you need to navigate.
The middle center, there's a lot of cover around there. So unlike other maps like Party Crasher and Phase Runner, where you tend to avoid the middle of the map, Thermal Station's kind of the opposite. You actually want to gain control of the middle of the map in order to establish a foothold.
If you want to win a Thermal Station map, you should take the high ground every time. That gives you a good advantage.
It's very straightforward. There's not that much stuff that can be detrimental to your laws or your wins.
If you play together and you take over the position zone, you usually get a pretty good head start.
The overall advice for Thermal Station, and I'd say comparable to a lot of the arenas maps, is push together and don't get caught on your own. I think that's pretty solid advice, Launders, and I think that's actually a good storyline for what we're getting here between a very team-focused MajorPushers and an occasionally flat performance from Kungarna.
I can't wait to see what happens with Fire Beavers and Aqualix because of what we saw on this map when Fire Beavers just played it, because they kind of had that tenant and really maximized its benefits because, you know, open flat map, but it's easy to close the distance. There's not too much cover in certain places. So then you can get that, they can get that open 3v3 like they were able to do on Golden Gardens as well. And in this situation, MajorPushers are a touch like Fire Beavers. No one's quite like them right now, but I think they have it in them to really attack together. And I feel like, you know, the lurky style is not going to be as easy on this map, as you can really see those kinds of plays coming a lot faster than you can on others.
Yeah, this is definitely, you know, of all the arena maps, the one where I feel like you can accidentally fall into 3 enemy angles in what feels like a heartbeat. There's so much open ground other than those 3 like diagonal or 4 diagonal columns that come down from the legs of this harvesting device, this lava sucker. It's really not divided. You know what I mean? Like there's angles upon angles. You can see everybody from everywhere, and especially if you have control of the very limited high ground. You know, with high ground, you can't see to the opposite end because of the big centrifuge, but you do see your entire half of the map, whether that's the rooftop of Donut or the platform on the opposite side. These little pillars as well work nicely if Pathfinder's grapple can get you up top. There are positions that are rewarded if you are heavily focused on movement when it comes to the Thermal Station. But if there's anybody focused on Thermal Station right now, it's gotta be the MajorPushers. If they can pull out this map win, then they will do what no one could have seen, the 3-0 sweep versus the likes of Kungarna. Oh, you gonna, oh.
Little stalemate.
Oh, you gonna kick it? Huh?
Did we get the bats off? No, we didn't get the bats off, so as long as that's still going on. Oh, the punish!
Yeah, what's up? Fito looking foolish, as obviously Kungarna used communications to come around that doorway. There was no map control for their enemies, so it was just a straight up push around, found him in the open, and then from there, this waterfall effect. 3 players swept away from Kungarna, and that is all of them standing tall at the end of their first round win. But this is now 3 games in a row where Kungarna win the first round, and you know they don't have a map win yet.
Wow, that's true. No correlation between winning the first round and winning the game. That's actually pretty incredible considering how many stomps there have been. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I guess that just is a testament to how dynamic MajorPushers can be. You know, you might read their name and think, oh, they just do one thing, but clearly they've been able to try different strategies, different weapon buys, different approaches, and have shown a lot of consistency in all categories as well.
Little fight for Donut. Matey chucking the grenades up high.
It's called Totem.
What's that?
It's called Totem.
It's called Totem. Yeah, okay, dude. Great joke. Oh my goodness. Launders, I grew this mustache so nobody would recognize me in Apex. Okay, don't blow our cover. JNW gets downed. See if Graceful can get into the mix, because his other teammate also just dropped. He's going to have to try and hammer into Fido, and the hip fire's there, but it costs him everything, or does it? Graceful, with the most minimal amount of health, gets back around the pillar, fake shield cell. Together's going to push. He gets hit down. Now it's the even ground. Who's going to land this next Mozambique shot? Who's going to walk with the second round win? It's not Graceful, not yet. Up close, reload, can't hammer it home, and down he goes. MajorPushers tie.
Oh, I wanted that for him so bad. That was such a nice try. And Together wins another one. Man, what a tense moment. I mean, that's one where your mouse slips up and you're like hitting the wrong keys and there's so much pressure that it comes down to like the craziest key movement decisions there. That is so nuts. Almost brings it back from the 1v2.
Graceful was one shot like the entire time, and Graceful hit a bullet. He hit one of those Mozambique pumps into Together to take him a little lower, but both of them survived a bit of Mozambique damage, and it was that flatline reload that really ended things.
Wow.
Oh boy, tied.
That's another clutch round for Together though. He's been owning, like, wow. Because, like, we think about how important clutches are, even just the 1v1s that could be 50-50. In a mode like Arenas, that's just defining for, you know, who could win the map.
Contact with hostile.
Graceful's playing this like a rat, keeping it quiet.
That's crazy.
Just crawling, not letting them know that there is a player, of course, on the low ground.
Oh my god, he's getting so close.
You know, at least his teammates are going to control the top of the building, so it's not like things are too crazy. But he's going to have to make that decision, right? Do you rush the spiral stairs to get inside, or do you try to climb and deny their exit? But now he hears them come out on the low ground, and Fito's going to get caught by surprise. Beautiful burst down here from Graceful. His flatline hitting that impact. Now his teammates take over. It's their job to try and finish this fight. JMW gets the down onto Together, and it's swept away. Big move from Graceful, like a landmine, Launders. He sits behind the wall and gets an immediate down before they ever saw it coming.
It's just not what you expect, right? You just don't expect someone to walk up like that, especially on a right, and then, like, just explode with this much damage. And you gotta give him even more credit. Like, when he has these small timing windows, he just outputs so much damage so quickly. Like, you really, if you're in some kind of stationary position, you're not in movement, you will get exploded. Like, his aim is too good. Wow, now they have 2 Gracefuls. This is how the comeback begins.
The full series reverse sweep, is that what you just alluded to? Is that what you're telling me, Launders?
I think Kungarna could do it.
I mean, I believe. Sure, why not? I got nowhere else to be. It's Championship Sunday. Graceful getting ever closer. I feel like Graceful can do a good job of just, you know, oh, yeah, you better run. You better run, bud. Together gets lit up, but everybody just getting some shields off here. We get one of these rounds where it's not going to be that, like, insta-down, insta-kill, insta-wipe. A bit more posturing here in the 4th.
Does Graceful have a bat, or? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, things start to get a little bit more tense.
Contact with target.
You know, Kungarna, they won the last 2 rounds, but it's still only this, you know, 1-round lead. They win this, it's obviously, it's over, but kind of a new kind of position. We've seen how important where Together's spot is up here. Controlling space, poking in, it denies, it compromises so many positions that your opposing team wants to stand in. Like, nobody's comfortable anymore. But his key is obviously not to die, it's just to poke a little bit.
Graceful maybe wanting to jump on Fido.
He's dishing it out.
Yeah, he's got Fido to fall a little bit closer towards the platform. Up goes Together. Oh, no!
Oh.
Doesn't make it up.
loses the position he wanted. And I
Revenant.
feel like that position could have been huge, dude. It's going to be, could have been a nice vertical angle over top of this open area that the rest of Kungarna are being forced through.
Well, they got a good spot here, actually. Oh my god, they can drill him with grenades, dude. They can pressure him from both sides. This is a really powerful spot for MajorPushers.
They all of a sudden explode.
But they get out.
They just split in a multitude of directions. They ended up
only
going
one.
down with no real answer. Sure enough, Ranches is broken shields and Fito a similar spot. But they both got shield bats, and that's where Together takes over to kill everyone ahead of him. Mozambique not finished. It's still up. It's still doable. Ranches on the full shields and just the smallest piece of cover. We talked about Graceful's impact. Well, now he's going to have to hit him hard. He gets softened on his recovery, and his enemy is able to find that little bit of cover. Gold Scout in his hands, tries to play through his man. He's got that shield to try and cover, but he's done. It's going to be MajorPushers tying it 2 again.
God, such a tense moment. How does he get away with this stuff? He was supposed to die sitting behind that container to the first guy who pushed him. There was supposed to be absolutely no chance to bring that back. Another insane attempt in the clutch. So many clutch situations in this game, just between the two. But in this rotation, MajorPushers are just in the better spot. They were better the whole time. Even JMW, who's usually one sitting back a bit, is the one who explodes out to the right alone, dies. Graceful's not with him. His teammate is also sitting there behind that container, maybe healing. There's clearly disjointed communication, and then they get what they can take, or they take what they can get, trying to rotate forward across the bridge with no cover.
Frag grenades up high. Graceful chucks it to the other side. This is like a mortar fire. Artillery barrage, and it hits the mark. Together on the brink of death, and I feel like Graceful feels this. He's going to go ahead and close that gap, and I don't think Together has taken the time to heal. Oh, no, he has. Excuse me. And Graceful says, excuse you. Tries to escape from that one. Maybe trying to bite into more than he could chew. Will find cover, closes the door behind him, and we've got ourselves reset.
That was a nice barrage entry attempt. I think they did this once before, and it resulted in an opening kill. And again, you get any tactic to get an opening kill can just mean the whole round. So, but they stave it off. There's an opportunity with that combined push and grenade from Graceful to knock one down. And oh, it's Ranches is on the floor. I don't even know how this happened.
That's why we've got
position
replays
from Fido. My God.
It's a good look for Kungarna. They've got the high ground. They've got the man advantage. I don't think there'll be any revives. I have kind of lost track of their opponents ever so slightly. Graceful gonna run away into the void as those doors are kicked open. And he's also gonna take to the high road. So maybe a little bit more locked into the gunfight that has to unfold on this double door. And as they come outwards, it's a good even down for 2. Together, best effort, but okay. A little too close. As he's jumping around, getting the reload in, there was a chance. I've got to say, Together with the double down, that definitely deserves a little credit, but it is still Kungarna with the edge and a chance at match point.
God damn, these guys play too close, man. It doesn't really feel like, you know, it doesn't feel like the stomp that MajorPushers are making it look like by just the 2 maps won. It's crazy how many rounds come down to these 1v1s and the chance for the player that is left in the 1v2 sometimes to get it that close. This is pretty much a coin flip matchup at this point, and there's still only 1 round the difference. So we'll see. Can Kungarna finally close this out? Not just get 3 out. That would be ridiculous.
Quick map control taken over. JNW to the Spire. And he falls off of that. Honestly, Wraith's voice lines, she calls like my teammates. Enemy, over there.
Have a spine, you sound like Dan Gaskin.
Just one more day, Dan, one more day. You can survive.
I'll shave my head.
Maybe not. It's cold outside.
Wind's blowing east.
the winds of change, maybe. MajorPushers trying to hang on to their thoughts of a grand finals. But Kungarna on the little bit of a comeback. Ranches gets busted up as he tries to move over towards the care package, and together catching JNW's sideline. JNW does get the Ranches down though, thanks to the frag grenade. However, it looks like the revive's coming through to the favor of MajorPushers, and as Graceful tries to give chase, Matey prioritizes revive on their side as well. So it's all good. Everybody's up and running, but Graceful trying to find that vertical angle ends up getting wrecked, and that is going to be the trigger moment for MajorPushers to stay true to their name, close this distance, and go for their round 3 win. They aren't able to get Graceful straight away, and in fact, I feel like now they're kind of getting lost in the sauce, getting lost in their own gravy, but they do have the high ground. If they didn't get the kills they wanted, at least they found positioning.
Yeah, look what's happening now, you know? The Jester has become the king. They're up here from the watchtower, and they can control space, just like KNG wanted to do so badly. Oh, you're right. Yeah, and as the circle closes, that Prowler grows in strength.
Mm-hmm. This thing could absolutely shred. And together pings the Spire as if he's going to try to climb it. Imagine, Prowler on the high ground.
Do it.
Oh, but he gets pushed. He gets pushed, and it's not even going to be part of the equation. He never sees it coming. Who is it other than Graceful? Gets in, gets out, doesn't find a second down, falls on Matey in the 1v1. Oh, he's able to close. Kungarna take the map, and Kungarna aren't done yet.
Damn, where did Graceful find that opportunity? Leave it to him. That cracked things wide open. Just staring at the shiny, shiny Prowler and thinking, okay, how is this going to be used? We're looking at the plans that MajorPushers have for how they're going to attack. You know, maybe take high ground control, use this power. It feels like it's their round to win easily. And then all of a sudden, with the small window of timing that that Graceful finds, instant down on the prowling player, and that's it. High ground is compromised. Everybody swarms it. That was a pretty sick round and pretty sick performance overall from KNG. That whole map, man, I mean, all these maps, there's just so many unbelievable close rounds, like so many clutches. I don't think it's like super unrealistic to think KNG could come back for this, especially now they've won this first match, get some confidence back, and maybe put together in his place a little bit, because they need to do that. He's been pretty scary.
Together getting pushed in that moment, right? Like, I'm trying to hype up the Prowler as being like this big late round winning type moment, and you can see Together thinking. But the wisest of men don't think, Launders, they act. And in this case, you know, we see him trying to churn over the idea as to where to go, when to go, and who acted first. That's the question. Answer's Graceful. Comes up those staircases and just completely melts him in an instant. In fact, he didn't take a single bit of damage, which really primed Graceful to find further impact to get Matey into a round-winning position. So, you know, a wise man once said to me, if Graceful's alive, his enemies aren't. And that's what
you said that yourself. You just quoted yourself. Oh, man. That's almost as bad as me saying a headshot in the head. Almost. Let's watch this tech setup video.
They work better plugged in.
Connor Tech Tips. Yeah, yeah. We're tethered.
Sorry, I missed your last points. What's going on, Mohan?
I don't think you missed anything special. I usually don't say anything too important.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Let's say no more
for the desk.
Okay. Let's just let the magic of production swipe this under the rug.
There's a lot of like high grounds and low grounds, and it's just a fun map to play.
You have one side which is all the crashed Mirage Voyage ship, which offers a lot of dynamic cover, a lot of lanes, and a lot of open space actually based around the cover.
So it's kind of chaotic place to fight, but I think it's kind of fun.
If you get on the ship and you have a wingman in the hand, you can just jingle peek, try to poke them. It's a pretty good spot I like to use.
The other side of it is more like a built-up apartment area, which is really interesting. It's actually a brand new build, so it's a unique part of Apex, and it offers really interesting gameplay.
I avoid the middle area. There's like a bridge, and both high ground sees you there really good, so I think it's suicide to go there.
There's so many angles there, and there's also not a lot of reason to be there because you can flank to the north and the south at that point.
A good thing to pay attention to for this map is the zones and making sure that you get as much crafting as possible without losing your position in that zone.
The loot bin on the right side where you get the meds is a very scary area because when you try to go for the meds, it's very open and it's a high risk, high reward. Sometimes you get the meds, sometimes you die.
You definitely need a Pathfinder. The ability to move across open space very quickly, gather the resources, and really play to your advantage using Pathfinder is super strong. Party Crasher offers a lot of interesting gameplay, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
So, Party Crashers is a high-risk, high-reward type play if you're going for the resources, and I would say the Kungarna are pretty high-risk, high-reward as well with Graceful's type of play style. Mohan, it sounds to me like a match made in heaven.
Yeah, but remember, MajorPushers been waiting for this map too, and I feel like their comp and what they got away with, and the reason they're here today is because of their Party Crashers performance in specific, and I'm waiting for the triple player push, like the Octane jump pad across from building to building, rooftop to rooftop, like they're, Jason Statham basically, and doing it on repeat every single round. I think if two teams agree to it and the aggressive play style, graceful, MajorPushers, this could be one of the most fun maps to watch. And I think that's what we will get here. So I'm very much looking forward to this.
Me too, Mo. Me too. I think that, again, I'm not a huge fan of like the big dead zone in between the upper side of map on Voyage and the lower side on the buildings. But I feel like a lot of the times we do kind of circumvent that need to cross that no man's land. It's only awkward if like you lose the race to the first set of resources because then the other half is so far away, So do you even bother sending somebody over when you know that the idea of traversing the middle or getting back into the action can be such a daunting task? We'll find out. We'll find out. But it's a beautiful scene here. The crash ship, ignore that part. I'm talking about the waterfalls, the scenic skyline. It's nice.
Where is it on your tier list in terms of the arena maps?
Aesthetically or gameplay?
Gameplay. Let's just get the live tier list.
All right. Let me think a second. Okay. I put Artillery towards the top. Party Crashers. On computing numbers, crunch, numbers, crunch. Okay, Gardens is the worst map. Thermal Station's fourth. Party Crashers third. And the other two are tied.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Tied for first. Artillery and...
Phase Runner.
Right, it's Phase Runner. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, the aggression is in. Gonna force Ranches out of his spot, using this literally just to escape. JMW, man from above. I think it's gonna spot some prey. Duel's coming in hot. Graceful again, looking for an alternative take, a new angle, lurky position.
Kungarna have still yet to lose the first round of any of the three maps. If that's worth noting.
Which can only be a good thing.
Yeah.
Even if they've lost two of the maps. It still can only be a good thing.
If you win one round, technically just need to win the two more after that.
If you win two more, yeah.
Really that simple. I don't know why the pros don't try just winning 3 rounds in a row. But maybe they know something I don't. Graceful tries to give chase, and that costs him. They do get the redown versus Ranches, so it's 1 for 1, but a little bit of busted up setup for Kungarna. Here's the thing, is they could go for the revive, and they could legit pull this off because it's such a tough sprint for MajorPushers to get into this, but they're still going to try, and it works! Vito! Downtown, on the wingman, and the follow-up damage looks good. He starts to miss a couple shots, but Together's going to come in with it, and now they just need to figure out where the hell did Graceful get off to, and how the hell could he clutch.
He's got full shields back in this, and now they're going for their revive, but he misses every bullet of that magazine. And had he instead downed his opposition, then he could have very well tried to throw himself on top of the revive to close, but instead he goes sent packing to the sidelines for the first time. MajorPushers win the first round.
Well, what will that mean? They win the first round, and they've already won 2 maps where they lost the first round. Now, I will say that a lot of these games have come down to insane clutches from both sides, and so that's why it's hard to really forecast what a result will be just because they got some early win. These teams play very close. These 3v3 situations always seem to boil down to moments like this, where it really just comes down to smart individual decision-making in very, very close moments between 1 or 2 players, and you can't write anybody off. I think we've seen a couple of 1v2s already at this point. Second round up, and MajorPushers have to be feeling good that they had a hot start, but can they convert it?
Graceful grabs all the resources for free. For
That's a
free.
great find.
They didn't even touch him. JNW wants to get his hands full. Takes the grapple over to the rooftop. Really good control of the high ground here. I feel like it forces the hand of MajorPushers to take to the interior. But he does... Oh my god, he saw that coming from a mile away. He was warned.
Holy.
He was warned that it was inbound, but still almost goes down to it.
Luckily, again, though, they found some of those... Oh, man, they're going to have to use all these resources. It's good that Graceful made that trip to the grocery store. Because they are getting cracked every single peek.
Branch is going to play for the care package, sees a chance to do it, knows that his opponents are tagged up, so why not? Oh my god, he's got the contraband.
Oh my god.
L-Star, not allowed to be purchased, but you can certainly rob it from the care package. So let's see if that can come into the equation. Again, I swear on my life that every time we see the L-Star taken from the care package, the team who picks it up ends up taking away the round.
Dubstar.
Let's see if MajorPushers can start this with that 2-0 and really force Kungarna to play for the reverse sweep.
Pressure here. Vito will put together another shield cell. Don't know how many resources everybody is left upon. Together Q going really far out to try to control some space. This is kind of a good way to set up an attack, I think. If you want to start to try to close the distance.
Oh, and he does.
Oh, there's the L-Star coming off. Yeah, it's nuts.
What?
Whoa.
Kind of getting
back
pushed
on this.
himself. Graceful does take to the top of the ship, then falls back down. There was just an L-Star on the interior, and Graceful not going to be getting those shields back up, so he just tries to commit to his fight, and as he cowers to the corner, his teammates need to come off of that top rope with the elbow, and sure enough, together, going to keep this one even, but oh, baby, we've got it back. Kungarna
an answer back.
upset the L-Star.
Yeah, the L-Star has to be brought up. It did a ton of damage there, but they were able to stand their ground, and even the players who were getting beamed by the L-Star were able to dish out enough damage back to keep it close the whole time. On to round number 3. This was that initial grenade that JFW like swung out into.
It was like nitrous oxide, sends him flying. JNW falls down, just pops the man in the open doorway. And honestly, props to Graceful in that situation. Did you see when Graceful was painted into the corner, pinned against the window?
You still dishing it out.
Still just fighting as much as he could, right? Tooth and nail. Sometimes when you know you're going to go down, you just have to do one thing, and that's put lead down range. He managed it. And I like this. A nice early tie here on the Party Crasher. Oh, man, that wrecked. Graceful takes together. Just Flesh goes right back. Doesn't even shield himself, man. What a risk. Graceful goes out, and it pays off in dividends.
Yes.
And they follow up 3v2.
Yeah, he's got that shield bat off. He's still up. He's going to be fully healed in a second. And now we need some compensation. Otherwise, that is going to win the round, surely.
Oh, they're trying to chase the raid.
Trying to be confusing about it, yeah.
Oh, you're not getting it
There's
anywhere.
the snag.
Wingman hits the mark. couple more Sky nades sent to the top. Vito, all that's left over, and he's getting swarmed. Graceful with that early man advantage. The fact that he stopped his own heal to go back into the flesh fight. You're kidding me, Graceful. That is the confidence, that is the impact, that is the value that Graceful brings to Kungarna, and it's why he finds himself so often in that playmaker position. It's Graceful wins or all of Kungarna lose.
And he's getting more and more consistent by the rounds. That's got to be so frustrating. You know, this guy's always alone. He's out here. You kind of know what kind of play he's going to bring to the table, but he's still going to get away with it. Sticking to his guns.
Here we go. Gonna be playing this one quick. Launch pad to the rooftops of the lower ground, right out the gate. And MajorPushers can't keep up with this pace. But they have what they need, dude. We've seen the heavy impact with the energy weapons from MajorPushers. I see the devotion in hand, but I also see Fito incredibly cracked. Now this warp, bro, it's everywhere, and he goes all the way back. Now that's gonna be a tough chase, but Ranchers does escape with such little health. They know he's over here. They've got a great idea as to the corner that he cowers within, and a wingman shot to the back of the spine from Matey. That's Ranches paralyzed on the sideline, and Kungarna about to sweep MajorPushers out of the party crasher. 3-1 by the looks of it. They've just got to deal with the devotion, and they've got it in the bag. Kungarna take map 4.
All the way to the final map with this one. You love to see it. A fantastic performance from Kungarna. It took them a little bit longer to get started than some of the other teams that have tried to and have successfully come back, but they are very much alive now. I think in particular, again, you can't, unfortunately, Graceful is just such a big part of the conversation, for better or worse, just because of how important his opening kills are. You know, 33% of your team, it rests on that first duel that he goes out to try to find. If he gets the lurk play off, if he wins that really, really sketchy, you know, heal battle duel with low HP, no shield, you win. If he doesn't get it, you lose. But he's so good, so consistent with it. He's got probably like a 70-75% win rate, and that's enough to take entire games. Even if it didn't work so well on artillery, it's a new map. Things are changing.
I also feel like the just overall pace of this game on Party Crashers was way faster than anything else that we've seen. Even Thermal Station, the smallest of maps, played slower than what we just saw here on Party Crashers. So I would argue that, you know, MajorPushers never even found a zone to get comfortable in because of the fact that Graceful is just going for these early fights. Think back to the pistol or the first round when even though KNG dropped the round win, we still had Graceful down in the gully, down in the ponds, going for that first fight, and he got downed first. His damage had impact, primed his team for a potential 2v2 that they ended up losing, but it was there, right? And Graceful is always there. He is the tip of the spear launders. He punctures skin first. And when that gets deflected, as it did across some of these earlier maps, then we see Kungarna kind of fall flat. But in this case, this looked like a Kungarna that is outclassing MajorPushers in like almost every moment of those rounds. And even in the last one, I would say props to Matey, using that 2x wingman to his absolute strength. Up close and personal with a 2x can sometimes get away from people, but Matey managed 2 downs in that final round, including the crucial kill on the Wraith down beneath him.
Yeah, that's a great point. That can't be understated as well. And this is looking back on the round with an L-Star. And, like, again, this is a spot. I mean, this is really a defining moment because, you know, KNG lose the first round, then they go up against the L-Star, and you're thinking, wow, this is like the map that kid, they could just get swept on, and it would make sense because they got that critically important weapon after, you know, breaking new ground with getting that first round win, and then Kungarna just survive it, and then just put it together with another round after that, showing that they are supposed to be on a new level, on a different level, that they need to be taken very seriously, and yeah, it's in writing now, like it's known. So map 5, I don't know where this can go, but again, it felt like even after the first 2 maps, it's hard to call MajorPushers the obviously better team. They just had maybe more clutch, especially with a lot of the 1v1s and 1v2s that they were able to win. But since they're playing so close now, Kungarna are getting more comfortable, and Graceful's having a higher percentage of these duels win. You think, Kungarna?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say it. I've got them to win the whole event. So yeah. If you're trying to convince me of the Kungarna comeback, Launders, I'm not a hard sale, bro. Whatever you're selling, I'll take it. Hell, I'll take it all. I'll buy your whole stock. We'll take the trolley. I want to, if we can, just run the replay back one more time, and if we can get a bit of like a graceful package in this case, because I would say that one of the things I've seen change with graceful across these maps, if we go back to artillery, there was this one moment where graceful tried to run in and grab the Kraber, as opposed to being outputting damage all of the time. It felt like he was playing more positionally, like he wanted to be in that perfect spot before he went for his fight. What we're seeing here on Party Crasher was just way more commitment to the damage output. Look at this, busted shields. He's got nowhere to go. So what do you do when you're this caged animal? You just fight. And that impact he did to Fido and Ranches, look at the HP bar. Look how easy that is for his two teammates to come in and sweep them away. Another instant where Graceful absolutely shredded. He's in a disadvantageous spot, but as opposed to thinking of like that perfect moment, you know, that, let's call it graceful moment where he comes in with like a couple of downs and blindsides two enemies, Graceful didn't make this look beautiful. He just made it look impactful. He got his hands on whoever he saw, and he just didn't let them get any distance between him and their teammates. They were never able to escape from him. Graceful committed. And every time he did that, he at least walked away with either a down or so much impact that his teammates were able to pick up those pieces. And this is what I think we need to see more of from Graceful if Kungarna are gonna actually reverse sweep this series. We've got to see him commit to his fights, be more focused with the damage he outputs than the quality or the showmanship of his plays per se.
It's super fun to watch his individual decision making in those moments, always trying to do something very creative. And yeah, we're gonna need some more, should we call them Amazon Prime graceful moments of the match? Maybe. Tell that to the sponsors. That rolls off the tongue. Semi-final number 1, map 5 on the Golden Gardens. Who's prepared for this? This could be the one that Kungarna falls apart. I mean, who knows how they feel about the Golden Gardens? Did they expect it to get to map 5? MajorPushers are the ones who probably have the little brother syndrome a little bit, to need to show that and prove that they are better overall, and had a hot start, but are staring in the face of the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I think that the pressure's on MajorPushers because they had, you know, 3 chances to close this, and their 3rd chance here and now is also their opponents to take the win. So you can't run, you can't hide. It's got to unfold here on the Golden Gardens. We are not leaving this map without crowning our first finalist for the Blast Titans Apex Arenas event. Blast's first dabble in Apex. It's going off beautifully. High octane moments, high octane gameplay, literal octane in the server at the moment, because we've got yet again just movement gods on movement gods. Let's see it shine.
Wow, in the basement. We haven't seen actually like many people do this. Yeah, exactly. Bunch of basement dwellers. We haven't seen people opt for this level of okay, we've never seen this work, I guess is what I'm getting at. I mean, obviously, you know, getting up here is great, but I suppose this is a new take on it from MajorPushers, where it's like, okay, you can't get it, but every team that's tried to get it will usually just die if you don't get here first. So then what's the next thing that you can do? Well, you can try to play the zones if possible. Try to play that rotation game. Maybe just wait until like the very end. Something like that.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of final circles end on this double door in the basement. It gets a little bit awkward, and I feel like the last time we saw it, it was with Lifelines and Gibraltars, where like we have more defensive positioning. But this is it. Graceful. We've seen moments like this from him before. He serves as a landmine. He just stays stationary and doesn't make a single audio cue, so that when he decides to go for the play, it catches his opponents off guard, and he doesn't get any kind of a down there as they swoop away the care package weaponry. But it is still a problem for them to handle. We've got 3 enemies pinned in this downstairs area, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and prized possessions on the other side of the care package. They didn't get away with the weapon. Bocek L-Star Mlock is what's offered. Did they take it?
They tried to grab it.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there's a moment here where if Kungarna want to play ahead of time, you take the guy on the top of the building, he jumps onto the opposite side of the care package. That's a weapon to take, and a care package serves as cover so that they can't swing the doors and get him.
It's Kungarna's to take, because they can loot off the back of it too, and they're totally fine.
Do it.
Yeah, Graceful can be here to camp the door as well. And the circle is coming at light speed.
The rats will be flushed from their hobbit hole.
Oh my god.
Mind you, the only damage that's really been output, despite it being, you know, a little minimal, was on the side of Kungarna. So maybe they think that if the zone really forces that clash, they've got the edge. But this is going to be awkward. You know, these moments are I feel like, kind of 50-50 no matter what. All it takes is a couple of clean wingman headshots. They will have to made the difference.
They have to fall, I think.
But here we go. It's just the heal off, and ultimately Graceful could definitely win this, because once you go into the Wraith ability, you're good to go. Graceful escapes, heals off, and Kungarna win based on that.
Wow, yeah, J&W's still up. Everyone gets docked, and that's how we end it. Okay. All right. Maybe we need more symmetry on the map. What do you think?
That's a weird one, man. I mean, it's one of those moments where, you know, he wins because he wraiths after, right? It's whichever wraith waits to use their ability first, or rather second, and then he tries to get a heal off in the meantime, tries to get that syringe in. I don't know if he did need the syringe in the end. Let's watch the replay.
Well, he didn't get it off.
So Ranches goes for the wraith ability first. Look, he comes back from it before Graceful, and it's for that reason that once he dies to the zone, it's over.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your lesson of the day. I mean, honestly, what a dud way to decide a winner on round one. I don't want to get overly into it, but like I do kind of hate those moments.
Of course, yeah.
It is what it is, but ultimately, if you want to win, you got to go invincible after you.
Honestly, there's too much. There's no incentive to try to like regain high ground in that spot, because like, the amount of times that just doesn't work. It's like, oof, maybe we shouldn't. So yeah, I get why they were down there. So we'll see. We'll see. We've got like I guess a similar situation, but different part of the map, more exit routes. It's not exactly the same. I think in the last situation, they really didn't want to be down there, but that's one of the best spots that they can be in, I think, for making the decision to try to approach high ground. So we'll see how it goes. But I think it's fair to say MajorPushers probably look a little bit more uncomfortable than Kungarna right now.
You know, in the back of their minds, that thought begins to creep in. Are we about to throw the 2-0 lead over one of the tournament favorites? Are we about to be reverse swept like the fools of the Apex community? I don't think they're fools, but they may be hard on themselves if they aren't able to close this. It's just the one-round edge, but it is still the start that favors Kungarna. And obviously high ground advantage to their favor yet again this time.
Yeah, oh, nice be waiting on him a bit. Yeah. That insta headshot. So it's like as soon as you decide to show yourself, you're getting punished here. And Graceful just literally in another corner. Oh my god.
He does this well.
He found it. Yeah. Oh, he's so much damage. That's a drop. 2 knocks instantly.
That's the Graceful play. Yeah. Wraith v Wraith and a teammate here to help. Perfectly done by Graceful. They saw that peek. Matey able to catch the poke from MajorPushers on the east side, and then we saw Graceful just commit a little bit further outside of the zone. I mean, talk about being read like a children's book, Launders. He hides behind the pillar until both of those players turn their back to him, and Graceful comes out looking so slick. I'm talking like gelled hair slick, bro. Leather jacket slick. 2-0 for Kungarna. If they can reverse sweep the series with the 3-0 cherry on top here in Gardens, then that is just insult to injury after MajorPushers push them the distance.
Yeah, it does feel like it's potentially on the way. Jump pad to initiate, and they're going very, very aggressive with this move. Up across the right side, here are those grenades. And again, if you don't have a jibby and you're up here and those nades come down, you do get kind of compromised. So they're trying to create as much chaos as possible. And there it is, the attack. Graceful, they don't spot him. Will he get the kill? He does. He gets a knock, but it's traded back instantly. He's bleeding out. 2v2 now.
Looks like Matey's going to try to give up chase. JMW already inside of the fight. We get this nice headshot angle from that downstairs position. JMW, literal one-shot in this moment. Ranches doesn't have the shield, so he tries to give chase to Matey. Looks to intercept him on the high ground, but JMW's here to catch him. And ladies and gentlemen, Kungarna are your first finalists. A 3-0 in the Golden Gardens as they shoot for the golden medal.
Yes, after going down 0-2, they pull it all the way back. MajorPushers, they were so close. They could really taste it, but they let it slip a little bit, and then Kungarna got really comfortable, really confident, and everything went off without a hitch. But there's obviously so much to be unpacked about this. Should we leave it to the desk?
Let's do exactly that, Mo. Let's throw this one away.
When it comes to managing the economy, I'm kind of at the approach that you need to win every round in arenas. So I pretty much spend all my economy every round. My role within my team is the IGL.
I'm the one getting info a lot and tell it to my teammates, so I'm the first guy.
I'm a very methodical player, but once we get the entry damage, I'm a very aggressive player. So we probably prefer close range mostly. Like, we don't really go for snipers at all. We mostly play like assault rifles or shotguns, and we force the close range fights where we feel like we're better than most teams.
My favorite category of weapons are like close range shotguns and SMGs and pistols. I'm usually the first guy in the fight and getting openers and stuff like that, so close range is best for me.
I definitely prefer assault rifles, even in arenas as well. I prefer the flatline mostly, and I usually only go for like level 1 to 2 flatline and then having an evade by the side. It's my preferred choice for sure. In the opening round, I would purchase the flatline since I feel like it's very strong for the first round and it suits my playstyle more than, say, the wingman, for example.
I usually just go for a wingman and upgrade the Mozambique ones, so that's usually my round one.
Personally, I don't feel like you can really get anything out of the last 50, so I usually just save them. I don't feel like buying a syringe is worth it, for instance.
I mean, it's just like extra 50 I have left, so why not?
The main reason I wouldn't go for something cheaper is because you only have such a low amount of economy in the first round. So I feel like focusing on your primary weapon is more important, since you start with a Mozambique or a P2020 anyways. And then you can always go for the materials like the shield batteries that are already in the match, instead of focusing on buying that in the first round.
I will say wingman is like one of the best weapons, so I usually use wingman every time. If I would have infinite money in arenas, I will buy a purple wingman and a purple bolt Eva, and then all the heals I can get.
I would have a fully kitted flatline and a fully kitted evade, and then maybe a couple shield batteries, frag grenades, arc stars.
I will buy all the batteries and shield cells and 3 arc stars and everything.
I'd probably buy all of them if money was no object. I'd probably have zipline and grapple, or like 5 jump pads, I guess, if it was no object.
They're can't climb. Here, they're behind us, On me.
Watch out for the
Crack, 1 HP.
I don't have it. I'm watching TP.
He's here in the corner.
Looking. Done.
Nice.
Octane climbed up, headshot him. Pat pushing me. Pat long. Pushing, Grace, push him.
Oh.
Let's go, boys.
Good job, boys.
And Kungarna, they're proving that they are up to what it takes for that reverse sweep, if I'm not mistaken, on set. Woo!
Predictions king, master. What else do you want from me? I give you everything that you need to know ahead of time. We could have just rolled the series. We could have just filled in the scores. You know, it could have been so much easier. But on a more serious note, actually, do you know what? That is a very serious note. We went to Game 5. It went all the way, and that's what I'm expecting for both of our semi-finals now. I think it's going to be that kind of action. When we get to the final, it's going to be even more unpredictable. But the story for me was Graceful was amazing, but Mady and JMW were just as amazing. And what I mean by that is, you know, Graceful initially in the first couple of maps was getting caught out a little bit. And I think the MajorPushers had figured the way that he was trying to play away from his two teammates. But Graceful adapted as that entry fragger, as the series went on. And when he got caught out of position, he, instead of trying to retreat and kind of leaving his teammates in a momentary 2v3 or a full-time 2v3, he would output as much damage as he physically could to make sure that they could come in and turn a 2v3 in their favor. So Graceful adapting to the situation after MajorPushers definitely got out to a better start, but I've got to give some credit, especially to Medilol as well. Some of the shots that he was hitting with the wingman were nuts, and there was one on Party Crasher especially, which I know will pop up in the replays, where he had the 2 times on it, and he was fully zoomed into a Pathfinder zipping in front of him, and he hit every single bullet and managed to track the Pathfinder all the way through the skies. But it was a crazy series. It was decided by 1v1s, clutch moments. I mean, and Kungarna to have the fortitude to bounce back after going down in the series 2-0, I mean, they're going to be feeling amazing right now.
Absolutely. And Gaskin, I mean, the reality is we started our weekend, our first weekend in BR. We here are now in arenas. It is chock full, as Onset said, of clutch plays, 1v1s, everything you could possibly want. And it was a reminder to me, Onset, with what you had just said, was these teams have to be able to adapt, and they had to be able to adapt just to even get to this place. And so Gaskin, at this point, I mean, those numbers don't lie. Kungarna has shown they can bring things off, whether it's Battle Royale or here in this new arenas mode.
Yeah, Kungarna were down and out by the looks of it. 2-0 down, it's no easy feat to come back and get a reverse sweep, especially against a team like MajorPushers, but it does show that they have that kind of that desire to dig deep and face adversity, and I'm very impressed with what they did, but we expected them to do that. We expected them to win this series, so maybe it shows that they can bleed, they are beatable, and that's a good sign for the 2 other teams who are waiting in the semi-final who will potentially face them in the grand final. And it's certainly going to be an interesting grand final when we get there, and I think, like Onset's predicted previously, we're probably going to all 5 maps no matter what now with all the teams that we've got left.
More predictions from Onset. Don't get him started, everybody.
Spoilers, predictions.
Here it comes. Well, you know what? With that, I'm going to go ahead and kick these 2 guys over to the cast-in desk as we welcome in Launders and Scrawny right after this.
What is a dandy?
He's very ancient, so it's probably C.
I'm older than him.
First game I ever played was Sonic, back then when I came out on Sega, you know. Super Mario or Age of Empires.
When he was kid, you know, he got whole walls at Sonic wallpapers at his room. So I'll go with Sonic.
Yeah, I will say Age of Empires.
He told about console, he told about Sega, he gave us a little bit tips. There was no Age of Empires.
True. Okay, you go Sonic, I go Super Mario, okay?
You were actually on the very right track. It was Super Mario on the Sega, not Sonic. So, my favorite legend is Wraith, Revenant, or Watson.
I will say, like, recently it's Revenant, like 100%.
Novin Nash, and he said he wants old skillful meta based back with Watson, so I will go with Watson. My answer is C.
I'm gonna go against Max and I'm gonna call B.
It is C, you're right. Even though I actually like to play on all 3 characters, but Watson is probably the one that I would love to compete again.
A legend that I think needs nerfing is Revenant, Crypto, or Bloodhound.
It's A.
It has to be B. What?
No, it's A.
No.
It's A.
I'm gonna trust on B.
Right answer is A.
Oh, no.
The first console I owned was Game Boy, Nintendo DS, or Dandy.
What is a dandy?
He's very ancient, so it's probably C.
I'm older than him.
It's a console, what can I say?
I've never heard of a dandy. But it's like dandy, so let's go with C, I think.
It is actually Dandy, guys.
Oh! What is my favorite arena map? A, Party Crasher, B, Artillery, C, Skulltown.
Everyone loves Skulltown. It doesn't matter if it's arena or pub or ranked. It doesn't matter. It has to be Skulltown.
I will call A, Party Crasher.
Max is right. Max is right. Party Crasher is my favorite. Best place to drop on world sets is A, Fragment East, B, Lava Fisher, C, Sorting Factory.
I will go for Lava Fisher, but how is it not Fragment East?
Yeah, I don't know either. But knowing him, it has to be Lava Fisher. No, just knowing him, it has to be Lava Fisher.
I'm going for B as well.
You're both wrong. It's actually Fragment East.
You ain't changed, man. You ain't changed, man.
And now from the casting desk back to this analyst one. Launders, Scrawny, boys, thanks so much. You did an incredible job casting some really long matches, and I have a sneaking suspicion, Launders, we're going to see some really long matches here on out.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, if it makes sense that at this point at semis, I think it speaks to the quality of the teams that have gotten here that the matches are going like all the whole distance, or some of them are going to sudden death even, because of course, like, there are no more sleepers. Everyone has proven that they are really good at also arenas on top of the Battle Royale, and I think some of this is also happening just because some of the better teams are like taking a bit to wake up, but then they do, and there's enough time for them to get back into the game before losing.
Absolutely. And Scrawny, you know what? One of those teams that has seen a lot of success, certainly from the onset of this arena's gameplay, has got to be Aqualix.
Yeah, I mean, Aqualix taking down Endeavour was kind of how we painted the picture of Aqualix maybe taking the whole event. And when they took down Endeavour, they absolutely did it with total ease. And then today, they started off by losing versus Myztro, right? When they lost 3-1 on Party Crasher versus Myztro, I think there was like that little bit of like waning momentum where we thought, oh, maybe this isn't going to be as easy. And yet, from that point on, they completely swept the series. They only dropped, they were down 2-0 on Thermal Station, and then they go ahead to win 10 rounds almost in a row. A single hiccup, right? 10-1 in terms of round counts once they were down a map. And I think that that's just the testament to like Aqualix being able to crank the dial and being able to get right back into control. So this is certainly a team that we've been watching from the get-go. It's a team that we had higher expectations for in the Battle Royale weekend, and they still did deliver, but they just weren't in victory lane. And fingers crossed for the Aqualix fans that today's that day.
For sure. Now, Fire Beavers, of course, one of those teams, which I think, Launders, we could call one of those teams that, really woke up here on Arenas and has showcased what they can do, and certainly has punched their ticket effectively here to this semifinal match today.
I feel like they're playing like they are by far the best team in the world in arenas. You know what I mean? Like in the sense that they have that, they play with just such a bravado and confidence that they have never like apologized or changed their style or faltered at all. Like even when they were losing sometimes, they just continued to do the exact same thing. And I feel like, yeah, it has really been just like speed run for Fire Beavers. Does that mean that they will just clear through this whole bracket? No, I don't think so, because every team is getting better and better. And I think Aqualix still have shown that even though, as Connor mentioned, they were maybe asleep at the wheel in that first game in their last series, that they came back and became better and better. And a lot of the teams that have woken up now for today will go up against each other. And I don't know, Fire Beavers, when I watch them play, it's a high volatility playstyle. I mean, they're not guaranteed to win all these duels, even if they do have maybe some of the best individuals, because no team here has bad individuals. So I'm not totally confident about the fact that I picked Fire Beavers, but I am confident that I picked the most fun damn team to watch in this whole bracket, because holy hell, I've never had more fun watching Apex than watching Fire Beavers play arenas.
That is for sure, and I love that you said that. As we see our picks for our maps here on the lower part of our screen. Scrawny, I do want to ask one real quick question. Fire Beavers, they are a bit off meta. We started off with the Loba, which of course they've tried and true in BR, and now here they are, brought it to arenas as well, and arenas, of course, a Loba favorite for some of these teams, and they're now on Bangalore. Certainly we just saw them on Bangalore. I'm just curious your thoughts. What are we expecting from Fire Beavers in terms of team comp?
Yeah, I think I think that creativity is the sign of a genius, and so for that reason, if Fire Beavers are the guys that are that wasn't. If Fire Beavers weren't, if Fire Beavers are the guys that are going to innovate in multiple different game modes, in different ways, then by all means, they deserve that credit. In terms of comp, I don't know what to expect because, like you said, they like to keep things fresh. What I do know is that nobody was able to hang on to the Fire Beavers gameplay on Garden. And in a best of 5, you cannot veto that away. I am very curious to see if we get another 2.5-minute match on Gardens. And the fact that we start on Thermal Station, which is another little tight, close-knit map to get our to get this going on, it makes me nervous for their opponents. Those are two maps where I think I favor Fire Beavers immensely, at least Thermal Station and Golden Gardens.
Well, we will not have to wait very long to find out about Thermal Station, certainly, because right now it's over to Onset and Gaskin. This is our final semifinal match. From this, we will find the other team that will go on to grand finals and victory here at the BLAST Titans Apex tournament. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Kay, and whew, this is going to be a banger, Dan. I've been looking forward to this game all day. I think there's loads of layers to it. You've already got a smile on your face, and hopefully everybody watching at home has got a smile on their face as well. What a game this is going to be. Fire Beavers, who have played arenas like a bunch of kids who've had too many E numbers, going up against Aqualix, who have played it like algebra experts who have been doing lab-based research. It really is a clash of play styles here, Dan. I've had too many E numbers in the break, as you can probably tell. I'm hyped for this one, but it is going to be a fascinating series to watch.
It could be the fastest series we've seen today, or it could be the longest series that we've seen today. And that's the scary thing here, is I really don't know which way it's going to go. Fire Beavers have played this tournament so far with no respect, no remorse, and just pushing everything and everyone in sight. Taskmaster is completely off his nuts, if I'm completely honest, like absolutely mental, and that's not going to be an easy thing to take down. If Taskmaster is just saying, you know what, I'm going to run at you, and my wingman is going to hit every single shot, Aqualix need to shut him down. If you shut down Taskmaster, you can win this game, but that is not an easy thing to do.
Well, here we go then, semi-final number 2. Who is going to join Kungarna in our grand finals today of BLAST Titans? We'll find out in the next few games or so. Aqualix, I think the early games are going to fall, and early rounds, I should say, fall in the favor of Fire Beavers here, Dan, just because of their aggression, just because of the way that they hit shots. However, let me hold on to that thought for just a few moments, because I tell you what, that early knock from Yuki onto Taskmaster has given them the 2 versus 3 opportunity to turn this into a wound win? A wound win early.
What did I say? Shut down Taskmaster, win the round, and it looks like this is the direction it's going to go. Sunset's very low as well as Impulse, and that means this is going to be a clean sweep. 3-0 in round number 1, you'd imagine, unless we see something stupid going on. Asking what's going on, Sunshine. It's okay, Sunset will fall, and the first round will go to Aqualix, and you know what? They caught out a Taskmaster who was being overconfident, and that was the key.
Yeah, first wound going to them. Just to correct you, Dan, it's not round, it's wound. I'm just changing everything.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, cheers.
Because I can't speak properly. But I was actually, I'm kind of caught off guard, as you can probably tell by that, because I was expecting the early rounds where you've got, just the wingman and a Mozambique in your hands to favor Fire Beavers. But I tell you what, Mozambique's early on here, Dan. You can see they've been leveled up as well. They're not just basic Mozams. They've got a blue bolt on them, and they can fire quickly.
Yeah, it's P2020s and Mozambique's the decision for Aqualix. They were opting to go for just the decision of having meds rather than having weapons. So, and look at the damage you're doing. Like, honestly, this Mozambique slaps. You got purple attachments now as well. I think this is the secret recipe you were talking about from Aqualix. They say, you know what, we don't need guns that cost money. There's a Mozambique you can get for free and upgrade very cheaply. And Fire Beavers already having to use some of their meds in the early stages of this game just because the sheer burst power of the Mozam through the smoke.
I mean, I was expecting Fire Beavers to come out similar level of aggression that we've seen from them in previous games, but it's been completely the opposite. It's been Aqualix who have tried to be proactive and be going in hard, and at the moment, it's going to be a knock per side. Sunset going to be grappling forward and trying to be aggressive. Mozambique is going to hit hard once more, but the shots will be exchanged here, so a 2v2 on the map.
This Mozambique just keeps cracking shields.
It really does.
The fire rate is ridiculous, the range is also crazy, and it's just a very annoying weapon to go up against. As, excuse me, I have a hiccup, but a 2v2, a chance to reset for 9 Imps. And the revive, this could be massive for Fire Beavers.
Oh, they managed to get Taskmaster back up, and now you're going to see the push coming in the flank as well. Taskmaster goes back down, Sunset taken down to no HP. On the flank, though, going to be 9 Impulse, but it's not enough here. As Aqualix will go up by 2, Dan. And on match point already.
Will we see Fire Beavers lose something for the first time? Like, we haven't really seen Fire Beavers on the back foot throughout the entirety of this tournament. Sure, they've lost games here or there, but very rarely have they looked like they're second best to anyone. But at the moment, Aqualix proving that, you know what, a little bit more strategy, a little bit more of method behind your madness can just really put you on top. 2-0, match point. Gibraltar bubble proving to be extremely important once again in that round.
Oh, here we go. This could be over before it's even started, it feels like. And the strategy that's come out of Aqualix has been something that I'm sure everybody's watching right now, and especially Kungarna. Thinking we're going to have to deal with this. This time a little bit slower this round. As I say that, Naski gets involved, but Taskmaster with the wingman is going to give the advantage here to Fire Beavers, and they needed that, Dan. They really needed a foothold.
There's going to be a res attempt as well from Aqualix, but it looks like they're going to try and get aggressive now, Fire Beavers. They have the advantage of the extra player. The res didn't come through. Naski's still down. Yuki is very low at the same time, but is also doing a sheer amount of damage with that Mozambique.
Yuki takes down 1. Del has to hit 1 more shot. He might have been able to get the knock, and now it's a case for Sir Del to do something special. Manages to get the crack, tries to disappear and avoid the damages that are going to be coming his way. However, he'll have to collect them, and he'll have to head back to the respawn screen and the buy zone as Fire Beavers do answer back. That was a chaotic round, though. Both teams just flying at each other.
Fire Beavers are just kind of production's favorite people right now. Anytime it looks like we might get behind schedule, Fire Beavers say, you know what, we're just going to run at them. And production are like, yeah, come on, let's get this best of 5 over with. Honestly, this is unreal, the speed of which we're seeing these games. Compared to the last series, right, the 3-2 best of 5 that went on a very elongated period because there was a lot of standoffs, a lot of waiting for the final circle, comparatively to Fire Beavers who just say, we don't want to wait for final circle, we don't want to play the resource management game, we want to take gunfights, and that's exactly what they're doing. It didn't go well in rounds 1 and 2, but round 3 was more familiar to what they're used to. They got that early pick and then they used the advantage.
Look at this! Once again, Aqualix have managed to isolate a player, and this time it's Taskmaster. Natsuki going in with the Mozambique as well. This time it's not fully purpled up, and he's going to pay for it as well. Taskmaster manages to get 1, and if Taskmaster gets 2, this would be nuts, but he goes down. And that'll be a chance maybe for a res to come in, but look at Del. Del's trying to close that gap. Del is going to actually get the kill as well, and now Sunset's got it all to do once more.
Doesn't go for the res as well. It would have been the perfect opportunity to do so, but instead he's going to try and take advantage whilst the players are a little bit low here. The res will come through. Naski gets back up, but I don't think it's going to help on the other side, as Aqualix will take map number 1. The aggression from Fire Beavers wasn't able to overcome the strategy from Aqualix, at least not here on Thermal anyway.
Quicker than a hiccup. Map 1 is done and dusted, and Aqualix take a 1-0 lead, and for Fire Beavers, certainly something to have a good think about. They're going to go away and lick their wounds a little bit, I think, ahead of map 2. That was dominant, and I think it all comes down to understanding the best economic strategy to apply in arenas, Dan.
Yeah, and also just taking out Taskmaster, isolating Taskmaster. They did very well to jump on any sort of advantage they did have. Yes, okay, Taskmaster won that initial 1v1, but it was how quickly the rest of Aqualix were there, quicker than the rest of Fire Beavers, may I add. So Taskmaster does have to be a little bit careful. I understand that that is their playstyle. They kind of let Taskmaster loose. He does his thing, and then you've got the rest to follow up. But if he gets kind of isolated like that time and time again, they may find it very difficult if they are consistently in 2 versus 3 scenarios.
It's kind of similar to what we saw in the previous series with Kungarna, right? A MajorPushers got out to a really good start, managed to isolate Graceful, who was the impact player, who was looking for those opening opportunities, to create those opening opportunities, I should say. And Taskmaster kind of in a similar position here. He's been caught out a few times. He managed to get a few entry frags, but it wasn't without, you know, going down himself or taking that damage. I want to see if they adapt now, Fire Beavers, because so far we've only really seen one playstyle from them, and that is gun-ho. That is, you know, throw the kitchen sink and see what sticks. That was two sayings combined together that didn't quite work, but you get what I'm trying to say there. And I want to see if they've got a fallback here, because otherwise, Aqualix are going to run away with this.
Did you say kitchen sticks?
No, I said throw the kitchen sink and see what sticks.
Oh, right. He said throw the kitchen sticks, which would be an entirely different thing. I was like, what sticks have you got in the kitchen? But then there are some utensils which probably are very similar to sticks. Yeah, you're right. We've seen a lot of aggression from Fire Beavers. The only round that I think of where they played slow was against Fenerbahce, where they all crouched through the bottom of artillery. Do you remember that one? Maybe that's their only plan B, and I don't know how well that's going to go because it didn't work against Fenerbahce either. So Aqualix, I think, have got the number of Fire Beavers here, certainly on map 1, but we know how quickly things can change, and we saw how quickly things can change, and even a 2-0 lead in a best of 5 doesn't guarantee you the victory.
We do indeed. I'm not sure what map 2 is. It's going to be interesting to see what we go over to now and if it's going to be enough time for Fire Beavers to kind of reset things and maybe think about the way they want to approach. But I just want to talk about the economy that is being employed and how they are playing the economy game here at Aqualix, because you're seeing upgraded Mozambiques in that first round and then just sheer aggression. Now, if you miss a couple of wingman shots and you've got 2 people flying at you with a blue bolt on a Mozambique, it's pretty difficult to deal against, especially with such, you know, little meds in your inventory to try and recover, to try and stabilize. And then from there, they go fully upgraded on the Mozambiques. They managed to maybe get a basic flatline alongside it. And then you see them move along to a fully upgraded Havoc with the turbocharger on. So I really think they've looked into this and seen what's the maximum DPS we can get from a loadout collectively as a squad, round by round, depending on what that round result is.
Yeah, and it frees up more credits to buy bats and medkits and whatnot, and that's exactly, I think, what they were saying on social media, where, like, Loba is great, yeah, gets you those extra resources, but how about, hey, we don't play Loba, we play a comp that allows us to be a bit more aggressive, take positioning, but we use resource management to ensure that we've still got those same meds available to us just because we've spent our money a little bit better. The fact that you've got those extra credits in round 1 and 2 means you can get an extra bat, or if not 2 extra bats, which we know can be a massive difference, especially when you are just standing using poke damage with those Mozambiques, and you get hit by, let's say, 1 wingman shot, and you've managed to Mozambique them down, so they have to use a bat, you have to use a bat. You've still got an extra battery, and you've not spent any money on a Mozambique. Yes, okay, maybe a little bit to upgrade it, but they've spent a full 500 credits to get that wingman. I'd say that definitely strategy is on the side of Aqualix right now, but we do know the gunplay has been very much on the side of Fire Beavers throughout the entirety of today. So maybe now they know what the weapon situation is going to be for Aqualix, we might see more of a kind of an Octane jumping on the other team with flatlines, saying, well, what are you going to do with your Mozambiques against our flatlines if we're right in your face?
I just wonder if they're going to match it as well. You know, it's one of those things that you, as a team, sometimes you encounter and you're like, how do we react to this? Well, sometimes the best way to react to it is go toe to toe. You know what I mean? Just put the same weapons in your hand and say, hey, if we've got the same stuff, then it's going to be back down to individual plays and team play. And you kind of take that advantage they might have weaponry-wise out of the equation slightly. So I think there's some real questions here for Fire Beavers to answer. And Aqualix, I got to say, really caught me off guard of how impressive they were in that first game and their understanding and the obvious research as well that's gone into how they've approached this game of arenas.
And the thing is, when it comes to predictions, right, we've all looked at what Fire Beavers have done throughout this tournament, and even though my brain was like, Aqualix probably are my favorites to win this tournament, I'm like, but they're going up against Fire Beavers who just don't seem to miss. And it doesn't matter how much brains you have. If someone is hitting every single shot, it's very difficult to do anything against that. But in map number 1, Taskmaster wasn't really given the chance to hit shots. He was pummeled to the ground very aggressively by Aqualix. They singled him out, they made sure they eliminated him from the round, and then they continued to finish off the rest of the other 2 players. So Aqualix have got the number at the moment of Fire Beavers. We need to see a response. We have seen them perform exceptionally well on artillery before, but Aqualix, certainly for me right now, look like the team who will be progressing from what we've seen.
Well, this is going to be an interesting map now, map number 2, because you do have a little bit more range in play, and I don't know if Aqualix is going to be able to quite be as aggressive off the rip as they were in that map 1, but it is time to get into game number 2 now. I'm wondering if the wingman in the hands of Taskmaster and co. He's going to be more effective here, as we're going to see once again the Mozambique's out to play here for Aqualix.
15, 14, that's already 29 damage. That's already a shield cell. If not, a shield battery that's going to have to be used by Sunset. So job done. You've done the thing you set out to do by just depleting some of those resources in the early stages. Sunset is going to move to the other side of the map to pick up some resources for the next round. That's 200 collected for everyone. But high ground has been acquired by both teams here. I'm going to get this battle on the ledge. And it's going to be Wingman versus Mozambique. And it looks like Aqualix are trying to take advantage of this.
I was saying there might not be an opportunity to be as aggressive, but the Mozambique shots, it doesn't matter how far, the range on the thing, even if it's doing 7, 8, 9 damage, if you're firing with that bolt on and you've got a couple of different players using it, you're going to be stripping 30, 40, 50 damage off if you're focusing in on a player, and then all of the meds are burnt. So it's such a smart strategy here. However, smart strategy, as we mentioned, sometimes doesn't matter when you're met with Brawn, and now it's going to be Naski who's taken down first. Taskmaster did get that knock. Sunset with the finish, so now it's 2v3 for Aqualix and a chance for Fire Beavers to answer back.
Yeah, Fire Beavers have to capitalize on this player advantage now. They can't afford to throw this away. They can't afford to allow Aqualix to have the economical advantage, because we've already seen what happened in match number 1. They were able to really snowball out of control. Here is the RE45, another weapon that is very cheap and can be bought for credits. Well, not many credits, but Yuki goes diving on in, isn't able to get the knock. And Aqualix is all down to Serdell to try and clutch this one out.
1v1. Knockdown shield being used, but it's not enough as Taskmaster comes in. And actually, Dell managed to be part of it as well. I thought Dell was been eliminated. I didn't think he was part of that conversation. However, he still was, but it didn't matter too much as the round was decided. And Fire Beavers do manage to turn the 3v2 into a round win here. So at least something for them, Dan. But again, Aqualix, you can see the game plan. It's all about getting up in the faces of Fire Beavers.
I think that was just unfortunate timing with the observer switch there. I think Dell was always up. He was batting behind the Pathfinder, and then the Pathfinder died, and it looked like Serdell had died. But he was still up, or wasn't? Who was he hiding behind? There was somebody he was hiding behind. Maybe it wasn't Pathfinder. Either way, doesn't matter. Taskmaster got the kills, and they have secured round number 1 here. And they need this map to Fire Beavers. I don't think you can allow Aqualix to have a 2-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it might get out of hand very, very quickly. Naski's going to be absolutely decimated somewhere. However, longbow repositioning coming in from Serdell. Not going to be playing up on that high ground. Instead, he's going to be... Oh! Shooting birds out the sky in the shape of a Pathfinder. However, even with that big shot of the longbow, Taskmaster is going to get the knock onto Naski. So now we're back to a 2v2. And you have to wonder who's going to be in a position here, maybe to get the res off. It looks like the res will come in here for Aqualix, even though you can see they were trying to close that ground. 9 Impulse is trying to get involved in the bubble fight. Doesn't have a lot of HP himself. Mozambique's going to pop out as well. Dell's there, and Dell will snap onto the final target. And Aqualix will answer back after Fire Beavers started off this second map with that round on the board. So 1-1.
Major Gibraltar advantage again, just having that bubble, having that freedom of going for the res without being scared about a knock coming through. And yes, okay, you can be aggressive, you can push a bubble, but I don't think that Fire Beavers were in a position to do so. And by the time they had pushed, we already had the res come through, and we know what a difference one player and the damage output can make. And that's what happened there. 3 versus 2, regardless of the health on the player that had been revived, means that we're all tied up 1-1. Here in map number 2 on artillery. So the sniper and the distance that was acquired by Aqualix there really making a difference. And it looks like Serdell is going to try and do the same thing here with the longbow. And most notably, he is playing the Pathfinder, so he can close that distance quickly if he gets any damage.
Can we take a second just to appreciate how magnificent that grapple was to get onto the zip line and get to that high ground? That is about, I will say, that is as quick as you can physically from that position get to where Dell ended up. So great knowledge of where to hit that grapple. And now he's hitting some shots as well. However, the shots are going to have to be traded here, as he'll have to be forced to back up to pop a few meds. Now, we're in a little bit of a standoffish situation, I should say, as Fire Beavers have taken control of the 2 bunkers that you can see Naski currently looking at. All 3 players in front of him. He won't be able to see that, of course, but split down the middle of the map at the moment here, Dan.
And I'm wondering whether we actually see many meds for Serdell. He only had shield cells, and it looks like both of those have been used. So he needs to try and get back to his team and see if any resources can be shared. Naski is going to be having a little look through the supply drop. Peacekeeper, purple Peacekeeper, is going to be found, so that could hit quite hard and quite quickly if he can get into the face of Fire Beavers. But Fire Beavers have been stunned, I'd say, in this series. They've realized they cannot afford to play stupidly aggressively anyway, and are having to slow things down.
Interesting thing for me here is it seems like my initial hypothesis, if you like, of the early rounds going to Fire Beavers and then Aqualix working their way back into things might actually be flipped the other way round. As you can see, the slower gameplay seems to be favoring them a little bit more than I expected. Aqualix now just up on this high ground. They're going to have to move towards Fire Beavers, as that zone will be moving pretty soon as well. Fire Beavers just doing their best to hold their ground and find a few head glitches to play, as the wingman shots are going to be ringing out. You can see a lot of damage being done there to one of their players, who's going to have to pop some meds, and I think he's going to have to do the same. But here comes the push now from Taskmaster. Evo 8 in the hands. Should be able to get the knock as Yuki comes in with that Peacekeeper we were talking about. So now man advantage momentarily does go to Aqualix. However, that's going to be turned around. 9 Impulse and Sunset. Last two players alive. Last player alive is going to be Nasky, and he will clutch up for Aqualix and move them onto match point.
This Gibraltar bubble is just really being a nuisance for Fire Beavers. As soon as they isolate one player, that bubble gets lobbed on top of him, and they all jump on him, meaning that they can isolate that player in a 3 versus 1 or a 2 versus 1. They cannot be shot by the rest of the teammates, and the single player is just, honestly, trapped like in a spider's web and just waiting to be taken down. Really impressive stuff from Aqualix, really showing why Gibraltar has been very important, more important perhaps than we might have thought at some points during this tournament with the aggression that we've seen, but Aqualix will clutch up again. It was Nasky with the Peacekeeper.
I wonder if it was that care package Peacekeeper we were talking about as well, with the purple bolt that might have done the damage. Something to just note about Gibby as well is we talk about all of the utility, right, that Legends have. Just remember that Gibby's probably the best 1v1 fighter. You don't take as much damage. You've also got the gun shield, so you've got extra HP to work with. All those little things contribute towards a successful fight. As Aqualix now try and maybe put their foot on the accelerator a little bit. He's going to back up as he takes a tiny little bit of damage here, but these shots are just kind of suppressing Fire Beavers back inside of these bunkers.
I'm wondering with how important these bubbles have been as well, do you start to purchase one more bubble? You get one for free at the start of each round, but you can purchase another for only 200 credits, although 200 credits does sound like a lot when you're trying to make sure your weapons are the best as possible. Nasky's taken down Taskmaster again. Although Nasky will at least be falling on the other side, so it's a 2 versus 2.
Should be a 2 versus 1 as the big boot comes in. 9 Impulse trying to stay alive and avoid the last bit of damage, which is going to allow Sunset to move in here. He'll turn to the Evo 8 to close out that fight. And we're tied up at 2-2. Match point lost for Aqualix. Fire Beavers back into this one.
Tell you what a bloody series we've got here, as expected,
dude,
from these two teams, because Fire Beavers, as soon as they realize that they can't play overly aggressive, means that they're giving respect to Aqualix, and this is good because it means we are going to have more traditional 3v3 engagements. But then you've also got the ego challenges coming in a little bit. Taskmaster knows that he is a solo player at times, and he knows that Nasky is going to be taking that fight. So they're both saying, you know what, I'm feeling myself. So they spread themselves out on the other side of the map. They have their little 1v1 engagement, and it's about who can get that knock, who could do the most damage to then the second player who's going to be quickest to the fight. And I love it. I love what we're seeing unfold in front of our very eyes.
Well, Dale's managed to steal away the meds, which is obviously going to be big here for Aqualix the longer that this round does go on. Dale's going to be peeking with the 2x wingman. Not a lot of shots connecting between the two teams at the moment. One thing that was very interesting for me, if you notice the loadout of 9 Impulse, he had a Mozambique and a fully upgraded Evo 8. So he's going to be all about that close range damage, which would suggest that maybe Fire Beavers want to try and be the aggressors here and get in the faces of Aqualix.
Well, you've got the zip line purchased on the side of Fire Beavers, so the chance for them to get to high ground at some point if they feel the need to. Although that will be bought right at the start of the round before you have circle knowledge, so it may have just been to try and get to the high ground at the start of the round. Now they won't necessarily need it, but certainly something that is in the back pocket just in case.
9 Impulse has gone for the care package, and Yuki almost made one member pay there. It was Sunset who was feeling a little bit cheeky, feeling a little bit naughty, and showing a little bit more than Fire Beavers really wanted to see. Dell's going to have to pop back here behind these sandbags and get the battery off, as 9 Impulse is going to be using the choke on that Peacekeeper to try and do a little bit of damage from range. But this is the issue. Even though he's got 231 shots, if you add them all up, I'm still pretty sure from that range, you're not going to take too many players down.
Yeah, you'd probably be better off using a Mozambique, if I'm completely honest. That hit for what, 8? Mozambique, it hits for at least 14, 15 from what we've been seeing. But up close and personal, the Peacekeeper does really slap. So Dell is going to heal up using one of 3 batteries, so plenty of resources here for Aqualix, and this is one of the longer rounds that we've seen, as round number 2 is going to be closing. Aqualix are right, teetering on the edge, actually both teams teetering on the edge of the circle. It's going to finish just on this lower end of artillery, but here comes the push.
Here comes the push. You can see the idea. Nasky was taken down. Wow! Those shots with the wingman once again up close and personal. And even with the bubble, it doesn't matter because the EVA 8s were out to play this time for Fire Beavers. And I'll tell you what, that was a very, very impressive round from them. As soon as that crack came in and Nasky found himself in a position where he could be grappled onto, no surprise to see Fire Beavers took that opportunity, and not only that, converted the bubble fight into a round.
Yeah, timed perfectly. When they do fight as a full 3, Fire Beavers are very difficult to defeat. Their bait and switch is very successful. Their targeting is also incredible. And they really will wipe the floor with you if you give them an inch. So they take the lead for the first time, and they have the chance to potentially tie up the entire series 1-1 here. But really, Aqualix may now look at this aggression and this aggressive peak and say, okay, well, we need to make sure we're a little bit more careful when we're going for our poke damage here. We can't show too much.
This aggression, though, they've taken complete height off of Fire Beavers already here. So Aqualix, having lost the round, sometimes you'll see people slow things down and think, hey, what can we do differently? Aqualix don't think like that. And now Nasky's on the flank. He's going to have Taskmaster in front of him, but he's not going to be able to get this knock, because 2 players on his team have already gone down. It all falls onto the shoulders now of Sir Dell, and that is not a good situation to find himself in, as Sunset hasn't missed many shots today. He misses a couple here, but it doesn't matter too much. He's got the support of a teammate to come in, and with that, Fire Beavers will tie up the series and answer back in the best way possible.
Yep, they needed to do that if they wanted a real chance in this series. I feel if they had gone 2-0 down, then Aqualix would have had this one in the bag, because they would have had the strategy, they would have had the method to be able to defeat Fire Beavers. Instead, Fire Beavers have answered and said, hey, look, we can play more than one way. We are not just brainless animals who push time and time again. We time our brainless pushes to perfection, and they work out if they do come to the right scenario. No, some pushes are brainless, but it's fine, because in their actual engagements, they are disgusting. The best team that you'll see fight in a 3v3. These pushes wouldn't happen in a Battle Royale.
Yeah, a lot of talk about, you know, what Taskmaster has done, but Sunset in that, I mean, some of the close range shots and battles he was taking with that wingman were unbelievable to watch. I mean, his wrists must be aching at the end of those games and at the end of those bubble fights. But the interesting thing for me was how Aqualix tried to continue with the pattern that we saw from them in the first game. And initially, Dan, it worked for them, but it was, like you say, when the pace slowed down a little bit, and especially when the zone pulled over to the 2 bunkers, that Fire Beavers were able to take control and really get back into this.
I think for the most part, Fire Beavers realized that there was too much poke damage coming out of Aqualix when they tried to be aggressive in the early stages because of those Mozambiques. So instead, they sat back a little bit more, said, let's try and poke ourselves. And when we have the advantage in that poke battle, when we have managed to get a crack, that's when we show our aggression. That's when we really dive on them. We have a diving comp. We have the ability to just push them unnecessarily at times, and you can see here Sunset is sometimes just the initiator. The Pathfinder is so important in these games because you can really close that gap very quickly.
This is the final kill that went down, as Fire Beavers were, of course, declared the champions of map number 2. Where do we go next in our map picks? Because that's going to be, I feel, something that really has influenced things. I'm surprised that the close quarters map was the one that Aqualix took, and now the slightly longer range map with the more linear design is the one that actually Aqualix have managed to answer back on. I was almost expecting it to be the other way around, to be honest with you. So I feel like map is actually going to come into it a little bit here between the 2 teams.
Well, I think it was each team winning their opposition's picks. So it does say that really it comes down to in the moment. Like, I know we can look at the stats we've got from this tournament. We can look at who's picked what, who's won what, close range versus long range. But these teams know how to adapt to any scenario. They know how to change their play style. Yes, Fire Beavers has been aggressive throughout the majority of this tournament, but they have just demonstrated now that when their backs are against the wall, they can slow things down. There is method to the madness. And Aqualix at the same time need to be a little bit more aggressive at times. They've probably learned that maybe they should have capitalized on a slight advantage when they have had a crack or two. Instead, they've been saying, oh, well, we've got more resources, we've got more bats, so we can hold off. We can keep depleting their shields. Instead, they probably should have jumped on them.
We're going to have to see what happens in this third map because I feel like this is a bit of a momentum swing in the series as well. Remember, everyone, it's a best of 5 now that we're in the semi-finals, so it won't be over. We will go to a map 4 at least, and then, of course, the winner of this series will go on to play against Kungarna, and what a mouth-watering tie that is going to be for all of the money as well. And remember, this is, you know, to get into the finals, Dan. There's a lot more money on the line for these players.
Yeah, I think it's 8,000 for first place. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's just there. That image is there in my head. And that is, yeah, a decent chunk of change, especially splitting that 3 ways, that you can have a nice weekend, nice week, nice holiday, nice month.
Get a really short haircut for that, Dan.
There it is. You could get a very short haircut for probably less than that, even if
I'll do it for free.
If I had finished top 16 in this tournament, I probably could have done it, if I'm honest. But yeah, first place, there you go, 8,000 euros. Second place, 4,000. So you're guaranteed by winning this game, you're guaranteed at least 4,000 euros. You've already secured 2,000. And yeah, this is really anyone's game. Beforehand, I predicted Fire Beavers, even though my brain told me Aqualix. And when Aqualix won that first game, I was like, oh, maybe I should have gone with Aqualix. But I think it is going to come down to those really minor moments about who clutches up and that final wingman shot, that one headshot, maybe that Mozambique shot to win you a round.
I feel there's a lot of rounds that are going to be decided as well. But we talk about clutch moments, right? And we always talk about, you know, 1v2 opportunity. I feel like there's going to be a few 1v2 opportunities that arise where the one has the HP advantage. And what I mean by that is the 2 players who are alive on the other side of things maybe have 20 HP each, right? And the one has 50, 60 HP. They're the moments I think they're going to decide this. I think it's really, really tough to find yourself in those situations. You're like, oh, it's a 2v1. But you got to recognize the fact that it's a 2v1 in your favor. You know, there's a lot of 2v1s that could go against you, and you're like fighting with 1 HP against 2 players who have got 200, and you're like, all right, cool. I might as well just lay down. I'll put my guns on the ground and I'll walk myself into the death screen. But those moments I think are going to pop up here. We've already seen a couple of them. Nasky was involved with one of them in the previous map that we saw Aqualix wing. We've seen Sunset with some crazy plays as well. I mean, now we move over to Phase Runner. I mean, I feel like I just want to watch. It's enough to talk about what we think we might see, but these 2 teams keep pulling out different things that are surprising us at this point, that I'm almost as big as a fan as I am right now, as an analyst of actually what is happening in the game.
Yeah, these final kind of few series that we've had in front of us today have been amazing. And I think you're really right, and I think the Phase Runner is going to play into what you said a little bit more as well about those 1v2s, because especially when you've got Taskmaster and Nasky, who seem to be being the aggressors, being the flankers, and taking that 1v1 against one another. Whoever gets that kill then tries to do as much damage as possible to the oncoming players before they eventually go down. And then those 2 players have usually taken damage, and it's a 2v1, or you know, so it really is about who can clutch up. And in those scenarios, you have to push together. The amount of times I've seen players face 1 by 1 today, whilst one player is shielding, then the other player is shielding, face together, and just don't allow that last remaining player to clutch up by being able to target you 1 by 1. Make him have to choose, make him confused, boggle the brain.
And one thing they can do is boggle the brain by using a bubble. And I'm not saying that again quickly, because you can see how close all of the Aqualix players are playing together. And that's because of the fact that that Gibby bubble allows them to bubble fight. And they've got upgraded Mozambiques. So that's why you see them kind of playing as that swarm, as 9 Impulse will now find himself a little vault to play with. However, he's going to find himself a few shots to the back as well, which will connect, but not for too much damage. Now it's up to Taskmaster and Sunset to step forward and say, hey, back off a few seconds and let our boy get his shields back on board. But Aqualix, at the moment, have kind of flipped the map, and we're seeing a complete change of where teams have spawned to where they find themselves now.
Purple Mozam for Nasky. I mean, this really isn't like anything else we've seen from any other team with strategy in round number 1. I mean, Launders and Scrawny were calling it the pistol round, and Aqualix really are making this a pistol round. They are only using the Mozambique and the P2020s for the most part. But compare it to the Wingman, which I guess is also a pistol. that Wingman, if you are connecting your shots, just hits way harder. But it's, of course, a lot more difficult to connect with them. But when you look at what Fire Beavers have been doing this tournament, Taskmaster has been hitting them time and time again.
Certainly has. Taskmaster now going to have to hit some more shots. However, he's getting clipped by that Mozambique again. He's going to be running around the edge here, trying to use that head glitch. And now I think the Fire Beavers have decided enough is enough. Sunset will get the first knock onto Del. Taskmaster now trying to get aggressive, manages to hit a headshot, which is going to do a lot of damage here. And it's all up to Nasky now. He's only got a P20, and he's got 9 impulse in front of him, and it's not enough. As Fire Beavers will take another round here, the first one of map number 3. But the aggression once again there, Dan, that was relentless.
Tell you what, he almost did the job with the P2020 there as well. That would have been something to behold, but it was Fire Beavers deciding it's time to go now. We've done the damage, we've got the advantage, and then they push in with the vault that they got from the care package. And look, right at the end there, you have to hit those wingman shots. Those are not easy shots to hit, so credit to Fire Beavers in those final situations to ensure that they do clutch up. Now they have the economy advantage ever so slightly, but we have seen that Aqualix also have been managing their economy a little bit better when it comes to how they are spending. But Purple Eva 8 is going to be the decision for 9imps, and the Zip is going to be purchased. They want to get in the face of Aqualix here.
They certainly do. Grapple going down as well. There's a jump pad been invested, and I just wonder, oh, this is a full Hail Mary. You can see the jump pad has been put down. However, Sunset taking a little bit of an off angle, as Aqualix have also recognized this aggression is coming off. You have to kind of like what you're seeing here from Aqualix, Dan. Deciding that there was a possibility their opponents could have that investment and they might get aggressive, and they backed off to make sure that they didn't take that early damage.
9imps going to push in. Great shots from the Eva 8. That's the purple bolt Eva 8 that we know and love. Just absolutely shreds through the shields. And now Sunset, despite getting hit by a grenade, is also going to go in with the wingman. Gets a little bit of support, and I think Fire Beavers have done enough here. Sadell, the last remaining player.
Mozam is going to make it a 1v1, but HP advantage heavily in the favor of Fire Beavers towards the end of that round. And all of a sudden, this is looking like maybe some people expected, having watched Fire Beavers in previous rounds, Dan, because this has been relentless aggression, ruthless aggression. And it's very difficult to combat when you've got 3 mechanical players just flying at you and quite simply not missing many shots.
And you know, I've been quite honest with my opinions of some of the teams throughout this tournament, and I think earlier on, I think it was yesterday, I said I don't think teams would be watching games and then taking notes and strategizing because of things. Aqualix have been. Aqualix knew full well that Fire Beavers were going to come soaring towards them, or at least there was the possibility they would. That's why they stepped back. They gave it a bit of a breather. They didn't allow themselves to be launch padded on top of. It didn't help them in the grand scheme of things, but they certainly made more of a fight of it than probably would have happened if they were all just bombarded by Eva 8s.
9imps has just put out damage to every single member. One of it was from the smoke screen that went down. The projectile hitting for around 19 total, I think it was, to do 2 different players of Aqualix, but now a little bit of a reset. P2020 in the back pocket for 9imps, as he has the blue mag and the selection of the optics as well. He's going to have the red dot, no surprise to see that. Probably the most popular choice among Apex Legends professional players. A little bit of a rotation coming in here. Dell's kind of been caught off guard, and this is what I love to see. As soon as they realize there is a chance to zone out one player, Fire Beavers do not have to be asked twice.
No, they don't hesitate whatsoever, and not only are they zoning out that player, but they've also taken the zone here. They are going to be forcing Aqualix to have their backs to the red, backs to that circle that is going to be coming in the next 25 seconds. So now Aqualix are trying to make a move to respond to this, rotate on the east side of the map. And I don't know if it's going to work out. At the moment, though, Aqualix are putting down some good damage with the flatline.
I love this. This is just 2 teams just locking horns and just throwing themselves at each other and seeing what happens. It will be Taskmaster this time with the Mozambique, but he gets traded out here. Nasky trying to close the gap onto 9imps and keep the aggression going. He manages to get one, and he managed to get that final player. And that will be Aqualix finally answering back here, Dan. But they needed that. You felt like things were starting to slip away from them, and you could feel that Fire Beavers was starting to smell blood in the water ever so slightly. Match point still here for Fire Beavers, but Aqualix give themselves a chance.
It does seem as soon as the round becomes a little bit more strategical, that's when Aqualix seem to really rise through the fire here, because Fire Beavers, they wanted to play circle there. They tried to isolate a player, it didn't work. So they said, okay, well, we can play circle, we can hold them out. But then they put themselves in a very vulnerable position where there wasn't too much cover. And Aqualix said, we can stay here for another 30 seconds. The circle's not coming in, lads. They stood behind rocks, they did the damage. When they had the advantage, then they pushed in. I mean, it's simple math at the end of the day.
So still match point here for Fire Beavers to tie up the series, or I should say. Sunset trying to hit some shots here, and unfortunately will be missing as those shots kind of disappear into the distance towards the teleport. So Taskmaster going to be forced to use some meds, but both teams once again trying to be aggressive. There is no standoffs, there's no real poke damage between the two teams, and I tell you what, look at that tracking from Nasky. Predicting through the smoke screen as well, and I tell you what, if his algebra is correct, Dan, in about 1 second's time, you're going to see big numbers pop up on the screen. No, he got his numbers wrong.
Almost, though. But the smoke making it very difficult for Aqualix to try and initiate a push. Nasky, though, will get the better of 9imps, but goes down himself. Back to a 2v2. Serdell hitting shots with the wingman.
Sunset managed to take down Nasky while all of this was going on. So Del is going to have to work with Yuki, who will get... You would imagine Nasky back up to his feet, and Nasky does just enough damage there. Even though he had no HP, hitting one shot could be the difference in this fight. Yuki going huge once again. We're to a 1v1 once more. Taskmaster versus Del. Taskmaster missed the clutch, but Del showing that's a title he wants to take home as Aqualix tie up the series, or tie up the games, tie up the rounds. I'll get there eventually at 2-2.
Switches out to the wingman, which, if I'm not mistaken, only had 1 bullet left, so he had to hit that shot. The instant reload came afterwards, but that was definitely nail-biting moment for both teams there, because that could have been a big swinging moment. Evo 8 ran out. No, okay, he had more bullets than 1, excuse me, but still difficult to hit it with the wingman. Ran out of the Evo 8. And I wonder whether on the other side there was no Evo 8 shots as well. Both players just finding it difficult to hit because of the strafe and because of the shields coming out on the knockdown.
That's against, you know, Taskmaster as well. And sometimes when you see the legend, you know who you're against. We know that this man doesn't miss very often. So Del showing his worth there. And maybe just getting the psychological edge over his opponent in that particular fight that they can take into these rounds. That is 2 match points now avoided by Aqualix. So now it's a case of getting 2 ahead of your opponent until we get to that round 9 when it's winner takes all. But Fire Beavers again, trying to be aggressive, and I love the way that Aqualix are actually holding them off on these pushes, even with Sunset holding forward and hitting headshots.
Bubble comes down to try and protect Yuki. 9imps will do damage and then back off, but here comes Nasky to try and rescue things with the Evo 8, but now it's all down to Serdell in a 1 versus 3. It's doable, it is achievable, but it's not going to happen in this round. 3-2 then to Fire Beavers as they put themselves back onto match point. Of course, you have to win by 2 in these rounds when you do surpass the second. And we'll see whether they're able to actually go ahead in this series or if Aqualix is going to respond yet again.
That's the 3rd time they have the chance to put this map into the bank and give themselves a 2-1 series advantage. And that will be massive for them as we move towards map 4. For Aqualix, it's a case of dragging them back once more. They've done it twice already, and one of those had to be one of those clutch moments that we talked about. This time Serdell stepping up for Aqualix, but this is a massive round. For different reasons, for fans of both of these teams.
Well, both teams through the portal, smokes come out, and I've got to say, Bangalore has had a huge impact. Not just the smokes, but the movement speed once you are being shot at makes you very difficult to be targeted. Nasky trying to make a little bit of a flank, but elsewhere, Yuki has been taken down. That's the only downside of a Gibby. A great 1v1 legend, but when it's a 3 versus 1 focus, he does have a big hitbox.
Taskmaster trying to shoot through the railings as you can see the collapse is coming in from Fire Beavers. This is what we saw from them before as Fire Beavers close things out here on FaZe Runner and take a 2-1 series lead. And it seems like whenever there's questions asked here of Fire Beavers, their answer, turn up the aggression even more.
Yeah, they just turn it up 1 extra notch, don't they? Go into another gear, and it's very difficult to answer. Aqualix gave it a great effort. They did hold back, but I think losing the first round hurt them a little bit. It allowed Fire Beavers to have an economic advantage going into round number 2, allowed them to be aggressive with those ultimates, the launch pad and the zip line coming out. But it's, you know, this was Fire Beavers' pick, this map number 3. So we've gone back to normality ever so slightly. Aqualix will have the next pick, and they will be able to at least show what they're made of on what you think a more desirable map for them. But certainly with Fire Beavers now, with the chance to take the series here in this next map and the chance to secure themselves a minimum of 4,000 getting into the final.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a few different compositions actually coming in from Fire Beavers as well. I think Bangalore might be being switched in and out. Have to keep an eye on that depending on, you know, what round it is or what particular strat they want to play. So Fire Beavers obviously showing they've got some strats to play with as well. Whether that's to do with the buys and whether they've got the possibility of getting the digital threats onto the wingmans, we'll have to watch a little bit more and kind of try and take things away. But this round for me was the most important one of the entire game, because this was round number 1, and this, I think, just relit that fire in Fire Beavers. Not only the 1v1 win with the big wingman shots coming, but just a reminder that what brought them success previously was that relentless aggression that we talked of, and from them it was just pretty much all they looked for, Dan. Every single time we went into a round, they were always looking to hold W and get involved in fights.
Yeah, a lot of aggression shown, a lot of clutch moments from both teams, if I'm completely honest. A lot of 1v1s that really decided the outcome of not just the round, but the entire map in general. And I'm very surprised that it didn't go to, you know, 3-3 or sudden death. I think Fire Beavers did really well to close it out in 4. Otherwise, it could have been a situation where we had to go to 5.
Well, next map is going to be over at Golden Gardens, and as we take our way through those final highlights, it's always good to hear from our pros. So let's jump over and see what they had to say about our next map, Golden Gardens.
Golden Gardens from Olympus, it's a pretty even map.
It's like a really dense map with a lot of houses, and there's a high ground and low ground too.
Both sides of it has about the same amount of cover.
It looks like a pretty straightforward fight. Whoever takes the high ground first wins with long range.
It's a pretty fun fight in the buildings.
I do think that Octane is actually going to be really strong on this map, because he offers the ability to place a launch pad and basically get all 3 of your teammates on ultimate high ground at the very start of the round. It plays out very similar to artillery in the sense that high ground wins. You know, you need to control roofs.
Being able to poke from a distance while also jiggle peeking and taking minimum damage is crucial.
Our playstyle will be based on us getting high ground and pretty much just playing for wherever the zone is, waiting for an opening and then going in from that.
When you're situated above the enemy team, it gives you the opportunity to instantly drop to their level whenever you want. And that basically means that you have 2 options. You can play above them or you can drop their level. If you're on the low ground and you're not playing a legend such as Pathfinder, you don't have the ability to instantly get up to their level. So you're basically stuck to one playing field. And that's what makes high ground so important.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, we've heard about Golden Gardens and we've heard from the pros, which I think is a wonderful thing that BLAST have put together to give the people at home a little bit more insight on how they approach these games. And I must correct myself slightly. I meant to say changing between maps, not between rounds, because you can't do that, Dan. You can't do that in Apex Legends on Arena. So sorry for the confusion, but I do think it's wonderful we're putting some faces to the names that we're talking about as well, because I talked about this before. We haven't had LAN. We haven't had the opportunity to see a lot of these players, but hearing from them, hearing their opinions on Golden Gardens and some of the other maps we've been playing on has been wonderful to see.
It could have been very different opinions we heard on Golden Gardens if you interviewed a few other players, if I'm completely honest. But they are very right in that it is all about the high ground. But one thing I was very impressed by was Fire Beaver's approach to this map previously. The sky nades they threw, they would let another team, well, not let, but if the other team had the advantage and took the high ground, 3 of them would have a grenade. They would all throw it at the same time. They'd wait for those grenades to hit. It would either blow the other team off of the top, or it would at least do damage. And then that's when they'd initiate the push. They then regain that high ground, and then they'd see how damaged their opponents were. If there were cracks, they would then push and finish the fight. If they didn't do that much damage, but they gained the high ground, then they would wait and they would be patient. Although patience doesn't often happen with Fire Beavers, but at least they did show it at times.
It felt almost as if as well, they were using the sky nades and they were kind of timing when they could climb as well. They were throwing it up into the skies, throwing them, having a decent idea of where they were going to land towards the back of that building, and then using that time where they knew the other team was going to back away to then climb and have a little peek and at least get information away, if not some shots. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure. This is just going to be a slugfest again, though. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat this. This is going to be 2 teams running at each other at full pace and seeing who falls over first. And I don't really think there's anything else to take from it. I don't think there's going to be much poke damage. It's just going to be Fire Beavers and Aqualix running at each other head first. No helmets, no protection, and seeing who bleeds.
And I wonder whether that is going to affect the strategy of Aqualix, though. Do you still go for the Mozambiques, even though that the poke damage isn't as likely to happen here? There isn't necessarily the kind of the tunnels to focus where the Mozambique can actually do damage from a distance. So perhaps we'll see them run Wingmai, flat lines as well might come into the equation. You never really know where they're going to go with this. So I think that's going to be a long conversation being had as these lobbies are getting set up. And it could even be a last-minute change when they suddenly decide, you know what, let's go for Eva 8s. Let's buy those in the first round and let's just jump on Fire Beavers and take the aggression to them.
Well, speaking of conversations and comms, we do have a listen in from Aqualix from our previous game. So let's take a look.
I'm pushing. He's here.
I got the heals.
He's one.
I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you guys. I'm gonna be with you in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Fighting the bang. He's here. Bang on.
He's one. Down. I'm popping him back. Popping him back.
Maybe rest right now. Rest now. He's resting.
Hold on. On my left.
Yeah, you're fine. Grab on the top of the pillar. Fighting me, almost correct.
Got a bubble.
Cracked him almost. 90.
One HP path. Path 1. Path literally 1. Path literally 1. Literally.
Nice.
So much to take away from that, Dan. One thing that I love is the countdown for when help is arriving. Those tiny bits of small talk that we always talk about as esports commentators that the high-level teams have are the difference between success and failure.
Yeah, sometimes it's not just about how much HP your opponents have. Sometimes it's about where you're pushing, why you're pushing, how long it's going to be until you push to that direction, how long until you give that support. So yeah, it's all I love have listen-ins, and that's why I'm looking forward to LAN as well, because it's easier to get those listen-ins from teams. I know the production companies have done very well to give us listen-ins where they can, but it shows that, you know, there's a lot of calmness at the right times. There's urgency in a lot of these communications, but there certainly isn't just kind of crossed wires here. No one's shouting over one another. There's not anyone screaming the house down, demanding one player to be finished. Instead, it seems to be very focused communication. I think that's good.
I always feel like I'm being personally attacked when you go through your list of things that you shouldn't be saying, but you know, it's fine. I get it. But I think small talk is always a highlight there, and I think for some newer people watching who can take away from what you've just heard in those comms into their games at home, it's a small. When we say small talk, it's like Dan's saying, it's not he's over here, he's X HP. It's I'm looking here, which completely gives saying something like I'm watching this door. It just allows the two other teammates to know that that entire area of the zone, they don't have to worry about. The entire area of the map, there is so much information that can be gathered and communicated to teammates by just saying something as simple as that. Or I'll be with you in 3 seconds means I don't die for 3 seconds because I've got help coming, and we can turn a 1v1 into a 2v1. All these tiny little things that have to be communicated and have to be listened to as well. Listening is just as important as getting that message out yourself. So looks like the game is ready, and I'm sure that the communication of both teams is going to be starting to fire up now, as Fire Beavers are just one map away from closing out this semi-final and moving into that grand final.
The ping system is also very important and can be used very well in combination with good communication. But I think some players in more casual games can be a little bit lazy with their communication because that ping system is there. So I would encourage you, if you are going to be playing ranked arenas when it does come out, plug your mic in, make some friends, and start calling things out, because it could be the difference between winning or losing. But here we go then. Potentially the last map of this semi-final if we see Fire Beavers win. Bangalore will be there yet again. Same composition for both squads.
Well, it's going to be early aggression from both teams. Naski already with the Mozambique in hand and already with the purple bolt attached to it as well. And I will say something that he did mention to me yesterday was, you know, when they see a team who's been running Bangalore, there's another reason to fully upgrade these Mozambiques, because you get that early digital threat, so you can do damage through the smokes and kind of use the team smokes against them. However, again, Taskmaster taking an off angle, getting aggressive, dropping down as we're going to see kills traded in the kill feed. Dell now on his own. It's a 1v1 for him, actually. Excuse me. It's a 2v1, even though he got the P2020 damage down. It will be Fire Beavers again who get this done. Now, we have to kind of roll ourselves back, Dan, because we saw one of the quickest games on Golden Gardens, and I'm not getting ahead of myself, of course, but with the way these two teams have played against each other when we have seen the smaller maps, this could be extremely quick as well.
Well, now you've only got 800 credits to start round 2, but you're going to have more credits if you're on the side of Fire Beavers because you've got 3 extra kills. Well, actually, sorry, 2 extra kills after the initial knocks. So that means they're going to be able to buy either the zipline or the launch pad to get themselves to the high ground and really just jump on Aqualix. Whereas if Aqualix want to buy an ultimate here, it probably means they are going to be sacrificing some weapons. So here comes the zipline from Fire Beavers. They have the better side of the map as well, so they're going to take full advantage here.
Frag grenade going to be cooked as well. Doesn't get any damage, however. 9 Impulse is going to zone off that player. And once again, it's Either 8 Mozambique being combined together. Aqualix will have to work a position to try and get some sort of angle and some sort of damage here. But look at Sunset immediately putting the pressure on. Oh, my word. He gets the first knock. Naski will go down as well. 1 player alive. And I tell you what, Fire Beavers. It's difficult to find words sometimes to describe the combination of accuracy and aggression that they bring to the table. So I'm just going to say that objective is now known as Fire Beaving.
I feel like we need to change their name. Just some animal is a little bit more intimidating than a beaver because these boys are terrifying when they're on the map. To be fair, I've never really come across a beaver, so I don't know how intimidated I would be. But I suppose 3 beavers flying at me on fire. Actually, no, that is pretty terrifying. Exactly. I take everything I've said back.
Take a few seconds just to realize what you're saying before you put these crazy statements out into the world, Dan. A beaver has the ability to do something with fire. Terrifying. We're into round 3, and we're on match point. And we're not only on match point here, we are on series point. A chance to get through to the grand finals now for Fire Beavers. Having won 2 straight, Aqualix have to bounce back here. It's backs against the wall for them. Win this round, unfortunately, that will be the end of their tournament run here in the semi-finals.
Well, this time Aqualix had the better side, and it means Aqualix can take the high ground, but there's the poke damage, and there is the takeaway, and they take the high ground away from them.
Yuki now with the wingman in his hands, but he's got 2 members flying at him. He manages to get a crack, and now Dell will have it all to do. Sunset with a P20 and a wingman. It's a 1v3.
It's a 1v1.
It's a 1v1. Players went down, excuse me. I stand corrected. As Sunset now goes back up to the high ground. And it's just got incredibly intense between these 2 teams. Dell inside, playing the knockdown shield. And the wingman versus the Either 8. Here comes the engagement. And oh, Fire Beavers are the champion. That's all you need to know.
We went to third burst. I think we went through a wall as the final shot came through, but I was about to say that Fire Beavers do have the health advantage. Sunset was able to get the bat off, and Fire Beavers will be going to the grand final, taking down favorites Aqualix. I guess at the start of the tournament, we were sort of talking a lot about Aqualix and how they seemed one of the most practiced teams, but we also know that Fire Beavers have been playing a lot as well of arenas and just in general are amazing at 3v3 engagements, but their Golden Gardens is different gravy. Let's be completely honest. Another 3-0 sweep in what was, 3 minutes at most?
Yeah, we'll have to get the stopwatch out and see who was quicker. We'll take a look at the replays here. It was the 1v1 towards the end. Sunset versus Dell, and oh my word. I tell you what, every single player on Fire Beavers is absolutely nuts with a wingman up close. That I reckon Dell went in there and he thought, I've got this. No worries whatsoever, I've got Either 8. And he just gets decimated by the wingman. Crazy, crazy stuff. Semi-finals are done. We have our 2 grand finalists. And of course, we'll be discussing what we just saw and what we've got to come in just a few moments after this break. The finals is just around the corner, ladies and gents. It's going to be Kungarna taking on Fire Beavers.
It's getting hard now.
Oh man, professional player doesn't know.
What? Dude, come on! No way!
Where we're going, we don't need seatbelts.
What?
I think that's Mirage.
That sounds pretty troll. I would say that is Mirage.
Octane? Oh, I never played Valk, so that's why.
I'm here to watch your back, brother.
I think that sounds like Gibraltar.
Because Gibraltar's all about watching your back and stuff like that.
That is obviously Gibraltar, brother. Oh, good.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Bangalore.
That sounds like Bangalore.
That sounds a lot like Bangalore.
It is, okay.
This experiment will sort out the capable from the incompetent.
There's no one else talking like that. It's Caustic.
Caustic.
The experiment and the desire to kill everyone, that's how I knew it's Caustic.
The place between life and death is where I feel most alive.
That sounds like Octane.
That's Caustic.
That's a hard one, I don't know. I say Wraith.
Wait, what? Okay, I thought Caustic was the guy about like life and death and stuff like that.
They call this place secure? We'll see about that.
I guess that's Loba.
I'm not sure. Fuse, maybe?
Sounds like Crypto. Wants to hack everything.
I'm a crypto player. How did I not know?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
I think that was Lifeline. I'm not sure though.
Pathfinder.
Oh, that's Lifeline. We have a job to do. Yep, that's Lifeline.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. Yeah.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
Okay, that's Mirage.
Wait. This is not my final answer, but that must be Pathfinder because of how goofy he is, right?
That is Fuse. That's not.
That's Mirage? Okay, I gotta step it up. I don't even know.
Being human is overrated.
Yeah, that's Pathfinder.
I have no clue.
Pathfinder. He's the only non-human, right? What? Dude, come on! No way!
Oh man, professional player doesn't know. What? Can we just cut all of this?
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
It's getting hard now.
I've said Pathfinder so many times, this has to be Pathfinder, statistically.
Maybe Rampart?
That is Wraith.
Well, everyone, we have our grand final matchup. Launders, let's start with you. Did you see this coming? I feel like there's a lot of teams that could have been here, but good grief, did they make it count at that last and final match?
Oh yeah, no question. It is what a crazy semifinal that was to pair with our other semifinal. I pretty much got some very exciting matchups. I honestly, I didn't think that last game would be this, like, I didn't think Fire Beavers would be able to give Aqualix kind of the same treatment, but it's kind of nuts that a team can be that dominant, especially on Golden Gardens, which again, no matter what happens, Fire Beavers going out, it's the most fun team to watch in the whole world. And versus Kungarna, it should be pretty exciting, of course, because of the style of play.
Absolutely. Well, one person that certainly added to that fun was Taskmaster, who is our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razor. Scrawny, I mean, the reality is that this guy was on I mean, it was like Taskmaster. The idea was, I think the caster said, if you take out Taskmaster, you win the round.
Yeah, and understandably, right? This guy's got his hands on everybody. 18 assists. To couple with that 9 kills, tons of damage, and I came into today thinking that Navi's wingman damage was something to be looking out for. I feel like Taskmaster definitely takes that title this evening. His wingman output is just gnarly. And you know, the beauty of Fire Beavers is I think they really embody the kind of like live by the wingman, die by the wingman type vibe. It's another one of these teams that doesn't really change up their guns, even if things start to get a little hairy, even if things start to get a little more difficult. The wingman is always present, omnipresent in the hands of Taskmaster. And well, I mean, look at this highlight package. You guys can understand why.
I mean, it's just, and the thing is that when it comes to Taskmaster, it's highlight after highlight after highlight, Launders.
Yeah, he's kind of their scout, so I mean, sometimes he dies doing like ridiculous things. Even when he dies, he always does a lot of damage, so you know, he consistently just goes out and is very aggressive and doesn't try to be inconspicuous about it at all. Like, he will look into the face of 2 people, like try to outmove them, try to get headshots if possible. And the thing is, usually his team is just right behind him, so yes, he's usually first, but only by a small margin, as they are generally move as a pack.
They do, and a scary pack at that. Speaking of packs, let's take a look at the predictions of this squad. Our casters here and showcase where we were. Ooh, I am down. That is how that works. And I believe Gaskin did some fast math, and it really comes down to who we crown champion. And of course, Mark and I had to change our champion because Aqualix broke our hearts here in this last round. But you know what? Looks like you and Scrawny. Scrawny, looks like you're going for Kungarna, Launders for Fire Beavers, and you had it all along.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, I went for the day-winning play with my Navi pick over Fire Beavers. If that one had paid off for me, then I would be sitting with the Dan Gaskin crown, and you know, he would be my side piece. But right now, no matter what, I think I'm gonna be finishing behind Dan by 1 point. You know, if you'll let me into the throne alongside him, I'm all for it. But you know, this one really, it's Launders or Gaskin. At the end of the day, it's either the Fire Beavers or Kungarna, and I think like we've finally gotten to a point in the competition where like it's impossible to split these two teams up. The one thing that we will take away from this Fire Beavers match, I think, is that Aqualix made them look mere mortals on Thermal Station. That is the one time where like Fire Beavers came out of the gate with a certain strategy and they got absolutely cooled off. And I think that the tactics and the textbook style of Aqualix on the first map definitely made us question whether Fire Beavers were going to have any other like shift in gear or different type of style to their gameplay. And we saw them just like lean back and just play some more basic defaulty stuff, you know, proper 3v3 type engagement, more Battle Royale-esque engagements. And it worked for them until we got to Gardens. I mean, that's the one thing in this upcoming best of 5 is it's undoubtedly to me that Fire Beavers are the Garden gods. And they did to Aqualix in that last map what they did to their previous opponent earlier in the day, and that's smoke them in 2.5 minutes flat. So going into the finals, I feel like nobody has been able to prove that they can stop Fire Beavers. In my opinion, they've already got a 1-map edge before this BO5 even starts.
Fire Beavers with a green thumb. Somebody meme it! It's coming to you, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the brackets and show really that journey of what got us here, because it's such an important aspect. Remember, these teams started off last weekend. This is a grind, y'all. There were 3 days last weekend. They have found their way here to the final 2. After 40 teams, we've whittled it down to 2. Launders, I know I bring it up, and I must sound like a broken record, but the reality is that that's something that is remarkably difficult to do under the best of circumstances, and this is an online tournament and for a lot of money and under pressure, and these two teams, Kungarna and Fire Beavers, have continued to succeed again and again, and this is why we are watching them in our grand final.
Yeah, arguably Fire Beavers had to run through a couple of, I guess, some of the hard placing teams with, you know, Kungarna playing up against Morningstar 789 at MajorPushers, but none of those teams, obviously those teams are still here at this second week in the arena, so obviously they're still really good, and they also beat their opponents to get farther in the bracket. But this will be Kungarna's kind of hardest team to go up against, and I'm not super convinced about. I feel like better about Fire Beavers versus Kungarna than I did about Fire Beavers versus Aqualix, just because I saw like so much specifically good stuff from Aqualix when it comes to arenas, like as was mentioned by Dan, in terms of like preparation for specific opponents, avoiding some of the jump pad plays from Fire Beavers in that matchup, and how they've like kind of worked their way through the bracket. Even though they've bled a bit, I still have like super high praise for Aqualix, of course. Kungarna fundamentally have shown to probably be the most strong team overall, and now that they're in finals here, probably have that title no matter what, considering how well they were playing at the Battle Royale in the last week. But in this specific matchup, I'm not sure that they're like that much better than Aqualix would be. At least that's what I see personally.
Okay, that makes sense. And I gotta say, what we saw this last round was aggression from the get-go. 2 incredibly pressure-filled teams that went at it and just let off some steam there. Scrawny, I'm curious, as we look at some data about Kungarna, you know, they're a team that definitely have the deep bench, the really great team members, the consistency, but do they have that outstanding aggression right off the get-go that we have definitely just seen Fire Beavers showcase?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Kungarna's strong suit is going to be the out of the gates rapid aggression, slap you across the head before you know what's going on type vibe. I think Kungarna are a little bit more positionally based, and I think there are a lot. We have to remember that they're centered around Graceful and a lot of his decision making and a lot of his individual moments. So whether or not he's getting the kills and the downs himself, or just throwing himself into a position where he does so much impact that his teammates have to follow up on his play, I think Graceful is going to be like, the potential man of the match. If Kungarna win this event, then Graceful will be the man of the match. If Fire Beavers are victorious, it's because the three of them together have this play style that some teams just can't seem to handle. And I don't know if I put Kungarna into that, that grouping of teams that are going to be able to deal with some of the sheer aggression, the disrespect that comes with matching up versus Fire Beavers. When it comes to Kungarna, again, it's a nice evened amounts of damage, right? Everybody kind of has their name on the play, but I do feel like those plays will always and have always centered around Graceful.
Absolutely, and I will say here, Launders, you know what, Scrawny, I think you're absolutely right, because the Graceful is just out of control in the best possible way, especially if you are a Kungarna fan. Fire Beavers sees a lot of MVP through Taskmaster. I'm just curious, Launders, since we're taking a look here, I mean, although, you know what, I say that, but here we are looking at Sunset and Impulse, who have both gotten more kills.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen them. They all just make it like unreal plays. Like, to be honest, in terms of their average damage throughout like the last year, like they're among the highest of any team in the world. They just Taskmaster he's out there a little bit ahead of everyone. But I mean, Sunset's probably even more clutch. I mean, Impulse. There was that in the last series that they just played. Each of them had basically like a standout performance every single game. So. I don't know. They're not one player to me. I don't think either of these teams are, but I do expect Taskmaster and Graceful to lock horns. And the reason that we talk about them specifically, because they always take up the opening duel a lot of the time. The only thing is that I think that Graceful might be a bit more subversive about the way he takes a duel. Might try to look for the second guy as opposed to Taskmaster, like hide behind a bush or in a corner and wait to explode in a trap. And those kinds of plays, of course, if he gets spotted and they're aware of it, I really don't have a lot of faith in that. Just because they're just too good, so I'm like a little bit scared for that kind of play to come out. And there's not that many spots to hide, and they've already seen him play plenty of arenas at this point. Whereas, and also the other thing is that Taskmaster, even though he takes those opening duels, again, he's not like out by himself usually. He's usually like he's like out in front with like two guys right behind him. So I'm more doubtful, I think, of Graceful's play style, I think, in this matchup.
Well, we'll see. I'm sure be entertained regardless. Well, let's talk about what we have, and that is our final predictions, brought to you by Amazon. And here we are, gang. And you know what? We did the math on this already, but this is what it comes down to. We have Scrawny, Launders. You guys have split hairs here. One, Scrawny, you're going for Kungarna. Launders, Fire Beavers. Here we are. Scrawny, thoughts? Final thoughts as we go into this this grand final here for predictions.
Yeah, final thoughts are, I think Fire Beavers bring the energy, Fire Beavers bring the quicker tempo, and Fire Beavers are generally the more closely knit team. But Graceful has just powered up across the series that they played previously. The fact that in that semifinals they were able to reverse sweep a series is, to me, the evidence that no matter what Fire Beavers may crack them over the head with at the start of this series, you cannot write off Kungarna. Kungarna were the most consistent team in Battle Royales across our first weekend. Kungarna have survived the reverse sweep already here today, and despite Fire Beavers' absolute aggression and fiery tempo and just sheer tenacity, if anybody's going to survive that onslaught, it's got to be Kungarna.
Oh, man. And with that kind of what you just said, I'm just like, hyped. Here we go. Let's take a look at the maps that we will be playing on here first, second, third, all the way if we go to a match number 5. First one here. And Launders, this is Thermal Station. Talk to me about who has the advantage from what we've already seen in terms of maps picks.
I like Kungarna picking artillery because they could, I mean, they didn't do well on it last time around, but at the same time, I feel like it nullifies Fire Beaver's aggression a little bit. and will force them in specific zones to play a little bit more slowly. Obviously, I like Fire Beavers on Thermal Station, but they've been good and bad. And then Kungarna ended up picking Golden Gardens, which I feel like is incredibly brave. Probably the bravest pick out here. I would have probably just picked Party Crashers and left that for the last one, because I mean, that's the only map that I feel like Fire Beavers are like specifically, weirdly, really good on. Like everything else is, I guess, possible to flip.
Specifically and weirdly good at. We'll find out for sure right now, because it is time for our grand final. And to do that, we will throw it over to Onset and Gaskin. Gents, let's do this.
Thanks, Kate. And I mean, it's grand finals time, Dan. This is what we live for in Apex Legends. This is what we live for in any esport. And if you're watching right now at home, I'm sure you're just as excited as we are, because we've got two teams who have, let's just put this into perspective a little bit. It's not just the last couple of days that they've been fighting. It's last weekend to get here and have the opportunity. Then they were thrown into a single elimination bracket. You cannot make any mistakes, but we can only have one winner, Dan. We've got Kungarna going up against Fire Beavers.
It's a really difficult one to call. It's similar to the matchup we had with Aqualix versus Fire Beavers, to be honest. Kungarna have played a more kind of slow, methodical style, and they know exactly how they want to approach arenas, but Fire Beavers don't allow teams to really play the game they want. Instead, they push them obnoxiously and insist that they have to defend themselves, and Kungarna have the ability to defend themselves. And I think you're right. We've seen this fight. We've seen this 3v3 happen in the Battle Royale time and time again, and it's definitely going to be one heck of a series.
Well, this is where we start everything off, Thermal Station. And this is Fire Beavers' pick, which certainly interests me because they lost in quite some style to Aqualix when we were here just a few moments ago. But they obviously feel like this is something that is going to fall into their favor. And we'll find out now, because it's time to get into the grand finals. Kungarna versus Fire Beavers. Wherever you're watching in the world right now, show both these teams some love in the chat, because as you can see, we're underway.
We are underway. Are we going to see the same kind of style from Graceful, where he positions himself slightly apart from the rest of the team, looks to try and go for some sort of flank, gets the damage done, and then the rest of the Kungarna boys will join him? And if he does, the likelihood is you might come across a wild Taskmaster who does something pretty similar.
Very, very true. Well, it looks like they're all kind of playing together at the moment. Sunset going to get a 45 chip away at the shields of JMW. The first damage that will be exchanged here. Matey's going to be popping up. Taskmaster is going to take a little bit of damage himself. Graceful hitting some nice shots with that flatline through the skies, but you can already see in the kill feed, Taskmaster is up to no good. He takes down Matey Lol, and that's going to be a 2v3 now for Kungarna to try and fight back from.
Smokes go down, just to protect yourself whilst you take down Matey Lol. Now Fire Beavers can be on the prowl, but there's Graceful with the damage. Big damage coming out, but it's not enough to eliminate Taskmaster. That might have been able to swing the tide, but now it's a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, this should be done and dusted. Fire Beavers take the first round here in our grand finals. And Graceful, if he just maybe has a mag on that flat line, things could be a little bit different, but of course, doesn't have that to work with here in round number 1. Momentum certainly flowing through the veins right now, Fire Beavers. And you have to remember that Kungarna, I've just had to watch that last semi-final. They'll be sitting there watching, whereas Fire Beavers will be nice and warm coming into this game.
Very warm indeed. I mean, do you watch? Do you play at the same time? Certainly watching will help. You can see strategy, but at the same time, Fire Beavers usually throw the strategy book out the window, so there's very little you can learn, except they will push you and it will hurt when they hit the wingman shots. But round 2 is underway, and it means Fire Beavers now are going to have a little bit more credits to work with, but both teams certainly will have weapons they'll be comfortable at hitting shots with, as Graceful again with that flatline doing some damage.
That's the damage, but you can see the Bangalore smoke going down is going to slow down the push, and that might allow Sunset to get those meds back up, and it has. So now Graceful a little bit out of position, and he's going to have to do as much damage as he can, and he does manage to get the shields cracked. However, the damage just being exchanged, and Sunset's going, I do not like being chased, my friend. If you're going to do that, you've got to expect to take some wingman shots in the back as well.
Always got to slap back. Can't allow another team to get too pressed on you. Taskmaster taking a sheer amount of damage here, but then there comes the support. It's going to be Graceful taking down Taskmaster initially, but Sunset will get the trade, and it means we've got a 2 versus 2.
JMW sneaking around the corner, going to get the shield crack as well. He's going to hit some flesh damage. He's damaging 2 players, and now Matey has to get in position as quickly as possible to finish off this fight. It's a 1v1 here. Madelol versus Sunset. Shield cells to work with here for Sunset to get some extra HP. However, is he going to be able to get a res off here? Has Mady left a little bit too much distance to make this a straight 1v1?
Well, Sunset only has the 2 shield cells. We saw the 3 on the other side. It's going to be a res first for Kungarna. And do they instantly push as we get back to a 2 versus 2? Sunset will be the first point of contact, and now it all comes down to his teammate. And it looks like Kungarna have done enough here.
Yeah, they're going to sandwich in here, hit the pincer movements, and that will be Kungarna answering back, and in some way as well. 1-1 as we move into round 3.
Very fine margins as well, deciding on whether you want to heal up first or go for a res and then heal up. You give away the audio cue if you go for the res, so it does mean that you kind of sacrifice the possibility of having a straight 1v1 if you res early. And it just seemed like we saw a more speedier attempt of getting your shields back up from Kungarna, and also 1 extra shield cell was available. But Kungarna will be delighted to at least even this up 1-1, because if they'd gone 2-0 down, Fire Beavers might have started to snowball out of control a little bit.
We go round 3 then. We're going to start to see a little bit of difference in some of the buys across the board. A few mags maybe coming into things on the flat line, and here is an example of it. Purple mag on the wingman, as well as that digital threat. The Sunset going to be able to shoot through those smokes that are going to be put down by 9 Impulse, and it's going to be a difficult thing to try and hold back, as we're going to see the W key once again being held here, I should say, by Sunset. Damage coming in on both sides. Frag grenade is going to blow the door off, but doesn't really take too much of the shields away there from Sunset. Or from 9 Imps, I should say. However, that's going to do some damage. Kungarna getting the first knock here as Sunset will go down. Made it in the smoke and can't see anything. The digital threat's coming into play once more. Taskmaster trying to take a wide angle. Frag grenade at each feet. Kungarna trying to hold strong here.
Kungarna just don't know whether they are at the moment, but they have found a wild Taskmaster who gets absolutely obliterated by the flatline. 9 Imps, the last remaining player, and Kungarna make it 2-1 and put themselves onto match point here in map number 1.
That's a dominating round. I was really, really impressed there from Kungarna, just matching the aggression and making sure that even when they were in the smoke, they managed to get the finish off onto the initial player to guarantee the 2v3. And then taking advantage as well. And I love the fact that when they get the damage down, they're doing exactly the same as Fire Beavers have done. As soon as they get damage, they hold forward. They're backing themselves to hit the shots they need to hit, even though they know they're going to take damage.
Yeah, for all the talk we've been putting forward about Fire Beavers and saying what an aggressive team they are, definitely in this tournament, Kungarna have shown an equal amount of aggression, just at a very different time. It's when they are guaranteed to win the fight almost, like whether they're so confident that they've done enough initial damage that they can all push through as a 3, and they're not afraid for one person to flank. They don't all push in the same direction and try and overwhelm their opponents. Instead, usually one of their teammates is saying, hey, look, I'll just take a slightly different angle. Yes, it is a little bit of a risk, but if it pays off, we're guaranteed to win this fight.
The platform has been taken here by Kungarna. They will have control of the slightly higher ground. And I tell you what, not just control of the higher ground, graceful. The landing from Sunset was anything but, as he felt the wrath of that flatline. And again, graceful, my word, these shots for the flatline take down 2. And now 9 Impulse is kind of going to be walking forward and thinking, what's happened over here? I left you alone for 2 minutes and now I've got to come and try and pick up the pieces.
Kungarna, who were 2-0 down against MajorPushers, came back to win it 3-2 in the semi-final. 1 kill away from going 1-0 up in the grand final against Fire Beavers, who have just been decimating everyone today. Here comes the final push, and the Fire Beavers will be extinguished in map number 1 here on Thermal.
Thermal Station, not a happy hunting ground for Fire Beavers as Kungarna take home our first map in our grand finals. And that's 2 times in a row now we've seen Fire Beavers fall on Thermal Station. And you have to say, the final round was a very strange one to watch from the point of view of Graceful. Not only did he get a great position, but just had 2 players just walk into his crosshairs.
Yeah, Graceful's positioning has been exquisite throughout this tournament. A great flanking Wraith. You've it's got to be someone like a Wraith as well, because you've got to have the ability to get out of a fight. I don't think it would work so well if you were an Octane. A Pathfinder is maybe doable, but again, you can be obliterated through the sky, so it makes sense with the Into the Void. You could do it with Loba, but I think Wraith in general just seems like a better pick when it comes to Graceful. Very comfortable on that Legend. You could see the amount of hours he's put in playing it over the time on Battle Royale, and now Kungarna have a 1-0 lead here in the grand final, and Fire Beavers are going to have to answer back.
And not only that, they now move on to their own map pick as well. We're going over to Artillery next, where, you know, Kungarna have looked really, really good. However, you can say the same about Fire Beavers. As we say, we've got such a small data pool, and it's only kind of memories that are taking me through who has the stronger performances so far on certain maps. But I think they'll like this one because Thermal Station, yes, it's all about aggression. It's all about getting up close and personal. And to take down a team who have been doing really well in that kind of regard, Fire Beavers, and doing it in such style as well, to now know that you can be a little bit more methodical, it's certainly going to be good for Kungarna. But I also feel sometimes when you're forced to slow things down for a team who likes playing fast, it can kind of just solidify you a little bit. It can give you a little bit of structure as a team, because it felt like in that game, Fire Beavers just kind of felt a little bit all over the place. Nobody really felt like they were in the right position at any time. It was a little bit kind of too free-form of a strategy, so to speak.
A lot of their strategy does seem to be on the fly. It doesn't seem to be a predetermined idea of what they want to achieve. Instead, they just go off communication and natural game sense. And that has worked so far, and it still could work in this grand final, but just not there on Thermal Station, where there was a better plan coming out of Kungarna. We have seen Fire Beavers decimate teams on artillery here, so I do think that they are going to be bringing the aggression once again. But if Fire Beavers can not find that same kind of cohesion that they did in previous games, then maybe it's going to allow Kungarna to do just what they did on that map and say, we'll wait for you to be aggressive. We'll be watching those angles. Graceful is going to be waiting around the corner for you, and if he catches you off guard, that's going to be our game.
Yeah, he's taken some really good angles as well on artillery. I would argue that it's been probably his most impactful map as a player, just getting that entry damage. But we keep talking about Graceful. I've got to say, he's doing his job perfectly. But his two teammates as well alongside him, if they don't do the damage that they're doing to turn his initial, opening into a kill, or, close that gap quickly as possible, then Graceful's left out to dry. So it is a real kind of, if something goes wrong on the lineup, we've seen it a couple of times where Graceful will go down, or he hasn't got the cover that he needs to escape. All of a sudden they find themselves in a 2v3. So I feel like it's a really risk versus reward strategy for Kungarna, but they're getting it right more often than not, which is bringing them the success.
It's like football or soccer for you Americans, where you talk about the strikers, right? They're the ones who score the goals. That's Graceful, but you also need to be talking about the midfield, the defense, the supporting squad. And realistically, without them, Graceful wouldn't be able to do the things that he does. So I think it's very apt that you've actually brought that up, because without it, they don't get the praise that they deserve. And we'll see whether throughout the rest of these games, we will see the same thing. Is Graceful going to be given that platform to have the freedom to roam around and do whatever he wants? Or are they going to have to try and position themselves a little bit more as a 3? Because if Fire Beavers get even more aggressive and start to launch pad onto Kungarna, then if there is one player who is isolated, they could find themselves in a tricky situation.
When you brought up football there, I thought you were going to throw the Arjen Robin quote at me. It's like, one thing to know what Graceful's going to do, but it's another thing to stop it. He's going to cut in on that left foot, but can you deal with it? It's a completely different thing to find out. But we'll have to see if, apparently now known as the Arjen Robin of Apex Legends, don't know where that's come from. That's definitely not going to stick, but we're going to have to see if he can keep getting away with it and keep doing what he's been doing, because it has been very, very impressive so far from them. Hopefully we can get to the next match as quickly as possible. Looking at across the maps as well, we go over to Phase Runner next, which is Fire Beavers' pick, where they looked pretty good against Aqualix as well. They managed to take them down. And then we go over to Gardens. I feel like, even though Gardens is Kungarna's pick, which to me shows confidence from them with what they've seen Fire Beavers do, I feel like they need to get it done in 3 here. If they don't get it done in 3, then I just see them coming back. I think Phase Run is going to be a massive map. Absolutely massive, because Kungarna can close it out if they take this map on that map 3. However, if they don't, and then we go to Gardens, where we've just seen what Fire Beavers can do. We then head in with back-to-back potential wins for Fire Beavers. Then we head into a game for... It's going to be crazy, Dan. I like the way that this is laid out, and I like the fact that we're seeing ourselves taking a look at a bird's eye view of artillery, because you know what that means. It's time for our second game.
It means we are almost ready for the game. It is kind of surprising that Party Crasher has been not the pick for very many teams. It's been left as the decider in these best of 5s quite often, and Gardens has taken priority over it. And maybe people don't like Party Crasher as much as we originally thought. But the focus for now is artillery, and certainly it's going to be about where that circle is going. If it's going to be on the high ground, we're going to see teams zipping over as quick as possible to try and take map position. If it is down in the kind of trenches area, then it's more about a little bit of a poking war and fighting over that potential care package.
Well, here we go then. Artillery, map number 2 of our grand finals, and Kungarna with a convincing win over at Thermal Station have themselves a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Beavers going to be playing out wide here, and interesting to see the purple Mozambique in the hands of 9 Impulse. I wonder if that's something that maybe they took away from that match against Aqualix.
Well, especially with the smoke coming down, just having that extra digi threat is going to be great for them. 9 Imps is struggling a little bit. Taskmaster's gone down, and Fire Beavers will even it up though. 2 versus 2, make that 2 versus 1.
Graceful has the HP advantage, however, one shot with the wingman has completely changed this, and now Graceful is going to have to dip and dive behind this forklift and get that shield battery off. Sunset's going to maybe look to do the same, or maybe he's going to look to stick a res. 9 Impulse has managed to get back to his feet, so the res has come in. Graceful not being able to close that ground has left him in a 2v1. He's playing this one slow, he's playing this one sneaky. Can he get the knock onto Sunset and turn it back into a 2v1? Here comes 9 Impulse, he turns onto Sunset, he snaps onto Sunset, and he manages to stay alive for now.
Graceful doing some amazing damage. Amazing damage here, and somehow almost survived, but very good bait and switch coming out from the Fire Beavers. Graceful just not able to do his job for Kungarna, but almost. And that's the decision making I was talking about earlier as well. The decision of do you heal up or do you go for the res? We saw a bat on one side, we saw a res on the other side, and just having that extra player has done wonders.
Oh, 9 Impulse is 1 HP. He's 1 HP, and you just get the feeling that if he manages to get that knock, maybe a little bit more panic, and the final player there from Fire Beavers knowing what Graceful's just pulled up. I don't know. This is all crazy. It all goes back to that one wingman shot, though, that we saw come in. Graceful had someone in a position where he had the HP advantage, knew he had to reload, but the one shot that came in made the difference down.
So this is going to be a different circle now. This is going to be more tailored towards the high ground. The smokes will come out from 9 Imps just to try and disorientate the opposition team, and also gain a little bit of an advantage where they're not going to be able to have the vision on you, so you can take more of an aggressive position here, and this is going to be an aggressive position.
I was going to say, it doesn't get more aggressive. JMW, he's got his skates on right now, and he's feeling the heat, to be honest, because he's got Taskmaster sprinting at him. He manages to get one, though, and that's a really big knock. However, you would feel they'd be in a position to get this res. So for Kungarna, it's about closing that ground. Firing through the smoke is going to be 9 Impulse. Going to have to pop a shield battery as well, as that res still hasn't come in, but using the smoke so effectively here.
I mean, I could barely see what's happening, let alone these players can actually see what's happening, although visually I think it's slightly different for the observer feed than it is for the actual player feed. Fire Beavers down to 2, Kungarna also down to 2, utilizing the knockdown shield for a little bit of cover here is Graceful, and the output of damage he's providing certainly going to make it difficult for Kungarna, for Fire Beavers to survive.
Well, Medilow's trying to move in to clean things up. He hits one Mozambique shot. He hits another. Graceful has to pop the reload. And he's got to be careful here because he needs to hit these shots. And that's not what he's doing right now. Sunset's still alive, dodging and diving. And finally, the job gets done. But whew, that one certainly put the hairs on the back of your neck up a little bit as the nerves started to hit all the players in the lobby.
Some people are just better with the Mozambique than others. And I think in that case, the Mozambique was not the weapon of choice.
He was just missing.
Yeah,
he was just missing.
As soon as the flatline is out of ammo, you panic a little bit, saying, oh, I've got to use the Mozam. I personally cannot use it. Like, even with a purple bolt, I hate the Mozambique. I would much rather an automatic weapon or even just a wingman as a single fire rather than the Mozam. But the things I've been seeing from some of these players throughout this tournament is demonstrating that the Mozambique is not a weapon to mess around with. It can seriously do some damage in the right hands.
Moving back over to the other side now of artillery, back towards these two bunkers. And now you're going to see either 8 Mozambique for 9 Impulse again. So certainly players starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with the economy, and they're going to be playing for that, I was going to say, care package. What do I know? They're flying straight in here. Another smoke going to go down as they don't find anyone around. However, they're going to find bullets being hit into their backs as Taskmaster will be forced to pop a battery. Graceful's going to be down to 1 HP as well. The grapple will come in, and I tell you what, I thought he was trying to get out. He doesn't care. He flies straight back, and Sunset takes down 1. 9 Impulse has got another. And I tell you what,
sometimes Fire Beavers, you've got to say, they're just a lot of fun to watch.
Pathfinder in general is so nice to watch. It's what's been fantastic about this Arenas tournament, because in Battle Royale, you don't really see Pathfinder that much. I know Aqualix were playing him on Olympus, but that was the only time we had him on our screens. But here in Arenas, the Pathfinder just hits different, and with movement like that, it's very difficult to combat it. And now it means it's match point for Fire Beavers, just as quick as that here on Artillery. So it does seem like when Fire Beavers are involved, these games go a lot quicker.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost difficult to catch a breath playing against them. One round's over, and before you know it, you've got the next round started, and already you're taking damage. So difficult to kind of reset mentally as well as physically in the game itself. So for Kungarna, they could go down 2-0 now if they don't manage to clutch up here and win this round. Fire Beavers, however, on their way to a second point on the board, and they will only need one more from the last 3 games.
No, it would be Fire Beavers tying things up 1-1. Sorry, just to,
oh my goodness.
Just to correct you.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. I was almost with you, and then I took a pause and went, no, it will be 1-1.
They've just been that dominant. I just can't imagine them losing.
You'd expect them to be leading. But Kungarna trying to be a little bit more patient. And look at this. This is the thing. Fire Beavers haven't let their opponents breathe for the most part, but they can switch it up every now and then. As soon as Kungarna think, all right, well, expect the launch pad, Fire Beavers go, you know what, we're going to play positioning in this round. I think it does matter on the circle. I think Fire Beavers have preferred circles as to where they want to play aggressive, and this one seems to be more of a slow-paced one for them.
I just want to say, Dan, I'm so appreciative that you're the duo sometimes, you know? You keep me on a leash. You remind me of what is right and wrong. I mean, without you, I'd be nothing.
As am I. I'm very appreciative of you, so the feeling's mutual, my friend.
Fire Beavers then to have high ground control for now, as Taskmaster will once again look to make the wingman look like one of the easiest weapons to use in the game. Gonna do a little bit of damage to the player who's just peeking from behind the, I'm gonna call it a communications tower. See, we don't have that information that is actually active, or if that is what it's called whatsoever. But Fire Beavers moving around, and they're going to have to move towards where Kungarna are. You can see Graceful's kind of taking a little bit of that off angle, as we would expect, doing a little bit of damage as well. But Kungarna have map control for now.
Now, map control is everything, but Graceful has to move in. And you've got to be careful when you're running into no man's land like this. Medialoy's on the other side, at the very least. But as soon as Taskmaster gets a whiff of this, you know that there's going to be shots raining down from above, and it's difficult to avoid the shots of Taskmaster, but at the same time, Graceful also, the shots with the flatline do hit very hard.
Shots are going to be exchanged, though. Graceful will have to pop a battery. His 2 teammates are going to try and move in to capitalize on that damage that's being done. However, one player aside has fallen. Sunset trying to fly in now, and it all falls down to Graceful. A 1v2. He's trying to shoot away at the toes, and he manages to keep that at flesh damage. Taskmaster going to fly through the skies. The flatline locks onto 1, it locks onto 2, but the HP isn't there to deal with them. And Fire Beavers, to confirm everybody watching, will tie up the series at 1-1.
So close to being able to down Taskmaster there. Just the shots onto the tippy toes. I think about 30 HP left, but the battery came off, and unfortunately, when you're in a 1 versus 2 and both players get full armor, there is very little chance you're going to come away with it, even if you're as good as Graceful. But Artillery goes in the way of Fire Beavers, and it was a map where we saw Fire Beavers really up the pressure, they upped the speed, and it really worked out for them. There was not much chance for Kungarna to even think about any sort of strategy in that matchup.
I mean, I can't cast my memory back on this match and this map. We take a look through the highlights, and I can't really remember a round where I thought, you know, they've got a really strong advantage here, to be honest with you, Kungarna. There might have been one, even then it wasn't like one of those rounds that you're like, oh, this is over, this is done. Where with Fire Beavers, there was a few rounds where they just decimated them. The one with the grapple that pops to memory was where they just ran across the bunker side of Artillery and just, as I say, it sounds like I'm repeating myself, but they just flew at them. And it's so difficult to deal with that kind of aggression, because even if you've got 3 players flying at you and you're 1, if they're all focusing on you, even if you manage to get a few shots into the 1 player that's firing at you, they might fire 1 each. They hit 3, HP advantage to them. So it's just, I don't really know how you deal with that kind of ruthless aggression. It's difficult, especially when the gap is being closed so quickly.
You cannot afford to miss any shots against Fire Beavers, I've found. But when you do hit your shots, when they are soaring towards you, then suddenly it becomes a different ball game because you can get a bit of an advantage. Speaking of advantages, something Scrawny brought up was that Fire Beavers on Golden Gardens is just a different class, and that gives them a map advantage, he feels. And you said something similar as well, that if it does come to Golden Gardens, you think it's Fire Beavers' map in the bag. So with that being said, Phase Runner suddenly becomes extremely important now. If it goes in the way of Fire Beavers, then we're looking at maybe them winning the series 3-1. If it goes in favor of Kungarna, then potentially we're going to a map 5. That's if Golden Gardens goes in the way of Fire Beavers, of course, which is what we're presuming. But you never know. Maybe Kungarna say, all right, well, we see your attempt to win every game in less than 3 minutes on Gardens, and we will raise you, delaying that game as long as possible and making you feel uncomfortable.
I think it's interesting. I think you're completely right. This is the biggest game in the series, you know, as far as who could potentially win the series. Obviously, if it goes to a game 5, that will be the most important. But I don't think that if Kungarna manage to take this one home and they go to Gardens and it doesn't go their way, I don't think they're going to be that bothered, Kungarna, just because of the way that Fire Beavers have played it and just, you know, wiped everyone away. It's one of those where even if they lose, but they take 1 or 2 rounds away from Fire Beavers, then the pressure's back onto Fire Beavers in that game 5 because they've been so dominant and they're so used to just saying, hey, this is a free win for us, just move us on to the next map. So Phase Runner here, for everybody watching at home, for Kungarna fans, for Fire Beavers fans, for Apex fans, this is where things are really going to turn around.
Yeah, and Phase Runner is a map for Graceful and Taskmaster to really kind of stretch their legs a little bit here and see what they want to do with in terms of flanking and positioning and how they want to go for some sneaky Beaver approaches as well. And it's going to be about who wins that 1v1 because there's only so many places you can go when you flank, and you're often going to bump into that other player who is flanking. So if you win that engagement against Taskmaster as Graceful, I think that Kungarna will probably take it. It sounds stupid, but I think it comes down to who wins that 1v1. And it shouldn't. When it's a 3v3 matchup, it should be a team fight. But we have seen so many individual matchups really change this.
Yeah, I'm fascinated about this one. I think first round's going to tell us a lot. I think that Fire Beavers will want to continue to play with the aggression that they have. And Kungarna, I think, are going to want Graceful to have the impact that he's had. So I don't know if maybe Fire Beavers are going to look for Graceful and look to single him out as a player. Because if they manage to get that knock, then they have the 2v3 and they have, you know, 3 guns against 2. Even if the HP isn't in their favor, we've seen how quickly they can output damage as a 3 and focus things. So I think a lot of pressure, once again, falls onto Graceful's shoulders. And I know we're saying it a lot here, but one mistake at this point, and it's not only the fact that this could be them done and dusted, but with Gardens around the corner, it could be the series gone.
It's very easy to compare it to, I mean, if you're a fan of Blast, you know what CSGO is, right? And you've got your entry fraggers. Their job is to walk in, get a kill, get the ability for the rest of the team to walk into a site. It is almost the same job here for the likes of Graceful and Taskmaster, is to get that initial kill, do that damage, and allow the rest of the team to then push in on the fight and win the engagement. If you don't get that entry, you are putting your team in a very massive disadvantage where they're going to have to face a 2 versus 3. So it is a lot of pressure on your shoulders. You have to put it on your most confident player. And that's why earlier when 789 were competing and Estesu was given that role of almost entry and flanking, it wasn't, for me, her most comfortable position because she's more used to playing a support role when it comes to Battle Royale. And even though she did an amazing job, there's a reason why 789 haven't really got here today, because the teams who have succeeded are those who have been flanking very well. They've been winning their 1v1s. They've been winning their 1v2s. It's kind of the Graceful versus the Taskmaster show as the initial fight, but then you've also got the supporting fire, the covering fire that comes into the equation that isn't seen on broadcast, but is also very important.
Well, Phase Runner is going to be the dance floor for that fight to go down. And, of course, our pros gave us their thoughts on this map, so let's take a look.
Phase Runner is like one of my favorite maps, one of the best arenas maps.
You have a portal going from one side, and then the other side is the kind of like construction area where you can fight.
It's really big, and there's a lot of room to fight.
The teleportation device that basically transports you to the center of the map on one of the flanks.
You jump out, you land on the enemy team, and it's all out doing immediately.
Or go on the left side on the bin, take the heals, and then start your fight.
There is a lot of loot, there's a bin, there's resources to collect there, and there's also a lot of playable cover.
The middle of the map is very open, so you kind of want to avoid that.
there's this kind of no man's land effect where if you go down there and you try and push the enemy from that part, you're basically in like a firing pit and people can shoot from you from every angle.
It allows for a lot of long-range weapons to be used compared to the other maps, but it also allows for a different playstyle, such as pushing in close.
Winning on Phase Runner is all about taking angles the fastest.
Playing Pathfinder, taking the portal and grappling over it is a pretty aggressive play, but you might get 1 or 2 and make the round count for you.
Move as a unit and really execute together on arenas. It's really important, and especially on Phase Runner because it's such a wide map.
So that is Phase Runner. That's what the pros had to say. And now it comes down to a massive swing game in this series. We're just moments away from getting into it. Dan, I want your predictions for this one. Who do you think is taking it home?
I think Kungarna are going to take this one home. I think that Graceful is going to win the angles matchup here against Taskmaster. I think Taskmaster doesn't necessarily try to flank and take angles. I think Graceful does. And I think Taskmaster is more, I'm going to jump on someone when I see that person. But the trouble is, that person he does see might be Graceful. So then it's going to be that 1v1 engagement that happens. So I'm going to give it to Kungarna, but again, as we've been saying all day, it's a 50-50 flip with the majority of these games.
Well, we're ready to go. This is a massive, massive map. Game number 3 in a series that is tied up at 1-1. And with Gardens just around the corner as well in our next map, which has been a heavy, heavy favorite for Fire Beavers. You're predicting Kungarna, and they're going to need to take this one home just to give themselves the opportunity not only to win the thing in the next game and maybe upset Fire Beavers on their what has been their best map so far, but also if it doesn't go their way to send it to a game 5. So here we go, Kungarna Fire Beavers grand final. It continues now as we head over to Phase Runner.
Yeah, you'd imagine this is a must-win here for Kungarna. Otherwise, you really give the platform for Fire Beavers to take the entire tournament, and 8,000 euros will be theirs. It's going to be straight through the portal and straight away just claiming your side of the map here. 550 credits to begin with, the flatline being purchased for Graceful, so all those 550 are used on that weapon. So because of that, you go straight to the pill and you get the resources there instead.
JMW has been taken down to about 10 HP though.
Oh, I love that though.
First knock comes in. JMW with the reach out as his 2 teammates move forward. Gonna have to hit some meds though, as you can see that 9 Impulse is trying to move through the smoke and do some damage, and he manages to get the knock, and that's a massive, massive play from 9 Impulse, making sure that he got him to a position to even this up now. Graceful still hasn't been able to get the meds off, and even though there's a teammate holding, 9 Impulse is on the hunt here. He's going to be falling into it by Graceful, down to around 5 HP. Gets that smoke down and has the digital threat, and that's been the difference here, down. The digi threat through the smoke, and somehow Fire Beavers turn it around.
The digi threat is just hitting different, and that Mozambique is just hitting so hard as well. Kungarna not really able to answer it. JMW probably thought he was clearing in the woods when the smoke was down, but perhaps forgot about the digi threat being entirely a possibility. I liked the play from JMW, by the way. He got cracked, and instead of backing off and healing, he pushed with his teammate to ensure they got that first knock. But it wasn't enough in the end, as the digi threats reign supreme. Fire Beavers take a 1-0 lead here.
I feel like it's the kind of round that Kungarna will want back. Yeah. And I don't think they're going to get many of them back at this point with this standard of Apex we're seeing in front of us. They had the man advantage, and it felt like they weren't quite sure where to retreat to and where to get the meds off and where was safe to play from. And they kind of got pinched at the play from 9 Impulse, though. The aggression was really impressive, knowing that he had the HP advantage, even though that there was 2 players there. If he could get damage, maybe get 1 knock and allow his teammate to move around on that flank, really was the difference maker for Fire Beavers. But we're back to a standoff now between the 2 teams. We are going to be fighting in the same place again here on Phase Runner.
The purple Mozambique once again ringing through Phase Runner. And Fire Beavers really have taken to this strategy that Aqualix demonstrated to them in the previous games. Saying, hey, well, actually, they were doing it because we had a bang. Why don't we do it because we have a bang? It works out both ways, funnily enough, but Graceful still hitting shots. Not enough, though, to take down Taskmaster.
He wins that battle we were talking about. Another player flying through the skies as he's going to be eliminated as well. JMW falling foul to the wingman as he tries to move up. And that will be the final kill going down. And it was bop, bop, bop as the bodies fell here in round number 2.
such different games to what we were seeing at the start of the tournament. For example, when Myztro were playing and they were playing the Loba and we were waiting until the final circle and we were talking about resource management and how important it is to steal away the shields from your opponents. Completely disregarded in this grand final. It is just pure gunfights. It is not even waiting for round 1 to close, let alone getting to that final circle. Fire Beavers again with the aggression, and again, they find themselves on match point. And if, as we said, we do end up going to Gardens where it has been their playground, perhaps we're getting a glimpse, an early glimpse of what our champions might look like.
Massive, massive round here for Kungarna. They lose this one, and we might be starting to at least carve the name Fire into our virtual trophy. Kungarna, though, looking to hold their ground. Once again, the smokes are going to allow Fire Beavers to move up, and they're continuing to get aggressive. And the thing here that's scary for Kungarna is the fact that Fire Beavers kind of have a couple of rounds to throw a couple of free pushes. And if they get one, that'll be it. But whoa, what a knock that is, and that's so vital. Graceful going to be dropping down as well. He needs to get this finished. Taskmaster manages to stay alive. He gets one. He has to turn and do something magic. Can he get over the top rope? No. But 9 Impulse, he went up. 9 Impulse with a chance to win this one for Fire Beavers. Graceful trying to save it here for Kungarna, and he will! Graceful! My word! What a play that was for Kungarna. Backs against the wall, and the Wraith steps up.
They could be the most important shots the Graceful's hit all tournament long, trying desperately to retreat away from the fight because he hadn't reloaded his weapons, just wanted to be given that moment to breathe, reset. He was at such a low amount of HP, but the movement is sublime, going against what I would imagine is a Mozambique, the flatline being supreme. And that match point still moves over to this round. Fire Beavers with another chance to close it out, but at least Kungarna have pegged them back ever so slightly.
Like I said, that might have been a free push there for Fire Beavers, and they've got a chance to do it again, but Graceful. We talk about massive moments, being clutch when it matters. That was a perfect example. You can ship that one. And now for Kungarna, even with that massive play, they're going to have to do it again to drag back that match point. And once again, Fire Beavers have in their favor.
I love this aggression, though. They've bounced, they've got behind them, they've gone for a flank, all 3 of them. The nades have come through, but can you actually benefit from these nades? Can you take advantage of the damage you were able to do initially? It doesn't look like they have. Fire Beavers have transitioned to the other side of the map, said, where are they? Oh, they're behind us. And now we just get a standoff, but this time they flip sides.
Both teams just holding forward, and the problem is they've ended up going in a circle. So we're back where we pretty much started, but look at that. JMW with a flatline is going to get the first knock here onto 9 Impulse. Now, Myztro is going to go down. That's a little bit disappointing for Kungarna. It's massive for Fire Beavers, though. Taskmaster, he's going to be low HP. JMW is coming in from behind. Graceful once again with a chance to clutch alongside his teammates. And Kungarna are roaring back into this one.
From the death, 2-0 down. Staring down the barrel, but they even this one back up. They take match point away from Fire Beavers and force this now to a situation where you have to win by 2. So Fire Beavers are going to need 4 rounds rather than the 3 they would have been able to have if they had won previously. It was JMW opened things up. These flatlines, they do hit different. I know we're seeing kind of flatline versus wingman going on right now, and I know which camp I'd rather be in when it comes to flatline versus wingman, but that's more down to my skill rather than watching the ability of these pro players. Because if I could hit these wingman shots like they do, I'd probably go wingman as well.
Well, 2 match points avoided for Kungarna, and the way they've done it as well, you know the adrenaline's going to be pumping in these 3 players. Fire Beavers got to answer back, though. And Taskmaster, once again, looking to get aggressive, not holding back, even with 2 disappointing rounds on the bounce. Want to stick with what's working for them. The grenades fly in. Graceful's going to jump into the void as well to get back to his teammates and just delay this push, but JMW has taken a fair bit of damage. But look at this, they're just holding forward. They just want to hold forward. They want to turn this damage into kills, but unfortunately for Fire Beavers, not able to do so quite yet.
Taskmaster was literally just running at everything then. Bounce towards Kungarna. Graceful will take a lot of damage, has to back off, but Taskmaster has gone down. Myztro with the support there. And as I've said earlier, kill Taskmaster, you probably win the round. If that comes to fruition, it means Kungarna will take a 3-2 lead here in this 5th round. Excuse me, it took me a while to get there.
We've got to close this out, Kungarna. Got one player going to be on the pill, and oh, it's going to be all of a sudden a 2v2. JMW taken down to low HP as Myztro will go down to the EVA 8. And JMW might be in a difficult position. And he will finish off Made low on the floor, so it's a straight 2v2 between the two. Either 8 and Mozambique here for 9 Impulse to work with.
Well, that 3v2, it looked delightful. It looked like it was a guaranteed victory for Kungarna, but the rest of Firebeavers saying, hey, we've spoken about Taskmaster enough. How about you put some respect on our name? Sunset and 9 Imps with a sheer amount of damage in a 2 versus 3. The circle is going to be in the favor of Kungarna here, so Firebeavers are the ones who are going to have to make the move. But I think they're more than happy to be holding this W key. And they've got some smokes to work with, as there is a bounce up into the air to gain information, but it was a distraction technique as Graceful shreds.
So smart, but just didn't quite have the execution there. JMW took to the skies with the grapple. JMW had the opportunity to do a bit of damage on his way as well. Almost hits triple figures there, and that's going to be the knock. Wonderful focus fire coming in from the 2 members of Kungarna. And for 9 Impulse, it's 2v1 now. We've seen Graceful do some magic things. He's going to have to do it as well, but it will not happen as Kungarna will step up and put themselves onto match point, having just moments ago had to face 2 themselves.
I mean, that was the ultimate bait and switch, wasn't it? JMW literally lit a beacon and shot himself into the sky and said, chase me, chase me. And very much, Firebeavers did just get distracted, and Graceful was able to put damage on. It wasn't the reason why they lost the fight in the end, but I love that they've gone for something a little bit different. And then Kungarna, as soon as they had that player advantage, they went soaring in, and they were able to get themselves now onto match point. So after being 2-0 down, they've won 3 on the bounce and have the chance to take this map.
Reminds me of one of my old jobs, Dan. That when something was flying about, I used to look after penguins in a zoo, and it was by a runway, by an airport. And every time that an airplane went over, the penguins would look up and fall over. It was my job to go and pick them up again, put them upright. But anyway, Taskmaster. He's going to be taking a little bit of damage here from the flat line of Graceful. And this is a little bit of a slower round, and I say that because nobody's been knocked off the initial exchange, which seems to have been the pace of what we've seen so far here on FaZe Runner. But this is a massive opportunity now, Dan. We talked about the story for Kungarna, how might be their best way to wrestle away a finals win. Well, they've wrestled themselves away from 2 match points now. If they can close this, it's huge for them.
Care package is going to be dropping. And Firebeavers have the smokes to ensure that they can pick it up. They can get whatever goodies are inside, which could really impact the rest of this round and potentially the rest of this map if you play it correctly. And oh, baby. 9 Imps gets himself a Kraber. And this could spell very much damage on the other side.
However, I don't know if you just saw for a second, I'm not sure if a knock has come in for Firebeavers. 9 Impulse could be taken down to very low HP though, and it looks like Kungarna decide they want to try and get aggressive and take the Kraber into their hands. However, 1 shot, 1 bullet could be the difference. 9 Impulse down though, Kraber out of action. Graceful moving in on Sunset, 2 down. Everything falls down to Taskmaster now to try and clutch up a 3v1 situation. It ain't gonna happen. Kungarna roar back into the series, facing 2 match points. They take home FaZe Runner and give themselves a 2-1 series lead, but what a map that was, Dan.
What a response from Kungarna after going 2-0 down, completely shifting everything on top of it. And honestly, like, I mean, just flipping the script there, Kungarna. And I mean, if it goes the way we think it's going to go, then potentially we're going to a game 5 because we think that Gardens is going to go in favor of Firebeavers. But after what I've seen, Kungarna have demonstrated they can be aggressive as well. They can take the initiative. There were several rounds there when they were behind. They said, you know what, screw this. Let's get the launch pad out. Let's take the position. Let's try and get a flank as a 3. And it really worked out for them.
There's one moment, though, that everybody needs to talk about, and I don't know if production did manage to catch the Graceful 1v1 against 9 Impulse, because there's a moment there that I just want to kind of break down a little bit more, because 9 Impulse is on the stairs. Somehow, Graceful stayed alive, and you'll see the difference in HP between the 2 players. Wonderful job from everyone in the back to bring us this replay as well. And, you know, it's so amazing, the fact that this could have been over so far, you know, so many minutes ago. This could have been 2-1 comfortably to Firebeavers, moving on to their favorite map where they've been so dominant. But that single play, Dan, that single moment, which we're going to be watching right now from Graceful, is what changed things. He gets the knock onto Taskmaster. Now, everybody, pay attention here. He tries to climb up. He kind of jukes the player out. He manages to stay alive. He takes a bit of damage around this corner. He's got 20 HP. Look at 9 Impulse. He's got, what, 50, 60 shields as well as HP to work with? That moment is the play of the tournament so far for me.
Yeah, even though he failed to climb up, it actually worked out in his favor just to give himself a little bit more time. But constantly being chased, constantly wanting to reload those weapons, but not wanting to give up the sprint speed, otherwise you'd be caught up too easily. That was the game-changing moment, the map-changing moment that now puts Kungarna with a 2-1 lead here in the grand final and 1 map away from being the Blast Titan champions. Something that they probably could have achieved in Battle Royale, if I'm completely honest, with how consistent they were throughout the group stages, throughout knockouts, the double elimination and whatnot. But in the grand finals, it just didn't really play out for them in the end of things. But they have a chance now here to make up for that and become champions of Arena instead.
I take away one thing you said from that sentence, which was 1 map. Now, normally I'd be like, yep, okay, cool. But this 1 map is Golden Gardens. And this has been where we have seen records set, to be honest with you, by the way that Fire Beavers have just decimated their opponents. It's been 3-0, 3-0, and there has been nothing for the replays op to do. You know, he's just been sat there and just thinking, well, it's lucky that I got that 1v1 because otherwise I might be handing in, or might be handed a notice. But no, it's going to be fascinating to watch. And this is the thing now for Kungarna. First round here, if they take it away from Fire Beavers, put yourself in the Fire Beavers camp. You got to be thinking, oh, this is starting to get a little bit worrying. We had an opportunity to close out in the previous map on Phase Runner. Now, all of a sudden, Kungarna have come to play on a map that we have had so much success on. And this is Kungarna's pick as well. Just to throw that in, this is Kungarna's pick.
And I wonder whether that's a case of mind games in that Kungarna saying, well, if we get to a map 4, the reality is we're probably going to be in a situation where we think we're going to be getting to a game 5. We don't want Golden Gardens to be the deciding map, number 5. So instead, let's put it at 4 and give ourselves a chance at winning the tournament on it. If it doesn't go our way, then we move on to the next and we give ourselves a chance on a map that perhaps we're better on and perhaps Fire Beavers aren't as good at. There's probably not that much kind of
like that
process
reason.
behind it, but you know what? It's a good reasoning to have. I am going to get my stopwatch ready because I feel like Fire Beavers have got quicker and quicker when it comes to this map. They really do like just initiate the fight straight away. They don't like for there to be any resource management at all. And it does mean that you can spend your credits very differently if you play that way. You're not going to be buying bats. You're not going to be buying shield cells. Instead, you just buy the best weapon that you can and you jump on the other team. Or you use those credits to buy ultimates instead. The cheaper ultimates like the launch pad, like the zip line that can get you to the high ground, get you to those advantageous spots.
I wonder if we're going to see Bangalore actually being played here by Fire Beavers as well, because I feel like there's not as many lines of sight to be cut off, really. It's that close encounter. I don't know if the smoke's going to be as effective, so I'm going to have to keep my eye on what 9 Impulse decides to do as we move on to Gardens now. But I think analysis-wise, it's very difficult to say there's much strategy other than decent skynades and winning fights, hitting shots here, and that's the difficulty for both of these teams. It's all about that initial engagement. The difference I see between how Fire Beavers play this, though, they're not afraid to drop off of high ground if they get damage. Sometimes we'll see teams do a little bit of poke and then they kind of hold their ground, right? And they try and think about, you know, we have this advantage. We don't need to do anything. But they drop off. They're happy to kind of catch people off guard by, you know, usually when you find someone on the high ground, right, put yourself in that position. You take a little bit of damage. You don't expect them to drop. You kind of walk away. You pop a shield cell. You reset, and then you start again. But they're not allowing teams to do that. They really kind of play a such high pressure game.
I think the important thing here is to take advantage of when you've got the east side of the map. When you have the advantageous side of the map, you need to be making sure you get to that high ground first and you win that race. And I think if you're on the west side of the map, you don't take that race. How many times today have we seen 2 teams both zipping towards it at the same time, and the team on the east side gets there first and just has free shots on the other team on the zip line? Don't take that zip line if you are on the wrong side of the map. Instead, think of a different strategy. Get under the other team. Buy grenades instead of the ultimates. Try and take that high ground off them with the skynades and pushing it at the right time. There are different strategies you can work with here, but I am excited for this one. And as soon as we get into the game, I'm starting my stopwatch.
Well, we get to find out now if East Side is the best or if West Side is the best. Ali G never managed to get it sorted himself, but, you know, we're here to help. And also, for the final time, we get to say bananas now.
We do get to say bananas. Bananas and wine on the map. And maybe it can be something bought with the prize money for the winner of this tournament. And Kungarna have the chance to win here on Gardens, but they have to take down Fire Beavers on what has been their strongest map all tournament.
Well, here we go. This could be the final map here of Blast Titans and the Arenas tournament. It's been a wonderful time for everybody involved. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you for Blast for putting it on, of course. As Kungarna now look for that first knock. Taskmaster going to have to back up. I wondered if Bangalore was going to be played, and that's going to be Taskmaster eliminated for now. And Sunset finds himself in a 1v3, and he finds himself eating dirt. Kungarna, they pick this map, and they find themselves taking home the first round, and not just taking it home. That was almost a knockout blow.
Very quick as well. Maybe they can break the record. What Firebeavers have been able to...
Dan? What did the stopwatch say? What did the stopwatch?
That was 30 seconds, that round, by the way. Yeah, we're at 48 now, and that's just in the loading screens. But still, very, very quick from Kungarna, and they'll be delighted to get the initial round because it means they get a little more extra credits, and they did so without anyone going down on their team, so you don't give away credits to the opposition. That's also something that's very important here as we jump into round 2. And who's on the better side? Well, Firebeavers looks like they're going to distribute that rope out to ensure they get high ground first, but the bounce pad is also going to come in, but there's the nades.
JMW takes a lot of damage. However, everyone's taking a lot of damage at the moment. JMW and Graceful not in a good place. Firebeavers came off better from that initial grenade exchange, but now we're going to see both teams actually disengage for a few seconds. It's silly me. Why did I say that? Because Taskmaster's flying through the door, and Taskmaster will be put on his back. Shots being exchanged inside of the building. As 9 Impulse now tries to go back in. He'll get the knock alongside his teammate. And now Firebeavers have control. Graceful in a 1v2.
Graceful in a 1v2, and he's not going to be able to capitalize on 9 Imps being low, so now he has to go huge with a flatline here. Does do a lot of damage, Mozambique comes out, but it's not going to happen. Firebeavers get their round, and this is what I said, you have to win the round so you have the advantageous side. Firebeavers had the quickest route to the high ground. They took it. Kungarna went for something a little bit different. They went for the bounce pad. They tried to initiate with some grenades. Didn't work out on this occasion, but now the sides swap, and now you get the chance to get to the high ground first.
So 1-1. Crazy aggression again. I just keep sort of taking a moment to catch my breath and process everything that just happened. We had multiple players flying off of the roofs, and I thought we were going to have a moment to reset. I don't think we got anyone popping a shield cell. We're underway once more. Zip line out once again from Kungarna. Sky nades as well. Geometry lessons being taken. We'll have to see once again if the calculations are correct. No hits as yet, as Firebeavers take a little bit of a different approach. Frag grenade this time thrown through the window, and Graceful has to shift to his left and make sure that he's not going to be hit by that one. And you have to take Kungarna with the better start here and certainly a better position.
Yeah, this is smart, though, from Firebeavers. They've not tried to challenge their disadvantaged position on the map. They know they're not going to get to the high ground, so instead they just inserted themselves under Kungarna, and now they can plan their way of attacking here. Is it going to be through grenades? Is it going to be through trying to push from different directions at the same time?
They've smoked it off. That's what they've tried to do. Deny the lines of sight. Allow ourselves to move up and climb without being seen. Digital threats are going to help that as well, and that's one way to retake height. Graceful with some shots, though. He's going to go down, and it is going to be Firebeavers who take height. 9 Impulse, wonderful shots with the Eva 8 with some help from his teammate as well. Final player alive is going to be in the distance, which is going to be Maydilol. It's a 1 versus 2 for him. It might even be a 1 versus 3. So Kungarna looking like they might unfortunately lose this round. Not without taking a player with him, however. And that will be Kungarna now moving themselves onto match point, Dan. And that's one way to take height. We were wondering how to do it. Well, they've given us an answer.
Yeah, Firebeavers onto match point here and a chance to tie the series up 2-2 in what we expected from Golden Gardens. We expected Firebeavers to be the better team, but Kungarna at least put 1 round on the board. And of course, they have a chance to even things up at 2-2 here in the map. And if they do so, things get a little bit more tricky for Firebeavers. But this is going to be now Firebeavers on the better side of Golden Gardens. They can get to the high ground first, so we have to give credit to Firebeavers there. They had the low ground, and they were able to win via those smokes, via those pushes.
So Kungarna make their way forward. They've been on match point before, and I'm sure they'll find themselves on it again as the Arenas tournaments continue to roll. But look at the damage output from Graceful again. JMW turns the output, though, into a knock. Graceful has to be careful, and it's a really good escape route from him as well. Maydilol is going to take down a second player, 9 Imps. Taskmaster last alive, surviving for now, but not for long. And once again, Kungarna will not say die.
And they save yet another match point.
Yeah, they say to Fire Beavers, hey, you know, you might have thought this is your map, but actually this was our map pick, thank you very much. We know how to play it as well. We will match your aggro with some more aggro, and it means we get to see a little bit more of Golden Gardens. I can turn off my stopwatch because we've gone over 5 minutes. It's not even going to be anything about a record right now. We've got an actual map on our hands. Fire Beavers, for the first time, are being tested here on Golden Gardens, and Kungarna, now they're 2 rounds away from winning this tournament, but they have to get through Fire Beavers first. They're going to have the better side of the map. They can get to the high ground first, so you imagine Zipline is probably going to come out. Here it is, ejected from Pathfinder. But how do Fire Beavers respond this time? Do they just try and get the low side again and use the smokes?
Let's see how this plays out. Last time, very effective for them. JMW is going to be forced to use an early battery. 9 Impulse is going to be trying to maybe get an angle on that staircase as JMW looks to the skies and sees a frag grenade falling. I'm not sure if that's a smoke that's been fired up into the sky or if that's not quite as accurate as 9 Impulse would have wanted on the Bangalore. So Kungarna, kings of the castle at the moment, but not without being challenged. And that might be a chance now for Kungarna to push.
Sometimes you have to just dangle the thread and say, look, push me, but this time 9 Imps had not been able to get his shields back up. And here comes Kungarna. That's going to be 2 down, make it 3. And Kungarna put themselves onto not just map point, not just series point, but tournament point now here on Golden Gardens.
And what a place to do it as well. We've been talking about Fire Beavers and how dominant they've been here on Golden Gardens. Well, Kungarna have come to play. This was the first knock from Graceful. Again, not afraid to match aggression with aggression. Graceful and Matey doing so well to escape and do damage themselves. And now, this could be it, ladies and gents. This could be our final map, our final round. As Dan said, Kungarna, championship point. 1 more round to go.
Well, Fire Beavers need to find that aggression that they had from the previous games. Previous times they've been on this map. Oh, bounce pad miss. That's a small mistake. They could be costly here for Kungarna. Hopefully it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things.
Graceful's going aggressive straight away. 9 Impulse is trying to get him to a position to maybe take down Graceful, who just fell for a second. Either Eight's going to hit, but not big numbers. Not what Fire Beavers fans would have wanted. Certainly what 9 Impulse would have wanted to see there. He's going to have to reload that Either 8 as well. We haven't seen the high ground played as yet. As now, we are going to see it played. Fire Beavers take control. And for the first time in a while, Dan, we've actually seen Kungarna on the back foot here. Taskmaster on the flank. First knock should come in. Graceful doing huge damage, though. Now it's going to be traded out. Taskmaster going down. Madelol, last player alive here for Kungarna. 9 Impulse was low. Sunset alive. A 1v2 for the tournament. Can Fire Beavers keep us going? Of course they can. It's time for another round here on Golden Gardens.
3-3. It's not over just yet. Fire Beavers winning their advantage, winning the better side of the map. Kungarna now move over to that side, so they'll have the Pathfinder zip. They'll have the ability to take high ground first. Fire Beavers weren't able to stop that in their previous attempt. The smokes went well in attempt number 1, but attempt number 2, I think Kungarna had cottoned on to what was going to be happening. As we look back at the replay and the damage output in a 2 versus 1 is always going to be somewhat easy. And it's really hard to call which way is this going to go, because every time you think one of the teams has got an advantage, the other just brings out something a little bit different. They dig a little bit deeper.
I really want to put my hand in that fountain every time I see it, you know? Anyway, enough weirdness from me for today. As I say, it's been a bit of a long day. Kungarna, though, didn't manage to convert match point. Fire Beavers stay alive, and oh my word, Sunset with the grenade, hitting for huge, huge damage. The Mozam there as well. They should be able to turn this into yet another kill. Sunset! Can he get all 3? It looks like he can! Sunset! My word! What a round from Fire Beavers, and what a round from Sunset.
That's massive from Sunset, huge from Fire Beavers. And Kungarna now are going to be on the back foot. And it means that match point goes over to Fire Beavers. There's another fountain for you to put your hand in, your toe in, whatever you want to put in. It can be there. But right now, it doesn't matter because Sunset is having a whale of a time with the Mozam and the Wingman. Both the mans. Wait, Mozam doesn't have man in it. Doesn't matter, they sound similar.
Mozam Manbeak. Anyway, match point. And a chance now for Fire Beavers to send us to that map 5. And I'll be honest with you, the series deserves it. Kungarna have been here so many times.
And now they find themselves here again. Grenade's going to go through the skies. One high, one low. That one just getting caught in the geometry ever so slightly. Skynades will go up as well. Sunset will go wide here alongside his teammate. Graceful will jump into the void. JMW will go down, and Fire Beavers now have the player advantage.
They've got the 3 versus 2 and time to reset, get the batteries injected into you. Those shields could be replenished, and it's going to have to be a massive 2 versus 3 here for Kungarna if they want to be winning the tournament here and now. But Sunset rains down. There will be the knocks, but is it going to be enough? We still have the advantage for Fire Beavers.
Mediolol, last player alive. Can you be a hero for Kungarna? Maybe you can. He's caught one player off guard, but he can't get back in, and Fire Beavers win. It was a little bit of worry for them on Golden Gardens, what has been their home ground. Well, the home crowd seemed to get behind him in those final few rounds, and all that's left to say here is our grand final, we're going to a game 5.
I just love the little Golden Gardens metagame that we've ended up with. If you spawn on the good side, you use the Pathfinder Zip, you take high ground. If you spawn on the bad side, you use the Octane Pad, you throw nades, and you take the low ground. Unless those nades hit, and then you jump and take high ground. And they're very quick games on Golden Gardens, that's to be said. Like, that is some fast-paced, fun arena action. There isn't as much method in the madness, that's for sure. It is more about just quick engagements, winning your team fights, and hitting your shots. And on this occasion, it was Fire Beavers who reigned supreme, and it means we do go to a map number 5 in the grand final. Exactly what this grand final deserved.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about the graceful play and how it was probably the play of the tournament so far. If you put everything that was on his shoulders into consideration as well as the individual skill, but individual rounds, surely it's got to be this one from Sunset. I mean, this was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. I don't know if it was that exact round, but we'll certainly see it on our screens as we run through the highlights here. But 3 kills and just wingman perfection from the man.
Wingman perfection indeed, and you need your players to step up in those times because, as you say, Kungarna had Fire Beavers sweating a little bit on their, arguably their best map, but there has to be a reason why Kungarna didn't pick Party Crasher. They opted to pick Golden Gardens. I know I alluded to the fact that maybe they wanted Golden Gardens to be 4, so it wasn't the deciding map, and instead then it goes to Party Crasher, but I mean, it makes less sense the more I think of it. So perhaps Party Crasher is just a map that Kungarna don't particularly enjoy. Maybe it's one they're not very good at. And, well, it's going to all come down to map number 5. And I guess we're back to square one. Like, how do you call a game like this where you've just got 6 players who are going toe-to-toe and are hitting shots left, right, and center?
I'll tell you what, you don't make predictions. That's what you shouldn't do. You should just sit back and enjoy it, everyone at home, because map 5 is what the series deserves. I think it's what the tournament deserves as well. It's been a lot of fun here at Blast Titans, bringing you some arenas action. It's always fun to watch the pros trying something new as well and seeing how quickly they adapt and what strategies they come up with, because that's something that I've really taken away from the first games that we saw down here playing, you know, arenas with the pro teams to where we are now is night and day. It really is night and day.
It's completely changed throughout the weekend, hasn't it? It was very slow. It was tactical. It was about Loba getting the black market down, stealing away batteries from the opposition, stealing away any sort of resources there. And now it's just about full-on tanking your opponent, pushing in, launch pads being dropped down from the Octane, Pathfinder zips coming out to take high ground as well. I know that different maps warrant different strategies, but for the most part, I think Fire Beavers have brought this aggressive nature to the competition where everyone else has had to match the speed of which they're playing the game.
I think it's going to be a fascinating final game. We're going to Party Crasher as well, which is my personal favorite map for arenas. I think it's a nice place for it to end. I think you're going to have those close quarter engagements. You're also going to have the opportunity for some poke damage being done, but I think the size of the map really lends itself to the way these two teams play down. They're going to be forced to engage. They're not going to have to be forced because they're going to try and do it anyway with the way they've been playing throughout this series, but you can't sit back. There's not a lot of time to reset, to re-heal. It is all about hitting those initial damage and just hitting those shots and just clutching up. I think there's going to be a moment in this series where one player is going to make a clutch play that will win them potentially a tournament here. I think there's one round that certainly is going to warrant us talking about it for a long time.
And even though naturally, yeah, you kind of Graceful and Taskmaster springs to mind, Sunset, Mady lol, they have the ability to do it as well. JMW, like they're all hitting shots, they're all clutching up when they need to. So it's just about who is in that position and who is really going to seize the moment. Like make it your day, make it your tournament, and ensure you double up on your prize money. You're guaranteed $4,000 already. It's $8,000 if you win, and that is a lot of money for well, a weekend's work for these players. So they'll be more than happy to walk away with that. But at the same time, it's about pride. It's about calling yourself the best arena team here in Blast Titans. It is a tournament that will go down in the history books if Arena kind of takes off with Apex Legends as well, because this has been one of the first few that has really shown the pro competitors go up against each other, the best of the best, really.
I think one thing as well for both these teams to put a bit of storyline behind this final game, as you can see we're loading in now, is let's just remind ourselves once more, Kungarna, heartbreak just a month or so ago, did not make ALGS Championship Finals. You know, the $2.5 million tournament that everyone wanted to be involved in, they weren't there. Fire Beavers surprised everyone with their performance, but neither of them have that championship yet, and this would be the first tick in that box for both teams. So let's see what they do. Let's see how they bounce back. And I mean, under the Kungarna banner, of course, for Nessie. They want to bring something to that org. They want to show their worth. And what a better place to do it. Mirage Voyage crashing to the ground. But who's going to be soaring to the skies when we're all done here? Grand Finals, Game 5, Kungarna and Fire Beavers.
So it all comes down to one map. After 2 days of competition, best of threes, single knockout that then turned into best of fives as we got further on and deeper. Are we going to still see the same amount of aggression from the likes of Fire Beavers, or will things slow down a little bit now that it is literally a do-or-die situation? Sunset down to a slither of health. The bat is going to be attempted to be popped off here. Does get the bat off, but now here comes somewhat of a push from Kungarna.
Yeah, JMW gets the first knock here onto Sunset. It will be finished off as well, so it's a straight 3v2 in the favor of Kungarna. 9 Impulse going to be tagged up as well. Graceful, oh my word, working with Maidelo so well. He is the bait. And even though 9 Impulse has managed to get one with that Sky Grenade, it won't be enough. And the aggression continues from both these squads. Kungarna, though, strike first.
Kungarna strike first, as they did on Golden Gardens, but we saw Fire Beavers answer back. Again, though, I feel like you can have more of an advantage on a map like this with the economy when you go into round number 2. It's very different. Golden Gardens is more of just a run at one another and nade and hope for the best, and then you take the team fight. There's a little bit more strategy which can be employed. You can slow things down. Fire Beavers may attempt to not slow things down. They may say, hey, let's invest in a launch pad. Let's go for the surprise attack and just jump on Kungarna.
If you're Kungarna right now, you're just thinking 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds. That's all we need as we head to the other side now of Party Crasher. On to Mirage Voyage, or what is left over of it. And look at this aggression immediately from Sunset. He does not care. He's already under where Kungarna are. However, Graceful's taking an off angle. Grenade's going to do a lot of damage to 9 Impulse. However, his 2 teammates are in some problems. Kill's going to be exchanged on the top here. Sunset looking to re-peek. He'll take damage from that Skynade. Mady going to be taken down. Graceful has a HP advantage, but it is a 2v1. He turns it into a 1v1. There's one kick. Is there going to be a second? It doesn't look like it will as yet. Both players stare each other. Kick comes in, and it will be Graceful with the clutch here and putting Kungarna on championship point.
2 championship points as well. They have a freebie here. They could go for something off the rails. They could get aggressive. We could see the whole devotion strategy coming into fruition here if Kungarna want to attempt it, because this is a cushion now, and Fire Beavers were aggressive, but again it was Graceful waiting in the wings from behind, doing the initial damage to give the call to the rest of Kungarna to say go, go, go. And they got the knocks. And in the end, even though it was a 2 versus 1, those 2 players were both very, very low. Kungarna can do it here. They can win Blast Titans.
Graceful the man that's put them in this position. A 2v1 clutch. And Kungarna, the heart's going to be beaten. A 9 Impulse is trying to take the advantage. Sunset taken down to super low HP though. And I've got to say, even though you've got to appreciate what they're doing here, Fire Beavers, it's a little bit risky, but 9 Impulse does not care. Taskmaster 1 HP. JMW takes down 1. A 1v2 to win the tournament here for Kungarna.
They're both very low as well. Are we going to see JMW back off and try and bat up? But he will give the option for them to bat as well. And you can see the batteries have come through. I don't think he's winning this one. He is not. And it means Fire Beavers put their first on the board. They deny championship point number 1. And Fire Beavers will at least force Kungarna to go back to the drawing board.
Such a risky play from Fire Beavers, but you have to respect it. Early on here, I was like, there's no way they're winning this. And then 9 Impulse just went off with the Eva 8. He managed to get 2 knocks. And then JMW being forced to back away. Didn't maybe get the communication those 2 players were low. And he had a HP advantage. And Fire Beavers, they hold off 1 championship point. Can they do it again now and tie things up?
Oh, they've done it once, they've done it twice, they've done it 3 times if you include what happened on Golden Garden. So Fire Beavers now are going to be aggressive with the zipline. They're going to take the height here on Mirage Voyage. Smokes come out to ensure that no vision can be had from Kungarna. And this is your moment. If you're Kungarna, you have to seize it right now, because if you allow Fire Beavers back into this game, you know full well they could reverse everything and take the tournament from right under your feet.
Big damage initially done by Kungarna. However, Fire Beavers have been able to reset. Shields back up almost to full as another smoke will go down. Not quite in the position I think maybe 9 Impulse wanted it to be, but graceful. He's the playmaker here for Kungarna. He's looking for damage, but look at this. Fire Beavers are looking for blood, taking that height. However, Fire Beavers, they're not met by anyone, as Kungarna have managed to retreat to the inside now of this cabin.
Doors will be held. And what Fire Beavers try and do is they try and get some poke damage before they push in. There's the poke damage. Here's the push.
Sunset goes down. JMW, he falls as well. Sunset getting 2, I believe it was. It was actually 9 Impulse who got the second one. And now Graceful. Oh, Fire Beavers. They don't want this one to end quite yet. It's 2-2. 2 championship points avoided. And we're all tied up once more.
All tied up, and suddenly that championship point dissipates, and you instead are going to have to win by 2 and get to 4 rounds. So in round number 5, things start to get a little bit more scary here for Kungarna. They were so close to winning this entire tournament, but now it seems like they're so far away. Again, the aggression from Fire Beavers just too much. The confidence, the risks they're taking. You have to have so much kind of trust in your teammates, so much trust in your inability to hit your shots when you play this way. And you know what? I'm not surprised, because Fire Beavers have been hitting absolutely everything today. Kungarna need to respond now.
And now the doubt starts to fall into the minds of Kungarna. We've just had 2 rounds to win this whole thing, and we haven't made it work. And once again, look at this. Almost disregard for the way that you should play things. This is the Fire Beavers way. And that's getting up in the faces of our opponent. 45 damage from Taskmaster. Just going to tickle the shields for now. Sunset's going to be batting as well. So the damage was exchanged, as we're going to see the smoke now go out from 9 Impulse. A little bit of damage from that as well. It looks like they might be trying to isolate one of these players down bottom, but no, Graceful. He's going to turn it around, and more importantly, survives here, Dan. Gets into the void and manages to keep this at a 3v2 advantage here for Kungarna.
And he gets the bar off as well. That's why you have a Wraith in your team. That's the main advantage. Fire Beavers going for the res, but it's not going to work out. Kungarna now push in, and it looks like they are going to be taking a 3-2 lead here, unless, no unless. Match point, championship point again acquired here by Kungarna.
Oh my Graceful. He has been phenomenal all tournament long, alongside JMW, who has been putting in so much damage as well. Maidalol with clutch moments. They are here again for the 3rd time now. Can Kungarna make it 3rd time lucky?
Surely they can get it done this time. Fire Beavers, are they going to go for the risky attempt once again? Sheer aggression, Eva 8, bounce onto the opposition. Or are Kungarna going to be aware of that? Can they position themselves in a way where they can see the likes of Fire Beavers flying through the sky, get the initial damage, and then finish them off as they arrive to the ground? Here we go. Another chance for Kungarna to win the tournament.
Championship point once more. Fire Beavers held off 2. But all that history if they don't manage to do it once again here. A little bit of damage being exchanged. 45-71, nice headshot there from Sunset. Graceful not going to be able to play that position, which might leave a little bit of an opening here for Fire Beavers to take the advantage. And Taskmaster immediately moving up to take the height and challenge the height. However, there's a player behind him. 9 Impulse is trying to support him. No knocks coming in so far as Taskmaster will have to pop a battery, but 9 Impulse looking to get aggressive. Smoke going down to give him the opportunity to hit shots with that digital threat, ones that Kungarna cannot respond to.
Fire Beavers have to be very careful. It's a 3 versus 2. Kungarna have the chance. It's a 2 versus 2. 1 versus 2 now.
Graceful trying to do it here. Oh, he gets one, and now it's a 1v1 for the title, for the championship. 9 Impulse versus his opponent here. Graceful's going to be taken down. No, he's not. Graceful is going to take the championship point. And Kungarna, my, what a performance. And it all fell onto the shoulders of Graceful. Kungarna, your champions. A huge congratulations. And like I said, I thought there was going to be a massive clutch moment, and you couldn't get more clutch than that.
It happened several times where Fire Beavers had a 2 versus 1 advantage, but they were both so low because of their hard commitments, because of their pushes, because of their aggression. But Graceful, you have to hit a shot there, and he did. If you miss that shot, that player gets away, probably bats up, and you lose that fight. You lose your chance at championship point. Kungarna win Blast Titans, and most importantly, I win the predictions. Do you know how long I've been waiting to say that? Since all of the ridicule I've been through. I've been a joke throughout this broadcast, but Kungarna, I trusted in you. Thank you so much. But what a tournament. Honestly, it's been so much fun, and a great performance from Kungarna. Great performance from Fire Beavers. They've been different class, but just couldn't get it done in that last game.
Amazing stuff. What a series to end with, I think is the one takeaway here. I think if anyone's been watching arenas and thinking, you know, what am I thinking about it? How do I want to, you know, perceive? What do I want to take away? I mean, just watch that series back. It was so much fun. Kungarna and Fire Beavers entertaining everyone at home, especially us on the desk as well down here. It's been a lot of fun. Kungarna, your champs, but what's your takeaways been from this weekend?
It's been that arenas, it needs some tweaks in certain areas, that's for sure, but these players are going to adjust to any settings that we throw their way. The meta game developed throughout this weekend, let alone across weeks of practice that could be happening. I hope we see more arenas because it is entirely fun, but I like it when we combine it with Battle Royale, because for me, the heart of Apex is BR, and this 2 weekends has done that perfectly, where we whittled down 40 to 20, and then we just threw those 20 into arenas as well to provide some entertainment for us. It's been amazing.
Well, from Dan and myself, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's time for us to go to a break, though, before we get back for the desk to break down what just happened in our finals. Before we go there, one more thing to say. That is, of course, congratulations to Kungarna, your champions.
The door, man! Nice, dude. Well played. You're insane, Taskmaster.
I can hear you. Yep.
Push me, bro.
I'm trying. Good job. Ball crunch.
Let's go, bro. Oh. This is Russian wingman, guys, just saying. You're just insane, man. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Help me, mama. We're all close. Nice, GG crack. The door, man! Nice, dude. Well played. You're insane, Taskmaster. You're cracked, bro. I don't want to meet you in finals.
Well, everyone, those grand finals were like watching volleyball. Back and forth, championship point, match point, and who's to know what could have happened if we'd gone one more round. But guess what? A GG is in order here, Scrawny, and that, of course, to Kungarna, who brought it out on top to win BLAST Titans.
Yeah, exactly, right? They get a little bit of a revenge after their bit of a fumble in Battle Royale last weekend. They get at least one of the 2 crowns that we gave out across these 2 events. And I would say absolutely well earned, because they were the only team that were able to cool off the likes of Fire Beavers in the arenas. And it's for that reason that I think they deserve their crown.
Absolutely. And Launders, I know you and Scrawny were both yelling towards the end of that match. Talk to me about what that meant at the end of our grand finals here, going to a game 5.
You know, I want to be surprised that the game ends on some fantastic clutch, but at the same time, Arenas does such a great job of cultivating moments like that. So there were so many great ones where it would have been such a big ending. And you know, you got to say this graceful clutch was one of a few, but maybe even the best one of all. And it looks so amazing to be able to cap out the whole tournament. So congrats, Kungarna, and amazing performance from Graceful.
Speaking of Graceful, let's talk about our match MVP, brought to you by Razer. It seems only fitting that he would in fact be our match MVP, and guess what? He is! Well done for sure to Graceful. I mean, Scrawny, there was absolutely nothing that would have said otherwise. Obviously, we also want to make sure while we showcase that incredible Wraith play here from Graceful, Scrawny, we want to say, you know, a huge GG to his teammates who were also incredibly instrumental in this win today.
Yeah, Kungarna across the board deserve praise, obviously, right? Big champion play, but at the same time, I think Graceful, whether he was opening up rounds earlier in the day and then getting traded out by his teammates, or as the day goes on, I feel like Graceful's longevity in these rounds started to extend, and he was constantly finding himself in the clutch. I think one of the moments within this grand final that we have to revisit, and you know, Onset kind of titled it like the clutch of the event so far, was back on Phase Runner. When we had Graceful working with the Mozambique and the empty flatline, he tried to climb up the wall and just came a little short of the railing. That slick reposition up the back staircase, and then this peek, this right here, just dodging all of the potential Mozambique shots the other way, right? Whether he meant to juke out Impulse like that, it's one thing, but I mean, he is near one shot right here versus full health and about 40 shields on Impulse. And if he doesn't win that, that's a 3-1 to Fire Beavers. That's Fire Beavers going into Gardens with a map advantage where they would have ended this series. If Graceful doesn't pull off that clutch, this is done in map 4, and Fire Beavers are your champions.
Absolutely. And you know what, Launders, I think this is a good time to mention Fire Beavers made this hell for KNG. Let's not sleep on them at all. I just give this moment to you know, talk about what Fire Beavers had done right and nearly done right enough for the championship.
Yeah, no question. These are the 2 best teams to make it to the finals. They both just chewed through the bracket. And Fire Beaver's playstyle was just basically unlimited aggression, and they did slow it down a little bit when it came to playing against Aqualix, where they showed that they were, you know, a bit more respectful of the fact that if certain maps needed some space, and then they won that way, and then they came into Kungarna, and then they found the right places to be aggressive and defensive, and I think they were quite dynamic in that way, in a way that we didn't expect to see because of how, you know, relentless the aggression was up until this point. But I think that, you know, Taskmaster and Graceful, you know, where they were both saying, hey, you're a little bit of me, and for Taskmaster, he was just not the better version, I think, than Graceful in this final. Earlier on the tournament, Taskmaster would look like it was like an unreal, like unstoppable force. But again, Graceful was the one who was a little bit slower to start. But who would you rather be? You know, the one to end strong or the one to start strong? And Graceful was the one who was incredibly consistent and got hotter and hotter.
For sure. Okay, well, you know what? We've actually got, speaking of the man himself, Graceful, has graced us with his presence. I'm just going to keep using some puns there. The guy himself we've got here ready to go in an interview. Graceful, well done. GG. You have to feel good about that last performance.
Hey, and thank you so much. And I feel good, but I also don't feel too happy due to the fact that we threw so many rounds. But yeah, I'm happy.
Oh, God. You know what? That's a pro move right there. You're like, I could still work better. Sure, a grand finals, but I could still do. Let me ask this question, because with arenas, the maps were such an integral part in the picks and bans to start. And of course, now the picks here when we got to the best of 5. Which maps, I mean, you guys had success on so many of them. Which maps do you look at as KNGs, that you can take advantage of? And which ones are you a little bit iffy on?
I feel like, generally speaking, we only have proper experience on artillery and thermal so far. Like, we know how to play. Like, we actually have strats for them, which is why they're working so well, generally speaking. But yeah, definitely those 2 maps. The other ones, Gardens is also fine. We were actually really strong on Gardens for some reason. But Face Runner and the other map, we hate those 2 so much. The Party Crash and Face Runner are just bad.
Good to know. Good to know. Launders, I'm going to pass it over to you so we can give Graceful some love here.
I was going to say, outside of this, just this part of the weekend, you guys are the most consistent team at this event. I mean, across the 2 weekends. And I said that even before the finals. So you said that you have like a little bit of limited practice when it came to the arenas. I just wanted to ask you, since we didn't get to ask you last week, what is the preparation looking like that's helping you find this consistency in both the BR and now with arenas?
So generally speaking, we're very, well, I'm pretty much, I would definitely say I'm kind of like a coach and now also a player, since I have so much experience. Like, I've been competing professionally for going up for 6 years now, I think. And I've been in IGL for 6 years. We're very strict and we have proper routines and discipline. So like, normally we don't have too much emotional feelings invested into the game, whereas we're just strictly disciplined. And that's why we're so consistent. Specifically for arena, though, we had like sub 50 arena games in total before going into this. That's why we sucked ass the first scrim days, and then we started rolling everyone. So yeah, but discipline is the most important fact for us. 100% the factor.
And obviously, you were quite an X factor with the way that you played. And at first, I was wondering if your style would work versus Fire Beavers, who are like always in a pack, where you found a lot of openings by tucking and then exploding. Yeah, so did you change how you thought about fighting against Fire Beavers specifically, or you still pulled off some of those plays? So
yeah, like I don't want to spoil too much, but it's very simple. I actually come from a fighting background. I've done Muay Thai for over 10 years as well, and it's the exact same. I have the same fighting style as I do in game as in actual martial arts. It's like you just keep giving them habits, and then you just punish them when they try to punish your habit. So like what I end up doing is I play very aggressive. And when they punish me, I swap, and I play very different. A good example would be Thermal. I flanked a little bit, then I stopped flanking, and now they wanted to take space because they're like, oh, he's scared of flanking, right? What happened? I just one-clipped 2 of them. So like, it's all about baiting and understanding the mindset, and I think I'm just 50 steps ahead of them. So it's very easy for me to give them bait over and over, and then just punish them.
And also, I felt like, just as a personal view, it felt like, okay, with the way that you played, sometimes you were looking for a lot of opening kills, but then sometimes, because arena is just a 3v3, if you lose the opening kill, that's also the round. And that went for, either you or Taskmaster or whoever else you were playing, what other team you were playing against. But you were really good, obviously, in the clutch. So was there any fighting with yourself personally about, should I lean towards a style where I'm trying to stay alive longer versus look for opening duels, which can lead to more volatility?
No, it's all split second decision making. Like I always have a two-way plan going into a fight, and then depending on my scouting and information, it can change completely. So it's for each and every round different.
Nice. Well, the very insightful responses. I appreciate that. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, sorry about that, gang. Scrawny, do you have anything you wanted to mention to Graceful? Graceful, I'm sorry, we love just chatting with you. We just, kind of want to unlock your brain and understand a little bit more, just like you talked to Launders just there. You a wealth of information. Scrawny, you have anything to say? Otherwise, we can head on out and give Graceful his day.
Yeah, I think Launders killed it. So I just going to take this chance, Graceful, to say congratulations for yourself and your team taking the victory. Yourself with a crazy MVP performance, and I think that you deserve extra credit for being able to cool off the fire, Beavers. No real questions from me, man. I think Launders hit it on the head. I just want to say congrats and thank you for the entertainment across these 2 weeks, man. You guys deserved at least one of the 2 crowns.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just have one comment to say. I thought Onset was my homie that would think that KNG would win, but he didn't. So no homies no more.
All right.
But thank you guys so much, and thanks for having me.
Cheers, man. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Man, thank you very much. And Scrawny said it right, Launders said it right, and I'm so excited that this beef with Onset has begun. Here we go. Thank you so much, Graceful. And you know, a huge congratulations, of course, to Kungarna. Congratulations to all of our players, especially the teams that have made it through here to this second weekend, this Elite 8 here after the round of 16. We started at 40, and here we are. But as Graceful mentioned, we got some predictions to revisit. It's gonna be a pain in my heart, and it sounds like Onset as well. And here we are, gang. And Launders, you're joining our group.
This is a loss for humanity right here, watching Dan Gaskin wear the crown. Oh my god. I feel like, this wasn't about me. You know, it was about the planet. And Thanos wins. You know, Thanos wins every once in a while. We'll have to wait for the next movie.
Oh, it's been a long couple of weeks, but my God, that was brilliant. Oh, there you go. Exactly. And of course, yes, as Launders mentioned, Gaskin gonna be insufferable for however long, because there it is, bringing home the win, narrowly missing out. Scrawny, you narrowly missed out on that title by a single point.
You know, I lost this weekend by a single point to Dan, and then last weekend with Battle Royale, I would like it noted that I was only 9 points behind Onset. So technically, across predictions, I got 2 second places. Dan was last at 1 point. I actually think I win. Maybe.
Just mute his mic.
Yes.
Bro, you know what? In Apex, consistency is a silver bullet, and for that, you get an MVP to be sure. 100% Scrawny. I'll say that right now. Well, you know, this is our final thoughts, and I just want to make sure that we get them from Launders. Let's start with you, and then Scrawny will go to you, and we'll wrap this out by talking about our tournament MVP.
That's great. Had a great time. Format was fantastic, and of course, you know, to witness just like super high level gameplay in any game, of course, is our first time casting Apex, is always a complete pleasure. And to, you know, be introduced to players like Graceful, who were so fantastic and, you know, show a different look when it comes to how to approach FPS games. It is always just kind of an honor to be a part of the broadcast with. So yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having us.
Scrawny, over to you, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously mirroring everything Mohan just said, but I would extend that even one further to the likes of yourself, Kate, to Dan, and to Onset as well. I feel like I was definitely included in this Apex community, both by the players, by the broadcasts, and even by the fans who are watching. You guys have been a pleasure to work with, and I'd say, you know, that inclusivity goes a long way. Feels really good to just be able to step into something new, but feel like you're home at the same time, you know?
Oh, I do very much. And this community, they have big hearts, and I'm a huge fan of them. One more GG and congratulations to not just Kungarna, of course, but our match MVP and our tournament MVP, brought to you by Razer, that, of course, Graceful, as we just saw. So we've got also, you know, just to thank you, our viewers, our cast, our crew, and more as well. Thank you to our fantastic sponsors. We're talking Razer, WD Black, and of course Amazon. They made it possible for Blast Titans to become a reality, as did you, as Scrawny mentioned, our incredible community, and you are. And we thank you so much for sticking on through us and continuing to that Game 5 for the hype and for the love. And until next time, this has been Blast Titans. Have a great day.